After traveling to a parallel world, I unexpectedly became a member of an Arctic scientific expedition team. What's worse is that I was assigned to a desolate and barren Arctic scientific research base, responsible for improving the base system. You can imagine how difficult the conditions were. However, luck finally did not abandon me. I have found an animal favorability system. The polar bear held the fish I fed it, its eyes full of gratitude, and sent the Arctic gift package to me through the system. Seeing that I took good care of its cubs, the white wolf king turned around and gave me 10 servings of reindeer meat in return. The killer whale enjoyed my attentive service of cleaning barnacles and was so happy that he exclaimed, "It smells so good." His affinity value instantly soared by plus 100. The seal family was full of love for me because I fed their baby well, and they gave me a set of excellent sea fishing equipment. Before returning to the sea, the little turtle looked back at me deeply, silently praised me +1, and gave me a set of mysterious equipment as a gift. The giant Arctic penguin that was long thought to be extinct not only found its pretty wife, but also said to me seriously, "Get ready to be a grandfather." Just like that, I started my legendary life of farming and infrastructure construction in this Arctic wilderness. The long-abandoned base number 1834 was completely renovated through my efforts and turned into a legendary supply station known far and wide. Nowadays, scientific expedition teams from all over the world must stop here, even if they have to take a detour. Who would have thought that this once abandoned Arctic base would become the Arctic supply spring of the scientific expedition circle? At this time, in the Svalbard Islands in the Arctic, the north wind is biting and the ice field is endless. This is already my 3rd year since I traveled to this parallel world, and it is also my 1st year that I volunteered to join the Arctic Scientific Expedition Team and serve as the base guard. Today, I got on and off the research vessel, Shuilong, and completed the handover with the Arctic research team. Before the research vessel left, Mr. Yen solemnly warned me, "Liang Jun, have you really thought it through?" His voice was low and solemn. "The new base number 1834 is in ruins. After we leave this time, supplies will not arrive until 3 months later. How can you survive these 3 months alone?" Mr. Yen, the leader of the Arctic expedition team, is nearly 60 years old. He once led the team to open up the Antarctic Research Station and witnessed countless hardships and obstacles. Now, he is about to retire, but he is still worried about the newly built base 1834. "Captain Yen, don't worry. The mission will be accomplished." I stood up and saluted, my expression firm but a little nervous inside. Old Yen sighed, looking at the young man who had just graduated from school, with a hint of pity in his eyes. "You are just here for an internship, there is no need to work so hard," he said earnestly. "We left behind living quarters, experimental areas, observation areas, necessary equipment, and enough potatoes. If you really can't hold on, call me on the satellite phone and we will send a ship to pick you up." With that, he led me to the base, a small brick house. "Is this the base?" I was stunned. I thought the base was at least reinforced concrete, but I didn't expect that it was just an ordinary brick house. Elder Yen patted my shoulder and said in a steady tone, "No matter how small it is ours." I looked up and saw the red flag flying on the roof. My heart was shaken and I stood in awe. The red flag was particularly dazzling on the ice field, as if it had lit up the barren Arctic. Yes, no matter how small it is still the Arctic base of our motherland. Before leaving, Mr. Yen asked me if I needed any other supplies. He didn't expect that I only needed a military drone and a military phone watch. "What do you want these for? They're not very useful." I smiled and scratched my head. "I'm bored, so I just live stream. It helps me kill time." Mr. Yen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and still left the things to me. "If you can't hold on any longer, make a satellite call." This was his last instruction before boarding the ship. The research vessel, Shuilong, broke through the ice and sailed away, gradually disappearing from sight, leaving only the howling north wind and endless ice fields. An unprecedented loneliness surged into my heart, and I couldn't help but shudder. I lowered my head and touched the badge on my chest, the number of the Scientific Expedition Team intern number 3713. Number 3713 is also the number of my late father. He used his life to protect the Arctic base of his motherland, and now, this mission has been passed on to me. Dad, did you see it? I murmured softly, thinking to myself, number 3713 is alive again, and I will definitely make it more meaningful. On the deck of the Shuilong, in the distance, 15 team members stood in neat rows facing the direction of the base, saluting the young people deep in the ice field. Salute! Salute to our motherland's ice keepers! The red flag fluttered in the wind, and everyone's eyes were filled with deep respect. After the research vessel sailed away, the only sounds around the base were the sound of the wind and silence. I sat in front of the brick house wearing snow goggles, feeling a little overwhelmed. The heroic words just now still echoed in my ears, but at this moment, facing the reality of the ice field alone made me feel powerless. Now, what should I do? Just as I was in a daze, the snow pile in the distance suddenly moved. My nerves tensed up instantly. In the Arctic, the snowdrifts could hide dangerous predators: polar bears, gray wolves, Arctic foxes, and even seals and walruses. I was unarmed and lived in a brick hut. If I were in danger, I would have nowhere to escape. Do you want me to use my ancestral skills? I clenched my fists and slowly approached the snow pile, taking every step carefully. A sharp claw was vaguely visible behind the snow pile, and the cold light was dazzling. What a predator! I narrowed my eyes, took a deep breath, clenched my fists, and prepared to teach this uninvited guest a lesson. Suddenly, a white ball of fur poked out a small black nose from behind the snow pile. I bent down curiously and picked up the little ball of fur. The little ball of fur stared at me with its bright eyes, and I was stunned. Then the little white guy tilted his round head and made a long, thin sound, "Ayo." This cute cry made me laugh out loud. It turned out to be a little polar bear. It was so small, weighing no more than 2 kilograms, and it looked like a big doll when I held it in my hand. I pinched the soft flesh on the back of its neck and gently shook it to the east, then to the west. The little polar bear was not happy, and kicked his short legs angrily, trying to fight back at me. But his front and hind legs were pitifully short, and he could only kick the air in vain after flapping his forelegs in the air for a long time. I couldn't help but laugh. You little thing, you still want to do a ladder to the sky? How can you go up to the sky by stepping on your left foot with your right foot? The little polar bear had a bad temper. He glared at me and buried his head in my sleeve, biting the buttons with his mouth. Unfortunately, all these efforts were in vain. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and shook my head. Little guy, where is your mother? Don't let your mother see you later, or you will misunderstand that I am bullying the bear. When I thought about the possibility that an adult polar bear might be following behind the little polar bear, I couldn't help but feel a chill down my spine. Don't mess with them. I had to put the little ball of fur down quickly, otherwise if the mother bear saw me, my life would be in danger. The polar bear's palm could flatten me directly. However, when I looked around, I couldn't find any trace of the mother bear. Strange, whose mother is so unreliable. She actually left a baby who is not even a month old in the snow. Isn't this clearly asking me to be the nanny? The little guy in my arms was still making a fuss, biting my button and refusing to let go. I comforted him while sighing helplessly. Stop biting, I'll find you something to eat. Fortunately, Mr. Yan's team left some goat milk powder before they set off. I hurried back to the base cabin, stuffed the little polar bear into my coat, opened my collar, and let its furry little head stick out. Walking in the snow, I could feel the little guy's body was a little stiff from the cold, but his heartbeat was very strong. I couldn't help but laugh. How could a polar bear feel cold? This is the king of ice and snow. However, the little polar bear was soon warmed by my body temperature. It stretched its furry body and huddled in my arms. Looking down from the collar, the little guy's body rose and fell with his breathing, and he fell asleep without knowing it. I gently touched its head. The little guy was sleeping soundly, completely defenseless, and even smacking his lips in his dream. He looked so cute that it would melt your heart. Suddenly, a mechanical voice came from my mind. The little white bear slept soundly and had a dream. In the dream, he expressed his love for you +1. Affinity +10. Ding! The little white bear is very satisfied with the beautiful dream and feels that he has found his family. He expresses his love to you +2. Affinity +20. And he has commissioned the system to give you an animal favorability binding gift package. I was slightly stunned. What was this? A strange mechanical sound suddenly sounded in my mind. This wild little polar bear can actually activate the system. Before I could recover from the shock, the mechanical sound rang out again. The Animal Favorability Binding Gift Package has been opened. The host Liang Jun has been detected. The Animal Favorability System has been launched. The Novice Introductory Gift Package is being distributed. Does the host accept it? I quickly rejected it in my mind. Wait. I don't need any system, please don't follow me. I don't need any gift packs either, this is not a game. Absolutely not. But the mechanical voice ignored my resistance and continued to publish the list. The beginner gift package includes an ocean fishing rod, a set of high-grade windproof and cold-resistant clothing, a pair of special Arctic warm boots, an electric kettle, an induction cooker, and a set of primary vegetable greenhouse cultivation bases. As the mechanical voice announced the supplies one by one, the corners of my mouth lifted involuntarily. This is too generous. Each item was a survival item that I urgently needed. Before the mechanical voice finished reading, I had already decisively responded in my mind. Accept. I accept it very much. The air was quiet for a while. The little white bear in my arms twitched in his sleep. I laughed at myself. I was really shameless for this newbie gift pack. But who can resist such temptation? Host Liang Jun detected. Animal Favorability System begins binding. Various data are being generated. Ding! Data generation completed. As long as the animal expresses its favorability to the host, the system can act as an intermediary, convey the animal's voice, and deliver the gift it entrusted to the host's designated location. Please keep up the good work. Immediately afterwards, a warm breath flowed through my whole body. Is this the so-called power of animal affinity? I opened the base warehouse and found it was already filled with supplies: ocean fishing rods, windproof and cold-resistant clothing, warm boots, electric kettles, electromagnetic cookers, induction cookers, and a primary vegetable greenhouse cultivation base. The originally empty warehouse has now become crowded and full. I'm rich! Holding the sleeping little white bear in my arms, I sighed and started checking the equipment. I dug out the military live broadcast drone and military watch that Mr. Yen left me, debugged the equipment, connected the radio, mounted the live broadcast camera on the drone, and connected the video watch to the drone. This outdoor live broadcast method is very convenient. Drones can shoot from different angles, eliminating the trouble of selfie sticks, and video watches can not only be used to watch barrages, but also to video chat with netizens. After debugging the equipment, I opened the newly registered Douyin live broadcast room, thought for a moment, and typed in the name of the live broadcast room. My day with the polar bear. As a novice, I didn't have high expectations for the popularity of the live broadcast room. After all, most new outdoor anchors basically talk to themselves in front of the camera for the first 3 months, and there are only a few people in the live broadcast room, who may be family and friends pretending to be strangers to cheer them up. However, just 1 minute into the show, I looked down at the number of people and was stunned. What's going on? There are already 20 people? In addition to being surprised, the barrage area quickly refreshed. I heard there are polar bears here. I want to see polar bears too. Anchor! Where is the polar bear? Looking at the enthusiastic comments on the watch screen, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. My goodness, these people were all attracted by the name of the live broadcast room. They just came to see the bears. I adjusted the angle of the drone and switched to dual-angle straight-shot mode. In the camera, a furry little white bear was lying in my arms, sleeping soundly with its 4 legs up in the air, with a trace of glistening drool hanging from the corner of its mouth. In its sleep, its little paws were still kicking happily, as if it was having a sweet dream. This scene was incredibly cute. The live broadcast room was instantly healed. Netizens were immediately captivated. The drone slowly lifted off with the camera, and the picture opened up to reveal an endless snowfield. The winding coastline covered with ice connected to the pure white snowfield, and in the center stood a lonely little brick house. The camera gradually zoomed in and stopped in front of the hut. A young man was holding a sleeping white bear. The bear was kicking its legs and blowing small bubbles of saliva in its mouth, looking very cute. Netizens watched quietly, with comments like, "Oh my God! What kind of live broadcast room is this? It's like a scene from a fairy tale. Is this heaven? I want to live in it. What a cute little polar bear. Can I argue it bald? Take a breath of bear air and life feels better. I watched the comments fill my watch, and couldn't help but smile and respond to the camera. My friends, this is not a fairy tale, nor is it heaven. I am broadcasting live in the polar natural archipelago in the Arctic Ocean. This is Svalbard. The screen switched back to my close-up. I rubbed the little white bear's big head, and it hummed and curled up its little paws, sleeping soundly. However, there are always some netizens who don't believe in it and say, "Is it true? Is it a set? It's so cute, it might be a manhwaedit. You don't have an animal training license, but you still keep polar bears? That's fake. Debunk the fake news. If it's true, let the polar bear roar." Among the comments, a keyboard warrior with a digital ID was particularly active, making continuous provocations. I stood up calmly, holding the little white bear, and pushed open the door of the brick hut. Creaking, accompanied by the sound of the door being pushed open, the cold wind mixed with ice and snow blew in the face, and the snowflakes fell in front of the camera, crystal clear and floating. All of this cannot be simulated by the scenery. The camera rotates slowly, showing the vastness of the snowfield and the magic of the night sky. Although it is night, the sky is blooming with gorgeous northern lights. Red, blue, green, purple, the aurora borealis is ever-changing, dancing in the sky like flowing colorful silk, against the backdrop of the boundless ice and snow. This is the magic of nature. I stood under the northern lights, on the ice, holding a white bear in my arms, smiled at the live camera, waved and said, "Welcome to the Arctic Outdoor Live Studio." At this moment, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Oh my God! This is the real North Pole! The anchor hugs a bear, the snowfield, and the northern lights. What kind of invincible combination is this? On the other side of the screen, whether it is a 9-to-5 office worker or a student enrolled in online classes, they are all immersed in this beautiful Arctic scenery, surrounded by healing and beauty. They held their breath and watched quietly, as if they were part of it, forgetting the pressure and troubles of reality. At the same time, I easily locked onto the digital ID that was causing trouble, and with a tap of my finger, I kicked it out of the live broadcast room. Some netizens discovered my little trick and couldn't help laughing. Haha, the North Pole anchor is quite vindictive. I really shouldn't mess with the rhythm in the future. Yeah, if you mess up the rhythm, you will be kicked out by the anchor. It makes me laugh to death. I can't bear to leave such a beautiful live broadcast room. Anchor, are you still in need of a girlfriend? I don't have any other intentions, I just want to watch the northern lights with you and feed polar bears, hee. The atmosphere in the barrage area suddenly became relaxed and friendly. I raised the corners of my mouth in satisfaction, lowered my head and looked at the camera of the visual watch, and my face was enlarged to the center of the screen. Hello, friends. I am an intern at the Arctic Research Station and also the Ice Keeper stationed here. The scenery in front of me is indeed beautiful, but the living conditions here are much more difficult than you can imagine. The camera turned and I walked back to the brick house, placed the camera firmly on the table, and opened the only refrigerator. Netizens immediately flooded their screens with messages. There are refrigerators in the North Pole? Is this a severe cold zone? I took the last can of beer from the refrigerator, opened the pull ring neatly, tilted my head back and drank it. The cold liquid slid into my throat and I burped happily. Great! This bold move stunned the netizens. The anchor is awesome! He can drink beer in this environment. I smiled and explained. It's so cold in the Arctic that I have to use the fridge to warm up my drinks. The barrage area was quiet for 2 seconds, and then it was filled with neat ellipses and speechless emoticons. The refrigerator has become a warming box? This is too real. Netizens became more and more excited, leaving comments one after another. There's something interesting about this live broadcast room. I'm a fan. I'm paying attention too. I'll come to the sleeping class later. Anchor, the polar bear in your arms seems to be waking up. I looked down and saw that the little white bear was curled up in my arms, stretching and yawning loudly. This little guy is quite comfortable, I said with a smile. For its breakfast, I turned on the induction cooker, put on the induction pot, then went out to shovel a piece of clean ice and snow and put it into the pot to melt. This is how I get water. The ice and snow in the Arctic are not polluted and can be safely drunk after boiling. Netizens in the barrage area watched intently and exclaimed, "This is too interesting." One man and one little bear are in a small hut covered in snow. They are leaning against the electric heater, drinking hot water and making milk powder. The scene is soothing and warm. However, making goat milk powder is not as easy as imagined. When I took out the goat milk powder from the thick-sealed food bag, the little white bear had already jumped from my arms to my shoulders. It opened its big black eyes, staring at the milk powder bag and smacking its lips, looking as if it could not wait. I smiled and said, "Little guy, do you know what this is? This is called laundry detergent. If you eat it, you will spit bubbles and have stomachaches and convulsions. Don't eat everything you see, or you will get an upset stomach," I said seriously. Anyway, this is a little polar bear who has never been to school and has limited knowledge, so I say whatever I want. But apparently, my trick didn't work on it at all. The little white bear smelled the sweet milk in the air and excitedly put its round head into the bag of goat milk powder. As a result, it got stuck. Its head was stuck in the big goat milk powder carton and it couldn't be pulled out. Unfortunately, the cardboard packaging was strong and hard, and the white bear's head was round and hard. For a moment, the little bear was hanging upside down in the milk powder bag, kicking its 4 short legs in the air, but it couldn't get free at all. This scene amused the fans in the live broadcast room. They had only seen majestic adult polar bears, but they didn't expect that the cubs could be so cute. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Little guy, it's so light, and you're already thinking about stealing food." I tried to pull its head out, but it was stuck too hard. The harder I pulled, the deeper the white bear's head was pushed in. The guy was wearing a heavy bag of milk powder and tried to back away, but it only made himself more embarrassed. The comments immediately became lively. "Host, please stop making things worse." "Polar bear, thank you." "Ha ha ha, if it weren't for the anchor, Xiaobai would have kicked himself out." "Xiaobai, do you need legal assistance?" More and more netizens flocked into the live broadcast room, from the initial 20 people to 50 people, all wanting to see this silly and cute little polar bear cub. Finally, the little white bear used his short legs to push his head out of the paper shell. Wow! His furry head was covered with milk powder, like a layer of bran. The little white bear shook his head from side to side, then shook his fur like a washing machine, and finally sneezed loudly. Achoo! This scene made netizens laugh so hard that they couldn't stop, and I laughed out loud too. A warm feeling welled up in my heart with this little guy by my side. The next 3 months of ice guarding mission shouldn't be too boring. Someone in the comments asked about the whereabouts of the mother polar bear. This is also a question that puzzles me. Although I can temporarily take in a little polar bear, I still have to find its mother. After all, humans cannot teach polar bears how to survive and hunt on their behalf. Only mother bears can teach polar bears how to survive on the ice. While I was making goat milk powder, I said to the camera, "I will find the mother bear and send Xiaobai back. I hope the mother bear doesn't think I'm a bear dealer." I turned around, holding a basin of goat milk, and coaxed the little guy. "Xiaobai, come, drink milk." There were no bottles at the Arctic Expedition Base, so they could only heat milk in a thermos and feed it mouthful by mouthful with a spoon. However, the little polar bear had never seen a spoon before and thought it could be eaten, so it just ate from the spoon. With 2 crackling sounds, the metal spoon was actually bitten crooked. I was stunned. The comments in the live broadcast room also exploded. "This is still a baby. How can he be so fierce? Anchor, protect yourself. The Arctic iron-eating beast lives up to its reputation." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said to the camera, "It's over, folks. If we can't find a mother bear, and it really grows up, I might end up being its dinner." Even though the little polar bear weighs less than 2 kilograms and its teeth haven't grown yet, its bite force is already so strong. When it grows up, it will be able to bite through even steel. I began to persuade him. "Xiaobai, if you want to eat delicious food, you have to open your mouth wide, like this, oh dot." The little white bear stared at me with its round black eyes, and actually learned to open its mouth and pouted into a circle. "Be good, come and drink milk." "Ayo," it responded softly and moved its mouth closer. The little polar bear opened its mouth and made an O shape, looking so adorable that it would melt your heart no matter how you look at it. I seized the opportunity to scoop up a spoonful of warm goat milk and carefully put it into its mouth. The little guy tilted his head back and the milk slid in smoothly. Drink it! The live broadcast room was instantly boiling with fans excitedly refreshing the screen. This is an epic step! Success! The little white bear drank the first mouthful of milk. The little white bear smacked his lips, as if savoring the novel taste. The more he smacked, the more addicted he became, with anticipation written all over his eyes. Then, he obediently raised his round eyes and opened his mouth to make an "oh." "Ayo," this voice was clearly saying. "I want more!" I couldn't help but smile, and I held it in my arms, letting it nestle comfortably in my arms. I held its soft body with one hand, and continued to scoop up goat milk to feed it with the other hand. The little guy drank it happily, sip after sip, spoonful after spoonful. Outside, the north wind was howling, ice and snow covered the entire world, and the northern lights in the distance were like a dream. Inside the house, the small solar heater was emitting warmth. The little white bear and I sat huddled together by the fire, enjoying the quiet and warmth while feeding our baby. This scene is so healing! It melted my heart, it really relieved my stress. The little white bear's mouth was wet from drinking. He lay down lazily with his eyes squinted, motioning me to continue feeding him. You are so greedy and you really know how to act like a spoiled child. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and carefully wiped the wet hair at the corners of its mouth with a towel to prevent it from getting frozen. Ayo, the little white bear's voice was sweet and sticky, and he looked like he was still not satisfied. After tasting enough, he simply took one mouthful after another, so fast that my hand with the spoon couldn't keep up, and he didn't miss even a drop of goat milk. After drinking, it stretched its short legs, wiped its face comfortably, licked its fur, and then lay down contentedly. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. The little white bear patted his belly and gave you a thumbs up, affinity +20. Ding! The little white bear says he loves you very much, and entrusts the system to tell you that you need to drink more milk next time. The little white bear gives you the Arctic fruit and vegetable planting and cultivation skills, as well as a cultivation tool set. I was stunned. This was the first time a little bear had liked my post. This little guy actually took the initiative to express his love? Planting skills? Growing vegetables in the Arctic? A warm current surged into my mind, and the knowledge about Arctic vegetable and fruit planting instantly became clear. You know, the harsh Arctic environment makes growing vegetables almost impossible. Even the experts from the top agricultural science academy were helpless. The vegetables brought by the expedition team not only tasted bad, but were also extremely scarce. Long-term vitamin deficiency can lead to serious problems such as oral ulcers and even scurvy. Thinking of this, I rubbed the little white bear's furry head and said gratefully, "Thank you, little one, this is such a precious gift." The little white bear felt the warmth of my palm, rubbed my hand affectionately, squinted his eyes and let out a satisfied cry. Ayo. I touched its soft fur and my smile deepened. My stomach growled with hunger, and then I remembered that I hadn't eaten yet. I opened the can of frozen meat from the Arctic base, boiled some snow water, and made a bowl of braised beef noodles. Sitting at the wooden table, with the beautiful northern lights filling the sky outside the window, I ate with relish, eating noodles and canned frozen meat. The hot instant noodles were slurping, and the aroma filled the whole room. It smells so good, this is the delicacy from the Arctic. At my feet, the little white bear, who had just eaten and drunk his fill, was hugging my trouser legs and rolling around happily, looking so carefree that it made people laugh. The cold wind was howling outside, but the small solar heater inside the house was emitting warmth, making the space particularly comfortable. The heartwarming scene of one man and one bear was transmitted through the live broadcast camera, and netizens in front of the screen shouted, "Healing," and the barrage of comments instantly exploded. "It's so beautiful! I just broke up, and I was saved by a live broadcast. Why do I feel relieved when the anchor eats instant noodles? Host, are you still short of ice keepers at your Arctic base? Please let me sign up, just for some frozen instant noodles. The northern lights, the ice fields, and the stunning coastline. My heart has flown there. The most romantic thing is the snow falling all over the sky. A romantic documentary has automatically played in my mind. Well, is there a possibility that your environment is actually very difficult? Don't say anything. Beauty is beauty. Yes. No interruptions. The barrage area was filled with laughter and was very lively. I was full and about to get up when I felt something heavy on my trouser legs. I looked down and couldn't help laughing. The little guy actually used my trouser leg as a pillow and climbed up my legs with a "Don't worry about it" look on his face, as if it was a matter of course. It climbed onto my shoulder, shook its head, squinted its eyes, and looked proud that home court is mine, and even lay down comfortably. My shoulders felt heavy and warm, and a furry white figure was pressed against my neck, like a luxurious white fur collar. I won't be able to explain myself if your mother sees this. I thought that if a mother polar bear came and saw her child turned into a human fur collar pendant, she would definitely beat me to death. I glanced out the window guiltily. The Arctic ice field was covered with snow, and there was no one, let alone any sign of a bear. I felt relieved and thought to myself, I will find a mother for the little guy after I get familiar with the base. I waved to the camera and announced, "That's all for today. See you tomorrow. Good night, family." The comments immediately exploded. "Don't end the show. We're not sleepy. We still want to see the little white bear. Books sold by the pound, give away 20 flaming red lips. Brother Tom sends out lucky golden eggs *10. Fireworks stick *99 launching." But I said to end the live broadcast and ended it without hesitation. Nearly 100 fans across the country looked at the screen in the live broadcast room going off, sighed at the same time, and snuggled in their beds with their mobile phones, looking forward to tomorrow's live broadcast from the North Pole. After the live broadcast ended, I wandered around base 1834 wearing a white fur collar, looking for usable supplies. This base, which is in a state of disrepair, currently has only the living area that can accommodate 15 people, while the other equipment areas, storage areas, and multifunctional areas are all empty. After searching in the storage area for a while, I found a novice gift package. After opening it, I got the primary cultivation equipment for the vegetable greenhouse. The installation at the cultivation base is like a folded work of art, which unfolds quickly after being opened. Extending from the ground, extending, and extending again, a vibrant green gradually fills the multifunctional area. When I witnessed this magnificent and beautiful change for the first time, I was filled with shock and surprise. When the primary cultivation base of the vegetable greenhouse was started, a greenhouse laboratory covering only 16 square meters came into view. Although small, it is exquisite and well-equipped, comparable to the high-tech laboratory in science fiction movies. In the greenhouse, the nutrient solution nozzles for automatic fertilization are arranged neatly, the water exchange device and the electronically controlled constant temperature system are all available, the LED light auxiliary lighting system is soft and bright, and there is also an intelligent master control computer responsible for overall adjustment and monitoring. I couldn't wait to turn on the main control computer and found that the screen was full of equipment installation and usage instructions. At this moment, a magical feeling came to my mind. The skills and experience of Arctic vegetable and fruit cultivation seemed to fall from the sky and take root in my mind. Every detail was so clear, and that mysterious perception made me feel comfortable all over, and my heart was boiling. I was so excited that I immediately ran to the storage area to look for the fruit and vegetable seeds that Mr. Yen had left behind before he left. Mr. Yen once sighed and told me, "These seeds cannot germinate here. If you are really hungry, just cook them and eat them." But at this moment, I was looking forward to it more than ever before. The plan of growing fruits and vegetables in the Arctic was launched. I meticulously followed the experience that emerged from my memory, prepared specific nutrient solutions for each vegetable, and began to try soilless cultivation. The lighting time is precisely set, the irrigation rate is perfectly adjusted, and even light music is played 24 hours a day to create a comfortable growing environment for the small vegetables. The 16 square meter laboratory was instantly transformed. 5-story hydroponic racks were arranged in an orderly manner, and each planting pot was filled with specially prepared nutrient solution. Soft music hums, the sprinkler automatically sprinkles water, and the water changing device starts on time. The electronically controlled constant temperature system and LED lighting system are turned on one after another to protect the growth of fruits and vegetables. Standing in front of the crowded cultivation shed, my heart is filled with fulfillment and anticipation. I bent down and touched the little white bears around my feet, and whispered, "This will be the first vegetable and fruit cultivation shed in the Arctic. I look forward to the day when I can pick fresh fruits and vegetables with my own hands." Everything was quiet and beautiful. In the brick house, only the small solar heater was making a gentle sound. I sat at the wooden table in front of the window and began to write the Ice Keeper's diary. April 4th, sunny. Today is my first day at Arctic Research Base 1834. I wrote. There is a silly Arctic mascot here. I named it Xiaobai. I will release it after I find a suitable female bear. The dim light shines on the table, warm and soft. I lower my head to write my diary while glancing at the little white bear in my arms. It curls up and sleeps soundly. This scene is peaceful and healing. Tomorrow's task is to collect ice cores. I have planned the steps of drilling samples and separating salts with centrifuges. I will never slack off on the daily exploration tasks assigned by Mr. Yen. Although the Arctic environment is harsh, I feel extremely fulfilled when I think of the responsibilities on my shoulders. At night, the cold enveloped the cabin. I pointed all the electric heaters at the bed and wrapped myself in a thick quilt. However, even so, the temperature of -40 degrees Celsius still made me shiver. In desperation, I picked up the little white bear hiding under the couch. It was soft and warm, like a living pillow. Even though I hugged it tightly, it didn't care and even stretched its body and yawned. I buried my face in its soft belly and finally felt a little warmth, and sleepiness gradually came over me. This little guy is really my life-saving straw. I sighed in my heart and buried my face deeper. In the morning, when I woke up, I found the little white bear lying on my belly, looking at me with a pair of wet big eyes. It was guarding me quietly, just like guarding its mother bear. I couldn't help but laugh, and reached out to rub the little polar bear's furry face, and pinched its cheeks, which felt soft and plump. It's too heavy. Little thing, if you don't get up, my stomach will be numb. The little white bear then raised his head in joy, cheered excitedly, and then rubbed his face against my palm, being very affectionate. The sun is shining on its butt. The lazy guy finally gets up. I smiled and touched its head, then opened the live broadcast room. As soon as I opened the page, I found that more than a dozen fans swarmed in. I was a little puzzled. Do these fans not need to sleep? They actually stayed in the live broadcast room all the time. I adjusted the drone to prepare for the live broadcast, and then started to wash up according to the daily routine. After washing up, I changed into the thickest extreme cold windproof warm clothes, put on a thick hat and goggles, and walked to the flagpole of the base. According to convention, as a member of the 1834th Eastern Arctic Research Base, I need to raise the flag every day. Although there are few people, every step of the ceremony is meticulous. I pressed the base's speaker, and the sonorous national anthem sounded. I raised the red flag with a serious expression and saluted in a standard manner. The bright red flag slowly rose in the cold wind of the Arctic. At this moment, the number 1834 Oriental Scientific Expedition Base looked particularly solemn. The little white bear quietly watched my serious movements, and seemed to be infected by the solemn atmosphere. It stopped its usual coquettish and noisy behavior, and stood up properly, raised its furry face, looked up at the slowly rising red flag, and saluted like me. The fans in the live broadcast room were deeply moved by this scene, and the screen was instantly filled with comments. In the most northern cold land, in the uninhabited area, there are actually people like this who are guarding the ice for the country. The scientific expedition flag flutters in the wind. This red east is truly stunning. Thank you, lonely ice keeper. The national flag was raised, and I packed up my gear and prepared to leave. I looked back and saw the little white bear still standing under the flagpole. I couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobai, have you learned to salute too? Of course, the little white bear didn't know how to salute, but it tried hard to imitate my movements, raising its hind legs and standing up clumsily. It swayed for 2 seconds, then lost its balance and fell flat on its face. The little white bear looked down at his expression aggrieved and confused, and he made a soft protest, "Ayo." The live broadcast room exploded instantly, with the comments bursting with laughter. Is Xiao Bai also participating in the flag-raising ceremony? The polar bear followed the anchor. That's our country's bear. This little guy is quite patriotic. By the way, would it be okay if the giant panda heard what you said? Our national treasure, the giant panda, hasn't even learned how to raise the flag yet. Upstairs, how do you know that giant pandas can't raise the flag? If the anchor raises another giant panda, the two bears will definitely be able to team up to protect the flag. Two flag bearers? What a vivid picture! Ha ha, so cute! As soon as the fans woke up, they couldn't wait to rush into the live broadcast room, and they were not disappointed. The interaction between the soft and sticky little polar bear and the anchor healed everyone again. Watching the polar bear baby participate in the flag-raising ceremony is really the most relaxing start of the day. After the flag-raising ceremony, I packed my equipment and prepared to take little white bear with me to collect ice cores. The daily scientific research at the Arctic base involves the work of using ice drills to extract ice cores. Ice cores record key information on climate change, including data on gases, dust, and precipitation isotopes, and are an important basis for studying the Earth's climate. By the way, I also want to take this opportunity to find the mother of the little white bear along the way. After all, humans cannot replace the role of the mother bear, and I am just an intern, let alone a zookeeper. Xiaobai, let's go for a walk together. If you meet your mother, go with her, but remember to persuade her not to treat me as lunch. I lifted the little white bear by the scruff of the neck and discussed with it seriously. However, the little guy didn't understand at all. Not only did he refuse to cooperate, he also started sucking my fingers. Hungry again? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so I compromised. Okay, drink 2 cups of goat milk powder before we go. After feeding the little white bear, I carried the heavy equipment, dragged the ice retrieving machine box, and carried the bow and arrow that Mr. Yen left for me. Mr. Yen said that the scientific expedition team had limited meat supplies and canned frozen meat was difficult to swallow. If they could hunt some game, they would be able to improve their food. So, I took the little white bear and started heading to the ice core collection area. On the ice field, the wind howled, and the view was full of snow and endless glaciers. These glaciers have stood here for hundreds of millions of years, and compared with them, humans are just a tiny drop in the ocean. The magnificent and silent ice field scenery was transmitted to fans through the live broadcast camera. They marveled at the wonders of nature and felt the beauty and loneliness of the Arctic. Soon, the number of people in the live broadcast room rose rapidly, breaking through 500. This is 10 times more than yesterday. With this speed of increasing followers, it seems that I will soon become a well-known internet celebrity. I rubbed the little white bear's head and said with a smile, "Little White, do you think they are here to see you or me?" This made the fans burst out laughing. Host, don't be optimistic. Of course we are here to see Xiao Bai Bai. Who can resist such a cute polar bear baby? Anchor, could you please give Xiao Bai Bai more shots? We all want to see it. Yes, yes. If Xiao Bai Bai is willing to say hello to us, I will be full of energy for the whole day. I looked up at the camera and said leisurely, "How about I give you a shout first? See if you guys can be full of energy." Then he imitated the roar of a bear and shouted in a low voice, "Ayo." The live broadcast room was silent for a few seconds, and then laughter broke out. This. Although it's a coat, something is wrong. The rough anchor is so funny, it's definitely a healing and stress-relieving room. All the troubles of the day are gone. While chatting and joking with netizens, I set out on the road to the ice core collection site, which is a full kilometer away from the number 1834 scientific research base. Don't think that this 1-kilometer journey is as easy as the 15-minute journey in the city. On the ice field, every step is thrilling. Not only do you have to avoid dangerous sections, but you also have to walk in the howling cold wind, carry a heavy load, and be alert to emergencies that may occur at any time. It took me 1.5 hours to walk this 1 kilometer. Wow! I finally put the 50-kilogram outdoor backpack on the ground, panting with exhaustion, and said with a smile, "Damn, it's too heavy." My backpack was already heavy enough, and the mechanical toolbox I was dragging was even heavier. The combined weight of the 2 bags even exceeded my own weight, and with the thick protective clothing, it was almost suffocating me. When I looked up, I saw the little white bear walking leisurely beside me with its short legs, walking very briskly. I couldn't help but feel envious and teased him. "Xiaobai, you don't have to carry anything, it's really easy. When you grow up, if you haven't found your mother yet, you can pull the sled for me." As soon as I finished speaking, the live broadcast room exploded with comments. No child labor. The anchor is so bad, Xiaobai is so young. This bear is less than a month old, and the anchor has already targeted it. The comments were quickly posted, with netizens turning into cloud dads and cloud moms to speak up for the little white bear, and even drawing their fists. However, the little white bear did not seem to be affected, and instead looked eager to try. It slowly moved its round body, struggled to put its head into the mechanical trolley case, pressed its chest against the handle, and really started to exert force. Hi, hi, hi! The little white bear tried his best and worked so hard that 2 hairs on his forehead fell off, but the suitcase did not move at all. It was stunned, licked its paw pads in disappointment, raised its head, looked at me with a pair of aggrieved eyes, and uttered a soft cry, "Ayo!" This cry softened my heart, and the netizens in the live broadcast room also fell in love with it instantly. Anchor! No child labor! We give out gifts, and you pull the boxes yourself. Sasuke, who loves spicy pasta, give me a plain *1, and leave a message, please do your own work. Black and White Rose, give me 2 airplanes as a gift, and leave a message, my feet are frozen on the ice field. If the anchor can carry Xiaobai on his back, I will double the rewards. Yuan Huan, give away flaming red lips *99, and leave a message, a qualified anchor should learn to ask for gifts on his own. Gifts rained down on the bullet screen like crazy, almost drowning the screen. I was stunned. When I was working in the self-media industry, it was good enough to receive a few free gifts a month. Now, even though I haven't done anything, the gifts are pouring in like crazy. Is this what it feels like? I couldn't help but sigh, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Actually, I just said it casually. How can a little polar bear really work when it is so small? But then again, if it grows up and becomes an adult polar bear weighing several tons, let alone pulling a sled, it will be no problem to sit on its thick back. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but stare at the little white bear, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised, revealing a malicious smile. The little white bear noticed my gaze, looked up blankly, tilted his fat head, and asked in confusion, "Ayo?" The barrage section went even more crazy. Asshole anchor! You're plotting bad ideas again. The anchor is really full of bad intentions. No child labor allowed. Stop fantasizing immediately. I started using a hot drill to extract ice cores. There are 2 types of ice drilling tools for Arctic scientific research, hot drills and cold drills, but here, the hot drill is obviously more suitable. First, the hot drill is faster. Second, the hot drill makes less noise than the cold drill. Arctic blizzards can come at any time, and next to the glaciers are snow-capped mountains. Any loud noise could trigger an avalanche. This is why I didn't bring a hunting rifle. Shotguns make too much noise when fired. Once a snowy mountain collapses, the area within a few kilometers will be affected, and even trigger a chain reaction, affecting the safety of the scientific research base. Therefore, it is best to complete the work of taking ice cores with the quietest sound. I put on a pair of special isolation protective glasses, adjusted the hot drill, and started drilling the glacier. Beep, beep, beep. Time passed little by little. Drilling ice cores is not only a technical job, but also a job that requires patience. If you are fast, it can be done in 20 minutes. But if you encounter a hard underground ice layer, it may take longer. Fortunately, today's work went smoothly and I successfully extracted a complete and high-quality ice core. Then, I completed the measurement, registration, packaging and labeling on site, and carefully placed the ice core in a preservation cabinet. After a while, I dragged the preservation cabinet and toolbox back to the base. When I looked around, I suddenly found that the little white bear was gone. My friends, did anyone notice the polar bear next to me just now? I quickly opened the live broadcast interface and wanted to check the records. The military drone above my head was shooting with a wide-angle lens, recording the surrounding ice field. Soon, a sharp-eyed netizen commented, "When the anchor was drilling the ice seriously, a hornless deer walked by." A deer without horns? I was stunned, and then I looked down at the footprints on the ice. 2 sets of footprints were clearly visible. One set was the plum blossom paw prints of the little white bear, and the other set was hoof prints, which obviously belonged to some even-toed ungulate animal. There is a wide variety of wildlife in the Arctic: grizzly bears, Arctic foxes, Arctic wolves, Arctic hares, beluga whales, seals, walruses, and many cold-resistant even-toed ungulates. Whose hoof prints could this be? I set up a temporary waterproof tent at the place where I took the ice core and put the storage cabinet and toolbox inside to avoid the blizzard. Then, follow the footprints all the way. As I walked along, I kept muttering to myself. Polar bear cubs are naturally curious, and can't help but run over to join in the fun when they see something. Maybe that's why the little white bear got separated from its mother. Where is the mother polar bear now? I turned on the recorded video from the military drone and watched the process of the little white bear leaving. The video shows that the little guy is indeed following a hornless deer away. It keeps its head down and trots along the way, not even turning its head back, and is so focused that it makes people laugh and cry. He is such a troublesome little fellow. I couldn't help but laugh and scold. He got lost once at the mother polar bear's place, and now he is getting lost again at my place. However, this time I decided to teach the little white bear a little lesson. It must understand that following a stranger is a dangerous behavior. Even ferocious polar bear cubs can easily be defeated if they encounter a group of even-toed ungulates, such as being hit by a deer's head. But when I took a closer look, I couldn't help laughing, and my anxiety had long since dissipated. Wow, I actually ran into a wild road deer. The fans in the barrage area obviously hadn't recognized that it was an even-toed ungulate. They only saw my leisurely movements and were extremely anxious. Host, hurry up! Xiaobai is so weak, what if he gets stepped on by a deer? I am Xiaobai's cloud father, and I will not allow it to get hurt. I'm Yun's mom. I'm hoping to raise it and see it grow into a big white bear. The fans tried to persuade me in various ways, but I still stood there leisurely and even whistled. The clear sound of the whistle echoed across the vast ice field, which was particularly pleasant. I was in a very good mood and kept the rhythm while blowing the whistle. The barrage area went wild with excitement. I've swiped 10 planes. Streamer, go check it out. A rocket, please hurry up. The gifts are all yours, please stop wasting time and show them to us. Gifts flew up on the screen instantly. 1 airplane, 1 rocket, 2 Easter egg rockets. An airplane costs 100 yuan, a rocket costs 500 yuan, and the barrage area has become a sea of lavish gifts. What's even more interesting is that I didn't even say, ask for a gift. I just whistled leisurely. The anchor next door was stunned. Isn't this too exaggerated? She exclaimed. As a big anchor with 200,000 fans, how could she have seen such a scene? The dense array of planes, rockets, and gifts seemed to bombard the live broadcast room with great momentum. What she couldn't accept was that I was just a new anchor with only 500 fans, but I could get more gifts than her 200,000 fans. This gap is really devastating. At this moment, I am still as calm as ever. When the drone camera switched, it accidentally captured the road deer in the distance, stopping and looking back curiously. It seemed to be attracted by my whistle and began to walk back step by step. At the same time, the little white bear quietly poked its head out of the snow and lay there quietly observing. Its white fur blended into the ice and snow, and the silly road deer didn't notice it at all. The road deer swung its tail and ran back happily, apparently wanting to find out what was going on. Until it saw me, a tall and strong man. I suddenly stepped forward and yelled, "Drink!" The silly road deer shuddered violently and buried its head directly in the snow pile. The entire live broadcast room was stunned. Comments flooded the screen with comments. Ha! Is this wild or artificially bred? This deer, its IQ is really low. Such a stupid road deer, I'm afraid he was born to be a slacker. I was so delighted that I walked up to it, put a rope around its neck, and successfully captured this cute road deer. Catch a young deer alive and skewer it, I looked up and said with a smile. Although I pretended to look regretful, the corners of my mouth could not help but rise, and finally I couldn't help laughing. My friends, I'm sorry, this venison kebab came too easily. Ha ha. Chapter 8 is so relaxing. Silly road deer pulling a sled. No wild road deer have ever been encountered at the Arctic Research Base. Although Yen Lao and his team had homemade bows and arrows and spears, they had never captured any wild animals, let alone caught them alive. Catching wild game alive is a fantasy. But unfortunately, they were caught by Liang Jun. This damn luck. The little white bear also seemed very excited. The little fellow rubbed Liang Jun's trouser leg affectionately and coquettishly, as if asking for credit, and his round black eyes could not hide his pride. Seeing that Liang Jun ignored it, the little white bear simply sat up straight and obediently, staring at Liang Jun with its round, bright eyes, and almost wagging its tail and breathing out. But polar bears have short tails and cannot shake them. Liang Jun saw the little white bear's expression, thought about it carefully, and then suddenly realized. Xiao Bai, are you afraid that I'll be hungry, so you want to get me some meat while I'm working? Liang Jun suddenly remembered that he had complained yesterday when he was eating canned frozen meat with instant noodles. His words of complaint were, frozen meat is so hard. It would be so satisfying if I could eat fresh barbecued meat. Unexpectedly, the little polar bear took his words to heart and tried to hunt for him while he was concentrating on his work. Liang Jun was moved by this thought and felt deeply touched. The little white bear happily stood up on his short hind legs and turned around in a circle. As if to say, that's it. Look how powerful I am. I can even hunt in partnership. Hurry to the Quarren family. Fans who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but feel envious until their eyes turned red. What a filial polar bear! My son Xiaobai is so filial! He is such a filial son! I suddenly feel envious. Pets are more pets than pets. It makes me angry. I beat up the husky next to me who was destroying the house, and then it was still angry at me out of grievance. I picked up my British Shorthair and showed it the live broadcast. It told me that this was a staged photo. My Sanhua said fake news next. The live broadcast room is filled with a joyful atmosphere. Fans are healed by watching the relaxing and stress-relieving daily life in the Arctic. They also want to adopt such a well-behaved polar bear. Liang Jun picked up the little polar bear from the ice field, blew away the snow on its face lovingly, and rubbed its furry head with his big, broad hands. The little white bear enjoyed the caress of the warm big hands very much. He squinted his eyes comfortably, grinned, raised his head and chirped softly. Ayo. The little white bear likes your touch very much and expresses his love to you +1. Affinity +10. The little white bear feels very proud and feels that he has helped you, and expresses his love to you +2. Affinity +20. He also entrusts the system to give you an animal favorability binding gift pack. A mechanical sound suddenly rang in Liang Jun's mind. He was slightly stunned and felt very surprised. You can get gift packs by improving the favorability of animals. Cool. Sure enough, the little white bear was tracking the wild roe deer in order to find meat for him. He thought the little polar bear was just playing around, but he was really wrong about it. It turned out that the little guy did this so that he could eat meat. Liang Jun hugged the little white bear in his arms tighter and gently pinched its chubby cheeks. I misunderstood you. You're the best polar bear. The little polar bear's eyes lit up in surprise, and his round black eyes were sparkling. It suddenly dived into Liang Jun's arms, clinging to him happily and acting coquettishly, refusing to come out no matter what. Liang Jun muttered to himself as he opened the animal favorability gift pack. He was very curious. What will be in this favorability gift pack? It's like a blind box, which makes people feel excited. Open the animal favorability binding gift pack for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 kilograms of fresh reindeer meat, 2 kilograms of donkey meat, and 10 portions of hydroponic vegetable and fruit nutrient solution. The supplies have been sent to the base storage room designated by the host. Please keep going. Liang Jun was ecstatic. This is a supply from heaven. What's more, the favorability gift package gives him what he needs most: fresh meat. Cool. So cool. When Liang Jun thought of the tender roasted meat and the fragrant juicy venison, he was eager to go home. He wanted to return to the scientific research base as soon as possible, roast the reindeer and donkey meat in the storage room, and then eat them until he was dizzy. He's had enough of canned frozen meat. Liang Jun held the little white bear, excited and surprised. But he looked at the pitiful roe deer beside him, and the roe deer also turned to look at him. As soon as the silly roe deer made eye contact with Liang Jun, it was so scared that it quickly buried its head in the snow, shivering and not daring to stick its head out. Liang Jun was amused. Netizens in the live broadcast room were all amused. as expected of the legendary silly road deer. I heard that silly road deer are very curious. How did such a silly and cute animal survive until now? It's amazing. Liang Jun thought that he had enough fresh meat now. If the animal favorability system existed, he would be able to get a steady supply of meat from the blind box. The deer skewer in front of him was not important to him. Liang Jun took off the hemp rope around the road deer's neck and kicked the road deer on the butt. Go! Before I regret it! He let the silly road deer go. Fans in the barrage area exclaimed and showed incredible expressions. Liang Jun called the road deer small deer meat skewers, which subconsciously meant that he had already regarded the road deer as a supplementary food. But now he actually said he would release them. Wouldn't that be a pity? A scene happened that fans did not expect. Liang Jun did not expect that the silly road deer in front of him would stand in a daze on the distant ice field after running away with a da-da-da, as if it had lost its memory, and then look around blankly. In the end, the silly road deer seemed to have recovered its memory, but its expression became even sillier. It turned back stealthily, and stood not far away watching Liang Jun. The silly road deer tilted its head and came over to take a look. A sea of ellipses appeared in the barrage area. Liang Jun was also speechless. It is a miracle of nature that the silly road deer can survive to this day. Now that the venison kebabs were delivered to his door, you can't blame him for being rude. The Liang army shouted loudly and rushed forward in one leap. As expected, the silly road deer once again acted in fear and buried its head in the snow, pretending that no one could see it. Barrage area. Liang Jun. Liang Jun felt that if he didn't catch the silly road deer today, he would be letting down the heavens, the earth, and his incredible luck. He shouted loudly. Go! He had never seen such a stupid wild animal. Liang Jun took the silly road deer away. He held the little white bear in his arms, pulled the silly spoor by the neck, and returned to the temporary tent where they collected the ice core. Liang Jun used thick cowhide as a lasso and, following the noose knot of a sled dog, put the lasso around the front legs and neck of the road deer. The cowhide material is like a thick cowhide vest, which is put from the front legs of the road deer to the back and wraps part of the neck. Liang Jun used a hemp rope to pass through the holes in the cowhide vest, and a decent deer harness was made. He opened the waterproof outdoor bag and locked the folding wooden board and hemp rope together. Deer slings, hemp ropes, and wooden boards. Liang Jun used the shortest time to make a simple snow rope sled. If it were paired with 6 huskies, it would be a complete sled dog equipment. Road deer sled equipment, complete. Chapter 9. Greenhouses for cultivating fruits and vegetables are sprouting. The silly road deer is crying with greed. Fans in the live broadcast room watched with great interest. They had never seen anyone make sled equipment with their bare hands, so this was truly an eye-opener. Liang Jun packed up the temporary tent, locked the mechanical pull rod set to the sled board, and then he sat on the sled holding the little white bear. In the air, Liang Jun swung the leather rope, which whipped in the air, making a loud snap sound. Bang! The silly road deer was frightened and started running wildly. Liang Jun sat on a road deer sled and traveled across the beautiful ice field. In the picture, the ice field is vast and the northern lights flicker, which is magnificent. The road deer sled is running fast on the ice field, the north wind is whistling in the ears, and a man and a bear are shouting freely on the sled board. Woohoo! Yo-ho! Wola! The healing scenes made the entire network feel extremely relieved. The audience was so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. It's so stress-relieving. I was suddenly healed. No more talking. I don't want to work 996 every day, 9 to 5. I'm going to quit my job right now. I want to follow the anchor to the Arctic ice field. I also want to go on a road deer sled. It's such a beautiful tourist attraction. There are polar bears and road deer sleighs. Isn't that better than Santa's reindeer? I want to go too. Sign me up and add me. Do you really not feel that the host's living environment is extremely harsh and difficult, and that his road deer sled is very unsafe? I sympathize with the host very much. If I were to guard the ice alone, I would definitely be scared to tears. Don't say that. Don't say that. The anchor quickly shuts him up. Netizens were waiting for the road deer sled to overturn. But they were disappointed. Although the silly road deer was not very smart, it had a good sense of balance on the frozen ground. The road deer pulled the sled with a wheezing sound, but it did not tip over at all. Liang Jun returned steadily to base 1834 and looked at the time. It only took 5 minutes. This was much faster than his exhausting journey in the morning. Indeed, human potential is unlimited. Liang Jun had a smile on his face as he rubbed the silly road deer's not-so-bright furry head hard. Little guy, you are quite capable. You learned to pull a sled without any instruction. You are so smart. Liang Jun was a good-tempered young man, and his tone was gentle. Silly road deer seemed to understand, his long eyelashes flickered, and he even looked a little shy. It's like, when a poor student is suddenly praised by the head teacher, he will lower his head in embarrassment. At this time, a familiar mechanical sound rang in Liang Jun's mind. Arctic deer trust you +1. Affinity +10. The Arctic deer likes your compliments very much and expresses his love to you +1. Affinity +20. He also commissioned the system to give you a gift pack of reindeer meat. The Arctic dwarf deer entrustment system conveys that the meat of dwarf deer is not delicious. Please eat reindeer meat. Liang Jun was startled by the sudden mechanical sound. He originally thought that only the polar bear could activate the system's animal favorability, but unexpectedly, a wild road deer could also do it. Arctic dwarf deer? It turns out that the scientific name of this silly road deer is Arctic dwarf deer, which sounds much more reliable. Please ask the host to specify the storage location for the venison gift pack. The storage room is full. The brick and tile hut of the scientific research base was very small, just an ordinary small base. Liang Jun brought a lot of supplies and gift packages, and before he knew it, the small storage room was already full. It seems that I need to tidy up and open up a new room. Liang Jun responded in his mind. Then, put the venison gift package in the fruit and vegetable cultivation greenhouse for the time being. The reindeer meat gift pack has been placed in the fruit and vegetable cultivation greenhouse. Please check it in time. Please keep up the good work. The Liang army had meat in their hands, so they were not panicking. Unexpectedly, the little white bear just sent a bunch of fresh meat gift packages, and the silly road deer also sent a batch of meat. Now, his Arctic supply of venison was full. Very satisfying. Liang Jun rubbed the silly road deer's face, feeling both angry and amused. This road deer is not stupid. It actually knows that it is a wild deer, and even reveals that dwarf deer meat is not tasty, and specially commissioned the system to deliver reindeer meat. The desire to survive is also very strong. Liang Jun untied the cowhide lasso. The silly road deer was not shy, and curiously tilted his head to glance at the base, and then actually followed the little white bear into the base. Liang Jun walked into the fruit and vegetable cultivation greenhouse and wanted to check the reindeer meat gift package. The scene in front of him surprised him greatly. Green sprouts are appearing in the fruit and vegetable cultivation greenhouse. The cultivation greenhouse was just completed yesterday. The nutrient solution is automatically sprayed every day according to the type of vegetables, and it has its own water circulation system and LED lighting. Soothing light music echoes in the fruit and vegetable cultivation greenhouse, and the humidity and temperature are adjusted automatically. The moist seeds that were originally covered with gauze suddenly sprouted pointed green buds. There are still water droplets on the green buds, which look delicate and beautiful. The emerald green sprouts are the hope for Arctic fruits and vegetables, and a major step forward for the global Arctic scientific expedition team. Liang Jun stared at the green sprouts from a close distance, and was shocked by their tremendous vitality. Surprise! Big surprise! He was ecstatic inside, and quickly turned the live camera towards Ninya, speaking cautiously with a trembling voice. My friends, did you see that? These are the fruits and vegetables cultivated at our base number 1834. They have already sprouted. The barrage area was quiet. Even if netizens don't know about the Arctic Scientific Research Base, they understand what this means. This means that the Eastern Arctic Research Base has the possibility of producing unlimited fruits and vegetables. And this possibility is very high. It took a full 3 seconds for netizens in the barrage section to react, and they were as shocked as Liang Jun. "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" The Eastern Arctic Expedition team had always eaten canned frozen meat and raw frozen military rations. Being able to eat a pack of steaming hot instant noodles was a rare improvement in their diet. But now, Liang Jun has actually built a greenhouse for growing fruits and vegetables at the Arctic base, and has successfully grown new sprouts. These pointed sprouts can grow into vegetables and can treat the sepsis that teammates often suffer from. It can bring great help to the scientific expedition team of our country. At this moment, all the fans in the live broadcast room were in tears. Together with Liang Jun, they carefully looked at the tender buds and covered their faces with excitement. Just at this moment, something inappropriate happened. When the silly road deer smelled the scent of fresh vegetables, its eyes lit up. The road deer step into the fruit and vegetable greenhouse on their hooves, then open their wide, thick teeth, which are even-toed ungulate animals, and bite the tender shoots. Ah! Fans in the live broadcast room gasped. Hiss! Can't! Why are you still pushing your luck and getting ahead of others, you silly bastard? It's good enough that you didn't eat it. Just pull the sled well. Why do you want to snatch vegetables from others? The fans' hearts were beating in their throats. If eyes had substance, they would have stabbed this silly road deer countless times. The look in his eyes that wanted to kill a dwarf deer could not be hidden. At the critical moment, Liang Jun grabbed the silly road deer's neck and pulled it back. The tender buds that were about to reach the mouth of the silly road deer flew away, and his eyes widened. Chapter 10. Little White Bear loves you so much. Give blood. Little thing, your teeth are itchy? Go out there and chew your frozen roots, or you'll pull my sled for the rest of your life. I don't know if the silly road deer understood or not, it really refused to leave. The silly road deer stayed at the gate of base number 1834 and refused to leave. No matter how hard we pulled or forced it to move, it wouldn't go away. The little white bear even clung to Liang Jun's arm, and its 4 short legs held Liang Jun's arm tightly, like a furry pendant. Liang Jun walked to the east with the little white bear hanging on his arm, and the silly road deer also walked to the east. He walked west, with the little white bear hanging on his arm, and the silly road deer also walked west. Liang Jun. After all the trouble, the fans in the live broadcast room were overjoyed, but Liang Jun was also tired. If you want to stay with me, stay with me. Silly road deer, let's make a deal. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to keep an eye on my vegetables, you have to pull the cart for me. Xiao by your words. Liang Jun shook his arms, and the little white bear's round eyes sparkled with an expectant expression. What do you need it for? Liang Jun stared at the little guy for 2 seconds, stayed still for a while, and then sighed as if defeated. As for you, just eat, drink and sleep. Fans in the live broadcast room cheered. The polar bears they raise in the cloud are so lucky. They can lie down and eat like parasites. On the Arctic ice sheet, polar day and polar night alternate with each other. Polar day means the sun never sets and the sky is always bright, a phenomenon also called white night. Polar night means the opposite of polar day, the sun never comes out and the sky is always dark. Now it is the end of February, which is polar night, but in another month, at the end of March, polar day will begin. Liang Jun looked at his watch. According to the local time, it was already evening. After a whole day of hard work, he finally completed the daily scientific research task of collecting ice cores, as well as the measurement and sealing work. Now he can rest. The endless ice fields and the northern lights hanging in the sky flicker and create a magnificent light. This is also the only beautiful aurora view in the middle of the night. Under the northern lights, a brick cottage is ordinary yet warm. Inside the cabin, Liang Jun built a simple bonfire rack and grilled reindeer meat, donkey meat, and ordinary venison. The flames of the bonfire flickered, the little polar bear was sleeping soundly in Liang Jun's arms, and the silly road deer at the door was lying on the ground, tilting its head curiously. The flames licked the venison and donkey meat, and thick oil sizzled out. Liang Jun simply sprinkled a few pinches of salt, and the fresh and rich smell of roasted venison wafted out, and the aroma of barbecue spread. The little white bear couldn't help but twitch his nose, smacking his lips in his sleep, and then he rolled over and woke up. Liang Jun ate a simple salt-grilled barbecue and took a big bite of the roasted deer leg. The mouth is full of reindeer meat, which is chewy and delicious. Very satisfying. Delicious. So refreshing. Liang Jun took a bite of roasted venison and then slurped a big mouthful of instant noodles, feeling full of happiness. Fans were so jealous that tears were streaming down their faces. They had never thought that watching an Arctic adventure broadcast could turn into a late-night food show. What's even more terrible is that even the little white bear has become a food blogger. Liang Jun tore off a piece of meat for the little white bear. He thought the little white bear was a cub and couldn't chew it, but he underestimated the instinct of a greedy bear. The little polar bear bared its milky teeth and chewed the reindeer meat hard. It actually sucked and pulled the meat hard until it was chewed up. The little fellow was gnashing his teeth with a serious expression as he gnawed at the food. He was kicking his 4 short legs hard, struggling with a piece of venison and rolling around on the ground. Liang Jun said with a smile, "My dear family, the way Xiaobai eats meat looks like a seal." In the picture, the little white bear tucks his ears back to chew the venison. His head is bald and without ears, making him really look like a little seal with its eyes wide open. There was laughter and joy in the barrage area. Watching the Arctic food show late at night is so healing. Little White Bear's eating show is the most stress-relieving kind of eating show, and it makes people laugh uncontrollably when watching it. Ding! Little White Bear really likes the roasted venison you gave him. Like you +1+1+1+1+1. Affinity +666. The little white bear is very satisfied and says he loves you super +10. He also entrusts the system to give away the wild animal blind box skills. A mechanical sound rang in Liang Jun's mind, and he was slightly stunned. In the past, little white bear's likes were just +1, but I didn't expect that now they can also be +1+1+1+1. What a greedy little white bear. A bear that can be won over with just some simple delicacies. Liang Jun laughed in silence and responded in his mind. Open the wild animal blind box skill. He was curious about what skills the little white bear would entrust the system to send. The wild animal blind box skill has been opened for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline suppression skill. A mysterious power surged into Liang Jun's mind. He felt as if he was floating in the air. A comfortable power flowed into his limbs and bones, making him feel refreshed. Bloodline suppression, activate. He subconsciously activated his new skill. In an instant, the atmosphere in the whole room changed. It is a huge change that can be observed with the naked eye. The silly roe deer was so frightened that he jumped up and quickly buried his head in the corner of the floor, daring not to look up even if he was beaten to death. The little white bear also noticed the change in atmosphere. He looked up blankly, opened his mouth wide, and a piece of half-eaten venison fell to the ground with a pop. The system answered the host's question and said that bloodline suppression would be more effective against stronger and wilder wild animals. The enemy is strong, but I am strong. Bloodline suppression. All beasts surrender. Liang Jun quickly restrained his bloodline suppression skills, and the murderous atmosphere in the air dissipated. Good job. What a great skill! There are many hungry beasts in the Arctic, and there are 1,000-year-old snow-capped mountains nearby. He doesn't have a hunting rifle, so he takes huge risks every day when he goes out. Now, with the beast bloodline suppression skill, it is much safer. Liang Jun felt very relieved. There were many predatory beasts in the Arctic, and he used to worry about his own safety. Now, even if he walked in the wild, no beast would dare to approach him. So safe. Bloodline suppression is a good skill that is essential for home and travel. Cool. Liang Jun rubbed the little white bear's head and said, I like it very much. Thank you. The little white bear narrowed his eyes and rubbed his broad palm affectionately, as if to say you're welcome. After eating and drinking, Liang Jun hung the remaining roasted venison on the drying line at the entrance, then went into the house, dressed for sleep. The brick hut was very small, and the kitchen was even more crowded. The remaining roasted venison had no place to be placed, so it had to be hung up on the drying line. Before falling asleep, Liang Jun was thinking in his mind. The house at the Arctic Research Base number 1834 is too small. He had more and more equipment. The measuring room needed for taking ice cores was not big enough, and the greenhouse for growing vegetables and fruits was even more cramped. Someday, we need to expand the scientific research base. It would be great if we could double the base area. Liang Jun was dreaming. In his dream, he had a larger scientific research house, a 2-story building. He used one floor to grow vegetables and fruits and store frozen meat, and the other floor was used as an activity space. The drying ropes were full of various bacon, and when the north wind blew in, the bacon swayed, full of protein. I can laugh just thinking about it in my dreams. The next day, Liang Jun said good morning to his fans with sleepy eyes. But the fans rushed to tell him. The meat was stolen! Anchor! You're out of meat! The meat that was hung out to dry was stolen! Chapter 11 If you pinch the back of my neck, I will steal your hometown. Liang Jun looked at the empty sleeping bag, and his first reaction was that the little white bear had stolen the dried venison. He quickly jumped up and rushed out of the bedroom. In the hall of the brick house, the venison on the rope was scattered all over the place, but the culprit was still hanging on the rope, gnawing at the meat with his teeth. 2 white balls. One was hanging on the rope, and another was yelling fiercely on the ground. Liang Jun was still sleepy. He looked confused and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Little polar bear, how come there are 2 of you? He looked carefully and found that it was the little white bear standing on the ground and howling nervously. The little white bear was nervous and alert. He tried his best to open his mouth wide, let his fur puff up, and roar like 2 polar bears. Coat. The white ball hanging on the rope seems to be another animal. The white ball on the rope seemed to have its teeth caught by the venison. When it saw Liang Jun, it tried to get down in fear, but couldn't get down even though it kicked its legs back and forth. Damn it! The tooth was stuck on the frozen meat and couldn't be removed. Before Liang Jun could figure out what was going on, fans in the barrage section started to complain. That's the dog! This husky did it! No, it's a Samoyed! It must be some Eskimo villager's sled dog! There are Eskimo villagers and authentic Inuit in the Arctic. Although they are few in number, they also raise Arctic Eskimo dogs. Liang Jun's first reaction was the same as his fans. He thought there was a white Eskimo dog in the hall. Liang Jun stepped forward and pinched the white dog's neck. He pinched the white dog's neck, forced its mouth open, and then forcibly took it off the rope. The white dog is very light, and its second and third deciduous incisors and deciduous canines have just been replaced. It looks to be only 5 months old. He carefully identified the white dog's tail and body shape, and his expression became serious. This is not a dog. More like. At this moment, a mechanical sound rang in his mind confirming his guess. The Arctic snow wolf cub is very angry, and entrusts the system to tell you, if you pinch the back of my neck, I will steal your home. Liang Jun was both angry and amused. It really is an Arctic snow wolf. He had guessed that it was a wolf cub, but the only snow-white wolf is the Arctic snow wolf, which is a Class II endangered species with only 7,821 left in the world. It is a very precious internationally endangered wild animal. Who would have thought that while he came to the Arctic Scientific Research Base to guard the ice, he could actually capture a rare and endangered Level 2 shark alive? This is such a coincidence. Moreover, it was a Class II endangered species that had walked into the trap. Liang Jun ignored the threat from the snow wolf cub and pinched the flesh on the back of its neck to make it firmer. He pinched the back of the snow wolf's neck with one hand and opened the wildlife detection medical kit with the other. Come on, little thing, draw a tube of blood for your uncle and do some tests on your physical condition, and then I'll let you go. Liang Jun's smile looked like that of a weird uncle who kidnapped children. He held the needle in his hand, smiled, and moved closer. The snow wolf cub's eyes widened in shock, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just had. The tip of the needle glowed coldly, and it was obvious at first glance that it was not a good thing. A needle of blood was drawn. The snow wolf cub didn't dare to make a sound. Liang Jun put the snow wolf cub's blood sample into medical equipment for testing. The blood test results came out one by one, along with the precious genetic samples of the Arctic snow wolf. As per the usual practice, Liang Jun uploaded the sample data and stored the reagent containing the genetic blood in the sample refrigerator. Serum protein analysis. Computer data upload. Oriental Academy of Social Sciences receives data. Point-to-point data transmission successful. Liang Jun hit the enter key and turned to carefully observe the snow wolf cub in his hand. The snow wolf cub bared its teeth, showing its newly grown teeth and threateningly. "How dare you pinch the back of my neck? Be careful, or I will steal your home. Wait." The barrage area is full of joy. "Anchor! My dog said that the white dog in your hand is swearing, and the swearing is very ugly. Ha ha, you are really fierce." Did anyone notice that the anchor was pinching the dog's neck with his left hand and holding the little white bear with his right hand? What would happen if the anchor let the little white bear go? Didn't you see that the little white bear was baring his teeth? If the host started playing, the little white bear would definitely tear the dog apart with his bare hands. This little white bear is very capable, and he really gets things done when there's something wrong. Liang Jun held down the eager little white bear with his right hand, otherwise the little white bear would immediately fight with the snow wolf cub before he could finish the test. Although the little polar bear is young, it is quite big. Polar bear cubs are large, thick-furred, and firm-fleshed. They belong to the bear family and are wild. Snow wolves are about the same size as gray wolves. Although this snow wolf cub is 5 months old, it may not be able to beat a white bear cub in a fight. Liang Jun held a little guy in one hand and looked at the camera in a helpless manner. "This isn't a dog. It should be the snow wolf cub that got lost from the wolf pack." As soon as he said, "Snow wolf cub," a huge wave of controversy broke out in the live broadcast room. Snow wolf. Snow wolf, a Class II endangered species? Internationally endangered species. Extremely rare Arctic snow wolf? The entire live broadcast room was shocked. Thousands of miles away, the editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine was also following Liang Jun's live broadcast room. When the editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine saw the live broadcast, he immediately stood up, looking excited and unable to calm down for a long time. "This is a wild snow wolf cub." National Geographic magazine enjoys a global reputation, representing authority, science, and quasi-officiality. It is more like an encyclopedia than just a magazine. Now, the editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine stood up excitedly, and quickly sent a private message to Liang Jun. "Dear Anchor, could you please take a group of rare photos of wild snow wolves and publish them in our magazine? There will be a great reward." After sending the private message, the editor-in-chief of the magazine was very excited and his expression was full of anticipation. Photos of wild Arctic snow wolves. He could already imagine how much attention this photo would generate, and how his magazine would be able to reach a new level. But what he didn't know was that Liang Jun didn't pay attention to the private message. Because his live broadcast room is already full of private messages. His number of fans has reached 800. Many fans sent him private messages, and he had so many unread messages that he couldn't reply to them all. 99 plus unread messages. This happens every day. Ding ding ding, private message came. Liang Jun seemed not to hear it. He pinched the snow wolf cub's neck and continued to smile at the camera. "This cub is quite wild. I will release it soon, and then start the morning flag-raising ceremony as scheduled. It ate a piece of my reindeer meat, and I took a tube of its blood for testing. It's even, all right." The private message sounds in the background continued to jump, and Liang Jun continued to chat and laugh. The editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine was very anxious. He scratched his head, wondering if Liang Jun didn't read the private message? If the wild snow wolves were really let go, what would happen to the photos of the Arctic snow wolves he was looking forward to? What to do? Is there any way to contact Liang Jun? Is there any way? The editor-in-chief of the most powerful international magazine was so anxious that he pulled his hair out, just to get Liang Jun in the live broadcast room to reply to him. Chapter 12: Satellite Tracking Collars Locate Snow Wolves. The Liang army released the snow wolf cub. He checked the window frame and found that the wolf cub had lifted the window from the bottom with its head, and then got into the house through the gap. Now, the north wind was still pouring into the house through the window, and the whole room was more than 10 degrees colder. How naughty! Go out, and don't come here again. Liang Jun decisively placed the snow wolf cub at the door and let it leave on its own. The editor-in-chief of National Geographic was so heartbroken when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that Liang Jun would actually let him go if he said so, and he didn't even take a single photo? Fans in the barrage section expressed their heartache and even accused Liang Jun of treating them differently. Liang Jun took the polar bear back to the house as a pillow, but actually let the Arctic wolf go. Such a double standard. Liang Jun laughed loudly, exhaling white air. My friends, did you see the satellite tracking collar on the snow wolf's neck just now? This is an adjustable collar. As the snow wolf grows, the collar will automatically adjust to the right size for it. Snow wolves belong to wolf packs, unlike polar bears. Food is scarce in the Arctic, and in order to find food, Arctic wolves will follow their prey and migrate across an area of more than 2,600 square kilometers. The fans were slightly stunned. Liang Jun did put a satellite tracking collar on the snow wolf. It turned out that Liang Jun's release of the snow wolf was also part of an Arctic scientific expedition to record the ecology of Arctic animals. Liang Jun opened the log book and added records. Today, I began recording the Arctic activities of a snow wolf for tracking research. According to data sent back by satellite tracking collars, in the dark winter in the Arctic, the temperature dropped to -70 degrees Celsius. In such a harsh environment, wolves traveled hundreds of miles to multiple places in order to catch food. We want to understand how Arctic wolves survive the winter in such an extremely cold environment. How far do they have to travel to get enough food to survive until the arrival of the Arctic spring? The small solar electric heater rotates to warm the cabin. The little white bear lies on Liang Jun's legs. In the cabin, the sound of Liang Jun writing in his diary can be heard. Quiet and beautiful. The fans quieted down, looking at the quiet Arctic cabin, and their moods also returned to peace and tranquility. This is a day in the life of an Arctic scientific researcher, and an extremely ordinary day. Everything is filled with peace and warmth. So healing. After Liang Jun finished recording, he put down the diary and started the flag-raising ceremony. The red flag rose slowly, whistling in the north wind, and the atmosphere at the Arctic Eastern Scientific Expedition Team 1834 base was solemn. After the flag-raising ceremony, Liang Jun was about to start today's scientific expedition mission, but he was stunned when he turned around. At the door of the brick hut, a white snow wolf cub was still sitting there, staring at him with a righteous look. Liang Jun was both angry and amused. Are you still relying on me? Hurry back to the wolf pack. Otherwise your parents will think I'm a child abductor and tear down my house. The Liang army shouted twice and drove the snow wolf cub away. The snow wolf cub looked unconvinced. It snorted, looking back every few steps, then walked into the howling snow and disappeared. The fans in the live broadcast room were very sad. They know that snow wolves belong to the Arctic nature, but they still want to see snow wolves every day. Anchor, when will Snow Wolf come back? I really want to see the big wolf tear down a house. I want to see it tear down your house. I swear I won't leave the live studio until I see the second half of Snow Wolf. The Snow Wolf will definitely come back, and it will destroy the anchor's house again. Fans were reluctant to see Xiaolong leave, so Liang Jun had to open another log. He retrieved the notes left by his previous expedition teammates from his computer. Family. Recording the survival tracks of Arctic animals is also part of Arctic scientific research. We at Base 1834 also happened to encounter a pack of Arctic wolves a few years ago. 3 years ago, one of my teammates tracked a snow wolf named Prussia. From the activity trajectory map of this Arctic wolf, it can be seen that on the route from Ellesmere Island to Axel-Heiberg Island, this wolf followed the wolf pack for 80 miles, about 128.7 kilometers, and then returned along the same route. The round-trip time took a total of 84 hours. In the cold winter, hibernating animals sleep comfortably, but Arctic wolves are constantly on the move. In order to get food, they have to travel back and forth between many places over long distances. Full of professional terms, it impressed the fans. They didn't expect that the snow wolf could run so far in order to survive. Fans were shocked. However, Liang Jun narrowed his eyes and frowned for a rare time. Wait, why is the activity trajectory of Snow Wolf Prussia 3 years ago so different from that of last year? The atmosphere froze. The air was filled with tension. The fans' hearts also began to rise and they became nervous. Liang Jun frowned, recalled the past survival trajectory of the Prussian snow wolf, and his tone became more and more serious. 3 years ago, Snow Wolf Prussia traveled 84 hours and 128.7 kilometers back the same way. In the first half of last year, the Snow Wolf traveled back and forth for 140 hours and covered 274 kilometers before returning. In the second half of last year, this Snow Wolf traveled 270 hours and covered 539 kilometers. This year's data is... Fans held their breath and stared at Liang Jun on the screen. This year's data is 0. The barrage area was dead silent. Fans were shocked. 0? How can it be 0? I ran so much the year before last, and doubled last year, but it's 0 this year? Liang Jun's tone was serious, and his expression was extremely solemn. This snow wolf named Prussia should be dead. Fans were shocked. The Arctic snow wolf recorded by the scientific research base died. What was the cause of death? Liang Jun sighed. Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising, land is shrinking, and food is becoming scarce. Food is becoming increasingly scarce. The Arctic climate is rising year by year, glaciers are melting, land is decreasing, animals are migrating, and the environment is getting worse day by day. The environment squeezes the living space of the snow wolf. The fans felt very sad. What can they change? Liang Jun changed the subject and spoke in a light tone. As long as they follow the migration of reindeer herds, wild snow wolves will not starve to death. Wild animals have their own set of survival rules. Why should we worry about them? We have to expand and reinforce our base today. Otherwise, I will freeze to death in the Arctic before the snow wolves starve to death. He pointed to the dilapidated brick hut that was crumbling in the biting north wind. Only then did the fans feel relieved. They will definitely see the snow wolf cubs again. They will definitely. Liang Jun's task today is to expand the brick and tile hut. He held the little white bear and drew several expansion plans. Others suggested that he learn from the Eskimos and build an igloo with his bare hands. Liang Jun drew the model of the house to be expanded and built. There is no problem with the igloo being used as a temporary residence. But we have a lot of scientific research equipment. When they are in use, the temperature is very high, which will melt the ice in the igloo, and the equipment is at risk of being damaged. Some people even suggested that he just build a wooden house, a low, pastoral forest-style house made of wood. Liang Jun walked outside and pointed at a huge tree in the snow. There is only one kind of tree in the Arctic, and that is the willow. You want me to cut willow trees to build a cabin? The camera is aimed at a giant tree. Fans were stunned by the tree that was the size of a fingertip. So small? It is only 5 centimeters high and almost touches the ground. He calls this a tree? Chapter 13. The brick and tile hut is completed. The oriental courtyard stands. A 3-centimeter tall, towering tree. The fans were dumbfounded. Liang Jun laughed out loud. This is called the Arctic willow, and it is the smallest tree in the world. But no matter how small the Arctic willow is, it is indeed a tree, with leaves and a trunk. The roots of the Arctic willow grow horizontally in the surface soil and can be as long as more than 10 centimeters. Without drooping willow branches, flowers will bloom, and even when the flowers wither, catkins will float. The flowers and plants in the Arctic all grow on the ground, are short, and are less than a foot tall. Arctic willows that rise more than 3 centimeters above the ground are considered towering trees. The fans became more and more interested in hearing the strange science popularization. Everything in the Arctic is extremely new to them. Even an Arctic big tree is interesting enough for them to explore for a long time. Another amount of weird and useless knowledge has been added. I just like following the host to explore the Arctic, as if I had gone to the Arctic myself. The anchor is a walking encyclopedia, he knows everything. Liang Jun changed his cheerful expression and became serious. Okay, Xiao Bai, we have to clean up the mud in the warehouse today. Expand and build a brick hut. The little white bear excitedly stood up its short hind legs and chirped with joy. Jacket. Fans were all amused by the little white bear. The anchor is building a cabin, and a polar bear cub can help? But what they didn't expect was that polar bears could actually help, and help a lot. Liang Jun dug out the loess piled up in the warehouse. This was the old foundation of the scientific research base. The loess was very sticky, also called mud. Mixing the loess with the Arctic frozen soil left pure and fine powdered clay. Liang Jun exhaled cold air and poured hot water on the pile of mud. Soon the hot water turned into ice water, and he quickly pulled the little white bear and the silly road deer up and stepped on it repeatedly. The little white bear stepped happily, and together with the silly road deer, they made the mud very soft. Liang Jun then held a lump of clay in his hands and smashed it into the box. There were 2 grids in the box. He then used a bowstring to cut along the surface of the brick box, picked up the brick box, turned it upside down on the flat ground sprinkled with plant ash, and gently lifted the brick box. Brick making was completed. Next comes the brick kiln construction. He cleaned the old brick kiln and cleared out a semicircle about 15 feet high. He then lined it with adobe bricks and built a cylindrical brick kiln with a diameter of 3 meters, with a furnace trough and fire hole at the bottom. After the kiln is fired and soaked, the bricks are completed one by one. Knocking on the bricks can make a crisp, dong-dong sound. Liang Jun looked at the bricks that he had worked so hard to get, and felt very satisfied. The fans also smiled with satisfaction. It is a miracle that bricks can be made in the Arctic by doing it yourself. Liang Jun began to build brick and tile huts with bricks. He ground limestone, clay and coal, added water and stirred them, chatting and laughing for the camera. I used all the skills I learned playing house in my hometown in the countryside when I was a kid. With these materials, cement can be made quickly in the field. He mixed limestone, clay, and coal together, and began to build the hut layer by layer of bricks and cement. The fans watched with rapt attention. This is not Arctic scientific research, but Arctic survival. They actually saw people building their own houses in the Arctic, which is simply a miracle in the history of human survival. Liang Jun began to expand and build the hut. Originally, the scientific expedition team had a brick and tile house on one side, but he left a snow courtyard in the middle and built a brick and tile house in the east, south, and west directions. The houses on all 4 sides enclose a courtyard in the middle, forming a mouth shape. A few days later, in the picture, the houses on all 4 sides form a mouth shape, firmly protecting the courtyard in the middle. The courtyard is quiet and peaceful, and the north wind cannot blow in. Fans in the barrage section said that he looked familiar. Such a familiar house structure, how come it looks a bit like? The answer is obvious in the barrage area. The editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine had not left yet, as he was still eager to see Liang Jun take pictures of wild snow wolves. A peculiar house structure stunned the editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine. Oh my God! What kind of house is this? The house built by Liang Juncho is not an Arctic-style igloo, nor is it a wooden house commonly used in Western scientific expeditions. Instead, it is a square-shaped house. The foreign editor-in-chief was dumbfounded. Liang Jun picked up the little white bear and put it into the windless courtyard. The Arctic wind howled fiercely, and there had never been a place outdoors that was draft-proof. But now, Liang Jun's small courtyard had done just that. The courtyard is draft-free, warm and quiet. The little white bear trotted excitedly in the windless courtyard, surrounding the silly road deer and trying to nibble on its feet. The silly road deer was also very excited. It has been accustomed to cold winds since it was a child, but now it has come to the Liang Army's Arctic base, with green leaves and a windless courtyard. So comfortable. Liang Jun introduced to the camera. This is a simplified version of a small courtyard house. I am far away in the Arctic, and I often miss home. So I built a unique Oriental-style house. When people see the house on our base, they will think of home. The drone zooms out. The scenery of the north is vast and boundless, the ice fields are crystal clear, and the northern lights flicker in the sky. A courtyard brick and tile cottage with a unique Oriental charm stands on the vast frozen soil of the ice field. A warm stove is lit in the brick cottage, so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off it. This is a unique courtyard in the Arctic. The new Arctic Scientific Expedition Base Number 1834. The fans in the live broadcast room were so excited that they stood up, their eyes shining, their expressions intoxicated and yearning. It's so beautiful! It's so beautiful! It's so beautiful! The base hut in a foreign land, with a red flag flying, has a unique oriental beauty. Healing and stress relieving. The fans were very excited, and more fans stayed in the live broadcast room. It actually exceeded 1,000 people. Liang Jun didn't expect that he just built a house extension, but so many netizens would like to watch it. Moreover, they watched it all day long without taking their eyes off it. Liang Jun laughed. I built a house and there were so many people watching. If I were to sit on the edge of the frozen ocean and fish, wouldn't the crowds watching be crazy? The fans are even more excited. What? In addition to building houses, the host can also go fishing on the ice floes in the Arctic Ocean. They definitely need applause to add to the popularity. At the same time, the editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine found relevant information pictures of Sihewan. Western editors were shocked. The Oriental courtyard has a square shape and a very regular layout, reflecting the concept of the round sky and square earth. He raised his face in surprise. Oh God! The round earth and square sky structure can just block the raging north wind, while the central courtyard of the quadrangle can provide a safe outdoor sampling environment. There is no north wind and no blizzard. It is definitely an excellent natural model for building an Arctic base. Western scholars looked shocked and even more respectful. I didn't expect that the wisdom of the ancient Orientals was so profound that it was even brought into the Arctic scientific research base by the younger generations from the East. Oriental's number 1834 scientific research base in the Arctic is definitely the scientific research base with the most scientific architectural structure. Chapter 14's editing became a hot topic, and Liang Jun's name became popular on the internet. Liang Jun looked at the square brick and tile house in the courtyard and felt a sense of accomplishment. This is a unique courtyard belonging to Oriental base number 1834. This is the new house he spent several days and nights building. Light and spacious. The little polar bear rolled around in the middle of the yard in surprise, covered in snow. The little guy rolled around in the snow excitedly. The courtyard was protected from wind and blizzards, and the tall brick houses around it gave him a very safe feeling. Ding! Little white bear really likes the house you built. Like you +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Affinity +666. The little white bear is very satisfied and says he loves you super +10. He also commissioned the system to give him a high-quality carpet, 2 tons of anthracite, and a power reserve device. Please ask the host to designate a storage room to receive gifts. Little white bear expresses love. Liang Jun laughed happily. He knew the little one would love it. The little white bear even sent a surprise gift package. He responded in his head. Then, use the west wing as a new storage room. Liang Jun expanded the base, and he tripled the size of the vegetable and fruit cultivation greenhouse. He also obtained an extremely spacious warehouse and a larger and more comfortable bedroom. He converted the east wing into a spacious bedroom and kitchen, and built a warm kong. Anthracite burns under the hot kong, using a back-flowing dragon design. The fire from the bottom of the big pot in the kitchen will enter the kong along the pipe, make a circle in the kong, and then be discharged to the outside through the kitchen chimney. The Arctic base is too cold. We sleep on the big kong at night, and the kong's surface is very hot. Liang Jun lay comfortably on the warm kong, without even needing a sleeping bag. Guys, this bed is so hot, I'm almost getting a heat stroke. After Liang Jun finished speaking, he scooped a cup of clean ice and mixed it with sugar, chewed it, and lay on the warm kong to eat the smoothie. Fans in the live broadcast room were delighted with the sight. Oh my God! Is this the joy of the North Pole? It's freezing outside, but the anchor is lying on a warm bed eating a smoothie. It's so calm. It makes me want to travel and explore the Arctic. Please, host, please offer a package for the Arctic tour for 888. More and more netizens flocked to the live broadcast room, and the popularity of the live broadcast room increased rapidly. Also attracted by the name of Arctic Live are former researchers from the Antarctic Scientific Expedition Team. When the former researcher of the Antarctic Scientific Expedition team entered the live broadcast room, he was stunned for a moment. Is this the Arctic Scientific Expedition base? A spacious and well-proportioned courtyard base, a heated kong, and a lush greenhouse for growing vegetables and fruits? What's even more terrible is that the Arctic Research Base actually allows pets. In the picture, Liang Jun is recording the scientific expedition log while stroking the little white bear in his arms. The little white bear squinted its eyes in enjoyment and tilted its furry head back. If you didn't look carefully, you would think it was a big cat. Former Antarctic Expedition member, this. Hiss. This. Their Antarctic scientific research environment is harsh and inhospitable, but now, on the other side of the blue planet, the Arctic Scientific Research Base is having enough food and clothing? They are both scientific expedition teams, so why is there such a huge difference in the environment? The former Antarctic Scientific Expedition team member was so envious that he wanted to cry. If his Antarctic base could have the conditions of Arctic Base number 1834, he would never retire. In the live broadcast, Liang Jun finally finished recording the scientific expedition log. He put down the diary, looked up at the frozen meat hanging on the drying line in the kitchen, and fell into deep thought. He spoke with regret and sighed heavily. Are we going to have roast reindeer for supper tonight? I'm a little tired of eating. The former Antarctic Scientific Expedition team members in front of the screen were shocked. What did he hear? How can anyone get tired of eating barbecue? This is a very rare and precious protein in extreme climates. When he was in Antarctica, he had to eat frozen steamed buns and potatoes, which broke his teeth. But Liang Jun actually disliked roasted venison? This. Although both are polar expeditions, the joys and sorrows of the Antarctic and the Arctic are not the same. The former Antarctic Scientific Expedition team member was so envious that he cried. At night, Liang Jun was lying on the warm kong playing with his cell phone. He connected his phone to the satellite wireless signal, then started playing with the phone while holding the little white bear in his arms. It was a very ordinary scene, but it made fans feel very excited. Do Arctic Scientific Expedition teams also use mobile phones? Do the scientific expedition team members also do the same as them, surfing the internet and watching TikTok before going to sleep? A sense of familiarity emerged in the fans' hearts. Liang Jun was playing with his phone when he saw something very interesting. He swiped his phone and a popular video clip appeared on the screen. The majestic background music and brisk drum beats can suddenly lift people's spirits. There is no retreat. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, 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 thump. In the edited video, he waved goodbye to the shuilong, and then there was a scene of him alone guarding the ice for his country. In the icy and snowy weather, a man and a bear solemnly raised the flag, with serious and solemn expressions. He dragged the heavy testing equipment to collect ice cores and do testing alone. He alone maintained the safety of the Oriental Scientific Expedition Base number 1834. He drove away the evil wolves, rebuilt the infrastructure, and protected a country's base by himself. The majestic background music makes people's blood boil. Liang Jun watched the video clip on his phone and couldn't help but get excited. This video editing is really well done. But this protagonist looks familiar. The person in the picture is himself. Some netizens actually edited his live broadcast footage into a video, added music to it, uploaded it to the entire internet, and it became a hot search. Now, Liang Jun's name has become popular all over the internet. Liang Jun tried to open the Weibo app. Sure enough, a piece of news about the ice keeper in the north became a hot topic. In the hot news, he cultivated vegetables in a greenhouse, and green sprouts appeared on the vegetables and fruits. He held his ground at the Arctic station and slowly raised the flag. With a determined expression, he drove a road deer sled and rushed to various ice core monitoring points in the Arctic. People's Daily reposted the hot search video. Guangming Daily liked and forwarded the article. Youth Daily liked and forwarded the post. International Radio Station reposted and commented, "Salute to the most beautiful ice keeper." After the central media liked and commented, netizens lined up and flooded the screen with positive comments. "Salute to the most beautiful ice keeper." Liang Jun rubbed his eyes after seeing the comments scrolling across his screen. wondering if they were true. He rarely sees uniformly positive comments and likes in the news, and there isn't even a single negative comment from keyboard warriors. Liang Jun thought about it and replied using the registered account of the live broadcast platform. Thanks for the media likes. I'm just an ordinary ice keeper. After he sent this message, he closed the live broadcast room and went to sleep. There are many ice keepers in the scientific expedition team. The Arctic Eastern Scientific Expedition Base has 2 main stations and 4 branch monitoring points. The Antarctic Scientific Expedition Base has 5 main stations and 7 branch monitoring points. He was just one of many ice keepers. Nothing special. Before going to bed, Liang Jun was thinking about the scene of driving away the wolf. In the clip, netizens call the 5-month-old snow wolf cub a evil wolf. He released the wolf cubs back into the wild on the ice field. Netizens edited the clip into "The ice keeper tenaciously drives away the evil wolves," which made him laugh out loud. Sure enough, the power of netizens is invincible. If he has the chance to encounter a wolf cub again, he will definitely pinch the back of the wolf cub's neck to show it to netizens. They actually call the cuddly wolf cub an evil wolf. Chapter 15. The snow wolf cub came to steal the house. The next morning, Liang Jun woke up to find his cell phone vibrating. The news broke. He felt a little strange. Usually the phone was so quiet that no one could make a sound even after a few slaps. But why was it so noisy today? Liang Jun turned on his phone with sleepy eyes and found a long string of at. In the WeChat group, a group of friends and family at him. A group of fans in the live broadcast room sent private messages to at him. There are also countless likes and private messages. Liang Jun rubbed his sleepy eyes and clicked into the live broadcast room. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he was stunned by the surprisingly huge barrage of comments. As soon as the anchor started broadcasting, thousands of netizens flocked into the live broadcast room. The number of people in the live broadcast room increased like crazy, and the value kept jumping. 3,500 people. 14,400 people. 39,567 people. The exponential jump in the number of people made Liang Jun wonder if he was still dreaming. He was an unknown little anchor yesterday. How come he became an internet celebrity today? As many as 50,000 people crowded into his live broadcast room, happily giving him various VIP gifts. I saw the anchor himself. It looks exactly like in the edited video. Wow, there's a little white bear. The little white bear is even more photogenic than in the video. I also found it from the trending search. In the comment section of the trending search, it's really the video creator himself. I also saw the host's big hot bed. It's warmer than the hot bed in the hot search, and it's smoking. Liang Jun looked back. Wow, the hot Kong was not smoking, but it was burning the white bear's fur. The white bear rubbed against the warm Kong and was reluctant to get off. The pads of his feet were almost bubbling. Xiao Bai, aren't you a polar bear? Polar bears like a warm bed, right? The little white bear shook his thick white fur and refused to work. He raised his little face proudly and lay on the head of the Kong with a righteous look, refusing to get down. Who doesn't like a comfortable and warm bed? The fans were amused by the interaction between Liang Jun and the little white bear, and their spirits became even higher. Some people also asked why the evil wolf disappeared. When will the wolf appear again? Liang Jun burst out laughing. This group of netizens are still concerned about the snow wolf cub. He estimated that the snow wolf cub has now found its parents. Liang Jun entered the Weibo account and was shocked when he saw it. His message on Weibo was forwarded and commented on by thousands of people yesterday. One person even pointed out the key point. It was this anchor. The message he left on his account yesterday pointed netizens in the direction of the live broadcast room. Liang Jun became famous. His name became popular all over the country, and various big verses rushed to repost his videos, and they were all proud to get his comments. However, Liang Jun didn't care about this. He just wanted to quietly share the scenery of the Arctic with netizens all over the country. He could also chat with netizens to relieve the loneliness of being alone in the north. Liang Jun played with the little white bear for a while, fed it a bowl of milk, then he also drank a cup of goat milk powder, and then started raising the flag as usual. The bright red flag is raised on the lonely ice field for thousands of years, showing the fiery red color, which makes people's blood boil. Fans across the internet were surprised and deeply moved. Sure enough, watching the live broadcast in person is more moving than watching netizens editing. The ice keeper in the clip is diligent and conscientious, day after day, guarding the lonely ice field for thousands of years. Hardship without knowing it. Countless netizens shed tears. Touched. After Liang Jun finished his routine tasks, he returned to the brick and tile courtyard and found that something was wrong. The courtyard was in disarray, sleeping bags were scattered on the kong, frozen reindeer meat had fallen, and even the little white bear's bowls were upside down on the ground. My house was robbed. In just a few moments, the bedroom turned into a toilet, and the house was demolished. Alarm bells rang in Liang Jun's mind. There is an enemy at the scientific expedition base number 1834, and it was suddenly attacked. Netizens in the barrage area were also very nervous. They stared at the screen as if they were the ones whose homes had been robbed, and their hearts were beating in their throats. What to do? Was the base robbed by an unknown group? Could the testing data and equipment be stolen? Are they the local Eskimos of the north? Or the indigenous Niwins? Or was it a scientific expedition team from another country? Here to mess things up? Liang Jun walked around the messy base, carefully identifying footprints on the snow. He looked at the palm and footprints that looked like plum blossoms, and walked along the courtyard into the bedroom. He said seriously, "It's an unexpected guest." Fans in the barrage section became even more nervous. They quickly called for the drone's second live broadcast angle to be brought out, wanting to monitor from high altitude to see who was so bold as to trespass into Oriental Scientific Expedition Base number 1834. The drone's second live broadcast perspective was called out. Zoom in, and zoom in again. An unconvinced little guy appeared in the surveillance screen. Netizens were stunned. At the same time, the Liang army had arrested the culprit. He pinched the snow wolf cub's neck and lifted it up high. The snow wolf cub was still the wolf cub with a face full of rebellion. Its neck was lifted up by fate, and it could only kick its legs hard in the air. Its expression was still solemn, and it looked like it was going to die bravely and unyieldingly. There was a piece of foam box from which the wolf had been demolishing the house sticking out of its mouth. The live broadcast room was silent for 2 seconds. The next moment, the entire barrage area burst into laughter. The wolf is back. I didn't expect this to be revenge from the evil wolf. New netizens don't understand the situation yet, but old fans have already explained it to them. This snow wolf cub came in to get free food and drinks. The anchor took a tube of its blood for testing, and it still holds a grudge. It knows how to destroy the house. Could this be the ancestor of the husky? The bloodline suppression that destroyed the family? If you dare to pinch the back of my neck, I will steal your old home. Ha! So cute! This time the snow wolf cub has become a lot smarter. It kicked its legs hard in the air, broke free from Liang Jun's shackles, lowered its ears, and ran into the snow and ice with its feet spread out. After stealing the house, run away. The fans were thrilled to watch the show. They laughed and guessed how the host would punish the disobedient wolf cub. Some netizens began to place bets, speculating whether the snow wolf cub ran faster or the anchor ran faster. Netizens overwhelmingly bet on the snow wolf cub to run faster, because the ice field is the home of the Arctic snow wolf, where they can run wildly and release their summoned wildness. But they were wrong. In the live broadcast, Liang Jun sat on a roe deer's sled with a little white bear wrapped around its neck. He controlled the military drone to hover in the sky, then suddenly whipped the air and shouted, "Go!" The silly roe deer pulled the sled and ran wildly across the frozen ground of the ice field. The drone's perspective captured the beautiful and vast scene. The vast ice field stretches as far as the eye can see. A guilty snow wolf runs at full speed, panting heavily with his tongue hanging out. Behind the snow wolf, an Arctic dwarf deer pulls a sled and gallops out of the herd's super strong legs. The snow wolf cub runs fast, but the Arctic deer's sled is even faster. Liang Jun whipped his whip in the air, increasing the momentum of the pursuit, and shouting loudly, "Woohoo!" The little white bear coiled around Liang Jun's shoulders and neck, taking advantage of the tiger's might, and also followed Liang Jun in howling fiercely and savagely. Coat. One man and one deer cart, with a domineering aura and full of momentum. The magnificent and majestic Arctic scenery made netizens feel refreshed. Cool! It's so beautiful! It makes me feel a lot more relaxed. The ice field pursuit scene is extremely relaxing. It makes countless urbanites feel happy. They seem to be in the icy and snowy northern frozen land, following the host to chase the inexperienced and playful wolf cubs. The picture is relaxing and refreshing. Chapter 16, Elegy for Life. Howl of Wolves from the Icefield. The snow wolf cub was frightened and ran even faster, but he was very tired. Finally, the snow wolf cub ran so hard that its legs weakened, and it let out a long whimpering sound as if begging for mercy, as if someone had stepped on its tail. The snow wolf cub begged for mercy, and it dived into a pile of snow, buried itself in a snow cave, and disappeared. The Liang army stopped the road deer chariot. He cautiously stepped off the sled and walked around the snowdrift. He then pointed to animal footprints in the frozen soil of the ice field and made his conclusion to the live camera. There is an adult snow wolf in the snow cave. The live broadcast room is quiet. Netizens gasped. Are there adult snow wolves? A fierce and sturdy adult wolf? Does the anchor really want to face the wolf with his bare hands? The atmosphere began to become solemn. To go or to stay? Netizens' palms were sweaty as they waited nervously for Liang Jun's decision. Anchor, retreat immediately. Yes, Anchor, this is a full-grown wolf, and your expedition team didn't provide us with hunting rifles. What if you don't leave and wait to be fed to the wolves? Fans anxiously shouted at Liang Jun to withdraw quickly, but Liang Jun had a different opinion. Firstly, he now has the bloodline suppression skill, which gives him a natural suppressing effect on powerful wild animals. Secondly, the footprints at the cave entrance only go in but not out, and they are very shallow. This means that even if there is an adult wolf in the cave, this wolf has been in the cave for a while and has not left the snow cave. It is very likely that it is injured. As an adult, he might not be a match for a wolf cub and a wounded adult wolf. There were wild wolves around the Scientific Research Base 1834, which was an unsafe factor in itself. He wanted to see what kind of wolf it was that had been wandering around his base. Liang Jun walked into the snow cave. The fans were so anxious that they held their breath and dared not even make a sound. Sky. The Liang army did what they dared not do. If a wild wolf appeared in front of them at this moment, let alone going in to take a look, they would definitely run faster than the sprint champion. Liang Jun walked into the snow cave step by step. Outside the cave, the silly road deer was looking around curiously, blinking at the deer, and staring at the snow cave, not knowing what was happening. The little white bear has already assumed an attacking posture, with its white fur exploding all over its body. Liang Jun slowly crouched down and walked into the snow cave, and a strong smell of blood hit him in the face. Sure enough, there was wolf hair here. Although Liang Jun guessed that there might be injured animals, he was still shocked and gasped when he saw it with his own eyes. An adult female snow wolf had a large gash on its chest so deep that the bone was visible. The wound was infected and festered, turning black. The internal organs are turned inside out, and the exposed organs are frozen by the cold. The injured snow wolf fell stiffly in the snow cave, its limbs straight, and its whole body tense and stiff, with no sign of life left. He has been dead for many days. Most of the stiff body was frozen into ice, and the blood on the ground dried up and turned into blood ice. The snow wolf cub whined and nudged the adult snow wolf with its nose, trying to get under the snow wolf's belly to find warmth. The wolf cub was like an orphan who had lost his home, with grievance and confusion in his eyes. Why did the mother ignore it? Why didn't the mother respond when she heard it calling? Did it make its mother angry again? The barrage area was dead silent. The live broadcast room was completely silent. On the screen, there was only the howling north wind outside the snow cave and the wolf cub's painful and shrill groans. The snow wolf cub wanted to wake up its mother, but it couldn't. Liang Jun fell silent. He rubbed the little white bear's furry head, then lifted the snow wolf cub by the back of its neck. The wolf cub no longer has a mother. No wonder it was so hungry and came to rob the house every few days. The wound on the female wolf's chest was so deep that the bone was visible. It was probably caused by the reindeer antlers. Hunting with wild predators is also full of dangers. Whether it is African wildebeest or Arctic reindeer, their sharp horns and hind hooves can deal a fatal blow to predators. Many snow wolves die from hunting every year. Now there's one in front of Liang Jun. Netizens stopped typing on their keyboards, and the atmosphere became solemn and austere. They don't even know what to comment on, and even the most accurate comments are disrespectful to nature. Liang Jun held the snow wolf cub by the scruff of its neck and sighed towards the camera. Orphan wolf. The only thing we can do is to help the mother wolf bury the snow cave. Bury the snow cave and cover the body to prevent it from being chased and eaten by predators. This is how human civilization comforts the dead. Netizens looked at the screen and unanimously did not refresh the message. They watched quietly as the Liang army buried the snow cave. In the picture, Liang Jun was digging the ice and snow with a shovel, carefully filling the snow cave firmly. Shovels of ice and snow fell, covering the mother wolf's breath and her stiff body. Wow! Ice and snow covered the body of the mother wolf, which was the deepest tribute to the wild and undead spirits of the Arctic. The snow wolf cub seemed to have sensed something and understood something at that moment. It howled sadly towards the sky. The howling of the young wolf cubs gradually became low and hoarse, echoing for a long time in the vast ice field. Terrible, sad. An elegy for life from the Arctic. Netizens burst into tears. They looked at the snow wolf cub with tears in their eyes and hissed and howled, and their hearts ached as well. They hoped that the anchor can take in this orphan. At the same time, they were also worried about the little white bear. The little polar bear, like the snow wolf cub, is a wild cub wandering around the Scientific Expedition Base 1834. Could it be that the mother of the little polar bear is also? Liang Jun responded to the comments in the barrage. Family, as long as I am at Arctic Base 1834, I will pay attention to the various messages left by the mother polar bear. I will not give up any hope or clues. Please rest assured. Never give up on any Arctic orphan. He will definitely give the little white bear a clue to find his mother. Netizens shed tears again, and they sincerely hoped that a miracle would happen to these orphans. Just at this moment, the call of the wild comes from afar. The low and hoarse wolf howl responded to the snow wolf cub in the vast and distant distance. Wolf howl! It's the howl of an adult wolf. Liang Jun's eyes were bright. Netizens were so excited that they stood up. It's the howling of a wolf. They used to be very afraid of the howl of wolves, but now, they look forward to hearing it more than ever. Soon, wolf howls could be heard from all directions. On the other side of the ice field, the howling of wolves could be heard one after another, and they were approaching at a very fast speed. Wolf howling is a unique way for wolves to communicate. Each wolf's howl has its own characteristics, and the wolf pack can distinguish the identity of the other party from different howls. The wolves are approaching. The wolves are getting closer. The silly road deer finally reacted with its confused eyes. It was so scared that it shook and quickly buried its head in the snow. The little white bear hugged Liang Jun's arm tightly, and the wolf howl summoned out its most primitive wildness. The little guy bared his teeth, his snow-white fur flying, not afraid at all, and even waved his short arms, wanting to fight with the wolves. Netizens were anxious and nervous, and more people advised Liang Jun to run away quickly. Anchor, although I am happy that the wolf cub can call out the wolf pack, I feel that you are about to become a dish to eat. Anchor, how can you be sure that this group of wolves is the wolf cubs? If it was a strange wolf pack, the wolf cub would definitely be torn to pieces. Host, I think the little white bear you brought with you is not very smart, and this stupid road deer is just trying to cover up his mistake. It's over. The anchor hasn't run away, and neither has Xiao Bai and the silly road deer. Is it that the animals that one raises resemble each other? The fans were so anxious that their scalps were tingling. In their opinion, no matter whether the wolves that came were a pack of snow wolf cubs or not, the Liang army could not escape the fate of being torn to pieces. Chapter 17. This man is good to be with. He really pulls the hair out of the Wolf King when he meets him. There were waves of high and low wolf howls nearby. The snow wolf cub was very excited, and raised its head and howled a few times. Compared with the howl of an adult snow wolf, the howl of the wolf cub is more like a subtle accusation, accusing the grievances it has suffered during this period. Liang Jun. He didn't abuse the wolf cub, but it sounded like the wolf cub was complaining. Fans in the live broadcast room were more worried about Liang Jun's situation. They also heard that the wolf cub was complaining and swearing, and his swearing was very ugly. Someone shouted at the anchor to run away. Liang Jun was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke to the camera. A wolf can run at a speed of up to 67 kilometers per hour, which is about 19 meters per second. Judging from the location of their calls, they were about 800 meters away from me, which is about 30 seconds. The barrage section was in collective silence. 800 meters can be run in just 30 seconds? How long can they run 800 meters in the physical education test? Comparing their running speed with the Arctic wolf? The fans also fell silent. It's not that the Liang army didn't want to run, but they couldn't run away, so they just gave up. They were even more nervous and anxious. The Wolf King was getting closer and closer, but the anchor could only lie down and play badly. Soon, the ice and snow seemed to be moving in the picture. It was not the ice and snow that was moving, but the snow-white and agile adult snow wolves running fast on the ice field, surrounding the Liang army in a moment. There were more than a dozen adult snow wolves, covered in silver fur, with a sturdy body and strong muscles. They bared their sharp fangs and roared in a deep and horrifying way, as if they could tear people to pieces in the next second. A dozen adult snow wolves suddenly appeared in front of Liang Jun. Netizens were so scared that they held their breath and dared not even breathe. It seems like they are the ones surrounded by wolves. Liang Jun held the little white bear and looked directly at the adult snow wolves with a serious expression, trying to identify which one was the leader. There must be an alpha wolf in a snow wolf pack. Only the alpha wolf is qualified to give birth to wolf cubs with its partner, so who is the father of the snow wolf cub? Liang Jun was still holding the snow wolf cub's neck in his hand. The wolf cub was furious, kicking its legs in the air, trying to twist its neck to bite Liang Jun. But Liang Jun's technique of pinching the back of the neck was very mature, and the wolf cub twisted his neck several times but failed to bite. The entire wolf pack watched as Liang Jun lifted the wolf cub by the scruff of its neck. Their calm and cruel eyes sank, revealing a fierce light, and their eyes tore the Liang army to pieces countless times. The barrage section was filled with crying sounds. You can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to stab someone. In front of the Wolf King, Liang Jun actually dared to lift the wolf cub by the scruff of its neck. It was like someone was beating up a kid right in front of a big, strong man. But Liang Jun's expression was very calm. Wolf King, which one is the Wolf King? It was very dangerous to face wild wolves in the wild. He had to use his bloodline suppression skills to subdue the wolves, and bloodline suppression became stronger when facing a stronger opponent. The target of suppression could only be the Wolf King. At this moment, a unique adult snow wolf walked slowly from the wolf pack to the front of Liang Jun with steady steps. Wherever the Wolf King passed, the wolves bowed their heads and made way. The leader wolf's white fur was silvery in color, and its eyes looked down upon everything with great arrogance. Its calm and cruel ice blue eyes are as deep as a lake, and the long scar at the corner of its eye is its medal of glory. Arctic Wolf King. The moment the Arctic Wolf King appeared, the air froze. Liang Jun paused for a moment. All the fans on the internet paused for a moment. So amazing! They were still guessing which wolf in the pack would be the Wolf King. Now, when the Arctic Wolf King came out, they knew without any guessing that this was the Wolf King. An arrogant and cold temperament, a solemn and majestic aura. It seemed that anyone who had the thought of disobeying it would be torn to pieces on the spot. So cool! If it wasn't about to eat me the next second, I would have wanted to rub its head. Oh my God! It's breathtakingly beautiful. It was only after I saw the wild Wolf King that I realized that the snow wolves in the zoo are soulless. Nature's uncanny workmanship, hiss! Netizens were shocked by the majestic aura of the Arctic Wolf King, but they were also trembling because they knew that Liang Jun was going to be eaten. Not only Liang Jun would be eaten, but also the little white bear in his arms and the silly road deer behind him with its head buried in the snow pile would all be eaten. Someone has called the police. But the police were powerless. We can't control the Arctic. Just as fans all over the internet were trembling, Liang Jun stared at the cold and cruel eyes of the Arctic Wolf King. Bloodline suppression, activate. The enemy is strong, but I am strong. Bloodline suppression. All beasts surrender. Instantly, the Arctic Wolf King slowly blinked, and his cold ice-blue eyes flickered. He looked at Liang Jun with surprise and a hint of inquiry. Liang Jun knew that this was the effect of blood suppression. The Arctic Wolf King did not behave in a hostile manner. Liang Jun was also very nervous, but he was going to give it a try. If he couldn't defeat this group of Arctic wolves today, he would be used as food, so he had to take this step. In the picture, Liang Jun took a step forward and walked in front of the Arctic Wolf King. The Wolf King was very tall and strong, and his height was not less than that of an adult male. Liang Jun stood in front of the Arctic Wolf King, like a weak and helpless piece of bacon. Then, Liang Jun slowly stretched out his hand and touched the noble head of the Arctic Wolf King. The picture freezes. The entire live broadcast room was dead silent. The fans behind the screen opened their mouths wide in shock, with their mouths opened into an O shape. Fuck! 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 They were so shocked that they thought they were blind. How could they see Liang Jun actually stretched out his dirty hands and rubbed the head of the Arctic Wolf King? This is the proud and cold overlord of the snowfields, the Arctic Wolf King. The ultimate terrifying wolf pack leader. But now, they clearly saw that Liang Jun stretched out his hand and rubbed the Arctic Wolf King's head comfortably. The top brother in the live broadcast room list, Omega. Editor-in-Chief of National Geographic magazine, O. All fans? They were extremely shocked. What shocked them even more was that Liang Jun not only touched it, but also pulled out the Arctic Wolf King's shiny silver-white fur from top to bottom. Liang Jun was rubbing his dirty hands on the white hair and praising it. It's so soft. Comb it's for every day, it feels so silky. Netizens were shocked and confused, and even felt a little envious. How could they be jealous when someone could pull the Wolf King's hair with bare hands? Under the suppression of blood, the Arctic Wolf King narrowed his eyes, and still enjoyed Liang Jun's touch. When Liang Jun rubbed the right place, the Wolf King even pressed his huge face into Liang Jun's palm, and pressed it tightly. The barrage area was completely silent. Netizens just want to say that their husky asked them to convey that this is fake news. After Liang Jun rubbed the Arctic Wolf King, he also launched blood suppression and rubbed all the adult wolves in the Arctic Wolf pack one by one. Each wolf put its palm close to Liang Jun's and placed its huge dog head into Liang Jun's broad hands. The scene looked as if the Liang army was part of a wolf pack. Netizens were stunned, and the snow wolf cub was even more stunned. Chapter 18: Crisis of Arctic Wolves. Precious video materials. The snow wolf cub also wanted to complain to the Wolf King, accusing Liang Jun of pinching the flesh on the back of its neck. The Arctic Wolf King walked up to the wolf cub with steady steps, picked up the flesh from the back of the wolf cub's neck, and stuffed it into Liang Jun's hand. The cold, ice-blue animal eyes flickered with a hint of tenderness and pride. It seems to be saying, "This is my baby, isn't he cute?" The snow wolf cub was still kicking in the air, accusing the Wolf King of having his elbows bent outward, but his protest was ineffective. The wolf cub returned to the hands of Liang army. The wolves surrounded the collapsed snow cave and sniffed, and they understood something. The Arctic Wolf King walked to the snow cave solemnly, sniffed twice, and dug out his lover's body. The north wind was bleak, and the huge crack on the mother wolf's chest made the wolf pack fall into silence. Silence, grief, and depression. The wolves were silent, but they had to accept that this was the cruelty of natural survival. The Arctic Wolf King let out a low, high howl toward the sky. The huge wolf pack followed the Wolf King and howled loudly in pain, as if they were crying to the sky and bidding farewell to the departed souls of the tribe. The ice field was endless, and the entire field was filled with the low and high howls of the wolves, which sounded like tears and complaints. Oh! Oh! The howls of wolves echoed in the glaciers and snowfields. This was nature's most cruel yet tender elegy. The wolf's howl, which sounded like tears and complaints, moved countless netizens. I cried when I heard it, really. I was afraid of the howling of wolves, but for some reason, I burst into tears when I heard it. Wolves are really emotional animals. They only have one partner in their lifetime. The Wolf King must be feeling very uncomfortable. Such a large wolf pack must have gone through several battles for territory to form a large population, which requires more food to be consumed. In the icy and snowy land, where can there be so much food for the wolves to consume? But don't wolves hunt together? Why is the female wolf left alone? Netizens were moved by the wolves' sincere feelings and were deeply touched. Liang Jun was deeply moved as he listened to the mournful wolf howls. The mother wolf was alone. It could be because of a territorial dispute among the wolf pack, or it could be because the mother wolf was alone with her cubs during the migration with the wolf pack. There are too many reasons. We don't have satellite images of the wolf pack, so we can't infer why the female wolf was left alone. But we know one thing. That is, female wolves rarely give birth to only one cub. The cubs should have had brothers and sisters, but they all died during the migration. During the polar nights of the Arctic, wolves must keep up with the migration of reindeer. Otherwise, if the reindeer migrate away and the wolves fail to keep up, the entire pack will fall apart due to lack of food and eventually starve to death. Now that the caribou migration has ended, the wolves have not kept up with the even-toed ungulates. They are. Liang Jun didn't say anything else. The netizens all understood what was said and were terrified. The wolves did not keep up with the migration routes of the herbivores, so they would lack food throughout the polar night season and would starve to death. But why didn't the Arctic wolves keep up with the migration routes of herbivores? Not only netizens have doubts in their hearts. The editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine was also full of questions. As a mysterious and rare overlord of the ice sheet, the Arctic wolf has always been the target of zoologists' research. However, due to the lack of biological sample collection and species recording images in the Arctic, few zoologists can study the Arctic wolf. Now, Liang Jun is in the Arctic. Liang Jun put the satellite positioning collar on the Arctic Wolf King. The collar can automatically adjust its tightness to avoid the trouble of strangling the neck. It can also transmit satellite images in real time and transmit high-definition on-site images as data. In short, biological imaging film. After Liang Jun put the satellite positioning collar on the Wolf King, several big shots in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. The first person to bubble up was the magazine editor. "Host, I'm Evan, the editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine from America. I would like to send you a private message and ask you to send me high-definition images of Arctic wolves." Liang Jun didn't even look at the comments. Netizens were already laughing. Most of the people in the live broadcast room are keyboard warriors. Some people can say he is the editor-in-chief of a magazine, and some people can say he is Bill Gates. The request from the editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine was drowned out by countless comments. He felt aggrieved and wronged. As the editor-in-chief of America, why was it so difficult for him to contact a small anchor in the East? Several officially certified golden names also appeared in the barrage area. World Animal Conservationist Jack Jones, "Liang, please contact me officially. We need your high-definition video materials." James, the organizer of the International Endangered Species Forum, "Mr. Anchor. For God's sake, we need your first-hand information on the snow wolf." Forbes, president of the Western Panda Club, "Please upload the Arctic wolf data to my official forum. There will be a big reward." One after another, certified international official Gold V contacts Liang Jun. Netizens were stunned. They originally thought that Liang Jun's influence was only domestic, but unexpectedly, international organizations began to target Liang Jun. These people with the Golden Big V certification are officially certified organizations for live broadcasts. The fact that they approach Liang Jun shows that Liang Jun's influence is unlimited. Netizens are all proud and happy for Liang Jun, and they encourage him from the bottom of their hearts. But what netizens didn't expect was that Liang Jun ignored all the official comments from the Gold V. Liang Jun saw the rows of English names and glanced past them without even raising his eyes. This makes the internationally renowned Gold V agency extremely depressed. They are well known and glorious in the world, so why can't they get a chance to work with the little anchor from the East? Liang Jun gave them a cold shoulder. Liang Jun said seriously to the camera, "I am the 1834th Ice Keeper at the Eastern Expedition Base, and a regular trainee on the expedition team. All the data I collected belong to Dongfang and our country's scientific expedition team. If there are any organizations that want to take advantage of the situation, please turn left. The data of the scientific expedition team is strictly confidential, whether it is ice core sampling data or high-definition biological image data. These are unique to the scientific expedition team and need to be submitted to the Academy of Social Sciences for summary and become part of the comprehensive national soft power. It is a pipe dream for some foreign organizations to want to take the scientific expedition team's data for free. The editor-in-chief of International Geographic magazine was not convinced, and he hit the barrage hard. Anchor! Science has no borders! Netizens thought it made sense and were unable to refute it. Science really has no borders. Liang Jun glanced and said lightly. But scientists have national boundaries. The entire network is silent, and the barrage area is dead silent. The magazine editor was stunned. Science has no country, but scientists have borders. The data of the Oriental Expedition Team belongs only to the East. This is the result of the Expedition Base Number 1834 and the result of the Oriental Arctic Expedition Team. Chapter 19. Wolves entrust their orphans to their care. Very touching. Liang Jun, with his own strength, silenced the barrage area. Netizens shrank their necks, all intimidated by Liang Jun's momentum. They only thought of one thing: never mess with the ice keepers of the scientific expedition team, especially in ice keepers like Liang Jun who could touch the Wolf King's head. The Arctic wolves began to leave one after another. The Arctic Wolf King sniffed his lover's body reluctantly and looked at Liang Jun with complicated eyes. At this time, Liang Jun felt that the eyes of animals were very human. Although they were animals, they could actually communicate through their eyes. He could see that the Arctic Wolf King was reluctant to part with the wolf cub. This is... Why not? Liang Jun still had the snow wolf cub's neck flesh in his hand, but the cub was still kicking and twisting its legs in defiance. However, the Arctic Wolf King made an unexpected move. The Arctic Wolf King turned back and forth, then trotted away from a distance with something in his mouth. A broken object with a cold edge. Liang Jun was bowed by the wolf head, and then he found that the Arctic Wolf King put the object into his palm. Liang Jun looked down and saw that it was a broken wolf's tooth. The left canine of the Arctic Wolf King is broken, which should be the wolf fang that was broken during the recent fierce battle. Sharp fangs are very important to the Wolf King, they represent honor and dignity. Now, the Arctic Wolf King actually presented the most important thing to Liang Jun. This made Liang Jun feel heavy in his heart, as if he had a heavy weight in his hand. The Arctic Wolf King must have something important to ask for. What could it be? The Arctic Wolf King looked at Liang Jun with his cold, arrogant and cruel ice-blue eyes. He lowered his noble and arrogant head, touched the ground with his front knees, and slowly knelt down. The entire wolf pack followed the Arctic Wolf King's posture, lowered their knees in unison, lowered their proud wolf heads, and slowly knelt down. A snow wolf slowly lowered its head. The two snow wolves slowly lowered their heads. A pack of more than a dozen wolves knelt down slowly in rows and bowed to the Liang army at the same time. At this moment, the wolves on the ice field bowed down, and the momentum was shocking. On the boundless ice field, crawling were a group of proud and noble glacier overlords, who lowered their heads to express their submission and plea to the Liang army. The majestic scene of the wolves bowing down made netizens gasp. The picture seems frozen. They had never seen such a shocking scene. The wolves lowered their dignity and knelt down, which was extremely visually impactful. What are these invincible Arctic snow wolves praying to the Liang army? The Arctic Wolf King rubbed the snow wolf cub reluctantly, then looked at Liang Jun deeply, and finally left without looking back. The wolves followed the Wolf King and left. A wolf travels 1,000 miles in just a moment. The vast silence returned to the ice field, the howling north wind and the flickering northern lights set off this noble northern land. Only the footprints in the snow showed that there had been a large wolf pack here. But now, the traces of the wolves are slowly disappearing in the ice and snow. By the time the snow wolf cub recovered, it had already been handed over to the Liang army by the Wolf King, and the wolf pack had left. The snow wolf cub pricked up his ears and was confused. Liang Jun was touched. Entrust an orphan to someone thousands of miles away. The Arctic Wolf King must have something he was determined to do, and it was something extremely dangerous. That's why the Wolf King would travel thousands of miles to entrust his orphan to someone else and offer his most precious fangs. Liang Jun strung the wolf tooth drill on a metal chain and wore it as a necklace. The wolf tooth pressed against his skin, making him feel unreal, and he agreed to the Wolf King's request to take care of him. Liang Jun pinched the snow wolf cub's neck with one hand and carried the little white bear on his shoulder. "Wolf cub, your father entrusted you to me. He must have something very important to do, and he is very dangerous." The snow wolf cub struggled hard with his legs, unconvinced. It didn't understand why the Arctic Wolf King gave it to the two-legged beast, but it knew that it was left behind by the wolf pack, who left it behind because they thought it was a hindrance and a burden. Oh. On the ice field, the snow wolf cub was helpless and furious, but it could not escape the fate that Liang Jun was holding on to. Liang Jun lifted the snow wolf cub onto the road deer sled and then headed back to the scientific expedition base number 1834. When Liang Jun got on the road deer sled and left, he heard a familiar mechanical sound in his mind. "The Arctic Wolf King thinks you've taken good care of his cubs, and thanks you +1. +1. Plus. Affinity +10. The Arctic Wolf King asks you to continue to take care of his cubs, and entrusts the system to give you an Arctic gift package." Liang Jun was slightly stunned, then he was ecstatic. It turned out that the Arctic Snow Wolf King was still watching him not far away. He thought the wolves had gone far away, but in fact the Wolf King was still worried and didn't leave until he was sure that he had taken in the wolf cub. What kind of dangerous thing is the Snow Wolf Pack going to do? What kind of extremely dangerous thing would make you entrust the cub to him? Liang Jun became even more curious. He could observe the movements of the Arctic wolves from the high-definition images captured by satellite positioning. He really wanted to see what kind of decisive battlefield the Arctic wolves were preparing to go to. "Open the Arctic gift bag." Host request detected. Now open the Arctic gift pack for the host. Congratulations on winning the Arctic Advanced Windproof Goggles, Graphene Clothes-Fitting Quick-Drying Warm Wetsuit, Non-Fluid Specialty Warm Windproof Tights, and Optical Cable Fiber Signal Amplification Equipment. Please keep up the good work. Liang Jun was overjoyed. He entered the Expedition Base 1834 as an intern, and could only apply for a few professional supplies, so he could only use the remaining protective supplies of the regular team members at the base. But now, the supplies in the Arctic gift pack are even better and more high-tech than the equipment of the high-level expedition captain. Cool. Liang Jun hurried into the storage room and put on the equipment he got from the Arctic gift pack. He put on the high-level protective gear, a non-fluid quality warm windproof tights, and high-grade Arctic windproof goggles, and stepped into the ice and snow. Good job. You will feel warm all over, and the clothes have self-heating fibers, which can block the wind and keep you warm, and you can move comfortably and freely. He even suspected that this was not the Arctic, but the warm town of his hometown. So comfortable. Liang Jun turned on the optical fiber signal amplifier, and the satellite network signal was instantly full. His mobile phone and laptop had full signals, and the network was extremely fast. Not to mention contacting the main site, now he even dares to use Blu-ray HD when playing movies. Liang Jun was very happy. He turned the electric stove to the highest setting and started to roast reindeer meat. While eating the barbecue, he chatted with netizens. There was a barrage that caught his attention. "Host, I found that life in Arctic scientific research is pretty easy. All you have to do is drill into the ground to get ice cores and rescue some wild animals every day. I can do it." The experts in the barrage section are online, and they feel that they are doing well again. Liang Jun ate the roasted reindeer meat with big mouthfuls and laughed heartily at the sight. My friends, guarding the ice in the Arctic is not as simple as guarding the ice. Chapter 20. The name of intern number 3713 causes a sensation in the Academy of Social Sciences. Taking ice cores is only one indicator of climate monitoring. We also have to regularly go to the locations designated by each substation to monitor the climate. We study how the atmosphere affects glaciers, how glaciers feed back to the atmosphere, and how glaciers and the ocean interact with each other. We study the Arctic by observing the interaction of these multiple spheres. In addition to monitoring the climate and mountains, we also need to record animal images and obtain rare samples of Arctic animals. Liang Jun opened the freezer and shook a tube of blood. This is a sample of little white bear. This tube is a sample from a wolf cub. We regularly conduct blood gene tests and upload animal sample data and imaging materials to the headquarters, and then the Animal Research Group of the Academy of Social Sciences conducts behavioral research on Arctic animals. Netizens suddenly realized. It sounds like things are still very complicated and the work is very busy. There is another group of know-it-alls in the barrage section who think they are good enough. The anchor hasn't encountered any accidents yet. Life in the peaceful Arctic is wonderful. It's just a little busy at work. I can talk about it if I get paid. After eating the barbecue, Liang Jun held the little white bear and fed it a bowl of milk, then threw a piece of roasted venison to the wolf cub. His eyes sank, his expression rarely looked serious, and he spoke slowly. Family, this is the Arctic, and the absence of accidents is an accident. The words fell. Netizens fell silent, pondering the meaning of Liang Jun's words. No surprises are accidents. In the extreme Arctic climate, the Arctic environment is almost completely isolated from the Earth. The impact of any negligence in work will be multiplied at this time. If there is any problem in communication, power generation, or food preservation, it will be a severe test of survival for the wintering team members. Liang Jun's expression rarely became serious. Any mistake would be a disaster for the team members stationed at the base. The barrage area is quiet. Netizens looked in awe. Not everyone can be an ice keeper, someone has to be responsible for guarding the ice. The ice keeper takes on the responsibility of guarding the entire base by himself. This responsibility and pressure are so heavy that everyone feels awe. The north wind outside the base window suddenly howled louder. The strong and sharp Arctic cold wind made the window frames rustle. Liang Jun quickly jumped up and checked all the doors and protective measures of the base. He spoke slowly in a very serious tone. The snowstorm is coming. The little white bear's ears stood up and he raised his face alertly. The snow wolf cub pricked up its ears and looked for a place to hide. Finally, it managed to burrow its head under the belly of the silly road deer. The silly road deer became even more nervous, and it put its deer head into Liang Jun's bed. The three little guys huddled together stupidly, and none of them dared to go out. Liang Jun didn't dare to go out easily. Snow and ice chaos. Arctic blizzards can come at any time, with winds as strong as the most terrifying sandstorms. According to the latest climate monitoring data, the blizzard reached the second highest warning level and the avalanche level in the nearby snow mountains was level 4. In the extreme climate of the Arctic, blizzards are extremely terrifying and can tear all animals apart and devour them in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. The winds in the snowstorm were getting stronger and stronger. The entire window frame shook violently. Liang Jun had no doubt that the window frame would shatter in the next second and the north wind would tear his face mercilessly. Netizens were so terrified that they hid in their beds. It's so scary! Scared to tears. The anchor never said that the extreme climate in the Arctic can eat people. Who dares to go out on this day? Anchor, let's do a live broadcast indoors today. There's a reason why there are so few animals in the Arctic. If it were me, I'd be extinct in a matter of minutes. Netizens were afraid to go out. Liang Jun looked worriedly at the sudden change in weather outside and had no plans to go out. He rubbed the little white bear's broad head and sighed. Today, we'll just do the interior work. We contacted headquarters to report on the recent ice guarding work. Netizens are very curious and excited. They could even hear Liang Jun reporting on his work? How bizarre. Liang Jun adjusted the satellite communication radio and started tuning the frequency. With a zilla sound, the radio station on the other end was connected. Arctic Expedition Base 1834 calling headquarters. Hello, this is Arctic Expedition Base 1834 calling headquarters. After the sizzle noise from the other side, a calm female voice appeared. The female voice was calm, magnetic and very pleasant to hear. Base 1834, please speak. This was Liang Jun's first time making a work report. He was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. How did Dad make work reports in the past? Liang Jun rubbed the forehead of the little white bear in his arms and hesitated for a while. It was the female voice on the other side that first noticed something was wrong. Calling the unmanned ice station at base 1834, which member of your expedition team is stationed at the base? Liang Jun noticed that the atmosphere was a little awkward. The other party felt something was wrong, and he was not happy with his report. Base number 1834 is an unmanned ice station, the full name of which is Arctic Sea Ice Air Unmanned Ice Station Observation System, and it is applying for an unmanned station. But now, the unmanned ice station has an additional guard, which makes the headquarters very confused. Liang Jun replied. Replying to headquarters, intern number 3713 is stationed at base 1834. There was silence on the other end of the satellite radio for a few seconds. Liang Jun felt that the other side should be retrieving the base information. After checking with the main station opposite, a calm female voice said, Intern number 3713, do you need supplies? Intern number 3713, please do your best. If you encounter any difficulties, please inform headquarters in time. Due to the recent blizzard, the climate monitoring mission can be postponed, and the collection of animal image data can also be delayed. Although communicating through the radio, Liang Jun could also feel that the female voice on the other end was worried and concerned about him. This gave him a warm feeling in his heart, as he was alone in the north. Liang Jun said, Base 1834 does not need supplies for the time being. Now let's start reporting on this week's work. Upload animal sample image data, climate monitoring data, and ice core measurement specimen data. Detailed data is transmitted back to the domestic headquarters via the satellite network. Please wait while data transmission begins. Transfer was 100% successful. Finish. Liang Jun waited for a long time, but the woman on the other side didn't speak. But what he didn't know was that the headquarters of the Academy of Social Sciences had been shocked by the data sent back by Liang Jun. At the headquarters of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, the operator was shocked by the detailed data sent back by Liang Jun. Leader, these are the real-time detection data from the Arctic Base 1834. Including climate, glaciers, rare animals, and geographical ice cores. The detailed data and rich coverage shocked the headquarters of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Didn't the scientific expedition team from the Arctic Station 1834 just return home? Who are the scientific expedition members stationed at number 1834 now? Who stayed behind? Reporting to the leader, yes, it is intern number 3713. He will be responsible for guarding the ice for 3 months. Number 3713. Intern. An intern is stationed at the Arctic Research Base. This shocked the academicians of the Academy of Social Sciences and the head of the headquarters. A task that could only be completed by 15 members of the scientific expedition team, but now an intern has managed to do it all? This makes countless senior scientific expedition team members ashamed. All the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences gasped in shock. The whole hospital was shocked. An elder said with a serious and moved expression, Turn on the video. Chapter 21, Living Data, or the kind that is particularly greedy. Liang Jun was waiting for the female voice from the front desk to speak. The female voice was steady and magnetic, which reminded him of a queen. He scratched the little white bear's chin out of boredom. The little white bear squinted its eyes and lay comfortably in his arms, enjoying himself very much. Xiaobai, the young lady has a very nice voice. Sister Yu, there is also a bit of steady magnetism, TSK, I like it. The little white bear chirped caringly. Jacket. Luan's family likes it too. But Liang Jun knew that judging people by their voices was unreliable. A girl with a nice voice could be 200 pounds. Or she could be a macho man with a lowly voice. The young lady from CCTV who can work in the system of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences can at least have her children help out with the cooking. No chance. Liang Jun was feeling regretful when suddenly a video started playing on his scientific research notebook, which scared him. Oh shit! If you say video, then video. It's scary to meet in person suddenly. The person appearing in the video is an elderly person. Liang Jun was still wondering where the lady with the royal sister-in had gone. Number 3713. Here. Leader! The elder in the video has gray hair and a serious expression, and he looks intimidating without even getting angry. Number 3713, are the images you submitted recent? Liang Jun was serious, like a good boy reporting his homework to his teacher. Reporting to the leader, these are first-hand video data collected yesterday and today. They are absolutely true. The elder opposite paused, his expression slightly stunned and filled with disbelief. The animal video footage submitted by Liang Jun includes not only the rare polar bears and Arctic dwarf deer, but also the internationally endangered wild animal Arctic snow wolf. What makes the data even more valuable is that Liang Jun also provided samples for genetic analysis. In other words, Liang Jun, a scientific research intern, was able to draw a tube of blood from a wild animal in the vast and harsh conditions of the ice field. This is an absolutely impossible task for the scientific expedition team. Just when the expression on the opposite side was extremely solemn, Liang Jun picked up the little guy in his arms. The little white bear coiled around his shoulders and neck like a thick white scarf. It opened its pink little mouth and yawned comfortably. The snow wolf cub had his neck pinched, but he still refused to accept the result and kept cursing. Liang Jun smiled sincerely. Leader, the data is absolutely true. If it's not enough, I can contribute some live data, the kind that's particularly greedy. In the video, the snow wolf cub is magnified. The snow wolf cub was lifted up by the scruff of its neck in front of the camera, its round little eyes bulging out with a confused look on its face. The air is quiet. The video freezes. The entire Academy of Social Sciences was shocked. There are 18 scientific research bases under the name of the Academy of Social Sciences. There are 2 main stations and 4 substations in the Arctic, and 5 main stations and 7 substations in the Antarctic. But these stations have never collected data on wild organisms. It's a living wild elf from the Arctic. All the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences covered their mouths in disbelief. It was unbelievable. The elder's voice was trembling. Be careful, put it down quickly. Don't crush the precious Arctic wildlife, he meant. These extremely rare and endangered wild Arctic animals are so precious that you would be afraid of them melting if you hold them in your mouth, or falling if you hold them in your hands. But what he didn't expect was that Liang Jun put the snow wolf cub on the ground very naturally. The snow wolf cub was pinched on the back of its neck, and he felt suffocated in his heart, so he bit Liang Jun's heels in anger. But Liang Jun had taken precautions and tied steel plates tightly around his heels. He was not afraid of being bitten, but he was afraid of breaking the snow wolf cub's teeth. The snow wolf cub was tired from biting and gasping for breath. It fell headfirst onto Liang Jun's feet and fell into a deep sleep. With a thick white fur collar around Liang Jun's shoulders and neck, the little white bear slept soundly. He was lying on a thick snow wolf blanket, with his feet warmed by the stove. The 2 little guys fell asleep, one on the upper floor and the other on the lower floor. There was an Arctic blizzard raging outside, but the brick house was cozy and the electric heater's small sun made the house glow yellow and orange, making it very warm. Liang Jun was wearing a white bear scarf and snow wolf fur slippers, leaning against the body of an Arctic dwarf deer and smiling at the video camera. The atmosphere is warm and friendly. It's also very healing and stress-relieving. On the other side of the video, the elder was stunned and slightly froze. All the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences were also stunned. They shouted and screamed silently in their hearts. These are the most precious Arctic wild animals: polar bears, Arctic dwarf deer, and Arctic snow wolves. Any animal released would be a species that would shock the scientific research community. But now, Liang Jun actually uses these wild animals to warm himself? What's even more terrible is that these animals all look like they are enjoying themselves. They are very lazy, and they trust Liang Jun very much. How long does it take to domesticate wild animals? They dare not imagine it. But it is absolutely impossible for wild animals to unconditionally trust a person just after a few days. But Liang Jun did it. The elder was so shocked that his eyes became suspicious. All members of the Academy of Social Sciences remained silent. Fans in the barrage section laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. I didn't expect this group of academicians and professors to have such a day. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that someone could use an Arctic wild animal as a pillow. Do you think that even though the snow wolf cub seems to hate the host, it can actually sleep peacefully on the host's feet? This shows that the snow wolf cub still trusts the host very much. Besides, the wolf cub doesn't mind the host's smelly feet at all. The stinkier it is, the more enjoyable it smells, ha ha ha. Liang Jun finished his report, closed the video, and downloaded the video report. Even after the video report was closed, the elder's expression was still one of disbelief and shock. Liang Jun burst out laughing. He received praises from wild animals, his affinity increased sharply, and the animals' trust in him increased significantly. Even though the snow wolf cub felt uncomfortable, he trusted him in his heart. Liang Jun felt a little regretful because he had not seen the female voice queen from the headquarters when the video ended. I don't know if I can see you next time, Liang Jun said to netizens. It's snowing today. I hope it will be over tomorrow. Then I'll go out hunting. Arctic animals are very rare, but there are still some animals that can be hunted. For example, Arctic snow hare, Arctic grouse, grayling and gray trout are all reliable sources of protein. Netizens were extremely excited when they heard this. The anchor is going hunting. They also hope that the snowstorm will stop tomorrow, and they also want to follow the anchor and go cloud hunting. At night. As usual, Liang Jun sat at the desk and began to record his daily diary. The fountain pen rustled on the diary. The little white bear was bored and playfully stepped on the blue ink mark, leaving a plum blossom paw print on the diary. Liang Jun was both angry and amused. I can't even read the words clearly. Xiao Bai, go play with the wolf cub. The little white bear stretched its hind legs and scratched its chin, grinning even more happily. It slowly stepped on a circle of ink marks along the table, and looked back at Liang Jun from time to time with a guilty look. Liang Jun sighed helplessly and simply took out his notebook to make document records. With these two naughty little guys around, I won't feel lonely during my daily life guarding the Arctic ice. Thanks to these little guys, otherwise it would be really painful to guard the ice alone in the blizzard. A blizzard was raging outside the window, with strong winds bringing wave after wave of snow. The vast ice field was thrown into chaos by the blizzard. In the boundless ice field stands a brick cottage. The courtyard of the cottage reflects a soft yellow-orange light, like a lamp in the dark wilderness, firmly guarding this tranquility. Liang Jun opened his notebook and began typing away at the document log. The little white bear curled up on his mouse pad, sleeping soundly, his belly rising and falling slowly. Everything is warm and beautiful. Netizens in the live broadcast room watched quietly, feeling extremely peaceful inside. The healing scene of one man and one bear is so relaxing. Chapter 22, Little White Bear thinks you are weak, so he brings you a Fang Tianhua Ji. Early in the morning, the snowstorm gradually stopped. Liang Jun pulled aside the curtains and looked out the window cautiously. Outside the window was a vast expanse of snow, an endless world of ice and snow. In the eyes of netizens, the vast snowfield covering the sky and earth is uniquely romantic. But he knows that it also means extreme danger. Liang Jun opened the live broadcast room and raised the flag as usual, then began to inspect the damage to the brick and tile courtyard. The east wing was not damaged, but the west wall of the west wing was severely damaged. But fortunately, the west wing is a storage room, and the electronic equipment is in the east wing, so the equipment was not damaged. We still have a lot of bricks and tiles left, so let's just build a simple wall first. Liang Jun was chatting and laughing, his expression calm and composed. When netizens heard this, they exclaimed in their hearts that it was outrageous. For a big shot in the Arctic Circle, even building a wall is called simple. Sure enough, in the extreme Arctic, the absence of accidents is the biggest surprise. Accidents happen every day. After Liang Jun finished repairing the wall, he took the little white bear and the snow wolf cub to go hunting. Today, according to his schedule, he decided to hunt some game to improve his Arctic diet. There were a lot of wood piles in the room that were brought from the south. These were the supplies brought by the Shuilong research vessel. In the Arctic, wood piles were also a luxury. Liang Jun sharpened the wood piles with a knife, and then used the sharp knife to tie the rope to the front end of the wood pole. A simple spear was made. The little white bear came over curiously and sniffed, its round black eyes wide open. Liang Jun laughed and scolded. It's for hunting. I don't have a hunting rifle, so I can only make a primitive hunting tool. Wait, we have to rely on this spear to help us hunt game. The little white bear showed a skeptical expression. The snow wolf cub looked at the extremely simple homemade spear with a look of confusion and doubt. In order to show off his skills in front of the two little guys, Liang Jun swung his simple spear, making a clattering sound, and then stabbed it hard at the pile of firewood. The little white bear is looking forward to it. The snow wolf cub also pricked up his ears in anticipation. But the next second, pop! The spearhead of the simple spear broke, and the wooden shaft also broke and fell down. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Liang Jun looked at the two little guys, and the two little guys also looked at Liang Jun. The air froze. Liang Jun. Well, listen to my explanation. I can make excuses. Netizens in the barrage section are already laughing to death. Liang Jun wanted to show off in front of the little white bear, but he ended up revealing his true colors and exposing the fact that he was really poor. In the Arctic Scientific Research Base, let alone hunting rifles, there is not even a usable spear. It is so tragic, so tragic. Just as Liang Jun was scratching his head, trying to save his face, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. The little white bear scratches your trouser leg to comfort you and express his love to you +1 +1 +1 +1, affinity +10. The little white bear thinks you are weak, so he entrusts the system to bring you the Fang Tianhua Ji. Liang Jun was slightly stunned. Fang Tianhua Ji? Spear? Is it the Fang Tianhua Ji that he knows? The little white bear looked at Liang Jun with sparkling eyes, as if showing off, and urged Liang Jun to go and see quickly. Look at the gifts that the Lun family brought. Kiss. Liang Jun held the little white bear's head in surprise and gave it a big kiss, spitting out a few white hairs, then rushed into the storage room with the little white bear in his arms. In the storage room, a spear leaned against the corner of the wall. The shape was a heavy halberd with a double crescent butt and a weapon lock window. The tip of the spear glowed with a sharp cold light, shining brightly. The entire storage room was shrouded in a layer of golden light because of the appearance of Fang Tianhuaji. Liang Jun was so surprised that his eyes sparkled. He picked up the little white bear, rubbed its big face hard, and gave it a big kiss. Xiao Bai! You understand me so well! The polar bear at home was too sensible, and thought he was weak, so he sent him an ancient weapon. This ancient weapon was 100 times more powerful than the simple spear he made with his bare hands. The Liang army held the heavy Fang Tianhuaji spear in their hands and swung it around vigorously. The spear was powerful, breaking through the air with a sharp gust of wind. With such a magical weapon in hand, it was more useful than a hunting rifle. Really heavy and high-end. The real stuff. Netizens in the barrage section were stunned when they saw Liang Jun trying out the spears. Host, your hunting weapon is so cool. It's like the purple gear in my game. I can take my girl out with it. The host has so much hidden stuff, it's like Doraemon's pocket. There's everything. I'm so envious. With the cool and gorgeous spear in hand, Liang Jun felt more at ease. He rode on the road deer sled and went hunting on the ice field with the little white bear and the snow wolf cub. Netizens opened their eyes wide and were all looking forward to Liang Jun's hunting. They are also very curious about what kind of wild game there is in the Arctic. The road deer sled was speeding, and a military drone was filming overhead. The vast expanse of ice and snow is covered with white snow, and the frozen land is lonely for thousands of miles. Liang Jun drove for a long time before stopping in a desolate ice field and waved to the drone in the sky. Arrive. We're going to hunt here today. The barrage area is quiet. Netizens all felt that they were deceived by Liang Jun. They thought that hunting in the Arctic was simply hunting wild game, but the surroundings were empty and lonely. Not even a snowflake fell, let alone animals. No man's land. Lonely and eternal silence. Liang Jun laughed out loud when he saw the barrage. My friends, you don't think that hunting in the Arctic is just walking to a place to hunt, right? Of course we need an ambush. Our deer scooter made a lot of noise along the way. Not to mention animals, even a fish in the sea would dive into the deep sea if it heard the noise of the water. Hunting on the ice field, ambush for a whole day and hunt for a minute. There is also the possibility that the hunt will fail. This is also the dilemma faced by all predators. Food is scarce, and there are too few animals to hunt, so the snow wolf cubs are very skilled at burying their heads in the ground and eating snow. Ababa ababa ababa. The snow wolf cub was extremely skilled at eating snow, chewing the snow in big mouthfuls. It looked like it usually fainted from hunger, and the wolf pack taught it to eat snow when hungry. The online cloud dads and moms are heartbroken. I'm chewing on the fried pork chop, and my heart is filled with guilt. I suddenly felt an indescribable sense of guilt when I was able to eat 3 yellow chicken and roast duck wrapped in pancakes. The wolf cub doesn't even have a full meal. He can only eat snow when he's hungry. I feel so sorry for him. I was so distressed that I took another big bite of the fried chicken leg. Slurp! Delicious! Netizens originally thought that having enough food and clothing was a very common thing. But compared with the food shortage in the Arctic, they actually felt a sense of happiness in their hearts. Having something to eat, being able to eat well and dress warmly, and not suffering from the cold, is simply such a blessing. Full of happiness. Liang Jun loosened the rope around the silly road deer and let it dig the soil to find grass roots to eat. He found a shelter under the ice and snow and lay in ambush. Liang Jun was lying in ambush and waiting for his chance while explaining to the camera. Yesterday we put a satellite positioning collar on the Arctic Wolf King. This morning's GPS satellite positioning image showed that the wolf pack has reached the other side of the Arctic Ocean. We don't know what the Arctic wolves are going to do yet, but one thing is for sure, this Arctic ice sheet is not a suitable habitat for wolves. Without overwintering animals, without migrating deer, there is no way to support a large wolf population. Chapter 23, Arctic Animals Illustrated Book +1. Elf Ferret. Wolves usually migrate with even-toed ungulates, and they may encounter territorial disputes or even the disaster of the wolf pack falling apart. Now, in satellite positioning images, we can see that Arctic wolves have begun to migrate on a large scale, but we don't know where they will finally settle down. Just as Liang Jun was lying in ambush and chatting with netizens, a little elf poked its head out in the live broadcast screen, then jumped a few times in the snow and disappeared. Netizens stared in excitement. Appeared. Prey. They saw a completely white little creature, completely blending in with the ice and snow. Liang Jun also found traces of the all-white animal and smiled at the camera. I'm lucky today. I met a silly little guy. Most Arctic animals have white fur, which makes them hard to distinguish in the ice and snow. But this little guy was not very alert and jumped in front of the predator. As soon as it jumped, Liang Jun caught its sight. Into the snow cave! Liang Jun didn't need to look for them. The little white bear and the snow wolf cub had already started digging holes excitedly, with the momentum to dig the snow cave down. Picture Lululu. Tulalululu. The ice and snow were dug away like soil, revealing a frightened little head. Liang Jun didn't expect that the prey would come so easily. He pointed the camera at the snow-white little guy, and then the camera flashed, and the little guy actually gave it his all and ran across the ice field with his legs spread out. It wouldn't matter if it didn't run away, but how could it escape if it ran away? The snow wolf cub stood up its long tail in excitement, arched its back and pounced forward, grabbing the poor little creature in its mouth. Although the snow wolf cub is only 5 months old, it has been influenced by the wolf pack and has a strong wild hunting instinct. The more the white little guy in its mouth struggles, the more excited the snow wolf cub becomes. It pricks up its ears and happily waits for Liang Jun's reward. The snow wolf cub dragged the prey in front of Liang Jun, looked at him cautiously, and then placed the prey in front of Liang Jun. It means, boss, please go first. Liang Jun burst out laughing. My friends, the wolf cub thinks I am the leader of the pack. In a wolf pack, the hierarchy is extremely strict. Only the alpha wolf is eligible to reproduce, and only the alpha wolf can allocate prey and have the right to eat first. The snow wolf cub respectfully brought the prey to Liang Jun, meaning, boss, you eat it first, and after you finish, give me a few bites of the rest. Netizens were all amused. The snow wolf cub usually looks unconvinced, but in his heart he is very convinced of the anchor. The snow wolf cub is so arrogant, and does not say one thing. Liang Jun lifted the prey by the scruff of the neck, and his expression became serious. This animal seems to be. The prey has a snow-white body, a fluffy tail with a black tail tip, a slender body, and a flat, triangular head. It doesn't look like a wild animal, but more like some kind of domestic pet. Some sharp-eyed netizens screamed. Mink! It's a pet ferret! It's not a pet ferret, it's a snow ferret! It's the white Arctic ferret! Netizens were shocked and exclaimed that it was so exciting. They didn't expect to see the ferrets in the book in the Arctic. Their understanding of mink is still limited to mink coats. Mink fur is very valuable and is the favorite of celebrities and noble ladies. Liang Jun frowned, his tone became serious, and he spoke slowly. My dear friends, the Arctic ferret is a national first-class protected animal and an internationally endangered species. Netizens were shocked. They guessed that the anchor had caught a rare animal, but they didn't expect it to be a first-class protected animal. Be good. Liang Jun pinched the ferret's neck. Its furry body drooped into a long strip, and it covered its eyes with its little paws and trembled. At the feet of the snow ferret, the snow wolf cub was drooling with greed. The little white bear also stared eagerly. Liang Jun looked at Xiao Bai and the wolf cub apologetically. I'm sorry, but this can't be called prey today. The ferret is too rare and is a first-class protected animal. Its number is decreasing rapidly every year. Let's release it, and I'll give you 2 grouse as compensation. The snow wolf cub tilted its head and uttered a puzzled, The little polar bear was also confused. It stared at the ferret and smacked its lips, not understanding why the meat in its mouth could no longer be eaten. The barrage area is filled with messages. Grouse, you are so noble and great, so I will do you a favor. Ha ha ha, although it's sad, it's funny. What did the grouse do wrong? Grouse, I need legal assistance. As per the usual practice, Liang Jun drew a small amount of blood from the ferret with a syringe as a genetic blood sample, then put a satellite positioning collar on the little guy and released the ferret. Get a sample of Arctic Animal Encyclopedia +1. +1 for satellite-based HD animal images. He had added another species of rare Arctic animal to his collection of video footage, which was a truly unexpected gain. Cool. The snow ferret got down to the ground, still looking confused. It turned around and covered its face with its paws and looked at Liang Jun. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and took out a piece of compressed biscuit from his pocket. I'm sorry, little guy. I took your blood and gave you a cookie in exchange. Don't hold a grudge. The ferret showed its short front paws, grasping a piece of compressed biscuit blankly, stared at the snow wolf cub, and then ran away as if escaping. Slipped away. Slipped away. I suffered a big loss today. The barrage section was laughing loudly. A biscuit in exchange for a tube of blood, no matter how you look at it, the ferret is at a loss. It's no wonder that ferrets are so rare and almost extinct, with such slow reactions. How stupid. Liang Jun put the precious ferret blood sample into a mobile freezer and continued to squat in ambush to provide scientific knowledge to netizens. Snow ferrets look snow-white, with fluffy tails and chubby bodies. They are very cute, right? In fact, the fur color of ferrets is not static. In the Arctic summer with midnight sun, the snow ferrets are brown, the same color as the frozen soil. But after entering the polar night, covered with ice and snow, the snow ferrets can grow white fur in 2 weeks. Ferrets can change their appearance according to the season, which is called seasonal camouflage. Netizens were fascinated by Liang Jun's popular science lectures. This man is so familiar with the knowledge of the Arctic that he can talk about it fluently. He is like a walking encyclopedia. Thanks to the anchor, my geography teacher no longer has to worry about my geography. To be honest, I fall asleep in class every day. I watch the live broadcast more seriously than I do in class. I've learned it. A fan asked, will the host meet such a cute Arctic elf ferret again? Liang Jun didn't know either. In the Arctic, the chances of encountering a wild ferret are extremely small. Most wild ferrets are very alert, and will run away before you get close to them. This little guy is silly and doesn't seem very smart. Will he meet this ferret again in the future? Liang Jun was somewhat expectant. He said to the camera. Family members, I am making an appeal here. Some of my friends like to buy mink coats. You may have 10 or 100 coats. You can exchange whichever one you like. But there's only one mink sweater. The live broadcast room suddenly fell silent. Netizens pondered over what Liang Jun said. People can have many clothes, but minks only have one piece of clothing. Countless minks were skinned and made into mink coats, which became the new favorite of ladies and nobles. These were the only clothes the minks had. The fans were collectively silent, with tears in their eyes. Boycott fur, start with me. Don't compete with them for their only piece of clothing. The barrage area was quiet and silent. Many netizens were deeply moved and shed tears silently. Chapter 24. Raise a bear for 1,000 days, and use it for a moment. Start a team fight in the jungle. The Liang army ambushed behind a snowdrift, but gained nothing after lying in ambush for most of the day. During this time, he tried to use animal affinity, but his stomach growled with hunger, his eyes glowed green with hunger, and his motives were so obvious that a black-browed albatross in the distance flapped its wings and ran away when it saw him. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can only use the special skills from my hometown. Liang Jun exhaled the cold air of the white frost and kneaded the snow into a basket with his bare hands. Using the warmth of his palms, he kneaded the snow into hard ice. Under the attack of the severe cold of the Arctic, a basket-shaped ice basket was made. He broke off a small piece of compressed biscuit as bait, used dry firewood to prop up the ice basket at an angle, and sprinkled the biscuit crumbs on the dry firewood. Any animal that enters Biscuit's hunting trap will be caught by the ice basket. The little white bear watched Liang Jun rubbing the trap with his hands and was so interested that he even wanted to crawl into the ice basket to take a look. Liang Jun laughed and scolded. I'll roast an Arctic mouse for you later. The little white bear was very excited and even rubbed his paws together. Liang Jun set 3 ice traps in a row, but as time passed, not to mention the Arctic mouse, even the pika and chipmunk did not appear. There was not a single insect. The north wind is howling. Liang Jun was guarding 3 empty traps, his back looking desolate and lonely. Fans in the barrage section felt distressed. The host's life in the Arctic is so hard. Hunting is so difficult. Now I believe the wolves must have followed the reindeer herd away because there is no food here at all. Not even a mouse? Not to mention mice, even wolves are so hungry that they can only choose snow. This was the first time that netizens witnessed the scarcity of food in the Arctic, and they all felt sorry for Liang Jun. Liang Jun was also somewhat discouraged. During the week he spent in the Arctic Circle, all he ate was the frozen meat from the expedition team and the reindeer meat gift packs given by the animals. He never succeeded in capturing prey once. A little frustrated, Liang Jun sighed as he faced the north wind, his eyebrows frozen into icicles by the ice and snow. Suddenly he saw a flock of gray wild birds in the distance. The flock of birds was very alert, there were huge numbers and the individuals were very small. Liang Jun lowered his voice excitedly. Did you see it, my friends? This is an Arctic wild bird, a terrestrial bird. These birds are migratory birds, and they usually move south when it's very cold. But this group obviously moved slowly, so they stayed in the Arctic Circle. Liang Jun tensed his body and crawled cautiously towards the direction of the Arctic wild birds. When netizens saw the images of wild birds through drones, they all frowned. Anchor, this bird is too small. Yes, such a small bird is hard to eat. Upstairs, is it a food problem? Such a small bird, the same size as a sparrow, can you catch it? It's like asking you to hunt a wild sparrow in the community, and there is only such a group. If you alarm the whole group will fly away. Netizens commented that catching birds is too difficult and not feasible. Once one bird was startled and flew away, the entire flock would fly away from the ice field. After the birds left, there was really no moving prey on the ice field. Liang Jun knew it was difficult, but he faced the challenge head-on. Liang Jun held the spear tightly in one hand and supported his body with the other, crawling forward on the ice. He was wearing a white windproof and warm suit, blending in with the white ice. As long as he moved slowly and crouched low enough, he would not alarm the flock of birds. On the ice field, there were about 50 wild birds in the group, pecking at the dry grass and chewing on the grass grains. The wild birds that were letting off steam were very alert, tilting their heads and looking around vigilantly. Netizens held their breath and stared at the screen. They didn't dare to breathe, as if once they did, they would scare away the wild birds and ruin the host's good deeds. At this time, the name of the Gold V certified organization appears in the barrage. Falconer Enthusiasts Association. A prediction is that the ice field covers too vast an area, and the host is too far away from the flock of birds. Even if the host sprints in a straight line at the speed of a wolf pack, he will not be able to hunt wild birds. Wilderness Survival Program Team. We have collaborated with Bear Grylls and Derek Lauer on variety shows, and have also exchanged ideas with the well-known wilderness survival expert Bear Grylls. The flock of birds is located in the center of the ice field. Even if the anchor can get around to the shortest route, as long as he sticks his head out, the flock of birds will be startled. The two gold verses gave the same conclusion. The Liang army was unable to hunt Arctic wild birds. Netizens were stunned by the sudden appearance of the two gold verses. Falconers Hobby Association? The Wilderness Survival Program crew? It sounds like they are all well-known large institutions in the country. They actually watch the Arctic Live Room? Liang Jun's number of live broadcast fans has increased rapidly, attracting fans from all walks of life. Liang Jun knew that what the certified Gold V barrage said was correct. The ice field where the flock of birds stayed was too vast, and there was no cover. As long as he approached the flock of birds within 500 meters and dared to show his head on the ice field, the flock of birds would definitely be startled and fly away. However, if he showed his head 500 meters away from the flock, he would not be able to catch any wild birds. Even with a homemade slingshot, the bow and arrow would only catch one small bird, and the entire flock would be scared away. How to hunt more wild birds? This is a difficult problem. The Liang army began to crawl around the ice field. He slowly went around to the west, then went west again and made a big circle, slowly crawling all the way to the other side of the bird flock ice field. Now, netizens don't understand. The little white bear and the snow wolf cub squatting on the spot didn't understand either. The two little guys tilted their heads, looking at Liang Jun circling in confusion and bewilderment. A string of question marks appeared on the barrage area. No one understood why Liang Jun did not take the shortest distance between the 2 points, but instead spent a lot of energy to go around in a big circle and go to the other side of the flock of birds. What's the reason for this? At this time, Liang Jun was also very nervous. He was fighting alone, with only one man and one spear. But if he had 2 more helpers, everything would be different. Liang Jun looked at the little white bear from afar. The little white bear was very alert, and he also stood with his hands in his pockets, looking in the direction of Liang Jun. The snow wolf cub, on the other hand, had no idea what Liang Jun meant, and it kicked its hind legs and scratched its chin impatiently. Liang Jun was anxious. You too, look at me. But look at me. The cooperation in team battles depends on you too. The scene in the drone camera is very strange. Liang Jun lay on the opposite side of the ice field from the flock of birds, and from a distance he tried his best to wink at the little white bear and snow wolf cubs on the other side of the flock. The snow wolf cub looked confused and a little bewildered. Then it yawned impatiently, and simply buried its head in the snow. Eat the snow! Liang Jun was speechless. Raise a wolf for 1,000 days and use it for a moment, but this wolf doesn't seem very smart. The little white bear tilted its head more and more, and then, as if it suddenly realized something, its round eyes lit up and it was ready to fight. The little polar bear shook his thick white fur, bared his milky teeth, and displayed his sharp claws. Xiaobai, apply to fight! Netizens' eyes lit up with excitement, and they stared at the screen nervously. They didn't know what Liang Jun's hunting method was, but it was obvious that Liang Jun was not fighting alone, he was fighting in a group. The Liang army has started a group. Chapter 25, Hunting for Arctic Game. Liang Jun received the signal from the little white bear. He took a deep breath, tightly gripped the spear in his hand, and his eyes were focused and calm. Then, Liang Jun suddenly jumped up from the opposite side of the ice field. He raised the spear in his hand high, and the whole person looked taller and more powerful. He burst out with great impact speed and rushed towards the flock of birds with powerful explosive force. At that moment, the entire network was stunned. What is the anchor doing? Is he chasing away the birds? Wasn't he going to hunt wild birds? Why didn't he swing his spear, but instead used it to drive away the flock of wild birds? It was as if he was dissatisfied with the flock of birds for not being scared away, so he drove them away fiercely. Netizens were stunned and opened their mouths wide, extremely surprised, but they soon understood why Liang Jun did this. On the Arctic ice field, the flock of birds was frightened by the Liang army's drive. Hundreds of wild birds frantically flapped their wings and flew up to the sky in a panic. The scene was magnificent and shocking, full of visual impact. It was like the vast and majestic white waves on the ice field. It was as majestic as a rainbow. The flock of birds was like a mess of snowflakes. They were startled and flapped their wings on the ice field. Within just 3 seconds, they all took off and flew in the same direction away from Liang Jun. However, away from the direction of the Liang army, the little white bear was ambushing. The little polar bear was so excited and nervous that his body was tense, his snow-white fur arched, and his black eyes stared straight at the flock of birds that were frightened and flew into flight. Liang Jun muttered to himself. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The time is now. The little white bear was so excited that his body was as tight as a bowstring. With the wild explosive force of a cannonball, he suddenly spread his bare claws and rushed towards the frightened flock of birds. The flock of birds flew over the ambush point head-on, and the little white bear swooped down from high, leaping into the air and jumping off the ground. The primitive wildness is awakened. The polar bear's soul is burning. The little polar bear jumped high, rushed into the flock of frightened low-flying birds, and bit them with its sharp teeth. Jacket. A frightened wild bird was captured by a white bear cub. Netizens were stunned. The snow wolf cub was also stunned. The snow wolf cub stared blankly with his eyes wide open, his mouth opened into an O shape. Is this possible? Isn't jungling better than chewing snow? The snow wolf cub shook its thick white fur, and its Arctic snow wolf blood was aroused. Its ice blue eyes flashed coldly, and it imitated the little white bear's actions. The snow wolf cub bared its teeth, and a ferocious gleam appeared in its ice blue eyes. It suddenly swooped down and leaped into the air. It ambushed a wild bird that took off from low altitude. The flock of wild birds had not yet completed its takeoff when it was intercepted by 2 ambushes. The snow wolf cub also had an unlucky guy in its mouth. At this moment, fans all over the internet were excited. But they soon discovered that Liang Jun wanted more than just 2 wild birds. The Liang army drove wild birds away from the other side of the ice field. The wild birds took off at a low altitude, but before they could fully take off, they were intercepted by the white bear and the snow wolf cub. The wild birds were frightened again and began to change direction, fleeing far away from the ambushes and fleeing in all directions. Crash! The flock of birds changed direction in a disorderly manner and flew low in the sky, like thousands of sails struggling in the turbulent waves. The Liang army's chance had come. He gripped the spear tightly, his eyes determined, and swung out the Fang Tianhua Ji. Duh! There was a sharp sound of breaking air, strong wind brushed against the flock of birds, and a startled bird fell from the sky. The Liang army quickly swung up the Fang Tianhua Ji, and unexpectedly swung the spear with great force. The frightened birds that fled in disorder completely lost their direction, and in the chaos, countless birds that had just taken off were hit by clubs. Bang! A wild bird landed. Bang! A second wild bird fell. Bang, bang, bang! The flock of birds took off and rose higher, and finally at the moment of their victorious escape, the Liang army swung their Fang Tianhuaji spears high in the air and threw them at the lagging wild bird in the air. Beep! The spear broke through the strong wind, hit the last unlucky guy, and fell to the ice. The air is quiet. The barrage section was completely silent, and netizens stood up with their mouths wide open in shock. Fuck! 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 They had never seen such a wild Arctic jungler, nor had they seen such tacit cooperation in a team fight. The same sentence was flooding the barrage area, and only these 2 traditional Chinese quintessences could show the shock in their hearts. Sharp-eyed netizens discovered that among those who flooded the screen with comments such as, "Wow," there were also the Wilderness Survival Program crew and the Falconers Association. The 2 major associations were originally least optimistic about Liang Jun, but they did not expect that Liang Jun not only hunted wild birds, but more than one. The two golden verses felt a burning pain on their faces and smiled awkwardly yet politely. In the picture, the Liang army began to count the results of the battle. 1, 2, 3. Including the two wild birds ambushed by the little white bear and the snow wolf cub, the Liang army captured a total of 8 wild birds. Very gratifying results of the wild battle. Liang Jun hugged the little white bear and rubbed its furry face hard, and also gave the snow wolf cub a big bear hug. You are all great! Celebrating our first group victory! Liang Jun stretched out his large gloved hand and excitedly high-fived the little white bear. The little white bear jumped up and down in joy, wishing he could twist his butt off. The snow wolf cub was still a little slow to react. It looked at Liang Jun's outstretched hand in confusion and tried to take a bite. Then, the snow wolf cub realized it belatedly and stretched out its paw to high-five Liang Jun. High five! Celebrating the success of the team battle. The barrage area was filled with cheers. When netizens saw Liang Jun successfully capture wild game, they were happier than Liang Jun, as if they had captured wild game themselves. Yo-ho! Woohoo! Wola! On the leeward slope of the ice field, a bonfire was rising. Liang Jun used dead wood to string the processed wild bird meat together, and then placed 8 skewers of wild bird meat on the campfire and grilled them evenly. Flames licked the bird meat, and soon the sizzling oil came out, and the fresh and rich smell of game spread in the air. Sprinkle a pinch of salt and some cumin powder, and the aroma of barbecue will hit you. The little white bear was drooling with greed. The snow wolf cub was breathing out cold air, his eyes glowing green with greed. Liang Jun tore a piece of hot roasted bird meat and chewed it. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with thick gravy flowing down. It was hot and refreshing. It was so delicious that one could swallow his tongue. Mmm. Smells good. Netizens stared at the screens and swallowed their throats. Oh my god, this smells so good. How did the Arctic live broadcast room turn into a jungle eating broadcast room? It is really like you can't brush it during the day, and you can't hide it at night. Liang Jun left 4 skewers of original roasted bird meat, 2 for the little white bear and 2 for the snow wolf cub. Aba ate whatever the snow wolf cub gave him. He ate it all up quickly and even wanted to order another string. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You run after people just because you're given food? Liang Jun finished eating the roasted bird meat and felt very satisfied. But when he looked down, he found that the little white bear had not eaten yet. The little white bear looked at him eagerly, waving his fleshy paws and patting the salt pot. Fans were confused. Why doesn't the little polar bear eat? Do polar bears only eat fish and not bird meat? Chapter 26. Want to take my head off? I'll tear down your home. Liang Jun laughed and rubbed the little white bear's furry head affectionately. You won't eat it without any seasoning? He sprinkled salt and a pinch of cumin on the 2 skewers of roasted bird meat in front of the little white bear. The little white bear then jumped up happily and started to eat voraciously. Delicious! Sprinkle with seasoning to make it delicious. Fans couldn't help but laugh and were amused. Xiaobai is such a polar bear with a unique personality. He won't eat unless he follows the host's instructions. The host didn't sprinkle salt or add any seasoning, but Xiaobai still refused to eat it. Ha ha, so cute. Anchor, please send Xiaobai to school immediately. Don't delay his college entrance exam. I just want to ask, if the anchor eats Quanjued roast duck wrapped in pancakes, does Xiaobai also have to dip it in sauce, add scallions and sugar, and wrap it in the pancake before he is willing to eat the roast duck? Ha! There was laughter and joy in the live broadcast room, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The wind began to pick up. The blizzard came suddenly. Liang Jun quickly cleaned up the campfire and led the 2 little guys to the ice field with the road deer sled. There are 3 ice basket traps 30 meters east of the silly road deer. Liang Jun originally felt there was no hope. He had been waiting for the prey in the trap for most of the day but failed to catch it. How could there be prey now? With the mentality of giving it a try, he drove the silly road deer sled to check the ice basket. The ice basket opened a tiny crack. What made Liang Jun extremely happy was that there was movement under the ice basket. It may be that a snowstorm was coming and the wild animals were frightened and looking for shelter, and accidentally fell under the ice basket. It's a snow squirrel. Liang Jun opened the second and third ice baskets with surprise. What surprised him even more was that there were quite a lot of good things in the ice basket. Under the second ice basket, there was another snow squirrel hiding. There were actually 3 snow squirrels hiding under the third ice basket. Wow, the 5 members of the snow squirrel family are all neatly packed and lying down in the ice basket trap. Liang Jun couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth wildly. My friends! This snowstorm comes just in time. Bring us some meat. There are many wild animals in the Arctic, but during the polar night when food is scarce, most animals find places to hibernate, and active creatures are very rare. Today, Liang Jun got lucky. Congratulations on catching 5 snow hamsters. Fans all over the internet cheered in surprise. They were even happier to see that Liang Jun had reaped a bountiful harvest than they had themselves. The host is so lucky! It's really an exquisite treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for opening the treasure chest and obtaining the purple excellent ingredients. The food for the whole family is neatly prepared. Haha. Liang Jun also got the surprise of opening a treasure chest. What luck! He caught 5 squeaking snow shrews in a small prey cage, then carried them on a sled back to base 1834. The ice field is endless and the storm is coming again. Whoosh, whoosh. A reindeer sled was running across the ice field, heading for a small orange-yellow house with lights on not far away. The brick house was glowing with soft lights, like a beacon guiding the way in a storm. The violent storms, one wave after another, display the endless power of nature on the vast ice field, which makes people feel all for nature. Netizens watched quietly, deeply moved. When Liang Jun returned to base 1834, the first thing he did was to check all the storm-proof doors and windows. The destructive power of the Arctic blizzard was too great, and might last for several days. This morning he repaired and renovated the west wing and strengthened the windproof measures, hoping that it could withstand the blizzard tonight. The little white bear looked at Liang Jun busying around, tilting his furry head, as if thinking about something. Not long after, a familiar mechanical sound rang in Liang Jun's mind. Ding! The little white bear is well fed, which means I love you so much +1 +1 +1. Affinity +50. The little white bear thinks you have worked very hard, and entrusts the system to give you a big gift box for small animal breeding. Liang Jun was slightly stunned and turned to look at the little white bear. The little white bear blinked its round black eyes, chirped in surprise, and rubbed against Liang Jun's trouser leg to get close to him. Coat! Who can resist the long and lingering tone of coquetry? Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He picked up the little white bear and placed it on his lap. He buried his head in the little white bear's soft belly and took a deep breath. Fragrant. It tastes like a caring polar bear. Netizens laughed and started crying. They don't even have a cat at home, and the anchor has already attracted polar bears. Comparing yourself to others will only make you feel depressed. They are so envious that they want to cry. The snow wolf cub squatted on the warm Kong, watching the little white bear and Liang Jun being close to each other attentively. It inherited the coldness, arrogance, and dignity of the Arctic wolf king. Its ice blue pupils are deep. Although they have not fully grown yet, one can faintly see the aura of the Arctic overlord. After Liang Jun finished sucking the little white bear, he waved to the snow wolf cub. Come! The snow wolf cub stared at the white bear's belly with some envy, but it turned its face away proudly. Ding! The snow wolf cub likes your hunting skills +1 +1 +1. Affinity +50. The snow wolf cub entrusted the system to give away a gift box of rodent feed, and entrusted the system to convey in a tactful way, Want to pluck my dog head? I will tear down your hometown. After hearing the mechanical sound, Liang Jun felt both angry and amused. This snow wolf cub is really awkward and arrogant. The wolf cub showed the same level of friendliness as the white bear, and the gifts he gave were also very exquisite, but he was just mean. Netizens are already delighted. It seems that if the anchor wants to attract the snow wolf cub, he needs to cultivate the relationship for some time, otherwise his hometown will be robbed. Liang Jun went to the storage room and took out the big gift packages given by the two little guys. Small animal breeding gift box, open it. Get a small animal breeding room 1. Rodent feed gift box, open. Get 2 large bags of 50 kilograms of rodent feed. The luxurious gift made Liang Jun smile from ear to ear. Now there is a place to raise snow squirrels. After he had his fill, he began to think about ways to get protein for energy sustainably. The history of human civilization is divided into farming, nomadic, fishing and hunting, and business and theft. In the uninhabited Arctic Circle, all civilizations have been reduced to zero, and even livelihoods have to start from scratch. Liang Jun didn't know how other scientific expedition teams did it, but he alone stayed at Base 1834 and wanted to turn the base into a living area where people could survive and garrison there continuously. Liang Jun smiled at the camera. My friends, I'm going to add a new cultivation room to my vegetable and fruit greenhouse area. This sentence caused an uproar. Netizens have speculated on how Liang Jun plans to transform the vegetable and fruit greenhouse area. In their opinion, the vegetable and fruit greenhouse area is already perfect, with green sprouts emerging from vegetable seeds and tender, juicy leaves spreading out. How else can the vegetable and fruit greenhouse area be upgraded? What shocked netizens was that Liang Jun started upgrading the fruit and vegetable area. He divided the entire south house into 2 floors, with a ladder for activities in the upper and lower areas. The upper level is the existing vegetable and fruit greenhouse area. Automatic fertilizer and nutrient solution sprinkler nozzle, water change device, electric control constant temperature system, LED lighting auxiliary system, and master control computer for control and adjustment. With the help of high technology, the vegetable and fruit greenhouse area has been given new life. The lettuces are green and lush, the cabbages are beginning to take shape, the eggplants are delicate, the edamame are plump, and the small green tomatoes look lively and lovely. They can be picked when they grow a little bigger. The camera zoomed in on the vegetable and fruit greenhouse, and netizens felt the vibrant life and vigor. Growing up so fast? It's so beautiful. It's just a small orchard. Chapter 27, The Terrifying Albino Weather is Coming. Netizens were very satisfied with the vegetable and fruit greenhouse, but Liang Jun began to make drastic changes. He first expanded the 16 square meter vegetable and fruit greenhouse area and covered the entire second floor with hydroponic breeding pots. He turned on the master control computer and began to study the plant growth data. Vegetables grow very quickly and we can further increase the number of plant species. For example, fruit seedlings have a long growth cycle. When the words came out, the fans were surprised. Liang Jun is no longer satisfied with just harvesting vegetables. He also wants to eat fresh fruits. Such ambition makes them so fascinated. Liang Jun soaked the strawberry seeds in gauze and began to grow buds. He also chose pineapples, which have a fast growth cycle. But pineapples are tropical plants that prefer dryness to moisture, so he could only open up a separate area of nutrient soil to cultivate pineapple seedlings. Soon, the area of the vegetable and fruit greenhouse was expanded from 16 square meters to 55 square meters. It is equivalent to a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment of an ordinary family. The lush green vegetable and fruit greenhouse area made the Antarctic scientific expedition team members who were watching the live broadcast shed tears of envy. The retired Antarctic scientific expedition member became a fan of Liang Jun. Although he has retired, he still cannot forget Liang Jun's Arctic expedition career after his last glimpse. This made him recall every bit of his Antarctic expedition. But soon, the retired Antarctic scientific expedition team members discovered that things were becoming subtle. In the live broadcast room, Liang Jun not only played the footage of him upgrading the vegetable and fruit greenhouse, but also broadcast the footage of him building a rodent farm. The door of the small animal breeding room was opened, and Liang Jun put 5 snow shrews into the breeding room. In an instant, 5 snow shrews crawled into the caves in the breeding and cultivation room. The cultivation room has densely packed caves, which is very suitable for breeding large groups of rodents. Combined with plenty of rodent feed, the nursery is a snow squirrel breeding paradise. Snow rats are similar to bamboo rats in the countryside, with tender meat and delicious taste. When made into grilled food, it is the ultimate wild game delicacy in the world. Full of protein. The retired Antarctic scientific expedition member exclaimed in disbelief. Oh my god! Where is the anchor guarding the ice? This is enjoying life in the north. Liang Jun's fruit and vegetable greenhouse has a new rodent enclosure. He thinks that in the Arctic, where fruit and vegetable supplies are scarce, it is not practical to raise cattle and sheep, but he can raise small animals. These snow squirrels are his hidden assets. Liang Jun looked at the green vegetable and fruit shed and felt very satisfied. The silly roe deer poked its head out and followed Liang Jun, almost making an eager expression. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took out 2 large root potatoes from the culture dish and fed them to the silly roe deer. Potato rhizomes contain a lot of juice and are a rare delicacy in the Arctic. The silly roe deer ate the meat with great satisfaction, and was reluctant to waste even the dripping juice. Ababa ababa ababa. So delicious. Netizens looked at the silly roe deer and smiled like aunties. This child is easy to coax. So the silly roe deer willingly stayed with the anchor to pull the sled. That's right. It's freezing outside. The silly roe deer are very smart and can tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. And the anchor doesn't have to worry about the silly roe deer running away. When this kid sees danger, he lowers his head and doesn't move. Ha! Liang Jun left the vegetable and fruit breeding shed. He was secretly looking forward to the fact that in another week, the eggplants and edamame would be ripe, and in 2 weeks, the tomatoes would also turn red. He is looking forward to eating the vegetables he grew himself. As soon as Liang Jun returned to his warm bed, he found something wrong. Boom! Liang Jun heard the thunder from the friction between the clouds in the sky. He quickly looked out the window, his face becoming more and more ugly. The blizzard is getting worse. It's going to hail. Liang Jun quickly used all the moisture-proof and windproof mats he could find to block the windows. While running around the house, he urgently searched for anything that could block the window frame. There was thunder outside the window, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time, making Liang Jun's face pale. Outside the window, the snowstorms that were getting more intense seemed to be gathering strength, smashing out with the majestic momentum of a raging storm. The raging winds carried hail the size of pigeon eggs and violently attacked the windows. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The hailstones accumulated strength and exploded, smashing down on the windows from high above, ready to engulf the brick house in the blizzard. The hailstones, the size of pigeon eggs, grew larger and larger, until they were as big as fists. Liang Jun's face changed drastically and turned pale. Fuck! What kind of horrible weather is this? It's going to kill people! He frantically searched the house for any protective objects that could protect him from the blizzard. With a burst of strength that seemed to be critical, veins popped out on his forehead. He lifted a large refrigerator as tall as an adult and held it in front of the window. Boom! Another thunderclap struck, and the door was hit by hailstones with a crackling sound. The extra-thick storm window made of Arctic materials finally broke. Bang! The window shattered to the ground. The hailstorm poured violently into the room, hitting the large refrigerator that was blocking the way. The loud crackling noise made Liang Jun grit his teeth and hold hard against the refrigerator. Arctic natural disasters can cause immediate death. He can only struggle based on his experience, and leave the rest to fate. The little white bear was terrified. He huddled in a corner of the heated Kong, shivering in fear. Even the brave snow wolf cub poked its little head out in panic, looking out the window curiously. But the little one's curiosity soon turned into fear. Boom! Another loud thunder roared, the air became turbid, and the white outside the window was blindingly bright. From the darkness of the polar night outside the window, a white light suddenly burst out. The blazing and shining white light instantly caught people's eyes, so bright that it took away all vision. Liang Junliang's eyes suddenly hurt, and he quickly lowered his head and cursed. Shit! White-out weather! The North Pole exploded with white light, as bright as day. In the raging snowstorm, the ice and snow reflect light layer by layer. The countless tiny snow particles in the low-altitude clouds scatter the light like thousands of small mirrors, and then reflect it onto the ice layer on the ground. The reflection back and forth produces a dazzling milky white light. What's more terrifying than a snowstorm is the polar night whiteout weather. Liang Jun tightly closed his stinging eyes. Once he opened his eyes, he would have an illusion and could not distinguish between the near and far scenes. His vision could not focus, and he felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. The little white bear beside his ear was trembling with fear. Woo! Woo-hoo! Even though the little white bear was trembling with fear, it still crawled towards Liang Jun's feet, trying its best to get close to Liang Jun. Liang Jun felt a ball of hair on the back of his foot, and quickly picked it up and held it tightly in his arms. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Although Liang Jun comforted the little white bear not to be afraid, he himself was very scared. In the Arctic, encountering extreme weather blizzards is already a disaster, and hail in the blizzards is a disaster within a disaster. Who would have thought that polar night widening weather would break out? The most terrifying bleaching weather in the Arctic can deprive people of their senses in an instant. The sky and the earth become one, and people and houses seem to be melted into thick milky white milk, and all scenery is invisible. The little white bear crawled into Liang Jun's arms, trying to get deeper and deeper. There was a blizzard and whiteout weather raging outside, but Liang Jun's embrace was warm and safe. Gradually, the little white bear's breathing became regular, and the little furry body stopped trembling. Chapter 28, Base Number 1834, Set Out for Rescue. Liang Jun held the warm little guy in his arms, and his heart felt at ease and comforted. In the extreme Arctic, it is not the little guy who needs him, but he needs the company of these Arctic elves. It is a desperate disaster for a person to resist the harsh and extreme weather alone. In the picture, the house was in a mess, and a violent wind was blowing in. Liang Jun's eyebrows and eyelashes were condensed with ice beads, and the stubble on his chin was also covered with ice beads. Netizens are already freaking out. Oh my God! Is this the real North Pole? I can't stand looking at it. I thought I was in a disaster movie. You think you are watching a disaster movie, but this is the anchor's daily life. The anchor fights extreme weather every day. It's so tragic. If it were me, I would collapse. I was so scared that I peed. And then I froze into an ice bar. Fans originally thought that Liang Jun's ice guarding career was warm and leisurely. But now, nature has ripped off its ruthless fig leaf and shown mortals the destructive power of nature's rampant disasters. In the face of a major natural disaster, human power is insignificant. At this moment, Liang Jun was like an ant in a snowstorm, waving his tiny strength to fight against nature. Netizens' expressions were solemn and their moods were even heavier. The ice keepers stationed in the north for the country deserve their respect. In the era of decadent entertainment, the lonely and steadfast ice keepers are a clear stream in the wilderness, and they are real heroes. The fans were in tears and were deeply moved. They looked at the screen and saluted the Liang army, expressing their inner excitement. Salute! The lone ice keeper! At this moment, the satellite communication equipment began to ring. The sharp ringing sound is urgent and urgent. It was the headquarters that called Liang Jun via satellite communication. Liang Jun pressed his back against the refrigerator, which was his only barrier against the window frame. He leaned against the refrigerator and stretched out his foot to reach for the satellite phone. Stretch it out a little bit, stretch it out a little bit more. Enough! Liang Jun hooked the satellite phone with the instep of his foot, moved it in slowly and with difficulty, then snatched the satellite phone away. Hello? Base 1834 calling headquarters. The female voice from the other side of the headquarters was deep and attractive, but now, it was obviously nervous and urgent. Headquarters calling Base 1834. Please report on the situation at Base 1834 of the Yellow River Station of the Arctic Scientific Research Center. Liang Jun roared into the microphone, resisting the snowstorm and shouting at the top of his lungs. The situation at Base 1834 is still okay. The house was in a mess due to the storm. Liang Jun used all his strength to hold the big refrigerator to resist the super strong storm pouring in through the window. The next second, it seemed that he would be blown away by the wind at any time. He called the disaster situation an acceptable situation. Netizens' eyes were red and they felt sorry for Liang Jun. I feel sorry for our motherland's ice keepers. The female voice on the other end of the phone was visibly relieved, and her tone was much calmer. Headquarters orders the Yellow River Station branch number 1834 to stay in place. Do not go out in extreme weather. Life is at stake, she said in a low voice. We can't lose another sight. Liang Jun was originally at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Who would go out in such extreme weather? Isn't this nonsense? But he listened carefully to the last sentence. Headquarters? Which site was lost? The female voice on the other end of the phone paused for a long time before regaining her professionalism and calmness. Base 1834 remains on standby and is not allowed to act without authorization. Satellite phone call ended. Liang Jun was stunned holding the satellite phone. At this time, the snowstorm has reduced a lot. Hail usually lasts for 10 minutes, which is a big deal. Now the hail is getting smaller, and the trend is also slowing down. Liang Jun felt as if all his strength had been drained away. His legs were weak and his back was numb. He turned back to check the refrigerator. Good job. The refrigerator, which was originally as tall as an adult, is now full of holes and the entire back is covered with deep pits. Refrigerators are very sturdy electrical equipment. Even the refrigerator in the house can be scrapped. If there is a scientific expedition team working outdoors at this moment, let alone snowmobiles, even paging equipment, GPS positioning equipment, and windshields can be torn to pieces in an instant. The more Liang Jun thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he quickly took out his homework map. On the Scientific Research Operation map, the Oriental Arctic Scientific Expedition has 2 main stations. The area where he is located is the Yellow River Main Station. The Yellow River Main Station is divided into 2 branch stations, one of which is the number 1834 base where he is stationed. Liang Jun dialed the satellite communication radio, adjusted the channel, and took the initiative to contact the main site. The call went unanswered and unresponsive. Liang Jun quickly contacted another branch site. The signal at the substation is even more abnormal and is out of service area. Liang Jun. Satellite communication radio is the only way for ice keepers to communicate with the main station. Now the 2 major stations are not connected, and the white weather outside continues. Liang Jun had a vague bad premonition in his heart, and it was a very strong premonition. He switched on the Arctic sector radio. Wireless communication has a drawback. Even with the use of wireless expansion equipment, the coverage range can only reach 5 kilometers. But now, he carefully adjusted the wireless communication equipment and found a desperate cry for help amid the crackling interference noise. Zila Huang calls for help. Zila lost. Equipment damaged. Zila ice workers. Zila. The interference noise is getting heavier and heavier, and no useful information can be heard. Liang Jun's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Within a 5 kilometers radius, someone is working on the ice. Lost. This is the most important information. The only distance from the ice operations site of Base 1834 is the vast ice field to the north of the base. Looking for someone on the endless ice field is like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, the snowstorm has obviously weakened, the whiteout weather continues, and visibility is extremely low. Liang Jun was stuck in a stalemate of choice, with cold sweat rolling down his forehead. To go or not to go? He thought of the orders from headquarters. Number 1834, stay where you are. Do not leave without permission. He sank down in his work chair, covering his face, trying to calm his thoughts, and tried to start writing in his journal. But the more he wrote in the diary, the more irritated he became, and the cries for help from the wireless device kept ringing in his mind. His hand holding the pen could not help but tremble, and he could not write a single word. He threw the pen away in frustration. Bang! The pen fell on the table. Fuck it! I'm staying right here, stupid, stupid, stupid! Stupid! Liang Jun threw his pen in anger. He wanted to go. He had to leave now. At worst, he could be fired during his internship. Xiaobai, wolf cub! Get ready to go! The little white bear and the snow wolf cubs squatted obediently. When the little guys received Liang Jun's instructions, they opened their eyes wide with excitement. Although they were scared and panicked, Liang Jun was like a wolf, guiding them in the direction they had to go. With Liang Jun around, they felt extremely safe. Liang Jun quickly put the equipment into the windproof backpack and quickly put on the equipment, including the Arctic Advanced Windproof Goggles, graphene clothes-fitting quick-drying warm diving suit, non-fluid special warm windproof tights, and optical fiber signal amplification equipment. Before he left, he thought for a moment, took a large bundle of hemp rope, and brought 8 more pairs of goggles. He gave the smallest pair of goggles to the little white bear and the snow wolf cub, the medium-sized pair to the silly road deer, and put 5 more pairs in his pocket. Then he pushed open the door of the brick house. Wow! The door was pushed open a crack with great difficulty, and a blizzard rushed in like crazy. The snow outside the door was as thick as a person's waist. Even if the blizzard weakened, it was still a catastrophic blizzard. It was hard for Liang Jun to imagine how his compatriots at the next station were struggling in the extreme disaster climate. Liang Jun kicked the door open with all his strength. Whoosh, whoosh. The north wind blew violently, carrying the remaining snow and wind. But compared with the previous hail disaster, it was much milder. Liang Jun tied the sled rope to the silly road deer, then whipped the whip in the air, and the strong wind broke the air. Base 1834, let's go! The little white bear responded excitedly to the whisper. Coat. Chapter 29. The Sleigh That Descended from the Sky. Like a God. The snow wolf cub raised his head and howled excitedly. The extremely penetrating wolf howl penetrated the layers of whitened air and echoed loudly into the vast ice field. Oh! The silly road deer sled is off again. Running wildly on the ice field in the wind and snow, leaving unique sled tracks on the ice field. On the vast ice field, the road deer sled is like a beacon of hope in the dark night, like a lonely giant, staggering alone in the darkness. The snowstorm continued to weaken, and military drones were able to fly into the sky, but the camera image was still a vast milky white. The bleaching weather continues. This can cause great confusion and damage to human eyes and vision. But fortunately, Liang Jun was equipped with advanced Arctic goggles, which were high-quality equipment obtained from the system's Arctic gift pack. The system's products must be top-notch. He and the 3 little guys wore Arctic goggles, and except for some white fog in their vision, their focus was very clear, and they did not feel dizzy. The little polar bear hasn't gotten used to the goggles on his face yet. The little guy has a small face and wears big goggles, making him look like a child secretly wearing adult sunglasses. Although the white fur ball was not used to the large sunglasses on its face, it looked at Liang Jun with a somewhat proud expression. Ding! The little white bear thinks it's very handsome and cool, and says he loves you super +1+1+1. Affinity +50. The little white bear thanks you for the cool goggles and entrusts the system to give him a small toy Arctic wolf whistle. A mechanical sound rang in Liang Jun's head and he laughed in silence. He lowered his head and saw the little white bear in his arms showing off its goggles to him, twisting it in his arms, looking very proud. Give me back my toys! Whistle? Thank you so much. Please ask the host to designate a place to store small toys. Liang Jun responded in his mind. Then put it in my pocket. He felt in his pocket and took out a whistle. But the shape of this whistle is very unusual, like a wolf's tooth. Wolf whistle? He thought of the sharp tooth given by the Arctic wolf king and strung on the necklace. It seemed to have a small broken hole. Liang Jun put the Arctic wolf whistle in his mouth and blew it. Beep. The wolf whistle, with its extremely penetrating power, shook the ice field like a sound barrier splitting the snow and wind, making people's heads buzz. The snow wolf cub was stunned and rolled his eyes. Liang Jun couldn't help laughing. It really works. It's very suitable for communicating with each other in the snow. Thank you, Xiao Bai. The little white bear was very proud and rubbed against Liang Jun affectionately. Liang Jun tried to blow the wolf fawn on the necklace. Although the wolf tooth is not a wolf whistle, it also has a small hole. I wonder if it can be blown. He sat on the sled, took a deep breath, and blew hard into the small hole of the wolf's tooth. Woo! The powerful and high-pitched wolf howls filled the ice field, and the unique call of the wild made people feel nervous and their scalps tingled. It is simply the strongest wolf whistle. The snow wolf cub was so frightened that he straightened his body and took a fighting stance. Liang Jun laughed out loud. He really got 2 great babies. Even if they get lost in the snow, they can still communicate with each other through wolf whistles, which are as effective as the howling of wolves. This is the most primitive way of communication. The silly road deer sled continued to run wildly and rushed to the edge of the ice field like flying. At the same time, a team in the center of the ice field was in despair. A few hours ago, they had packed snow across the crevasses and laid wooden bridges. The light softened the snow on the sea ice, and everything was going well. But after working for a few hours, bad news came over the walkie-talkie: the weather is going to change. All teammates, please return to base quickly. The skies suddenly turned cloudy and a snowstorm started. They retreated quickly, not caring about the pain on their faces from the wind or the constant slipping of their snowmobiles. They just wanted to get back to the Yellow River Station base as soon as possible. The snow was falling harder and harder, and the air was getting thicker and whiter. They were speeding their snowmobiles as fast as if they were about to flip over, but they couldn't keep up with the speed at which the air was becoming turbid. They watched as the tiny bit of red in the device signal became fainter and fainter, and after a few minutes it turned into a white patch and was completely invisible. "Captain? We've been deprived of our vision! It's whiteout weather! All teammates, immediately gather on the leeward side of the snowmobile. Use the satellite remote sensing data receiver to contact the headquarters. Ask for support." The blizzard intensified, forming hailstones the size of pigeon eggs, which continued to grow larger and became hard fists. A huge despair spread through the team. Snowmobiles were smashed by hail, satellite remote sensing data receivers were smashed, and snow goggles were pierced. The scientific expedition personnel were all bleeding and could only squeeze on the leeward side of the snowmobile. The satellite remote sensing data receiver was broken, so they had to replace it with a radio walkie-talkie. They knew that no one would respond to the rescue message on the walkie-talkie, but they still prayed for help over and over again with hope. 5 scientific researchers at the Yellow River Station ask for help. Yellow River Station, please help. The position is damned. The GPS communication equipment was destroyed by hail. The navigation satellite data is also destroyed. Captain, we can't get out. The expedition members desperately shouted over and over again on the radio, but they knew it was futile. In less than 2 minutes, the snow had fallen more than a foot thick. The goggles were destroyed and the intense polar night bleaching weather caused snow blindness. The scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station collapsed. They held the wireless walkie-talkies again and again in pain, as if this was the last light in the darkness. Captain, we are going to be trapped here and die. Captain, this is the Arctic, the most extreme part of the Earth. No one can save us. An atmosphere of despair spread. The old captain looked equally solemn, saying things he himself didn't believe. There are still miracles. Just in case a miracle happens. No one in the team believed in miracles. The old captain himself didn't believe it. Another wave of blizzard mixed with hail is coming. Just when the whole team was helpless and collapsed, suddenly a penetrating wolf whistle was heard from the ice field. Someone is blowing the whistle. The scientific expedition team at the Yellow River Station instantly raised their snowblind eyes, their scalps tingling with excitement, and their hearts ready to jump out of their throats at any time. We are here! Here it is! A huge ecstasy overwhelmed them. Someone was rescuing them. It turned out that they were not fighting alone, and there were still people who had not given up on them in the lonely ice field. Military drones were whizzing and hovering low over the ice field, and the picture appeared milky white, but Liang Jun did not give up. Finally, Liang Jun located a moving object on the ice field through the blurry images from the drone. It's a human! A sleigh made of Arctic dwarf deer appeared from the milky white. A young man was riding on the sleigh, holding 2 balls of white fur. He broke through the milky white area like a god descending from the sky, his whole body shining brightly. God has come, bringing miracles. Liang Jun drove at full speed, braving the strong wind and blizzard, to bring hope of life to the lost scientific expedition team. At that moment, the entire network was moved. Tens of thousands of netizens shed tears during the live broadcast. Chapter 30: A New Predator Appears. Shocks the world. The barrage area is infinitely refreshed. It made me cry. I am so touched. It's like a god descending from the sky. The host is so handsome. This is a true hero. A good man. The old captain of the Yellow River Station had tears in his eyes and silently shed hot tears, which quickly condensed into ice beads hanging on his face. As soon as Liang Jun got off the deer sled, the old captain of the Yellow River Station used all his strength to take 2 steps towards him, but then he could no longer hold on and fell to his knees on the ice field after feeling dizzy. Kneel. A tough man won't kneel down easily, unless he is deeply sad. Liang Jun quickly checked the 5 expedition members, took off their damaged goggles, and replaced them with the Arctic Advanced Windproof goggles in their backpacks. Don't rub your eyes. Strong light burns the corneal epithelium and causes snow blindness, and the upper cornea peels off. Come back to the base with me. We have ofloxacin and recombinant bovine alkaloid fiber gel at the base. My goodness, the snowmobile is smashed like this? The engine oil is leaking and frozen. The GPS dial is broken? All communication equipment is out of service. Just a radio? Liang Jun couldn't help but complain that high-tech equipment is not worth mentioning in the catastrophic climate of the Arctic. Every time he complained, the scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station shed tears of pain. It's all broken. All the equipment is gone. Lao Kuei's head was smashed, and several people needed stitches on their foreheads. The ice field was covered with frozen blood. Liang Jun was surrounded by a group of men, who clenched his hands tightly, and cried loudly as if they had found a savior. They howled until their voices were hoarse and their lungs were torn apart. I cried with grievance and tears of bitterness. They were saved. When the whole world had forgotten them, this young man saved them. A group of middle-aged scientific expedition team members were hugging a young intern and crying. Liang Jun sighed. He could only wait until these old men finished crying before asking them about the situation. What other means of transportation do you have left? I only have a road deer sled. I can't carry 6 men on it. The old captain of the Yellow River Station tried hard to open his blurry eyes, and finally he could see clearly the young man in front of him. The scene before him shocked the old captain. The young man was unarmed, carrying only an outdoor windproof backpack. In his arms was a polar bear cub, with a white dog squatting beside his right foot. There was also a sled behind him, and the one pulling the sled seemed to be a silly road deer. An incredible combination? The leader of the Yellow River team has had countless experiences, but he was still shocked by the amazing scene. I am Lao Kuei, the captain of the North Pole Yellow River Station. Comrade, who are you? The Liang army grinned and stood at attention to salute. Report! Liang Jun, intern at the Yellow River branch of Base 1834. Report to the headquarters leader! In an instant, the 5 members of the Yellow River Station were stunned. The 5 editors at the Yellow River Station were so shocked that they stared blankly with their mouths wide open, and it took them a long time to recover. Station 1834? That was a small abandoned ice guard base. Or an intern? The picture freezes. The netizens in the live broadcast room were already grinning so hard that their teeth were showing. Are they dumbfounded? Ha ha ha, I knew they would be dumbfounded. A group of senior leaders from the main station were saved by a new intern from a branch station. Besides, these big leaders just cried so hard that their snot froze on the host's shoulders. This will embarrass them for the rest of their lives, ha ha ha. Shame.jpg. The atmosphere on the ice field froze and the scene was extremely awkward. The 5 members of the Yellow River General Station were stunned and didn't know what to say. It was Liang Jun who scratched the back of his head to break the awkward atmosphere. Leader, if your team doesn't have any available transportation, we can only walk to the nearest base 1834. The snowstorm gradually stopped, and the injured team members were bleeding. The cuts on the back of their foreheads needed urgent stitches. Blood spread across the ice field. Liang Jun also knew that this situation was very dangerous. Food is scarce in the Arctic ice, and hungry predators have an excellent sense of smell, able to smell odors up to 8 kilometers away, which is 1,000,000 times stronger than that of humans. Lao Kuei from the Yellow River team knew that they couldn't stay here for long because of his rich experience in the field. Comrade Xiao Liang, please lead the way. Liang Jun made a playful gesture to the camera. I don't want to work hard, but he calls me comrade. Netizens were amused by Liang Jun's playful gestures. Only the anchor can find joy in suffering. If they were trapped in an endless ice field, dragging 5 wounded people, and the smell of blood in the team would attract predators, they would have peed their pants long ago. But Liang Jun did not do that. Instead, he tried to make netizens laugh despite the misery. Fans felt both sad and amused, and the number of loyal fans skyrocketed. 70,000 people. 8W5 people. The number of fans is approaching 100,000. Liang Jun whistled excitedly when he saw the number of fans soaring. In less than a week after the newcomer started live streaming, he broke through the 100,000 follower mark. Cool! Liang Jun placed the heavy equipment of the Yellow River Station on the sled. He pulled the sled with one hand and led the Yellow River Station team members with the other hand. Because 5 team members were blinded by snow, although they tried their best to walk, their speed was still not as fast as before. Liang Jun watched the wind gradually grow stronger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only stagger forward on the endless ice field with 5 wounded soldiers, like a camel leading the team. Suddenly, Liang Jun's scalp exploded and goosebumps stood up. The little white bear in his arms also felt the strange environment, and his body tensed up, like a tight bow. The snow wolf cub bared its teeth and issued a low threat to the rear. The whiteout weather was still continuing. Although Liang Jun was wearing advanced goggles, his field of vision was only 2 meters, and he could not see what was happening 2 meters behind him. There is a ferocious beast, quietly following the blood. What kind of beast could it be? The Liang army attempted to launch bloodline suppression. But he hadn't even seen the other party, so there was no way to activate the blood suppression. A dull panting sound came from behind. It was the panting of a huge beast. The savage aura of the predator spread over a large area, causing the small animals to tremble instinctively. The silly roe deer had already dived into the snow pile, and would not move forward even if killed. Liang Jun was so angry that he whipped the air with his whip, but he couldn't drive the stupid roe deer forward. The Arctic dwarf deer was frightened and stunned. Lao Kuei from the Yellow River team said calmly. Silence. The whole team lies low. The old captain of the Yellow River team is very experienced. All the players lay low on the ice, breathing out with their noses close to the ice. Liang Jun then crouched on the ice, and the shadow of a huge monster slowly appeared in the white weather. Getting closer. Closer. The huge beast stood up in the blurry milky white, sniffing excitedly. It was 3 meters tall, like an ancient ferocious beast. Roar! The furious roar at close range made the icy ground tremble. It made people's heads buzz. This is the roar of a giant beast. Liang Jun crouched low with his back tense, and could even smell the bloody breath from the saliva of the person opposite him. A streak of gray fur appeared in Liang Jun's vision. Alarm bells rang in Liang Jun's mind. Now is the time. Bloodline suppression, activate. However, the gray beast was very cunning. Its gray shadow flashed by and then vigilantly disappeared into the milky white color. The whole team was on high alert, with their hearts beating in their throats. This is an intelligent Arctic giant. It's still a predator with gray fur. What animal could it be? What animal stands 3 meters tall and is covered in gray fur? Are there such Arctic animals? The 5 members of the Yellow River team were very nervous. Even the experienced Captain Lao Kuei had countless questions in his mind. No Arctic animal has both of these characteristics. It stands 3 meters tall, and has gray hair all over its body. Could it be a new species appearing in the Arctic? Are there any new species that humans have not discovered yet? Could it be a new creature like the Loch Ness Monster? Chapter 31, Shattered Ice. The ferocious beast that shouldn't have appeared. The weather was white. Liang Jun's field of vision was only 2 meters. He was extremely nervous, and his heart was beating fast. Wild behemoths are extremely patient, and can greatly drain their energy. If they waste any more time, they will be frozen to death on the ice before they are torn apart by the wild beasts. Lao Kuei, the captain of the Yellow River Station, made a prompt decision. Make a circle and walk slowly. Move and you'll warm up. Rather than being consumed on the spot, it is better to seize the opportunity. God is caring for them. Just as the Liang army was preparing to slowly evacuate, the whiteout weather slowly dissipated and visibility gradually increased. 2.5 meters. 3 meters. 3.5 meters. Liang Jun was ecstatic and his heart beat faster with excitement. As long as you can see the other person, you can possibly subdue him. But a fierce gust of wind suddenly blew out from Liang Jun's right side, right next to his right ear. A sharp wind suddenly hits, and a murderous smell of blood is swept through the air. It's a sharp beast's claw. By the time Liang Jun saw it, it was too late. The sharp claws of the beast could tear half of his head off in an instant. At the critical moment, a ball of white fur leaped out. The little white bear's eyes were bloodshot, and it bared its wild fangs. It used all its strength to leap towards Liang Jun's right ear. Coat. The appearance of the little white bear instantly attracted the attention of the giant beast. The giant beast subconsciously retracted its claws and swung them towards the little white bear in the strong wind, facing the provocation head-on. "Nu!" Liang Jun shouted loudly, but the little white bear was extremely fast. Although it was fat, it was agile and ran wildly into the milky white fog, leading the gray beast away. A sudden change. How can a polar bear cub fight against a 3-meter-tall adult beast? Although the little white bear was trembling and a little timid, it saw that the Liang army was in danger and stepped forward. Even though the little white bear was trembling, it still bared its teeth to build up its courage and used its tender body to block all attacks head-on. The members of the Yellow River team were stunned. They didn't expect that the polar bear cub in Liang Jun's arms would have such explosive power and courage. The Liang army hurriedly picked up their spears and ran in the direction where the little white bear was running away. Lao Kuei from the Yellow River team shouted angrily. "Return! There will be other beasts lying in ambush in the white sky. If there is one beast, there will be a second one. You are courting death." Liang Jun turned around and shouted angrily. "Don't preach to me." Liang Jun held the Fang Tian Huaji tightly and ran towards the direction where the little white bear left. The members of the Yellow River team were all panicked and could only huddle together. They strained to open their blurry, snow-blind eyes and could vaguely see the dense shadows of wild beasts in the distance. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were numerous beasts stacked up in layers, more than 30 of them in total, and they were moving in an orderly manner towards the ice field. The strong smell of blood made the beasts' teeth chatter excitedly. The team members could even hear the gulp sound of the beasts swallowing saliva. Their voices trembled, and beads of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. They were extremely desperate. "Team Captain? Leader, we seem to be surrounded." And it's a densely packed beast." The entire ice field was filled with the dense breathing and panting of wild animals. The eyes of the animals in all directions emitted a green glow, which looked like strange and eerie grave lanterns in the gradually dispersing ice field. Bad news came one after another. The silly road deer drilled its head in fear, and it was trembling with fear and couldn't help kicking its hind legs. The place where the silly road deer stood was originally an ice layer, and underneath was an eternal glacier. It kicked so hard that it actually broke through the thin ice area where the sea fish were breathing, and half of its hoofs sank into the glacier. Snap! The ice began to crack layer by layer, like broken glass. The huge thin ice layer broke into spider web-like fragments, and the team members froze uncontrollably. If any of them moved even slightly, the whole team would be destroyed in the glacial torrent. Lao Kuei panicked. The 5 members of the Yellow River team were panicked. It is true that there are always unexpected events. They encountered an unknown giant beast that was 3 meters high, and were watched by more than 30 wild beasts around them. Then they fell into broken ice. Tread on thin ice. They crawled on the ice, not daring to move, holding their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound of breathing could destroy the ice. Horrified. Fear. Netizens in the live broadcast room were sweating for the scientific expedition team members through the drone camera. "Hold on. You must hold your breath. Hold on." Suddenly, an urgent whistle was heard not far away. The wolf whistles were rapid, each one louder than the last. Liang Jun finally saw the figure of the gray beast. It was actually a bear. A gray grizzly bear that was taller than a polar bear when standing. How could there be grizzly bears in the Arctic? How is that possible? Bloodline suppression, activate. The giant grizzly bear, whose eyes were red at first, suddenly changed from fierce to confused. The giant grizzly bear turned his head blankly, and stared at the tiny two-legged beast in front of him even more blankly. From the grizzly bear's perspective, this unprepossessing little biped was so powerful that it dared not look directly at it. The grizzly bear couldn't help but want to get closer and closer, and then give it a good rub. Passive affinity attribute bursts. The giant grizzly bear's eyes became much gentler. The big guy stared blankly with his mouth wide open, curiously looking at the two-legged beast in front of him, and even wanted to stick out his big face to smell something. "I want to rub and stick to you." Just as the giant grizzly bear was showing goodwill, a small white ball flew out of its sharp claws angrily, and bit the grizzly bear's big face plate viciously with its milk teeth. "Coat!" The grizzly bear roared in pain. The smell of blood enraged it, and it beat its chest and stamped its feet, wanting only to crush the little polar bear. The distant roar of the bear reverberated loudly on the ice, causing the thin ice to crack for the second time. Snap! The ice fragments shattered like a spider web, so densely packed that they could not be broken any further. The scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station were so scared that their crotches were wet, and they were trembling and choking. Team leader Lao Kuei was sweating profusely. "Can't move!" Even more unfortunately, more than 30 green eyes revealed their wild animal bodies from the whiteness. "It's a wolf. Large wolf pack." The densely packed Arctic snow wolves, with their ice blue eyes looking down coldly, have a wild and majestic aura, like an approaching army. Arctic snow wolves usually form packs of more than a dozen individuals. A pack of more than 30 snow wolves like this one is a large among large wolf packs, and is extremely rare. The 5 members of the Yellow River team were devastated and desperate. "This time, we have touched a hornet's nest. We are doomed!" Then another rapid wolf whistle sounded. The army of Arctic snow wolves marched with steady and agile wolf steps, flanking from both sides and running towards the broken ice at a rapid pace. More than 30 green wolf eyes reflected a cold and cruel ice-blue light, which was extremely intimidating. They looked like deadly beasts in the Arctic that could tear people apart in an instant. Lao Kuei closed his eyes in pain. "Finished," explained. He has been engaged in scientific research for nearly 30 years, and today he will explain his work here. Netizens stared at the screen, curious about what would happen, yet too nervous to watch. Chapter 32. The Great Snow Wolf Pack is on the move. The most beautiful nature. They dared not see the moment when the ice broke, because the 5 members of the Chinese scientific expedition team would be wiped out and washed away by the cold glacier torrent. At this moment, a white wolf cub rolled and crawled, holding a piece of hemp rope in its mouth. It took one step and slid one step at a time, and with its light little body, it carefully crawled closer to the ice. "It's a snow wolf cub." Lao Kuei was stunned. All the members of the Yellow River Station were stunned. The snow wolf cub followed closely behind Liang Jun, who was holding the little white bear on his shoulders and holding the hemp rope tightly in his hand. There was no doubt that the hemp rope loop was tied by Liang Jun. However, the other end of the 20-meter-long hemp rope was tightly bitten by the gray giant. The giant gray bear stood up tall, like Liang Jun's little follower, biting the hemp rope tightly in its mouth and refusing to let go. The scientific expedition team members were shocked and their pupils were shaking. "Isn't this giant gray beast the one that attacked them just now? The gray giant bear doesn't attack the Liang army? The wolves didn't attack the Liang army either?" What shocked the 5 members of the expedition team even more was that when Liang Jun blew the 3rd wolf whistle hastily, a 2-meter-tall Arctic wolf king stood beside Liang Jun, shaking its thick fur majestically. The leader wolf howled loudly. The Arctic wolf king howled hoarsely, and the pack of wolves surrendered. More than 30 wild snow wolves stood on both sides of the Liang army, their ice-blue eyes deep and firm, staring straight at the ice that was about to break. Click. The snow wolf cub moved cautiously, but still crushed a piece of ice with one foot. The spider web-like ice fragments shattered even more, as if they could collapse at any time. No one dared to move. The little snow wolf cub also became timid, whimpering shrilly, and huddled its ears tightly against the ice. The little fellow was in a dilemma, either advancing nor retreating. Liang Jun stared at the snow wolf cub with a firm gaze. The Arctic Wolf King looked at the Snow Wolf Cub with a cold and resolute gaze and spoke in a low and deep voice, as if encouraging it. The Snow Wolf Cub whimpered for a moment, then held the hemp rope loop in its mouth again, and crawled forward carefully again. Getting closer. Closer. The Snow Wolf Cub crawled forward, slowly and carefully moving to the center of the spiderweb-like ice cracks. Everyone held their breath and stared at this scene nervously. If the Snow Wolf Cub made the slightest noise, the entire ice layer would be doomed. The Snow Wolf Cub held the noose in its mouth, and carefully put the noose around Lao Kuei's neck, then let go. It was light and agile, and took 2 small steps back, barking at the Liang army. The time is now. Liang Jun wrapped the hemp rope around his waist, shouted angrily, and tightly clenched the stretched hemp rope. Rise! The hemp rope was stretched into a straight line. Lao Kuei's shoulder and neck were caught in the snare. The team members hugged Lao Kuei tightly one by one. Snap! The entire ice layer shattered. The huge glacier hole swallowed up the scientific expedition team members. Lao Kuei's body sank suddenly, with most of his body submerged in the glacial torrent. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Liang Jun couldn't bear the weight of 5 strong men by himself. As he exerted force with his left foot, his body was carried into the direction of the ice hole like flying, and the hemp rope slid uncontrollably. Crash! Netizens were so anxious and nervous that their eyes widened. They didn't dare to look, fearing that they would be wiped out in the next second. Suddenly, a fierce bear roar broke out. The other end of the hemp rope was tied around the grizzly bear's waist. The rope slid until it was tight. The grizzly bear felt pain and roared hard. The strong and sturdy bear body was like a magic needle that firmly fixed the other end of the hemp rope in place. The hemp rope stopped sliding and falling. The 5 members of the expedition team held on to the rope tightly as if it were a life-saving straw and dared not let go. But 1 man and 1 bear can only keep the rope from sliding down. If you want to pull the 5 people up, you need help. The little white bear cried softly, rolled and crawled fearlessly, and bit the hemp rope tightly. Although it is small, it also wants to lend a helping hand. The Snow Wolf Cub saw the little polar bear trying hard and was unwilling to be left behind, so he also bit the hemp rope, bared his teeth, and dragged it with all his might. But the 2 little guys not only did not help, but messed up the direction of the hemp rope. The more we help, the worse it gets. At the critical moment, the Arctic Wolf King lowered his cold ice-blue eyes, shook his thick white fur, stood behind Liang Jun and held the hemp rope in his mouth. He lowered his proud and noble head with great pride to help Liang Jun. The howl of the 8-faced wolf was majestic and tragic, and the howls of the pack of wolves seemed to express their determination to help each other. More and more snow wolves joined the Arctic Wolf King and made the same gesture. They held the hemp rope in their mouths, bared their teeth, and dragged it backwards with all their might. Wow! The hemp rope was stretched tight again until it was straight. The Arctic glaciers present an incredibly magnificent sight. Call. The boundless glacier, the merciless storm, the ice cave cracked open with the rift of death and laughed mercilessly. 5 struggling humans were struggling to survive with the help of a group of Arctic animals. The giant grizzly bear used its heavy weight to fix the hemp rope, and more than 30 wild snow wolves worked together, biting the hemp rope tightly with their teeth and dragging it. The little white bear and snow wolf cubs used all their strength. Liang Jun held the hemp rope tightly and leaned back to exert force, with veins on his forehead bulging, and he roared violently. Drink! The hemp rope was actually pulled and dragged backwards at an incredible speed. It's a miracle! The pictures are very impactful, the scenes are magnificent, and the visual effects are shocking. This is a legend of humans and wild animals fighting against nature together. Netizens in front of the screen covered their mouths in disbelief and watched the scene in shock. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! This is the most dangerous death Arctic Circle. Or the most dangerous death ice cave in the Arctic Circle. Someone actually took the risk. They were moved by Liang Jun's efforts, and even more by the help of wild animals. This is the most shocking scene of humans and Arctic animals interacting with each other. Liang Jun and a group of Arctic animals worked together, exerting all their strength to pull the taut hemp rope and rescue the 5 scientific expedition members from the ice hole. Wow! 5 members of the scientific expedition team came ashore. They were shivering from the cold, their lips were purple, and their bodies were blue. This is typical frostbite. Liang Jun quickly tore off their coats, threw away the frozen coats, filled with ice water, and wrapped them tightly with blankets. Quick! Go back to base 1834! There was no transportation on the ice, and their snowmobiles were scrapped in the blizzard and hail. How to get to the base? Liang Jun turned around and saw that the silly road deer was still scared to hide in the snowdrift. He removed the big plank of the sled behind the silly road deer, handed the sled reins to the Arctic Wolf King, looked into the Arctic Wolf King's eyes, and blinked slowly. Brother, do me a favor. The cruel and cold ice blue eyes of the Arctic Wolf King actually blinked slowly in agreement. An unbelievable scene appears on the Arctic ice sheet. The north wind howled, and more than 30 Arctic snow wolves, tied with sled reins, dragged the large sled planks with great force. Wolf sled. On the sled, the 5 frostbitten Yellow River Station scientific expedition team members were so frightened that 3 of them flew away and 2 of them flew away. They had never used such a fast means of transportation. Even snowmobiles, which are known for their speed, are not half as fast as wolf-pulled sleds. More than 30 snow wolves worked together and ran at the maximum speed for a 1,000-mile journey. The 5 members of the scientific expedition team were so frightened that they screamed with their mouths wide open and could not even open their eyes. They were given a blizzard of gulps. Behind them, Liang Jun was driving a silly road deer sled and laughing loudly, laughing with great joy. The team members of the headquarters had never ridden a sled pulled by an Arctic wolf before, and they definitely didn't want to try it again in their lifetime. On the endless ice field, there are 2 strange sled carts. A large snow wolf pack consisting of more than 30 wolves was dragging a sled cart at a high speed, crossing the vast ice field. The 5 frightened scientific expedition team members on the sled cart were screaming loudly. The other one was Liang Jun's silly road deer sled. He followed closely behind the wolf pack sled and laughed heartily. His laughter was so hearty and cheerful. When netizens across the country saw the live broadcast, they were so shocked that they gasped. Chapter 33. Finally, a bite of roast meat broke the Wolf King's defense. This is the most harmonious picture of humans and animals and nature living together. It's also the most perfect trip to the Arctic. Netizens were moved to tears. The magnificent scene of wolves pulling a sled is very visually impactful, showing a different kind of northern scenery. I am so touched. I want to cry. The picture is so beautiful. They are living such a miserable life in the Arctic, but they can still laugh so brightly. What right do we have to not work hard? It's really a joyful experience. It's funny to see me feel distressed. The scene of the wolf pack pulling the sled is so relaxing. Really? Every day after get off work, when I squeeze into the subway, I must open the live broadcast room to watch people and wolves running wildly in the snow. It relieves stress and heals my body. Netizens watched with tears in their eyes, and then they started laughing as they watched. A group of netizens laughed and cried in front of the screen, moved by the live broadcast footage brought by Liang Jun. Base number 1834 lit up with a soft orange light, like a beacon in the darkness, guiding lost travelers home. 5 scientific expedition team members entered base 1834. Liang Jun quickly sent them to the warm Kong and wrapped them tightly with blankets to resist the pain of frostbite all over their bodies. Lao Kui took a sip of the hot water handed to him by Liang Jun. Although the water was only lukewarm, it was considered boiling hot in the Arctic. Lao Kui was so grateful that he cried. Comrade Xiao Liang! The 5 members of the Yellow River Station team held Liang Jun's hands tightly, choked with sobs, and shed tears of gratitude. Liang Jun was not used to seeing grown men cry, so he patted their hands and smiled. I'll express my gratitude later. The little ones outside are hungry. Liang Jun opened the door. Call. The north wind rushed into the house again, and along with the north wind, about 30 fearless Arctic wolves squeezed into the house. Behind the Arctic wolves, a giant grizzly bear poked its head out, also considering whether to squeeze in to get a piece of the pie. Liang Jun had a white bear cub and a snow wolf cub hanging on his body, and more than 30 Arctic snow wolves were crowded into the house. More than 30 green wolf eye searchlights and the strong smell of wild wolf blood scared Lao Kui's team to death. The wolf is really a wild wolf. The players were about to cry. Comrade Xiao Liang, how did you get these wild wolves not to eat you? The 5 members of the Yellow River team were extremely shocked. They thought they would fall into the wolves' mouths, but they didn't expect that after the Liang army showed up, the wolves, who had been watching them covetously, actually tried to help them. It seemed as if they were familiar with the Liang army? They only hoped not to become the wolves' meal, but Liang Jun had already considered how to use the wolves to help. They thought that Liang Jun was on the 2nd floor, but they didn't expect that Liang Jun was actually on the 9th floor. I can't believe it. Liang Jun roasted the reindeer meat until it was fragrant and crispy. The reindeer meat, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, made the scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station drool. Smells so good. It smells so good. They were satisfied with eating canned frozen meat every day, but they didn't expect Liang Jun to have fresh reindeer meat to roast. This gap was beyond their expectations. But Liang Jun didn't eat the roasted reindeer meat himself, nor did he give it to the Yellow River Station members. He tore open a large piece of reindeer meat, and the meat made a fragrant, sizzling sound. The Arctic Wolf King didn't want to reveal his thoughts. He raised his huge wolf head proudly and coldly, and seemed determined and unmoved. But with Liang Jun's call, "Please have a bite as a token of your gratitude." Finally, there was a bite of food, which broke the defense of the cold-blooded Arctic Wolf King. The Arctic Wolf King took a bite of the delicious roasted reindeer meat. The delicious crispy taste on the outside and tender and crispy on the inside made the Arctic Wolf King lose his dignity and eat with relish. The Wolf King's high and mighty airs were gone. The wolves watched eagerly, their mouths full of drool. Ding! The Arctic Wolf King likes your grilled venison very much, and gives you a thumbs up for your grilling skills +1+1+1+1. Affinity +50. The Arctic Wolf King commissioned the system to present a gift package of reindeer meat, and also commissioned the system to convey, "If I take over new territory, there will be enough reindeer meat." A familiar mechanical sound popped up in Liang Jun's mind. In front of him, the Arctic Wolf King narrowed his ice blue eyes and blinked at him slowly. As if to say, "Where do you think I have been all this time, you mortal? Plenty of reindeer meat. Grill it up." Liang Jun burst out laughing. The Arctic Wolf King likes to roast venison, which tastes better when roasted than raw. It turned out that during this period, the Arctic Wolf King led more than a dozen wolves to fight everywhere and conquer more vast territories. He thought originally the Wolf King had only a dozen brothers. How come there are as many as 30 of them after a week of absence? And they are all fat and strong. It turns out that they are expanding their territory and chasing the migrating reindeer. He was happy for the Arctic Wolf King from the bottom of his heart. Expand the territory, capture the migrating reindeer, get more food and men, and of course, meet new love. Great! Cooked ones are better than raw ones. I'll take out all the stock and roast them all. Liang Jun waved his hand and went to the storage room to move the reindeer meat. The Arctic Wolf King sent a gift package of reindeer meat, weighing several tons, and the storage room was full. The scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station looked in shock as Liang Jun carried a large trailer of reindeer meat. There were 3 full trailers, all filled with fresh reindeer meat. Fuck! 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 The 5 members of the Yellow River Station's scientific expedition team were so shocked that their mouths opened into an O shape. They had guessed that the Liang army had fresh venison, but they didn't expect there to be so much. It actually piled up into a small hill? When they thought of the few canned frozen meats at the Yellow River Station headquarters, which had to be saved and shared among several people, they also thought of the endless fresh venison at the branch station's number 1834 base. They were so envious that they wanted to cry. Liang Jun is so rich. Liang Jun called them for help. Come on, leaders! Let's grill together. I have built a lot of stoves. If we bake with 6 stoves together, the aroma will be so delicious. Fresh venison is constantly roasted into fragrant and tender roasted venison, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The aroma of roasted meat inhales into the nose, making people intoxicated and salivating. However, none of the scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station dared to eat it. Each of them was surrounded by 6 or 7 vicious wolves, their eyes glowing green, staring at the barbecue in their hands and drooling. Do they dare to move? Do they dare to eat? I dare not move. I dare not move at all. Liang Jun looked at the frightened looks of the scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station and laughed out loud again. The hearty laughter filled the entire brick house. The scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station were even more depressed. They worked hard to roast venison for a pack of wolves, and had to be laughed at by an intern. Ah, this. But what they didn't know was that this scene was broadcast live on the entire internet. Tens of thousands of netizens were watching them having fun. Ha ha ha, this is both heartbreaking and hilarious. They are so greedy, yet they can only do hard labor. The editors never thought that such a disaster would happen in their lives, ha ha ha. Look at the look in the regular team members' eyes. They really want to eat, but they glance at the wolf head cautiously. It's like me being supervised by my mother while doing homework. It's also like me cheating on the test. Chapter 34. The Wolf King is still a little cutie, and I adopted him. Liang Jun watched the Arctic Wolf King eating heartily. He hesitated for a moment, then flicked the blood-drawing needle, pulled apart the Wolf King's white fur, and drew a tube of blood from the thick back of his neck. A blood sample of an adult Arctic Wolf King. According to recent video footage, the newly occupied territory of the Arctic Wolf King is extremely vast, reaching 4,000 square kilometers. The number of snow wolf pack members is as high as 38. This is more than 7 times the number of ordinary wolf packs. In the resource-scarce Arctic, the Arctic wolf pack is simply a myth. The legendary deeds of the Arctic Wolf King were reposted by netizens, entered major news channels, and were reposted by foreign media, gaining more than 100,000 fans at home and abroad. More fans than Liang Jun's live broadcast room. The Arctic Wolf King suddenly got a shot. He raised his proud and majestic wolf head and stared at Liang Jun unhappily. Liang Jun gave an awkward but polite smile. This. Allow me to quibble. The 5 scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station saw that Liang Jun dared to draw blood samples from the Wolf King, and that the 38 snow wolves around him gave him unfriendly looks and were eyeing him covetously. The scientific expedition team members were so frightened that they were scared out of their wits, and secretly cheered for Liang Jun. Xiao Liang, why don't you do something else? Why did you go and draw the blood of the Wolf King? This is the Wolf King. If you offend the Wolf King, you will be gone in one bite. The scientific expedition team members were heartbroken and worried about Liang Jun. However, the Arctic Wolf King just stared at Liang Jun in reproach, as if he was scolding a naughty child. Then the Arctic Wolf King rubbed the back of Liang Jun's hand affectionately. Liang Jun hugged the huge head of the Arctic Wolf King, and the Arctic Wolf King was very affectionate to him. This shocked the scientific expedition team members. The entire network was shocked. Is this actually possible? They also want to touch the mighty wolf's head, and they also want to kiss the face of the legendary Wolf King. The Arctic Wolf King is gentle yet powerful. Netizens envy Liang Jun so much that they want to cry. Lao Kui from the Yellow River team was also a little jealous and even eager to try. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was stared at by the Arctic Wolf King's sharp ice-blue eyes. 38 snow wolves bared their teeth and roared in unison, with their huge and ferocious wolf heads showing. The majestic power of the wolf pack scared Lao Kui to death. He still felt aggrieved. Why could Liang Jun touch her, but he couldn't even reach out his hand? Does this differ among people? Netizens immediately gave up their lucky thoughts. The wolves only let Liang Jun get close. The Arctic Wolf King's strong and gentle temperament was only directed at Liang Jun. If someone else tried, he would be torn to pieces in minutes. Liang Jun looked at Lao Kui's awkward hand suspended in midair, and his even more embarrassed expression, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Well, the wolves have more important things to do. They have to keep up with the migrating caribou herds. Goodbye, Wolf King! The Arctic Wolf King slowly blinked at Liang Jun, his cold ice-blue eyes gentle and strong. The Arctic Wolf King glanced at the snow wolf cub, then led the wolf pack away without looking back. The majestic and mighty pack of snow wolves disappeared into the vast ice field. They left quietly, just as they came quietly. Arctic wolves are the most fascinating scenery in the north, but also the most ruthless killers. The mighty white wolves left in groups, and the magnificent wolf pack gradually disappeared in the ice field. The beautiful and healing scenes made netizens intoxicated. Absolutely beautiful and healing. Will they be able to see the Arctic Wolf King again? Who doesn't love the powerful and gentle Wolf King? Liang Jun saw the barrage and smiled at the camera. My family, don't feel sorry. I still have a snow wolf here. At Liang Jun's feet, a snow wolf cub was squatting, looking aggrieved. The cub tilted its head, staring at the wolf pack leaving, whimpering in grievance. The little guy wanted to leave with the Arctic Wolf King, but the Wolf King just turned around and glanced at it, then left it to humans with confidence. Traveling around requires a lot of speed and energy, which is not something a 5-month-old wolf cub can do. Snow wolf cubs are born in the harsh polar night, in a season when they shouldn't be born. Long journeys are a disaster for wolf cubs and a burden to the wolf pack. Besides, that two-legged beast can cook barbecue. Isn't grilled meat more delicious than raw venison? The more the snow wolf cub thought about it, the more upset he felt. He was abandoned by the wolf pack. The little guy sobbed aggrievedly, crying with snot and tears, choking with sobs and resting his chin on the back of Liang Jun's feet, and continued to cry, tears flowing all over the ground. It's a little cutie who looks aggrieved. Liang Jun held the snow wolf cub in his arms, rocking and coaxing it like a child. Don't cry. We are the future wolf kings and we can't cry. The snow wolf cub felt even more aggrieved when being comforted. He buried his head in Liang Jun's armpit and continued crying, sobbing until he didn't even recognize his own father. Some people have doubts. Anchor, is the thing in your hand really a snow wolf cub? Why does it look more like a white dog? Liang Jun was both angry and amused. Don't talk nonsense. Our snow wolf king is still a cute cub and I adopted him. When the wolf cub becomes the new Arctic Wolf King, these will be full of dark history. He used his mobile phone to take several close-up photos of the snow wolf cub. In the photos, the snow wolf cub was crying and choking. It's all black history. Netizens burst into laughter. The mighty and domineering Arctic Wolf King of the future is still a little cutie now and has been adopted by the anchor. This is simply the highest realm of the cultivation system. Everyone is looking forward to the day when the cute snow wolf cub grows up to be the mighty Arctic Wolf King. The members of the Yellow River team were shocked when they heard this. Lao Kui stared at the snow wolf cub in Liang Jun's arms in disbelief. Xiao Liang, this is not your dog? The 5 members of the Yellow River team had always thought that the snow wolf cub was Liang Jun's hunting dog, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a snow wolf cub. The snow wolf cub has grown so big? It's about the same size as an adult hound. Liang Jun couldn't help laughing and patted the snow wolf cub on the head. Go! Give them a tough one! A tough one! The snow wolf cub bared its teeth, its eyes were bloodshot, its wildness was summoned, and its threat level was off the charts. Awooh! The 5 members of the Yellow River team were shocked. They patted their chests with lingering fear. It really is an Arctic snow wolf cub. Its natural majesty is so terrifying that it makes people feel afraid. At this time, the giant grizzly bear outside the house was still poking its head out and had not left. Liang Jun had already fed the grizzly bear several pieces of reindeer meat, but the giant grizzly bear had a huge appetite, and dozens of kilograms of reindeer meat were not enough to fill its teeth. Liang Jun could only invite the giant grizzly bear into the house. A giant grizzly bear that is 3 meters tall when standing upright can still appear to be 2 meters tall even when crawling on its stomach. The giant grizzly bear seemed to know how to be polite. It moved carefully into the house, poking its head around, and was very reserved. The 5 members of the scientific expedition team gasped again. Hiss! Liang Jun really dared to invite, one dared to invite, and one dared to enter. This time, they are in trouble. In front of them was a giant bear weighing tons, which could kill them both with one slap. Although the giant bear saved them, they were still afraid, because it was the blood suppression of the wild giant bear. Liang Jun spread the abundant reindeer meat on the ground like a buffet and let the giant grizzly bear enjoy it. The grizzly bear was also very rude. He actually sat down and treated the base as his own home, lazily eating piece of venison after piece. Tasty! So delicious! Lao Kuei looked confused. I have been engaged in scientific research for more than 30 years, and I have never seen a land grizzly bear in the Arctic. Grizzlies are a type of bear that only appears in the south and cannot possibly adapt to the extreme cold. How could a southern bear appear in the Arctic Circle? Liang Jun stared closely at the grizzly bear's open jaw. He picked up the little white bear, opened its pink little mouth, and compared it with the grizzly bear's jaw. My friends, look at this. The one in front of us is not a land grizzly bear. Land grizzlies have short skulls and large, strong molars. But the grizzly bear in front of us, although gray in color, has the same skull and molars as a polar bear. This grizzly bear has a long skull and smaller molars, which is more inclined to polar bear. Suddenly, the air was quiet. The entire network was shocked into silence. Chapter 35. The mainstream is coming together. The name of Liang Jun kills the whole network. Liang Jun opened the Baidu Biological Encyclopedia and shook his head. Not a polar bear either. Polar bears are covered in white fur, and look more like a milky white mass in the snow. If I'm not mistaken, this one should be. At this time, a mechanical sound appeared in Liang Jun's mind. Ding! The hybrid polar bear is very satisfied with your hospitality +1 +1 +1 +1. Affinity +10. The hybrid Arctic grizzly bear commissioned the system to present an Arctic wild fishing gift package, and commissioned the system to convey, the grilled fish will be more delicious next time. The sudden prompt sound also confirmed Liang Jun's guess. Liang Jun said slowly to the camera. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a wild Arctic grizzly bear. That is, the offspring of a polar bear and a land grizzly bear. The live broadcast room is quiet. Animal lovers everywhere who watched the show were so shocked that they held their breath. Oh my God! Incredible! It's actually a wild cross-species animal? Liang Jun's discovery caused a sensation across the country. The hybrid polar bear is an extremely rare hybrid of a polar bear and a terrestrial grizzly bear. The first wild polar bear identified by DNA was in 2006, and has never appeared since. Unexpectedly, now, after 16 years, a hybrid between a polar bear and a grizzly bear has reappeared. Liang Jun rubbed the grizzly bear's thick fur. While the grizzly bear was concentrating on eating, he stepped on the ladder, pinched the grizzly bear's neck, put a satellite positioning high-definition collar on the grizzly bear, and then drew a small tube of blood. Animals have very few nerve endings in the back of their necks and cannot feel pain. After a moment, Liang Jun used the equipment to analyze the blood sample data and genetic atlas of the Arctic grizzly bear. Blood sample data is being generated. Genetic atlas analysis completed. Get +1 Arctic Animal Encyclopedia sample. Unlocks Arctic grizzly bear. +1 for satellite-based HD animal images. He had added another species of rare Arctic animal to his collection of video footage, which was a truly unexpected gain. Cool. The scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station stared at the data in Liang Jun's hand in disbelief. Xiao Liang, in the 12 years since the Yellow River Station was established, we have only captured high-definition images of 6 types of animals. You've uploaded images of 4 species of wild animals to your computer? Liang Jun has collected quite a few animal illustrations using his computer data. High-definition images of Arctic white bears, Arctic snow wolves, snow ferrets, and Arctic grizzly bears. Each wild animal is very precious, and a high-definition image of just one is enough to make a sensation in the biological forum. Liang Jun shot such high-definition images of 4 species in 2 weeks. In the live broadcast room, the Gold V celebrities couldn't hold back any longer. International New Biology Forum. Host, I request you to send high-definition images to our forum email address. Your research data is enough to appear in international new biology paper discussions. Endangered Species Protection Association. Host. Can we add each other as friends? We are willing to pay a high price to buy the high-definition images in your hands. BBC TV. Hello, Mr. Anchor. Could you please honor us by participating in our BBC TV special video interview? Major mainstream media outlets vie to report on Liang Jun's anchor room, and we're all proud to be able to interview Liang Jun. In the international media, Liang Jun's name is as famous as his new biological paper. Countless international experts have tried to contact Liang Jun just to obtain first-hand blood sample data and genetic information of Arctic grizzly bears. The existence of Arctic grizzly bears can play a significant role in studying the ecological environment of the Arctic Circle. For a time, Liang Jun's name was all over the media. On Weibo's hot searches, 3 of the titles were about Liang Jun's live broadcast room. Shocked. The live broadcast industry is booming, and the North Pole anchor soared to the top of the rankings overnight, becoming famous all over the country. Miracle! A niche anchor has driven the geography specialty classes of major universities with his own efforts. The geography teacher is crying. Warm and shocking. TVNZ National Television will interview the most popular ice keeper. On the hot search list, Liang Jun's name topped the list. All major entertainment agencies cried. Demi Entertainment, 55555. I shouldn't have bought hot searches for the artist at this time. The popularity was suppressed by the live broadcast. Dongyang Agency, these hot searches are a waste of money. They are not popular at all. A celebrity named W. It's time for me to have a concert again. After tonight, Liang Jun's name will be heard throughout the entire internet. The mainstream came together, and the Liang army killed people like crazy. But Liang Jun doesn't care about the popularity. He doesn't even have time to check the media's hot search list, and he doesn't know that he is so famous now. While watching the Arctic grizzly bear eating, Liang Jun clicked on the private message in the live broadcast room and rejected the interview invitations from several major TV stations. What is TVNZ? BBC Radio? There's one from North America? They're all scammers. Scams are getting really tricky these days. Liang Jun muttered to himself while decisively deleting the private message. Delete. Delete. Delete all. The expressions of the TV bosses in the live broadcast room froze instantly and became extremely stiff. Many celebrities begged them to do interviews, but they refused. But now, they are getting cold feet. This young man from the East ruthlessly refuses all interviews. Indifferent. Ruthless. It's so sad. All major Western mainstream media shed tears silently. They had never suffered such injustice in all their years of work. Liang Jun retrieved the data from ice core testing and compared it with the blood sample data and genetic analysis data of Arctic grizzly bears. The camera captures his expression from the front. Liang Jun frowned as he looked at the rows of complex data, his brows getting tighter and tighter. He saw a lot of data, but couldn't analyze the meaning behind it. In his current understanding, these data are just rows of cold numbers. Liang Jun was very troubled. The old captain of the Yellow River team picked up the data and spoke slowly. The Arctic region covers all places within the Arctic Circle and 66 degrees 34 minutes north latitude. However, with global climate change, the Arctic region, which should be cold all year round, has repeatedly experienced extreme high temperatures. The rate of glacier melting continues to accelerate, and the connection between the continent and the glaciers is gradually disappearing. This causes polar bears, which lack food, to move south, and grizzly bears in the south to move north. The Arctic ecosystem has become more fragile, and Arctic wildlife has also changed their behavior, including in terms of reproduction. Lao Kuei sighed heavily. If the Arctic continues to warm, polar bears may no longer exist. He looked at the little white bear in Liang Jun's arms with regret. The little white bear didn't know what it meant yet, and curled up in Liang Jun's arms comfortably. The little white bear was full, and sleepily opened its pink little mouth and yawned, then smacked its lips and fell asleep. In the dream, the little white bear was twitching, and bubbles of snot were blowing out and then shrinking. I don't know what kind of sweet dream he was having. Liang Jun's expression was solemn, and his mood was heavy as well. Captain Kuei, will the polar bears disappear? The netizens in the live broadcast room all felt nervous. Will such cute polar bear babies disappear? Will they never see white polar bears again? Don't want. This is a disaster. Chapter 36. An old PUA master, 2 bears are competing for favor. Lao Kuei spoke slowly, his hair turning gray. He looked into the distance and spoke slowly. Life has a way of finding its own way. The blood of life will not disappear. The solemn and vicissitudes of life tone was thought-provoking, which made Liang Jun silent and also shocked netizens. Life will find its own way eventually. Bloodline will not disappear, it will only exist in a different form. Polar bears and grizzly bears hybridize to become Arctic grizzlies. As the Arctic climate warms, will Arctic grizzlies replace polar bears and become the new overlord of the Arctic? The air in the live broadcast room was quiet and silent. Humans have only been around for 30 million years, but nature has been quietly existing for 4.6 billion years. Compared with mountains, oceans, vast lands, rivers, and nature, humans are just a drop in the ocean. Life will eventually find a way to continue in its own way. At this moment, all netizens felt awe in their hearts, awe for the life of nature. Netizens were deeply moved. Liang Jun watched the Arctic grizzly bear eat. The big guy ate half a ton of reindeer meat before his stomach was full and he burped loudly in satisfaction. Liang Jun was both angry and amused. Old Gray, you are a rare species of animal. The wolves are chasing the migrating reindeer, so you should hurry up and leave too. If the migrating group goes far away, you will starve in this winter. Look at how skinny you are. You must have woken up from hibernation because of hunger. I am the only one who is kind to you and feeds you with a big piece of venison. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even have time to escape. The Arctic grizzly bear was slightly stunned, as if he was thinking carefully about Liang Jun's words. Netizens in the barrage section already felt that something was wrong. Liang Jun continued to persuade him kindly. I only have a shabby house here. Where can you go fishing? I am the only one who cares about you. If it were another expedition team, they would kick you out and you would suffer. Hurry up and leave with the migration team, otherwise you will be miserable without food in the winter. Look at you, you're so skinny, you don't have much strength, and your bear relatives will laugh at you when you go out. The Arctic grizzly bear was stunned by what he said. He opened his mouth wide, unable to refute, and looked stupid. Finally, some netizens discovered something was wrong. I discovered that the anchor is an old PUA expert. Ban PUA grizzlies, start with me! I found that the Arctic grizzly bear is stupid, just like Xiong'er, and is being PUA'd by the anchor every day. The anchor said one thing, I'm the only one who loves you, and the other, you're so skinny, why don't you move away quickly? What an old PUA! Barrages of comments are flying around in the barrage area, filling the screen. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can I PUA a polar grizzly bear? It's so tall, how dare I PUA it? With this slap, you've crippled me. Where can I find someone who loves you as much as I do? Even Lao Kui, the leader of the Yellow River Station, laughed. Liang Jun kept saying that he did not PUA a bear. But everyone heard that every word Liang Jun said was brainwashing Xiong. Bully the Arctic grizzly bear. The Arctic grizzly bear stared blankly with his mouth wide open, not yet reacting, his face full of confusion. The little white bear stretched himself, shook his thick fur, turned over, blinked his round eyes slowly, and called softly to the Arctic grizzly bear. Coat. No one understood what the little white bear was saying. But it seems that the little white bear is indeed communicating with the Arctic grizzly bear. The two wild bears were communicating in a unique way. After 2 minutes, the Arctic grizzly bear shook its thick fur, glanced at Liang Jun, twisted its big butt and left reluctantly. The grizzly bear left. The big guy's honest back disappeared at the end of the ice field. It followed the direction where the wolves left and closely followed the migrating reindeer herd. In the Arctic Circle, where food is scarce and food is decreasing, the grizzly bears are awakened from hibernation by hunger, which is definitely not a good sign. The grizzly bears have to follow the footsteps of migrating even-toed ungulates to find energy supplies to survive the harsh winter. Netizens are all guessing what the little polar bear and the Arctic grizzly bear communicated about. Can two bears from different species really communicate through sound? Only Liang Jun knew what the little guy said. Ding! The little white bear domineeringly steps on your neck with a plum blossom paw print, telling the Arctic grizzly bear that you are its two-legged animal. And it refuses the Arctic grizzly bear to get close. The little white bear was very happy to drive away the Arctic grizzly bear, and said that he loved you too. Mua +1 +1 +1 +1. Affinity plus 666. Liang Jun burst out laughing. It turns out that the two bears were competing for favor just now. The little polar bear actually used her position as the queen to drive out the polar grizzly bear, and used her tiny body to warn the polar grizzly bear that there can't be two bears in one house. Liang Jun couldn't help laughing, and his laughter got louder and louder. Xiaobai, you're jealous at such a young age? If he grows up and becomes a 3-meter-tall adult polar bear, how jealous will he be? The little polar bear now weighs only 8 kilograms, about the same weight as an adult cat. Its white head is furry and round, like a large plush toy. It was hard for Liang Jun to imagine what size the little polar bear would be when it grew up. When the snow wolf cub grows up, it will become the Arctic wolf king. When the white bear cub grows up, it will definitely become the Arctic tyrant. The Arctic tyrant that all animals are afraid of. He secretly looked forward to the day when he and the two little guys would go out again in a year, with an Arctic wolf king on the left and a 3-meter-tall polar bear on the right. Wow, he could walk sideways in the Arctic. He had all the rewarded Krypton gold mounts. Arctic wolf king mount. Polar bear mount. Absolutely majestic and impressive, and I'll be happy if I spend money on it. Liang Jun was extremely looking forward to what the two little ones would look like when they grew up. Night falls. During the polar night, the sky is dark all year round, with only the northern lights hanging high in the sky flickering, creating the most beautiful and magical scenery in the Arctic Circle. The colorful northern lights set off the ice field in a hazy and beautiful way, bringing with them the unique romantic atmosphere of the Arctic Circle. A brick courtyard building emits a soft, orange light, becoming a beacon of hope in the darkness. Liang Jun took 5 members of the Yellow River Station to visit base number 1834. The unique courtyard structure of the quadrangle made Lao Kuei and his 5 companions marvel. Lao Kuei and his 4 companions walked in the number 1834 base of the Yellow River Station branch, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, breathtaking. The brick and tile structure of the courtyard has the characteristics of ancient Oriental architecture. Super large material storage warehouse. The 5 scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station were shocked and exclaimed all the way, "Wow! Wow! Wow!" They become walking exclamation marks. Netizens were delighted. The essence of human beings is that they are repeaters. Is this the head of the main station coming to the branch station to give guidance? And he is being received by an intern. Ha ha ha, you guys are so amused. This doesn't sound like the headquarters leader is here to give us guidance. It sounds more like we are humbly asking for advice. If I were to go to the anchor base, I would definitely shout wow even louder. They came to Liang Jun's 55 square meter fruit and vegetable planting area. The fruit tree planting area is divided into 2 layers. The lower layer is the snow squirrel breeding and cultivation greenhouse. In the snow squirrel breeding greenhouse, 5 snow squirrels are happily chewing on rodent-specific feed. Enough food and enough breeding holes allow 5 snow squirrels to reproduce quickly. Became the first batch of captive animals at base number 1834. The confinement of livestock and poultry is one of the development directions of human agricultural civilization. Base number 1834, from waiting for food supplies from the research vessel to spontaneously cultivating food, completed the first step in upgrading the autonomous base. The scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station were stunned. They were extremely envious and wanted to imitate Liang Jun's method of transforming the base. Until they reached the second level of the fruit and vegetable growing area. The fragrance of fresh fruits and vegetables that hit them in the face shocked them so much that they were dumbfounded. Lush and green, with lush green vegetables and fruits everywhere. This is simply a mythical miracle in the Arctic Circle where material resources are scarce and no grass can grow. Chapter 37, Base 1834 is really luxurious. The vegetable and fruit growing greenhouse left the 5 scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River Station stunned. The juicy green lettuce, the plump peas, the round cabbage, and even the crystal red cherry tomatoes, the fresh fruits and vegetables show vitality in the hydroponic pots and look delicious. This is a miracle in the extreme Arctic. Liang Jun couldn't help laughing when he saw the trembling looks of the 5 members of the scientific expedition team. Come in, I'll introduce the planting ideas of hydroponic nutrient pots. The greenhouse vegetable garden is full of high-tech, including 6 automatic fertilizer and nutrient solution sprinkler nozzles, a set of water-changing devices, an electronically controlled constant temperature system, and an LED lighting auxiliary system. This made the 5 scientific expedition team members extremely envious. What they lack is planting ideas? No. What they lack is high technology and a pair of skillful hands that can do whatever they want. Comrade Xiao Liang, 2 of the botanical experts who were stationed at the Yellow River Station have left. No one has ever grown such large greens. Besides, the 2 botanical experts left crying. They said that the Arctic was unscientific and that whatever they planted was useless. We have also tried to build a greenhouse and moved black soil, but nothing will sprout. The 5 members of the Yellow River expedition team were heartbroken when talking about vegetable and fruit planting. They had tried everything and invited several agricultural professors, but all of them left in tears. But now, the vegetable and fruit cultivation greenhouse at base number 1834 has slapped them in the face. It turns out that growing fresh fruits and vegetables in the Arctic is not really a dream. Liang Jun stretched out his clean big hands and used a pair of scissors to cut 4 or 5 long strips of eggplant, some large cabbages, and a small pot of cherry tomatoes. The 5 members of the scientific expedition team stared at Liang Jun's hand, as if what he held was not fruits and vegetables, but precious gold. In the Arctic, being able to eat fresh vegetables is truly more precious than 10,000 taels of gold. Captain Kui, please cook for me. Okay. The dinner at the base tonight is very sumptuous. In addition to grilled reindeer meat, there are also stir-fried eggplant with sauce, shredded cabbage and a small pot of fresh tomatoes. Liang Jun dipped the tomatoes in sugar, and the fresh sweet and sour sauce burst in his mouth. The sour and sweet tomato aroma filled his mouth, and it was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating it. Across the table, Captain Lao Kuei's eyes were red as he ate. Liang Jun discovered that not only Captain Lao Kuei had tears in his eyes, but the other 4 members of the scientific expedition team were also holding back their tears while silently eating vegetables. Liang Jun had doubts in his mind. Captain Kui, is the food not to your taste? Shall I cook some white noodles? After he said this, the eyes of the 5 scientific expedition members became redder. Men don't cry easily, but they couldn't help crying while eating fresh vegetables. The tears fell down, which made people feel sad. Lao Kui wiped his face fiercely and tried hard to put on a rough smile. It suits my taste. It's really delicious. I've been on this project for a year and a half, and I haven't eaten vegetables for half a year. I haven't eaten vegetables for 2 years. I almost forgot what they taste like. I have been stationed here for 3 years and have only eaten frozen canned food and white noodles. They are delicious. So delicious. I dream about eating vegetables every day. Lao Kui choked and his chin trembled. The 4 members of the scientific expedition team were also so excited that they choked up while they worked hard to pick the vegetables. How many years? When they went out for scientific research, they did not see normal people's food, and even a bag of instant noodles was a luxury. Netizens felt extremely sympathetic. What a miserable life this is for someone like that. It's so miserable. I haven't eaten any vegetables for a year and a half. I can get scurvy. My worst record was eating instant noodles for a month without a single piece of fresh vegetables. Now I throw up when I see instant noodles. It made me cry. The anchor saved these poor players. The host's small vegetable garden is simply heaven. The captain of the Yellow River Station came to the branch station and entered the paradise. The host is so rich. He has a vegetable garden, he can pick whatever he wants. Netizens looked at the 5 scientific expedition team members with sympathy in their eyes. It was the Lian army that rescued them from the harsh and cruel environment and provided them with fresh vegetables. The north wind is howling outside the window, and the endless ice field can sweep away all the energy. Inside the brick house, the light was soft and warm, and a group of Arctic expedition members were having fun in the midst of hardship. They toasted with warm water and ate 3 small bowls of vegetables with the taste of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. The pictures are beautiful, warm and relaxing. The positive energy of the picture is very moving. At this time, Liang Jun's satellite communication equipment rang. He turned on the voice call and connected to the headquarters channel. A calm and intellectual female voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Headquarters calling Base 1834. Base 1834 received, please reply. Liang Jun quickly displayed the qualities of a professional team member, quickly wiped the tomato juice from the corner of his mouth, sat in front of the satellite communication equipment, and put on a huge headset. Base number 1834. Intern number 3713 Liang Jun. Report to headquarters. The female voice on the other end of the phone was visibly relieved, and her tone became gentle. I'm glad you're okay. The meteorological department just detected that the blizzard in the Arctic is very fierce. Several scientific research bases have been damaged by the blizzard. The whereabouts of the scientific research team members at the Yellow River General Station are unknown. Liang Jun also sighed. This snowstorm was severe, the hail was huge, and it also caused albinism, which can be considered a very rare extreme disaster. Headquarters, has the equipment at the Yellow River Station been damaged? The question Liang Jun asked was also the question that Lao Kuei behind him was concerned about. The female voice on the other end of the satellite phone was slightly stunned. Yes, the Yellow River site is in urgent need of reconstruction. Team member 3713, what are you asking about the headquarters? Because I went out this morning and met my teammates from the Yellow River Station. The air was quiet, and there was a huge silence across from the main reception desk. Netizens in the live broadcast room were so anxious that they scratched their heads and wanted to beat Liang Jun, the fool, with a stick. Don't say that! You have to keep this to yourself. You're asking for trouble. And they will be punished. He must be punished severely. The station also reminded the anchor this morning to stay at the base and not go out. Who would have thought that the anchor would not only go out, but also be out for a whole day? If he loses his life, both bases will be ruined. It's over. The lady at the main reception desk is going to be furious. Liang Jun violated discipline and regulations by going out to rescue people without authorization. He couldn't tell anyone about this. But he was a simple-minded intern, so he told everyone about it, and he was very frank. Sure enough, after the female commander of the headquarters was stunned, her tone became hurried and nervous. Team member 3713, you left the base? Left the base in a snowstorm? Liang Jun's heart skipped a beat. Not good. Did he say something wrong? The little white bear in his arms stared blankly with its round eyes wide open and its pink little mouth grinning, not knowing what was happening. The satellite voice call was reconnected and turned into a video call connection. After a sizzle, sound appeared on the computer screen, a real-time communication video appeared on the screen, and a young woman in uniform appeared on the screen. Liang Jun's eyes lit up. Chapter 38. I want to be polite, but this is a snowmobile. The commander of the main station is so young? He used to think that the commander was a mama who was taking care of her kids. The young female commander frowned. Her face was beautiful, and her bare face made people feel comfortable. She exuded a rigorous and professional temperament. The navy blue uniform of the command post looked good and fit on her. Liang Jun took a deep breath. He had seen many people in the system, but she was the first one who could wear the uniform so well. But now, the atmosphere between the two is obviously not right. The female commander of the headquarters spoke in an anxious tone and with a heavy voice. Staff stationed at base 1834, do you know the consequences of leaving the base without permission? Liang Jun was at a loss. He didn't know and thought he would be punished. Lao Kuei from the Yellow River team patted Liang Jun's shoulder anxiously. Leaving the post without permission is a serious punishment, and may result in demotion or dismissal. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm already the lowest level intern, how can I be demoted? The only option is to fire him immediately. The atmosphere froze. The air was silent. He had just been in the Arctic for 2 weeks for scientific research, and he was about to be terminated as an intern and expelled from the place. Leaving the post without permission is a serious violation of discipline and can cause huge losses to the base. It is an unforgivable mistake for the scientific expedition team. Liang Jun felt heavy-hearted. He had committed a crime. The first rule in the scientific expedition manual was that one must obey discipline. This was an iron rule. Just when the atmosphere was heavy, the female commander of the CCTV looked at the 5 scientific expedition team members on the screen with great surprise. Yellow River Station? The 5 senior members of the Huanghe station who disappeared in the snowstorm unexpectedly appeared at base 1834? Lao Kuei and his teammates waved to the video screen and patted Liang Jun's shoulder with a relaxed expression. Young man, there is still hope. Liang Jun left the post without authorization, violated major disciplines, and caused a bad influence within the organization. However, Liang Jun saved people from danger and rescued the 5 most senior scientific expedition members of the Yellow River Station from the catastrophic weather. Make amends for one's mistakes. During the video call, the female commander gave a reproachful look and her tone softened. I will ask the leadership for it at the meeting, but team member 3713. Liang Jun stood at attention and answered. Exist. Team member 3713, you left the post without permission. I will deduct 3 months of your internship salary. Liang Jun smiled bitterly. His internship salary was only 3,000 yuan a month. If they deducted it again, he would be left with nothing. The female commander of the headquarters changed the subject. Team member number 3713, you have been rewarded with a 6-month quarterly bonus for saving the 5 members of the Yellow River base. The air is quiet. Liang Jun understood this sentence. He violated discipline and had 3 months' salary deducted, but for saving a life, he was rewarded with an additional 6 months' quarterly bonus. This is a quarterly bonus. It starts at several thousand, and it's for 6 months. Isn't it better than the internship salary? All in all, he left the post without permission to save people and received a quarterly bonus of tens of thousands. At this moment, Liang Jun just wanted to pick up the screen and give it a big kiss. Miss Commander, you are so helpful. On the other side of the video, the female commander of the CCTV smiled and couldn't help laughing. Okay, number 3713, don't get too excited. I will try to get the leader's approval, but you must always remember that you are still in the internship period and must abide by the base regulations. For this mistake, you will be given an administrative penalty. Don't do it again next time. Administrative sanctions can be revoked within the file and can be regarded as a warning within the organization. The more Liang Jun looked at Miss Commander, the more he liked her. Who wouldn't like a commander who is both gentle and firm? The 5 members of the Yellow River team, Lao Kuei, were surprised to lift Liang Jun up. The 5 middle-aged men laughed like big kids and carried Liang Jun on their shoulders, turning around the room. The 5 of them tossed Liang Jun high into the air and caught him. Thank you, Xiao Liang! Xiao Liang is mighty! Awesome and domineering number 3713. Thank you, base number 1834. Wola! The happiness of the Arctic expedition team is so simple, a portion of fresh vegetables and a sincere brotherhood. Liang Jun was thrown high into the air, grinning from ear to ear. The north wind howled outside the window, and the brick house was dotted with soft light, making it extremely warm. Several grown men started to make a fuss, throwing Liang Jun into the air again and catching him, which made Liang Jun laugh out loud. In the kitchen, the silly road deer was stealing green leafy vegetables. The snow wolf cub looked blankly at a group of men cheering. The little white bear pricked up its ears and stared at the group of people curiously. The images are healing and relaxing. Netizens felt relaxed and happy watching this. It was really stress relieving. They seemed to be following the Liang army, being thrown high up and falling down, enjoying the gratitude of a group of survivors. Cool. The next day, the snow and wind stopped, and the Arctic ice field returned to its vast loneliness. 5 members of the Yellow River Station scientific expedition team are preparing to leave base 1834. GPS positioning repaired, satellite communication repaired, 5 snowmobiles repaired, engine valve inspection completed. The snowmobile engine roared in place, making a huge noise like a prehistoric monster. It was gasoline burning. Liang Jun looked at the high-tech equipment at the Yellow River terminal and felt extremely envious. He is currently an intern and can only apply for a small amount of equipment from the headquarters. He is looking forward to whether he can also apply for a snowmobile when he becomes a full-time employee. If you have a motorcycle in your hand, where in the snow can't you go? It's cool and stylish, so handsome. Lao Kuei from the Yellow River team laughed when he saw Liang Jun's eager eyes. He called Liang Jun. Come up! Liang Jun still didn't understand what was going on. Lao Kuei taught him how to use a snowmobile, how to repair the engine, how to replace the gasoline cylinder, and where the gasoline barrels at the substation base were placed. As Liang Jun touched the snowmobile, his love for it grew even stronger. This huge shape, with smooth and wild lines, is cooler than a Harley motorcycle. He kept touching her and was reluctant to let go. Lao Kuei from the Yellow River Station patted him on the shoulder generously. Xiao Liang, the daily maintenance of this snowmobile will depend on you from now on. Liang Jun was still stunned. Depend on me? The Yellow River Station is so far away from me, how can I maintain it? The 5 members of the Yellow River team burst into laughter. Lao Kuei also laughed. All netizens in the live broadcast room were delighted. The anchor is such a silly intern, he is so thin-skinned that he is too embarrassed to ask for a snowmobile without directly saying so. Lao Kuei generously stuffed the snowmobile into Liang Jun's hands. Bombardier B31 Series, ultra-rare professional snowmobile with 8 cylinders. This one is yours. The air is quiet. Liang Jun was so surprised that his eyes widened. Is it the most professional motorcycle Bombardier? Or a Super 8-cylinder? The power is awesome. Give it to me? Lao Kuei laughed, and everyone followed suit. Liang Jun refused for a while, but he accepted it with embarrassment. He was shy, but he couldn't resist the temptation of the Super 8-cylinder Bombardier snowmobile. This is the Maserati of snowmobiles. So cool. Lao Kuei and the deputy captain rode on a snowmobile. The 5 of them shouted from afar, said goodbye to Liang Jun, and disappeared on the vast ice field. Yo-ho! Woohoo! Xiao Liang! Next time we meet, you have to make me a regular employee. Xiao Liang! Next time we meet, let's eat barbecue. Eat vegetables. Drink. Ha ha! The hearty shouts echoed across the vast ice field. This is the solid brotherhood established by the men of the northern country. Liang Jun waved goodbye from afar, his eyes filled with tears. Goodbye, brother. When we meet next time, I will definitely entertain you as a regular member of the team. The ice field is thousands of miles long and lonely, with frost covering tens of thousands of miles and the north wind howling. Whoosh, whoosh. On the vast ice field, Liang Jun stood alone on the snow, like an ice sculpture. Netizens were deeply moved and felt the same way as Liang Jun. It was so lonely after the hustle and bustle. Thank you for your hard work, ice keepers in the north of our motherland. Salute to the hard-working ice keepers. Just when Liang Jun was feeling extremely lonely, a small white ball tugged at his trouser leg, rubbed against it, and climbed up, making a slight sound. Coat. Chapter 39, The Snow Elf's Loving Gift. Liang Jun looked down and saw the little white bear looking up at him worriedly. When the little white bear saw that he was fine, he stretched lazily like a spoiled child, stretched out his short legs, and stepped hard on Liang Jun's instep, wanting to give him a hug. Liang Jun hugged the little white bear tightly, pulled the little guy into his arms, and buried his face in the little guy's thick white fur. He couldn't help but shed tears. Lonely, so lonely. But fortunately, I still have you little elves to accompany me. Thank you. On the icy plain, the snowmobile roared like a ferocious beast. The engine started. Bombardier B31 Series, an ultra-rare 8-cylinder snowmobile, roars like an ancient beast. Its cool appearance and smooth and domineering lines show its unique domineering beauty and wildness. Liang Jun jumped onto the snowmobile and shouted hello to the little white bear and the snow wolf cub. Come up, little ones! The little white bear chirped excitedly and leaped to the front seat of Liang Jun. Although the snow wolf cub was not happy, it could not resist the temptation of the handsome motorcycle. It twisted its face and quickly climbed to the front seat of the motorcycle and squatted. The Liang army raised their heads and let out a long and hearty roar. Base 1834! Get ready to go! Woohoo! Boom! The roar of the huge engine echoed across the ice field. On the boundless ice field, a domineering and wild snowmobile is running at high speed, drawing a wild and unbridled route. The roar of the accelerator is like the roar of a giant beast, rolling up boundless domineering power on the ice field, making all the beasts submit. The picture of extreme wild beauty is pleasing to the eye. Netizens in front of the screen were fascinated and enjoyed the show very much. Fuck! 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 So cool. Apart from the national quintessence, they could not find other words to express their excitement. Snowmobiling is the ultimate romance for men. Wild romance. All the fans were immersed in the joy of Liang Junchang riding a snowmobile, and were extremely intoxicated by the sight. The number of fans soared rapidly. From 100,000 fans, it soared to 150,000 fans. Liang Jun's Arctic live broadcast room was followed by the platform, and a pink insight message was quietly sent to Liang Jun's email. Unread platform internal message +1. After Liang Junchang finished riding the snowmobile, he parked it in the storage room. He found the gasoline barrel at the base according to the direction left by Lao Kui. Now that he can ride a motorcycle anytime and anywhere, Liang Jun couldn't help but want to sing a song. Snowmobiles are more delicious than snowmobiles. Liang Jun was about to go back to his warm bed for a nap. As he walked from the courtyard into the east wing, he noticed something was wrong. There were 2 rows of small animal footprints on the snow. The footprints were small, shaped like plum blossoms, and quite cute. Xiao Bai, did you just run back and forth? Liang Jun thought it was the little white bear or the snow wolf cub that ran away, but the 2 little guys knew their feet were frozen and they stayed in his arms tightly, and refused to come down. What a lazy little guy. The little white bear shook the plate hard in his face. The snow wolf cub tilted its head and blinked its ice blue eyes in confusion, with a look of confusion on its face. Liang Jun sighed inwardly. Never mind, it's definitely not these 2 lazy guys. Who would have thought that polar bears and snow wolves would be afraid of freezing their feet? These 2 little guys can curl up in his arms and will never get off the ground. They either use him as a scarf or hug his arms as a pillow, no matter how lazy they are. When you grow up, will you still rely on me? I shall not be crushed by you. The little white bear rubbed his head more vigorously, wanting to stick to him. The snow wolf cub's neck can be twisted 180 degrees. Liang Jun. Acting cute is the most shameful thing. Liang Jun walked around the small footprints in the snow and found that the footprints actually led all the way to his east wing. Moreover, there was a small gift in front of the east wing. Netizens are very curious. Liang Jun was also very curious. What is this gift in front of the door? The gift was very hard, like a fallen hoof of an even-toed ungulate, with a tuft of white hair on the edge of the hoof. Liang Jun was confused. What little animal has plum blossom footprints, white fur, and came all the way to bring him a hoof gift? Hoofs are the nails of even-toed ungulates. Could this be sending nails from 1,000 miles away? Liang Jun, full of curiosity, picked up the gift and put it into the house. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My friends, a little animal gave me a nail from someone else. What is the purpose of this? Netizens in the barrage section are already having a blast. To be honest, the stray cat I was feeding in the community suddenly brought me a live mouse one day, and looked at me smugly, asking me to eat it. What's that upstairs? Have you ever seen a stray cat give a snake as a token of gratitude? A live snake! The kind that sizzles and wriggles. At least your stray cats don't enter your house. Think about it, if we have a house cat and suddenly a big flying cockroach appears in our bed in the morning, it will look at you eagerly for a reward. Hiss! So fierce? It has a visual feel. The live broadcast room was filled with laughter and fans were all having fun watching Liang Jun. A small animal thanked Liang Jun and sent him a piece of even-toed ungulate claw. The host had to eat it with gratitude and not disappoint the little guy. Liang Jun was both angry and amused. He placed the gift on the table, then opened the private message and began to browse. Delete. 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 He saw an internal message marked in pink, which was an invitation from the platform. Platinum Anchor Contract Invitation. Liang Jun opened the message curiously and was more and more surprised the more he read it. His number of fans reached 150,000, and the platform invited him to sign a Platinum Anchor Cooperation Agreement. The gift reward share was upgraded from 55 points for ordinary anchors to 37 points. The platform gets 3 points, and he gets 7 points. In addition, Platinum Anchors also receive an annual basic bonus, starting at 150,000 per year. Although this is not a very high reward on the live streaming platform, It is equivalent to an ordinary person's annual salary plus a year-end bonus. Cool. There is a line of black marked words behind the internal message. The Platinum Agreement is attached in the appendix. Sign the Platinum Agreement. Liang Jun knew that most of the Platinum anchors on the Douyin live streaming platform are big versus with more than 1 million fans, but he did not expect that he, who now only has 150,000 fans and is a niche anchor among niches, could also receive a Platinum invitation from the platform. What an unexpected surprise. After reading the attached agreement, Liang Jun started the online electronic signing. Click to agree. Begin electronic signature. Following the instructions, Liang Jun quickly completed the electronic signing. The name of his live broadcast room was replaced with a platinum prefix, and the entire room was filled with a shining silver halo. This is a unique special effect for platinum anchors. Cool. Many loyal fans noticed the changes in the live broadcast room, and old fans cried with joy. They are about to become veteran fans. They can grow up with Liang Jun and witness the birth of a generation of top verses. Looking forward to it. After signing the Platinum Agreement, Liang Jun touched the hoof gift on the table and couldn't help but smile. A little guy came to bring him good luck. I don't know if the little guy will appear again. Liang Jun stretched and put the gift into the drawer, but what he didn't know was that at this moment, there was a snow elf outside the window, lying on the window frame and staring at him. Dislike? This two-legged creature doesn't seem to like this food. What to do? The only thing I can do is give him a new delicacy. The snow elf jumped happily twice and disappeared in the vast snow. Chapter 40. The dwarf deer jumped away his horns in 2 moves. The clock points to dusk. In the polar night, Liang Jun could not tell the time by the sky color. Because in the extreme polar night, the sky is dark regardless of day or night, with only the endless northern lights flickering in the sky, hanging far away like a flowing shining galaxy. Liang Jun finished writing his diary and twisted his neck twice. It's time to collect the flag. Liang Jun walked outside, resisted the howling cold wind, and wrapped his face like a mummy. He walked to the flagpole and pulled down the rope. It was snowing and cold outside, and the little polar bear was almost blown away by the north wind. The snow wolf cub's hair was blown into a shamat, shaped by the north wind. Liang Jun squinted his eyes, held the flagpole with difficulty, tilted his head back, and slowly and carefully pulled the rope, trying hard to pull it down. Crash! Crash! The old ropes made a dull sound, and one could tell at a glance that it took a lot of force to retract and pull the ropes, otherwise one's body would be blown away by the north wind. Netizens watched with heartache as Liang Jun collected the flag alone. What a harsh and cold environment, and a difficult life guarding the ice. But Liang Jun found joy in the midst of hardship in the live broadcast room, and showed them the optimistic side of the scientific expedition team. The fans are very distressed. The host who finds joy in adversity is so pitiful. It would have taken only 1 minute to take down the flag, but Liang Jun took a full 5 minutes before he pulled down the ropes with a clang, and then raised his head to salute. He braved the cold wind and carefully folded the flag in half twice, fearing that the storm would blow it away. The 4 corners of the red flag were folded together, and the 2 corners on the left were folded down. The square red flag has been folded. The flag-raising ceremony should have ended quickly, but Liang Jun took 10 minutes to complete it. He held the square red flag with great care and gestured to the camera. Flag-raising ceremony completed. The fans breathed a sigh of relief and smiled knowingly. Although it was just a simple flag-raising ceremony, they all watched it with great excitement. Everything about the lives of the Arctic ice keepers seems fresh to them, and is very relaxing to watch. After Liang Jun collected the flags, he returned to the bedroom and lay on the warm kong. As soon as he entered the room, he found another gift at the door. The gift is different from the nail, just now. This time the gift looks more like a normal gift. Liang Jun picked up the large gift, looked around in confusion, and did not know whether to laugh or cry in front of the camera. My friends, someone sent me a big horn. The fans were equally curious and confused. They had just been concentrating on watching the flag-raising ceremony, and how long had it been since then that a single large horn appeared at the door? Still single. What kind of animal could it be that brought a gift to Liang Jun? Anchor, could it be dropped by an even-toed ungulate? No way, even-toed ungulates lose their nails first and then their horns? How can this be so funny? Do you think it's a stupid road deer that can run away with its horns while walking? The barrage section laughed out loud, mocking the silly road deer mercilessly. The silly road deer followed behind the Liang army, with his fat deer face tilted and a look of confusion. This horn really looks like its. Could it be that the horns on its head were stolen? The silly road deer's expression became more and more surprised, and his round deer eyes were as big as copper bells. Liang Jun laughed and rubbed the 2 intact horns on the silly road deer's forehead. Yes, they are all here. If you don't believe me, I'll take a picture for you. Liang Jun took out his cell phone and took a selfie with the silly road deer. Click. Photo taken. Liang Jun grinned, while the silly road deer sitting right next to him had a serious and reserved look on his face, still worried about the horns on its head. The pair of horns on the Arctic dwarf deer's head were intact, but what no one expected was that soon the horns on the Arctic dwarf deer's head were gone. The Arctic dwarf deer stared at himself in the photo, looking confused and bewildered. An adult male deer, a mighty and majestic adult male deer with huge horns on its head, looked at it face to face, which was a declaration of war. The silly road deer was frightened, turned around and ran, running across the ice field at the speed of flight, jumping up and down in fear. The silly road deer lowered its head to burrow into the snow, but was startled by the reflection of the deer head on the ice. Another adult male deer. Why was it chasing after it so closely? And why was it squatting on the ground and looking at it? The Arctic dwarf deer were startled and jumped and capered, actually performing a flamboyant and rhythmic tap dance on the ice field. Duang! Duang! The Arctic dwarf deer jumps very high, like a bouncing baby. The Liang army shouted from afar. Come back soon! What are you doing? But the Arctic dwarf deer could not hear it. The silly road deer jumped out in a high arc with all his strength. Duang the horn jumped and fell off. The silly road deer looked around blankly, and then felt something was wrong with its head, top heavy and a little unbalanced. It blinked in confusion and continued to jump in fear. 2 big leaps, with great bounce, and then Duang the second horn also fell off. Now, the silly road deer really has no horns. Its forehead is completely bald, like the unfortunate Mediterranean of middle-aged people. The silly road deer turned his head towards Liang Jun in a daze, his mouth wide open, not understanding what was going on. My head is so light, my body is so light that I can float, so cool. The silly road deer lowered its head again. Fortunately, it was not face to face with an adult male deer. When it saw a female deer with a bald head, it jumped up excitedly and trotted towards the Liang army. The silly picture of the dwarf deer stunned fans all over the internet. So the deer's antlers were broken off by itself? Liang Jun slapped the silly road deer's butt, fed the remaining carrots on the table into its mouth, and couldn't help laughing. Roe deer are herbivores and small to medium-sized deer. Male roe deer have horns, while females do not. In February and March every year, male roe deer begin to grow horns. Horns, a secondary sexual characteristic of males, are more for competing for mating rights. Once the breeding season is over, the horns will fall off around December. The new antlers of deer that grow in spring are very valuable and are also called velvet antlers in traditional Chinese medicine. Deer antlers are extremely valuable and many poachers harvest them to sell. Deer antlers are as valuable as wild ginseng. Deer antlers are expensive, even the cheapest ones cost thousands of yuan. If they are wild and fresh, they can cost 5 or 6 figures. Like monkey wine, it is the most ultimate collectible treasure in the wild. An auction house once put fresh wild deer antlers up for sale, and more than a dozen wealthy people competed to bid for it, and the price was a high 7-digit figure. Netizens were shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect deer antlers to be worth a fortune. The anchor-raised Arctic dwarf deer, wouldn't that make him rich? This is a nouveau riche. Wait, I just want to ask, won't the sheep feel pain when you cut off the antlers? Upstairs, even if we cut off the deer's head, the sheep won't feel any pain. Don't think the silly roe deer is a sheep just because it's small. Liang Jun started chatting with netizens. Generally, when farms harvest antlers, They have to anesthetize the deer. Don't be fooled by the hardness of the antlers. They are newly grown horns and feel like fingernails. They won't hurt. It actually hurts, and the deer will feel severe pain. If deer antlers are really similar to human fingernails, how can they have so much medicinal value? You know, deer antlers contain glycolipids, gum lipids, amino acids, and other elements that the human body needs. Netizens all put on masks of pain. Deer antlers are good things, but you can't plot against them. They are the most valuable new antlers of deer in early spring and are the most precious treasure of deer. Liang Jun drove the snowmobile in a beautiful arc on the ice field and collected the horns that the silly road deer had just dropped. One big horn, two big horns. Liang Jun pointed his two horns at the little white bear's head. The little white bear pricked up his round ears and widened his eyes, turning into a little white deer. His silly look was so cute. Chapter 41. Dancing Under the Northern Lights, the most beautiful elf in the dark night. Liang Jun then pointed the two horns at the snow wolf cub's head. The snow wolf cub had a serious and stern face, but suddenly a pair of big horns grew on its head, making it look as funny as a monster. Liang Jun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fans were also having a blast in the barrage section. Little White has horns, and the wolf cub has horns too. The Anchor City knows how to play. These are the dark histories of Xiaobai and wolf cub. When Xiaobai grows up to be a mighty polar bear and the wolf cub becomes the northern wind wolf king, they will look back at their dark history and be so depressed that their faces will turn black. It makes sense. Ha, the anchor is grabbing the bamboo shoots. Liang Jun put a pair of horns on the heads of the little white bear and the snow wolf cub, and took photos with them together, having a lot of fun. The little white bear was very cooperative. He happily leaned his head on Liang Jun's shoulder, admiring his forehead and proudly showing off his big horns. But the snow wolf cub looked very unhappy. The little guy turned his face away awkwardly, not looking at the camera, as if he was looking down on stupid and boring humans. Liang Jun had enough fun, so he put the pair of big horns into the house and kept them as a treasure for the silly road deer. This is the first time that the silly road deer has lost its horn, so it must be kept well. Just like when a child is young, parents treasure their children's fallen baby teeth, and in the future these will be beautiful memories. Liang Jun gently put the dwarf deer horns into the drawer. His attentive actions made netizens sigh and feel very heartwarming. Although the Arctic Circle is freezing cold and there is no grass at night, with the host around, these animals can get the best care and the brick house is full of warmth. Beautiful and healing. Just then, there was a slight noise at the door. Rustling sound. It looked like some animal was being dragged over. Liang Jun made a gesture to keep quiet, and the netizens' bodies stiffened with nervousness. Something is coming to the door. What will it be? Liang Jun was afraid of scaring the little guy outside the door away, so he quietly touched the windowsill and looked out of the window. A snow-white snow elf was using all his strength to drag another long horn on the snow, and was pushing the horn towards the door of Liang Jun. The elf didn't know that he was being seen clearly. He puffed up his cheeks and exerted so much force that people could twist their facial features and even frown. Hi. Drag hard. I'm holding on with all my strength. I'm almost there. Fans were extremely confused. This little guy is an old acquaintance. The ferret has brown fur in the summer and white fur in the winter. Last week, Liang Jun accidentally came across a snow ferret in the wild. He rescued the ferret from the mouth of a snow wolf cub and gave the little guy a piece of compressed biscuit as a gift. Unexpectedly, the ferret was a grateful person. After eating a small piece of biscuit from Liang Jun, it followed Liang Jun to the base and secretly brought food to feed Liang Jun. The snow ferret first brought a broken hoof of an even-toed ungulate, but Liang Jun refused to eat it and just casually placed it on the table. The little guy was a little sad, but he didn't give up. The little guy continued to work hard to find more delicious winter food for the two-legged beasts, and this time he dragged a big horn. Unexpectedly, Liang Jun liked the big horn very much and also collected the horns of the silly road deer. The snow ferret was very satisfied, thinking that Liang Jun must like bipeds with big horns, so he took great pains to drag over another horn that was twice as big as his own. The northern lights hang low in the night sky, flickering and flashing with myriad beautiful colors. It is the most beautiful scenery on the Arctic ice field. The snow ferrets dance under the northern lights, like the most beautiful elves in the dark night. Netizens were shocked by the heartwarming scene and their eyes were red. I just ate a small piece of the anchor's cookie, and he's already complaining. It makes me want to cry. The elf is so sensible. I saw the grateful ferret, and then I turned my head to look at the rebellious son who had torn apart the sofa. I grabbed the husky and beat him up. And then your rebellious son even cursed you in a very dirty way. It's so real. Liang Jun opened the window and expressed his gratitude to Shui Mink. Thank you so much. But don't do that next time. This thing is very heavy. I accept your kindness. The snow ferret didn't expect to hear any noise above its head. The little guy was startled cautiously and buried his head in the snow. After a long time, he slowly poked his head out. The snow ferret saw Liang Jun's smiling face and hummed with satisfaction. Meow. Liang Jun was slightly stunned when he heard the call of a snow ferret for the first time. This is how snow ferrets sound. It sounds soft and cute, and kind of nice. The fans were so surprised that they grinned from ear to ear. This was the first time they had heard a ferret call, and the sound was so strange. Liang Jun carefully jumped out of the window and followed the snow ferret out. Not far from the base, he saw a nest of hill caves. This should be the snow ferret's lair. He looked carefully towards the ferret's nest and saw a litter of gray-brown kittens. What a pleasant surprise. The ferret trusted him so much that it even brought its newborn baby, who was only a few months old, to him for a look. In the harsh living environment of the Arctic, this trust is so rare. The snow ferret blinked slowly at Liang Jun like a snow elf. Ding! The ferret feels your love and says it loves you too. +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Affinity +200. The ferret commissioned the system to give away a large carbon fiber anti-resistance sled and commissioned the system to convey, "Look, my cub is cute." The ferret happily stood up on its short front legs, squinting its eyes with a slightly smug expression. It affectionately picked up a litter of kittens and handed them to Liang Jun one by one to touch their heads. A litter of gray-brown kittens, soft to the touch, with furry little heads that are very comfortable. Liang Jun couldn't help but touch it again and again, and then he quietly rubbed the snow ferret's head. The white furry head looks cute and clever, and it feels so good to touch. The ferret was very excited when its head was rubbed. The little guy moved sideways, jumped, twisted, opened his mouth, and made a gurgling sound to show that he was happy. Liang Jun burst into laughter. What a lovely, clever little smart guy. In the picture, the snow ferret loves to play and is full of affection, and it quickly becomes familiar with Liang Jun. Netizens are envious. The host must have a strong affinity for animals. This was only the second time they met this wild little creature, but he brought the entire litter of cubs to show off to the host. This trust is absolute. Their eyes were red with tears. Liang Jun accepted the gift from the ferret, a large carbon fiber resistant sled. He was very surprised. It seemed that the storage room would have another means of transportation. A large sled, which could be used for transportation. He finally didn't have to carry 100 kilograms of scientific research machinery and move forward in the snow. Cool. Have as many cookies as you like, little one. I'll hang some frozen reindeer meat outside the door. If you're hungry, come and have a bite. There was a lot of reindeer meat at base 1834, so much that they couldn't finish it. To preserve it, Liang Jun hung a long drying rope on the door beam and hung the venison pieces there. There are also a lot of compressed biscuits at the base, and there are often half-eaten compressed biscuits on Liang Jun's table. Soon, base 1834 had a new little guest, the snow elf ferret. The endless Arctic ice fields and the northern lights flicker with beautiful colors. The brick and tile cottage lit up by soft light has a new regular visitor. Base number 1834 has become more lively and vibrant. At night, Liang Jun lay on the warm kong, feeling warm all over. He was thinking while warming himself by the fire. Which unlucky even-toed ungulate deer had its hoof nails stolen, and its big horns dragged away by a ferret during the day. In the Arctic winter, when there is a lack of resources and no grass grows, the reindeer herds should have migrated away, so why are there still even-toed ungulates on the ice? The silly road deer are not very smart, so are there still not so smart deer on the ice? Chapter 42. Liang Jun's name shocked the entire platform. Liang Jun was also worried when looking at the cool carbon fiber large resistance-resistant bobsleigh. He has a super luxurious sleigh, but no kid to pull the big sleigh. Should he ride a snowmobile to pull the transport sleigh? Or tire the not-so-smart little road deer to death? The road deer is a dwarf deer with a relatively small body. It can barely pull a single-person sled, but it is helpless when it encounters an extra-large carbon fiber sled. While flipping through the scientific expedition log left by Mr. Yin, Liang Jun took out some water from the refrigerator and sighed. "Live a simple life, comrades, and keep working hard." Netizens noticed that Liang Jun repaired the refrigerator that had experienced a snowstorm and took out a glass of ice water from the refrigerator. New fans were confused, and old fans explained for Liang Jun. "The fridge is called warm water. Putting ice water at room temperature into the refrigerator will turn it into warm water. Don't you understand? The temperature in the Arctic research room is much colder than a refrigerator. It's called finding joy in misery." The old fans were very excited and enthusiastically introduced the base to the new fans. Liang Jun was both angry and amused. It has only been 2 weeks since he set up his live broadcast room. These old fans were new fans a week ago, and now they have started to form the Arctic Anchor Support Group. What kind of camera crew support group? What kind of editing and special effects support team? He didn't spend a penny to build a team, but his fans spontaneously formed a team to promote him everywhere. Some even advised him to take the star chart advertisement, saying that it would be very profitable to add product placement. Liang Jun once tried to take over the star map advertisement, which was a very ordinary windproof coat he brought to the Arctic. As a result, he just put on his windproof coat and stood outside in the blizzard. Hiss! The windbreaker was like a screaming woman, naked, revealing its shy lining in the blizzard. Liang Jun still remembers that day. His private messages were flooded with messages, and the windproof coat brand begged him to delete the video. The brand cried out, "Oh my God! We deleted your buyer show, and we're paying you. We're paying you to delete your buyer show." Liang Jun expressed his satisfaction. He felt that perhaps he could make a lot of money just by deleting buyers' shows without taking any advertisements. From then on, Liang Jun no longer received any star map advertisements. This was a ridiculous thing. Liang Jun closed Yen Lao's scientific expedition diary. He had trouble falling asleep as he heard waves of snowstorms outside the window. Whoosh, whoosh. The north wind blows stronger and stronger, demonstrating the primitive wildness and domineering power of the Arctic nature. The little white bear noticed something was wrong with Liang Jun, and rubbed against his arms affectionately, curling up into a small ball of fur. Liang Jun rubbed the little guy's head and then turned on the satellite positioning real-time high-definition image. He was dumbfounded by the migration speed of the Arctic wolves. "Xiao Bai, did you see that? The wolves have been away for only 5 or 6 days, and they have already migrated to the Barents Island along the ice floes of the Svalbard Islands in the Arctic. Give the wolves another 5 or 6 days, and they will be able to move south along the Barents Island and enter the frozen plains of northern Europe. The Arctic night is too cold, so wolves have to move south to find a source of food when tracking migrating reindeer. But what about the lone deer left in the Arctic? The Arctic permafrost is frozen, and there is no food left, only the roots of cold-resistant plants and the snow. These lone deer that did not follow the migration of the deer herd can only become lonely warriors left on the ice field." Liang Jun then turned on the real-time high-definition satellite positioning image of the Arctic grizzly bear. To his surprise, the grizzly bears continued to move north. Liang Jun frowned and became interested. Netizens in the live broadcast room stared with curiosity. Their interest was aroused. Shouldn't the Arctic grizzly bear prefer the southern climate? Why do they keep moving north? Further north, there are endless glaciers and no food for migration. Soon, Liang Jun figured it out and he smiled. "Look, my friends. The route taken by the Arctic grizzly bear is different from that of the snow wolf. The Arctic grizzly bear only travels to the sea areas with floating ice. Its main source of food is the sea fish that surface from the seabed." Netizens listened with great interest and found it very fresh and new. Snow wolves will migrate to follow food, but Arctic grizzly bears will not, and instead continue to move north? He is very stubborn. Liang Jun laughed out loud. Don't be fooled by the Arctic grizzly bear's silly appearance. It's not as big as a grizzly bear, nor as smart as a polar bear. But this big guy is very smart. The Arctic grizzly bear has learned the habits of the polar bear and specializes in picking up floating ice on the sea surface. Its large size allows it to not only catch fish, but also eat seals, walruses, seagulls, birds, seagrass, and even beluga whales. A long list of marine animals were called out, and the fans were stunned. Wow! There are so many Arctic animals! I thought there were only land animals in the Arctic, but I didn't expect there were so many marine animals. Anchor, if you could go fishing in the sea, wouldn't you dominate the food chain? Protein is invincible? I'm tired of watching the anchor eat reindeer meat every day. I'm looking forward to the day when he goes fishing. There are many land animals in the Arctic Circle, and even more marine mammals and fish. The netizens sitting in front of the screen were all in high spirits, and were looking forward to Liang Jun taking them to visit the Arctic underwater world. They also want to blow bubbles and make hearts with the beluga whale, and touch the seal's big face. Liang Jun scrolled through the comments, laughing and cursing. I know what you're thinking. You fans, besides wanting me to rub seals, you want me to kiss walruses and sea lions. Have you ever thought about my face? Those are fierce marine mammals. One bite of them can make my head snap off. Liang Jun's tone was serious, and he was really angry. Netizens felt guilty. They just wanted to watch the host rub seals and hug baby walruses. They know they are wrong, but they don't change and they will dare to say it again next time. Liang Jun pretended to be angry and rejected the fans' rude request. But the more sternly Liang Jun refused, the more excited netizens became, and the screen was filled with gifts. Netizens gave away Airplane 88. Netizens donated Rocket 69. Netizens gave away 10 super rockets. The live broadcast room is still. A super rocket worth 2,000 yuan is the platform's epic gift of the highest standard. A super rocket can occupy the platform's public frequency and divert traffic to the live broadcast room on the public frequency. But now, Liang Jun has received 10 super rockets. The stunningly cool super rocket, worth 2,000 yuan, has long, dazzling and gorgeous special effects, sliding across the platform's public frequency and sprinkling special effects. Dazzling and luxurious super rockets appeared on the entire platform's public frequency, one after another, a total of 10 rockets, and special effects salutes, wow, sprinkled down gorgeous colorful ribbons of all colors. Bang! Bang bang! It's like a gorgeous rocket firework, with a shocking momentum. The entire platform was shocked. Is this the reward given by the top brother on the list with a huge sum of money? Which female anchor is so lucky to get the money power of the number one brother? This female anchor must have broken her waist. Liang Jun didn't expect that a fan would spend 2,000 yuan on a super rocket. Moreover, many fans threw super rockets at the same time, and the special effects were overwhelming, drowning his live broadcast room. Next, Liang Jun was shocked by what he saw. Chapter 43: Silly Road Deer is Satisfied. He calls in friends and family. Liang Jun saw that the number of fans in the live broadcast room began to increase rapidly at an explosive rate. The platform's public frequency effect began to attract crazy traffic to the live broadcast room. Not only fans of outdoor enthusiasts came, but also anchors from major PK rooms and well-known Big V internet celebrities. There were even a few big anchors who entered the live broadcast room, and their fans all started at the tens of millions level. Liang Jun gasped. He is just a small anchor with 150,000 fans, and he has only been broadcasting for 2 weeks. How could he attract so many big names? In the picture, Liang Jun was slightly stunned, but his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. He rubbed the little white bear in his arms with a very gentle expression, and then slowly began to record a day's diary. There was a fierce snowstorm outside the window, and inside the house, a soft light was on, and a small solar heater was spinning to emit heat. Liang Jun sat cross-legged on the heated kong, concentrating on recording his diary. The little white bear yawned lazily. The snow wolf cub dozed off on the edge of the bed. The years are quiet and good. Liang Jun was tired of writing his diary, so he got up, scooped a spoonful of ice and snow, cooked a bowl of white noodles, sprinkled some salt in it, and had it as dinner. He slurped the hot white noodles as if he was eating the most delicious delicacy in the world, and did not forget to glance at the little white bear in his arms from time to time. The white noodles were plain as water, but the Liang army enjoyed them. The arduous life of guarding the Arctic ice is so painful that it makes people cry, but Liang Jun still finds joy in hardship and spends each day in peace and loneliness. In the live broadcast room, many new and well-known celebrities cried. All the major anchors shed tears silently, with their hot tears all over their keyboards. They thought that the person who could get the super rocket must be a sexy female internet celebrity, but they didn't expect it to be such a simple and frugal ice keeper. Liang Jun ate boiled white noodles and smiled brightly at the camera. "My friends, today's dinner is also delicious." In an instant, the barrage area was filled with crying. Crying emojis flood the screen. Liang Jun's life of guarding the ice is heartbreaking. Salute! The ice keepers who are optimistic despite the difficult conditions. Many netizens stayed in the live broadcast room and were attracted by the Arctic live broadcast room and were fascinated by it. Various big anchors who are addicted to sensual pleasures have become loyal fans of Liang Jun's live broadcast room. Hugging a polar bear and eating white noodles is so healing. I don't know why, but all my stress and unhappiness during the day are released here with the anchor. It's very relaxing. The anchors are living an optimistic life despite the hardships. What else can we complain about? The live broadcast room healed a large number of fans. More and more netizens stay and become loyal fans. The number of fans in Liang Jun's live broadcast room soared to 300,000. Overnight, the breakthrough platform became a myth. Liang Jun's live broadcast caused a sensation and attracted the curiosity of senior executives of the TikTok platform. A pretty female executive, wearing a tight professional skirt, had a look of slight weariness towards the mundane world. Arctic Live Studio? She clicked into Liang Jun's Arctic Live broadcast room. Then, her eyebrows relaxed and the corners of her mouth curled up into an interested smile. Liang Jun didn't know how sensational his live broadcast room was. He only knew that the more fans he had every day, the more influence the Arctic expedition would have. It would make it easier for the expedition team to recruit people when netizens knew more about the Arctic expedition. You should know that the majors corresponding to scientific research have always been unpopular adjustment majors: atmospheric, surveying and mapping, environmental, and geological majors, all of which are adjustment majors for undergraduates. The master's degree in polar scientific research is even more unpopular among the unpopular ones. Liang Jun rubbed the little white bear and sighed. When can I become a regular member of the team? When can we have more new scientific researchers at Base 1834? It would be great if I could have someone new to help me. Liang Jun was happily dreaming, looking forward to the day when he could order a dozen new college students around. Delicious. The snow outside the window stopped blowing, and the northern lights flickered, making the sky look magnificent. The small solar heater in the brick house turned on, and the soft light came on. Liang Jun fell asleep on the heated Kong holding the little white bear. A good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Liang Jun went out to raise the flag, then brought the silly roe deer over and trimmed its hooves. The reason he trimmed the hooves of the roe deer was that the Arctic dwarf deer did not migrate with them. The ice field was covered with snow, there was not a piece of frozen soil or rock to be found, and there was no place to sharpen their hooves. So the silly roe deer's hooves stretched out willfully and wildly, causing the little creature to limp in pain and bite its hooves hard with its mouth. Liang Jun finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to trim the silly roe deer's hooves using the folk method of trimming donkey hooves. Liang Jun found a double-ended long file in the storage room. He used flame to heat the long file until it was red hot, then swung the hammer high and hammered it again and again. Bite! Ding ding! Soon, the long file was forged into a flat shape. He then took out the whetstone and sharpened the double-ended long file back and forth. A homemade double-headed hoof rasp, done! Netizens were very excited. They didn't know what Liang Jun was going to do. However, being able to create a handy tool with bare hands is amazing. The ceiling of wilderness survival ability. Liang Jun led the silly roe deer to the door, first used a shovel to remove the overgrown part of the hoof, then fixed the hoof and used the shovel to cut further. The long hooves were cut off one by one. Pause for a moment. With another sizzle, a piece of hoof was cut off. Squat again. With a sizzle, another piece of hoof was cut off. The comfortable and stress-relieving scene and the repeated hoof-cutting action are particularly enjoyable. The fans were fascinated by the show. It's really good news for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Crack. Crack. The looping sounds of cutting, squeezing and grinding made fans' eyes light up and they couldn't take their eyes off. Netizens were fascinated by the sight of Liang Jun repairing a deer's hoof. It's so refreshing. It really relieves stress. Is it normal for a young girl like me to see deer hooves being trimmed every day? 6:43. I'm watching the deer's hooves being repaired. It's 6:45, and I'm enjoying watching the hoof trimming by myself. I started watching at 6:30 in the morning and was worried about the wild deer's hooves being too long. What should I do? The anchor has recruited the silly road deer. The anchor helps the silly road deer to trim their hooves. But who will trim the hooves of wild deer? Upstairs, there are wild deer with hooves trimmed by wild men. The refreshing and stress-relieving video of trimming a deer hoof attracted a group of netizens, who were fascinated by it. Liang Jun chatted and laughed with netizens. In my hometown, I have to help my second uncle repair donkey hooves. This is also considered a traditional craft in the countryside. If the hooves of even-toed ungulates are not worn or trimmed for a long time, the hoof shell will become longer and longer, and the hoof will be at a 90-degree angle to the leg. At this time, the animal will not be able to exert its strength. The internal structure of the hoof will also change, causing pain, hoof deformation, limb and hoof diseases, etc., so the excess hoof shell needs to be cut off. Liang Junxiu's movements were very skillful, and at first glance he looked like a kid who did farm work in his hometown. After he trimmed the hooves of the road deer, he had to scrape out the powder from the cracked hooves, rinse off the rotten parts, and fill the cracks in the hooves with oil. Finish. The silly road deer kicked its hooves comfortably and neighed with a satisfaction that it had never felt before. Oh ah! Netizens all laughed so hard that they fainted. Why does the barking of the silly road deer sound like a farm dog's guard dog? This exaggerated roar can be used to guard the house. Ding! The Arctic dwarf deer is very grateful to you for trimming its hooves and expresses its love for you +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Affinity +100. Arctic dwarf deer enjoy your premium hoof trimming service very much, and entrust the system to send Arctic grassroots gift packs, and introduce relatives and friends to experience the supreme hoof trimming service together. A familiar mechanical sound rang in Liang Jun's mind. Before he could understand what the gift package was, the sound of huge hooves suddenly came from afar. The entire ice sheet began to tremble, and the hooves of even-toed ungulates made a loud thump-thump sound on the ice. A large group of even-toed ungulates came trotting towards the brick house from a distance. Liang Jun was shocked. The Liang army was shocked. He looked at the huge army of even-toed ungulates in the distance. His eyes widened and his pupils trembled. Is this an attempt to introduce repeat customers? What kind of relatives and friends did this silly road deer invite to visit? Chapter 44. The hoof repair shop is booming. Deer line up politely. The earth was shaking in the distance on the ice field, and the sound of even-toed ungulate animals' hooves, clacking, was loud, coming from far and near, and trotting towards the brick house from all directions. The sound of hooves from all directions was powerful and mighty, like the rhythmic beats of drums. Even-toed ungulates were running over the frozen ice. Liang Jun looked a little helpless. The Arctic diary that Mr. Yen gave him did not mention that there were so many animals in the Arctic in winter. There are not many wild animals in the Arctic, and even fewer in winter. Most animals migrate south. Therefore, there are very few wild animals that people can encounter. But now, the Liang army was surrounded by the sound of frozen hooves from all directions, staring blankly with helpless expressions. The lone deer that stayed behind in groups of 3 or 4 walked cautiously to the Liang army. With their bald round heads, they tilted their heads curiously and looked at the Liang army with their black eyes. Liang Jun simply counted the number of even-toed ungulates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The more Liang Jun counted, the more confused his expression became. and he felt more at a loss. The barrage section is already bursting with laughter. Ha! This is the first time I've seen a host look so helpless. So the silly road deer felt so comfortable that he went to the deer world to recommend it to the anchor? XSWL great show! With so many hooves, how long will it take the host to repair them? Is it normal for a young girl to be obsessed with watching people trim their hooves early in the morning, and trim a lot of hooves crying? Leading the group was a large elk, which lowered its head courageously and rubbed Liang Jun's palm with its round head curiously. It also raised its hoof and put its long, cracked hoof in front of Liang Jun's eyes, as if asking him to check. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really don't recognize strangers. Liang Jun carefully examined the elk's hoof, which was 7 centimeters long, cracked, and deformed. Liang Jun used a sharpened long shovel to scrape away the overly long hooves, then used his legs to hold the hooves tightly, and continued cutting. Swish! A piece fell off the hoof. Sneer again. Another piece of the hoof fell off. Netizens were very nervous, fearing that Liang Jun would cut the wild elk's hooves and cause it to bleed. However, what they were worried about did not happen. Liang Jun cut the deer's hooves repeatedly, trimming them to a thickness of 5 centimeters, squeezing and filing them repeatedly. The whole set of hoof trimming movements is extremely smooth, refreshing and stress-relieving. It's so enjoyable. The large elk was so comfortable that it squinted its eyes, rested its chin on Liang Jun's shoulder, and lay obediently motionless, allowing Liang Jun to work hard. Red deer hoof, repaired. Liang Jun lifted the Sika deer's legs and let the big guy try to trot. The red deer excitedly spread its hooves and ran wildly on the ice field. From its excited expression, it can be seen that the red deer is very comfortable and extremely comfortable. Its hooves are lighter and more relaxed than ever before. Even its small footsteps have an unusually excited rhythm. Ding! I feel so comfortable. I express my gratitude to you +1 +1 +1 and give you a thumbs up +1 +1 +1. Affinity +20. You solved a major health problem for the red deer. The red deer is very grateful and has entrusted the system to give you a pair of green velvet antlers that are unique to red deer. Please be sure to accept it. Liang Jun was slightly stunned. Yo ho! It's not in vain that the hoof was trimmed, and a gift was also given. It's really polite. Before Liang Jun could hear clearly what the Sika deer had entrusted the system to deliver, the Sika deer was already holding a pair of strange objects in its mouth, lowered its head, and respectfully handed the objects into Liang Jun's hands. Liang Jun was stunned. Green velvet antler is the unossified and hairy young antler of male red deer. It is the most precious treasure of male deer and also a priceless traditional Chinese medicine. The wild deer antlers sold at the auction were once fiercely bid by wealthy Westerners, with prices soaring to 7 figures. But now, a red deer that he had never met before actually brought him some red deer antlers to thank him for trimming its hooves. The red deer rubbed Liang Jun's hand affectionately, and tried to stuff the green deer antler into Liang Jun's palm, but Liang Jun tried to refuse. Both the man and the deer put their full efforts into it. It was just like a relative who insisted on giving a red envelope during the Chinese New Year, and we tried to be polite. No, no! How can I accept this? It's too precious, keep it for yourself. No, 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 you're welcome. It's your own antler, you can keep it yourself, I can't take it. The more Liang Jun refused, the more excited the Sika deer became, and the deer's head even reached Liang Jun's chin. I don't want it. No, you do? I really can have it. No, if I say you want it, you have to have it. In the video, netizens who didn't know the situation thought Liang Jun was fighting with the deer, and the fight was very intense. Fans laughed out loud with joy. It looks just like my second aunt and my mom. It's just like my aunt during the Chinese New Year. Are there wild deer that would give the anchor antlers? Oh my god, it's really antlers, please give me a bunch of these from a deer like this. Netizens were envious and jealous, and the managers of several auction houses in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Chinese Medicine Research and Development Association, oh my god. It's really wild deer antler. Sijiacheng International Auction House, oh my god. I want to contact this young man. Even if it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, I must get the wild deer antlers. Jiangnan Zhentianfang Auction House. No matter what price Sijiacheng Auction House offers, we will double it. All major auction houses and Chinese medicine associations were shocked. They handled a lot of rare antlers, but most of them were harvested from breeding bases under anesthesia. It was the first time they had ever seen Liang Jun get wild antlers, not to mention that a wild deer personally delivered the antlers to Liang Jun. This. Is it really possible? All major Chinese medicine associations were shocked. They couldn't believe it, but the live broadcast made them believe it. The velvet deer personally held the velvet antlers and handed them to Liang Jun. It must be a gift from nature. Liang Jun felt a sense of accomplishment and pride in his heart, as the red deer recognized his hoof trimming skills. But the next scene made Liang Jun a little at a loss. More and more red deer and Arctic dwarf deer came up to him, tilting their expectant little faces and looking at him eagerly, as if to say, "I'll be good, so it's my turn next." The well-behaved red deer and Arctic dwarf deer know how to queue up politely. In front of Liang Jun's hoof repair shop, there was a long line of deer. Red deer, dwarf deer, red deer, a long line of even-toed ungulates, spreading all the way, forming a unique landscape on the vast ice field. Netizens watched the healing scene quietly and said that they were touched to their hearts. "It's so healing. It really relieves stress. This scene is comparable to Hayao Miyazaki's healing animated films. How polite! The deer even know to line up. Who doesn't like a polite deer?" Fans were thrilled and their hearts were touched by the tenderness. Liang Jun looked at the long line of young guests and couldn't help laughing inwardly. So many guests. Maybe I can put together a complete set of deer antler gift packs today. It's so addictive. Crack. Crack. Cutting, squeezing, filing cycles. You solved the major health problem of the dwarf deer, and the dwarf deer expressed gratitude to you +1+1. The entrustment system will give you a pair of dwarf deer antlers. You solved the major health problem of the red deer, and the red deer praised your craftsmanship +1+1+1. And entrusted the system to give a pair of green deer antlers as a gift. You helped the moose cure a serious disease, and the moose was very happy. Affinity +1+1+1. And the system was commissioned to give you a pair of moose antlers. Chapter 45. Thanks from the Central Media. Thank you for your hard work, the cutest people. Liang Jun's hoof trimming shop is well known, and more even-toed ungulates come from all directions just to try Liang Jun's craftsmanship. Liang Jun's hoof trimming shop is a big hit. He gained the gratitude and antlers of countless deer. He lined up the antlers donated by the deer herd and stored them in the storage room. They could be laid out flat in a large area. There were more than 20 pairs. The heir to a traditional Chinese medicine family was so envious that he cried. The president of the Chinese Medicine Association was so excited that he choked up. The president of the Rare Medicinal Materials Auction House was envious and jealous, and his eyes were red. Such precious wild antlers are worth thousands of gold each, but now, Liang Jun has collected more than 20 pairs of wild antlers? This makes them so envious. In their eyes, Liang Jun is now a walking RMB, a typical nouveau riche. People outside were extremely envious, but Liang Jun simply dried the antlers and kept them, hanging them in pairs on the head of his bed as decoration in his brick house. Liang Jun looked at the deer antlers on the wall with a reverent look of appreciation for nature, feeling deeply moved. These are really good for murals. It has a wild and natural feel. Before, Liang Jun's brick courtyard was very simple, with nothing but white walls. It looked extremely shabby. Now Liang Jun wanted to decorate his brick house, so he could only use local materials and hang the antlers given to him by the deer herd on the wall. The walls are covered with antlers. The antlers, which are worth thousands of gold and are bid for at auction houses, are arranged by Liang Jun as the most natural and simple interior wall decoration. Chinese Medicine Research and Development Association, shocked. Sijiacheng International Auction House, shocked. Jiangnan Zhentianfang Auction House, I am so heartbroken that I can't breathe. Liang Jun simply used the wild antlers that they were fighting for as decorations. Moreover, he ate white noodles, inputted measurement data, and kept a diary under the antler wall without any care, as if it was just an ordinary wall. All major auction houses shed tears collectively. The Chinese Medicine Association was beating its chest and stamping its feet, feeling envious and heartbroken. What a waste! After Liang Jun finished his work at the hoof repair shop, he took the blood sample back to the brick hut, turned on the computer and began to monitor the satellite positioning high-definition images. After trimming each deer's hooves, he rubs its round head and draws a small tube of blood from the back of its neck. The blood sample taken is not much, just a small tube sufficient for testing. He put an automatically adjustable satellite positioning collar on the wild deer, then patted the deer's firm and tight butt and said goodbye to the big guy. Then, the next one. Genetic Atlas analysis completed. Get +1 Arctic Animal Encyclopedia sample. Unlocks, Arctic elk. Get an Arctic Animal Encyclopedia sample +1. Unlock Arctic moose. Get +1 for the red deer satellite positioning HD animal image. Get satellite-located high-definition animal images of moose +1 +1 +1. He added more than 20 discs of images of rare Arctic animals to his collection, which was a surprising gain. Cool! Inside the brick cottage, soft orange lights were on, and a small solar oven turned its head. Liang Jun turned on the satellite positioning high-definition images and began to record video data of Arctic animals. In 2022, the 1834 base detected the red deer, an internationally endangered species and a national second-class protected animal. In the 1834 base detection video, 3 red deer were waiting in line to have their hooves trimmed. They were leisurely strolling in the snow, gnawing on the grass roots on the ground for food. They showed no panic or fear at all. Liang Jun thought about it and added another sentence. And very polite. Fans edited Liang Jun's live broadcast videos and later pieced them together into a daily series of Arctic ice guarding. The video clip was posted online and instantly caused a huge sensation. The topic of the Arctic appeared on the news hot search list. My country's northern scientific research base monitored red deer images for the first time. The voice of the Arctic elf is like the roar of a lion, but the character is very gentle. The ice keeper who collected precious images turned out to be an intern of the scientific expedition team. My country's Arctic Scientific Research Base number 1834 detected a miracle again. The overwhelming topic has become a hot topic. In the video of the hot search news, Liang Jun set up a simple hoof trimming shop and carefully trimmed the hooves of the little customers. In front of the shop, there was a long line of red deer, Arctic dwarf deer, and moose lined up politely and well-behaved. Netizens discovered that among the little deer guests, there were not only red deer that were detected for the first time, but also extremely rare moose. Moose are larger and more majestic than elk. At the same time, a post-edited video of Liang Jun also appeared on the internet. This is a video of Liang Jun trimming the hooves of a moose. The moose is huge, larger than a rhino. Liang Jun trimmed the moose's hooves and patted its butt affectionately. Wow, those gluteal muscles are so strong. The moose turned around and honked, then wiggled its other buttocks in delight, asking him to take a picture. This is what the tall and strong moose thinks. You are such a moose. Netizens were shocked and amused, and made fun of the moose. Soon, another topic about Liang Jun rushed into the hot search list. Shocked. Young people actually did this to a moose in broad daylight? Within one day, the hot search topic related to number 1834 Liang Jun occupied 5 places on the hot search list. The whole network was shocked. Some enthusiastic fans posted links to give directions. More and more netizens crowded into Liang Jun's live broadcast room, curious to find out what was going on. Liang Jun's number of fans soared from 300,000 to 800,000. With another 200,000 fans, he can join the ranks of big anchors with millions of fans. At this time, he had only been on the air for less than 3 weeks. Liang Jun was sitting by a small solar heater and checking his phone before going to bed, and was shocked by the overwhelming number of hot searches. He rubbed the little white bear in his arms and smiled. Xiao Bai, we are famous. The little white bear snuggled affectionately in his arms, eyes wide open with curiosity, and they looked at the phone together. Liang Jun was scrolling through the comment section, feeling a little nervous as to whether he would see negative comments or attacks from keyboard warriors. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. Generally, The comment section of the hot search list is full of negative insults, saying things like buying hot searches. However, Liang Jun scrolled down for a long time and found nothing but encouragement and comments and reposts from central media, but not a single negative review. Liang Jun frowned in confusion. Fans felt both sad and amused when watching this. The anchor was actually prepared to be criticized by the whole network, and he was still trying hard to find negative reviews. It was just like when they read a novel, the author was trying hard to find negative reviews in the comment section, and they were not used to it if they didn't see any negative reviews. It's sad, and a little funny. Liang Jun was very curious about how the central media would comment on him. He clicked on the repost of the Central Media Youth Daily and saw this sentence. My country has detected the first video footage of Arctic red deer. Here, we would like to give a big thumbs up to the monitoring personnel of the nature reserve who go deep into the mountains to set up infrared cameras, replace camera batteries, and collect precious images every day, and say, "You have worked hard." These simple and plain words made Liang Jun's eyes red. Chapter 46. High Energy. Taking a bath in the Arctic Circle to find joy in the midst of suffering. What Liang Jun didn't know was that all the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences were also quietly following his news. Academicians of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences sat around their computers, looking at the comments forwarded by the central media with surprise. The female commander, wearing a navy blue uniform, looked proud and proud. Base 1834 Liang Jun, well done! Senior Qing, is Liang Jun the name of intern number 3713? The female commander had a beautiful appearance, and her tone was filled with satisfaction. It is now, but it won't be tomorrow. Why, Senior Cheng? The young female commander said slowly. Because the leader has signed and approved it. Number 3713 Liang Jun has performed outstandingly during his internship and made outstanding contributions to the organization. He will be promoted to a regular employee tomorrow. Tomorrow, Liang Jun will no longer be an intern, but... Main story. It's quiet around. The eyes of the academicians of the Academy of Social Sciences lit up in surprise. Become a regular employee in advance. Liang Jun was stationed at the Arctic Scientific Research Base for only 3 weeks. He was able to complete the 3-month scientific research mission in 3 weeks and was promoted to a regular employee in advance. This is definitely an unprecedented and glorious honor for the Academy of Social Sciences. The female commander smiled and kept the question in suspense. Don't let anyone know in advance. I want to see Xiao Liang's excited expression when he receives the good news of his promotion tomorrow. The academicians all smiled knowingly. Boy number 3713, you are so lucky. If you get the good news tomorrow that you've been promoted to a regular employee ahead of schedule, don't jump up in excitement and hit your head on the ceiling. They were all looking forward to seeing what kind of intense reaction Liang Jun would have when he learned of his promotion tomorrow. At this moment, the Liang army was still kept in the dark. Liang Jun waved to the camera and said hello. My friends, I feel a little sticky. I'm thinking of taking a shower. I'm going to log off the air now. Netizens immediately became excited because they had never seen people in the Arctic Circle taking a bath. Host, do people in the Arctic take showers the same way as normal people do? Please ask the anchor master to broadcast a bathing video online. You hit my blind spot. How do Arctic expedition members take a bath during the polar night? Do they also use hot water to wipe their bodies? I want the anchor brother to broadcast a bath +1. I don't want to see porn. I just have a strong desire for knowledge, doghead. Please ask the anchor to take a shower +1. I'm not interested in meat funny. Please broadcast a bath live +10,086. The fans were more excited than each other, and the female fans almost pinched their eyes on the screen. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My family, this is the Arctic night, the lowest temperature is -50 degrees Celsius. Who dares to wipe their body with a hot water towel? They will freeze into a block of ice in a minute. I wish I could crawl into the refrigerator to keep warm. After Liang Jun said this, the fans became even more excited. Their curiosity was completely aroused by Liang Jun. My goodness, it's -50 degrees Celsius at the North Pole. How can you take a shower if you can't wipe your body with a hot towel? Are there any better ways for people in the Arctic to take a bath? They scratched their heads out of curiosity, wanting to watch Liang Jun taking a bath live. However, Liang Jun decisively closed the live broadcast room and went off the air. The whole set of clicks was smooth and fast. Click. The screen of the live broadcast room with more than 800,000 fans across the country turned black, and their expressions froze on their faces instantly. Their happiness was snuffed out by Liang Jun. Their happiness is gone. Liang Jun didn't care whether his fans were happy or not. He only knew that he was going to enjoy the happiness brought by taking a bath. I feel sticky all over and very uncomfortable. Liang Jun rubbed his neck fiercely. He didn't take a shower for 3 weeks, even a god couldn't stand it. He was from the south, so this was really killing him. In the extremely cold temperature of -50 degrees, Liang Jun found all the small solar heaters in the house. There were 3 small solar heaters, which were used to heat his whole body. Liang Jun put on all the warm clothes he could find, one after another. He was like a mummy, bulging all over. He tried so hard to put on thick clothes that he couldn't move. He was ruthless to himself, and stretched his neck hard to put on 12 pieces. Only then could he not move his whole body, and he was satisfied. Thick enough. Can induce sweating. The little white bear squatted on the warm Kong curiously, staring at Liang Jun with his face tilted, unable to understand what Liang Jun was going to do. Liang Jun laughed. Xiao Bai, I'm sweating. This is a unique bathing method used by indigenous peoples of the Arctic Circle. If you don't treat yourself a little harder, you won't be able to sweat. In the Arctic, it is good not to shiver, let alone sweat. If you want to sweat, you have to start first. The little white bear tilted its head cleverly, its round eyes widening, as if it understood. The little guy raised his head excitedly and chirped softly, then curled up into a fur ball, jumped up on its 4 short legs and jumped into Liang Jun's arms. Coat. The little white bear said it wanted to help, and asked the system to convey, hugging can make you warmer. Liang Jun felt warm in his heart when he heard the words conveyed by the little white bear entrustment system. He rubbed the little white bear's round head lovingly. Yes, hugging can keep you warmer. So, wolf cub, come over here too. The little white bear threw himself into Liang Jun's arms voluntarily, but the snow wolf cub felt very wronged. The snow wolf cub had an awkward look on his face. He was unwillingly lifted up by the back of his neck and forced to nestle in a human-shaped dumpling covered with 12 layers of warm clothing. The sweating wolf, the great enemy's snow wolf cub. Liang Jun was wearing warm clothes, hugging 2 balls of hot fur, and basking in the sun. Finally, the heat from the 3 suns warmed Liang Jun up and he began to sweat. Sweating, sweating, sweating like rain, sweat beads dripping from the tip of the nose. Liang Jun was pleasantly surprised. Now he was sweating to the right degree. He quickly took off his thick clothes one by one, and while his pores were still open and the sweat on his skin was still warm, he used a scraper to scrape off the stains on his body. The whole process was a bit embarrassing. Liang Jun also looked at the diary left by Mr. Yen and decided to try the bathing method of the Arctic indigenous people. It was his first time to bathe using the Arctic indigenous method, and he was not very skilled in it. After dry cleaning, he opened the seal fat oil left by the scientific expedition team and applied a thick layer of seal fat oil all over his body to protect his skin. These oils will remain on your skin until your next shower. After taking a shower, Liang Jun felt refreshed. So comfortable and cool. Carefree. People are in a no-man's land, and all household cleaning items are very precious, so we have to make do with everything. After he finished cleaning, he left his upper body bare and let the seal fat oil dry for a while, waiting for the skin to absorb some of it. Then, he began to brush his teeth with charcoal ash while still bare-chested. Timber is scarce in the Arctic, and most of it is transported there by scientific research ships, so even if it was just charcoal ash, Liang Jun only burned a small amount carefully. He rubbed the whole piece of charcoal against his teeth with a huffing sound, and his 2 rows of front teeth became pitch black, healthy and white. The little white bear raised his face and looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Very sympathetic and a little sad. Liang Jun couldn't help laughing, rubbed the little white bear's head and blinked. Xiao Bai, charcoal ash has stronger adsorption power and can make your teeth whiter. It works better than toothpaste that costs more than 20 yuan a tube. Isn't there a toothpaste brand called black charcoal toothpaste? It's very expensive. The Liang army found joy in the midst of hardship. The little white bear and the snow wolf cub looked at him with even more sympathy. At this time, the satellite video phone rang. Headquarters paging video phone. Liang Jun was stunned. He was halfway through cleaning, still shirtless, with his strong and muscular body covered with seal fat, looking like a fitness trainer. His teeth were filled with charcoal, and when he opened his mouth to talk, his mouth was full of black charcoal ash. The sight of him with his bare chest and black teeth bared is enough to scare someone to death. The satellite video phone at headquarters rang like an alarm bell. The call from the superior was an order. Liang Jun acted decisively, rushed to the wooden table and pressed the communication button. Get on the video call from headquarters. Chapter 47, Big Sensation. The Shocking Polar Christmas Sleigh. The moment Liang Jun pressed the communication button, he felt extremely conflicted. He was so honorable that he was afraid that he would scare the commander. But the call from the superior was an order, and military orders were as heavy as a mountain. Bang! The communication button was pressed, the computer screen flashed twice, and then a young female commander in a navy blue uniform appeared. She had a beautiful face and wore the strict uniform very well. The female commander was visibly stunned, caught off guard by the sudden and shocking visual scene. The video is quiet and the picture seems frozen. Liang Jun showed off his strong and tight bare chest, grinned with a mouth full of charcoal gray and black teeth, breaking the awkward situation. Hi, Commander. I'm number 3713 from base 1834. The picture seems to be frozen. If Liang Jun's image had not been moving in the upper right corner of the screen, he would have thought that there was a problem with the satellite communication. The young female commander was stunned, but her colleagues around her were not idle. A group of older men poked their heads out curiously and were shocked by the young people who appeared in the video. Oh my God! Such muscular body. Xiao Liang usually looks quite thin in the videos, but I didn't expect that he would become a tough guy after taking off his warm coat. To be honest, although the trabecular muscles are strong, the lines are very smooth. This smoothness is definitely caused by high-pressure training. You can't get this effect in the gym. When dressed I look thin, but when undressed I am full of tendons. Colleagues at the Academy of Social Sciences were curious about Liang Jun's physique and admired him greatly. With such a big body, not only the scientific expedition team members in the academy, but even the instructors might not have such a good physique. Liang Jun embarrassedly found a coat to put on, quickly rinsed his mouth and removed the charcoal ash, then returned to the camera, feeling refreshed. Hello, Commander! Base 1834 is on standby at all times. The young female commander breathed a sigh of relief. Her meticulous demeanor was slightly embarrassed, and her cheeks turned red unconsciously. Base 1834, I'm here to tell you about the base's mission tomorrow. Tomorrow, in turn number 3713 of the base, please arrive at the Yellow River General Station before 5 p.m. The station master of the Yellow River General Station will distribute supplies to the base. The sudden good news boosted Liang Jun's spirits. The base can finally get supplies. Before leaving on the Shuilong, Mr. Yen told him that new supplies would arrive in 3 months. The Shuilong would break the ice and head to the Arctic to provide supplies every 3 months. Why did they send supplies in advance this time? Although Liang Jun was confused, he was looking forward to the supplies. The Yellow River General Station must be rich to send supplies to the abandoned substation. Liang Jun was feeling very happy, but suddenly he thought, isn't the Yellow River Terminal the Arctic Scientific Research Station that Lao Kuei is in charge of? Last week, they were still eating meat and drinking together. Liang Jun had doubts in his mind and asked on the spot. Commander, I just met with the captain of the Yellow River Terminal last week, and their terminal hasn't received any supplies. Then what's the excuse for me to go to the Yellow River General Station to collect the supplies? Otherwise, I'm too shy to ask for it. On the other side of the video call, the female commander smiled, and the academicians all smiled knowingly. This batch of supplies is a gift for Liang Jun's early promotion to a regular employee, and also a gift for the 1834th base to be rebuilt. If Liang Jun arrives at the Yellow River General Station and learns of the promotion, he will definitely be very excited. The female commander's voice is gentle and magnetic. In turn number 3713, go to the main station tomorrow and take whatever you like. Empty them. That's what I said. Liang Jun saw the female commander's teasing tone, with a sly look in her eyes. He couldn't help but laugh. It turns out that the commander who is high up in the headquarters can also joke around. He is very approachable. After the video ended, Liang Jun lay on the warm Kong, full of anticipation. Tomorrow, he is going to empty out Lao Kuei's Yellow River Terminal. He held the little white bear in his arms and rubbed its furry head. The little white bear was also happy for him, and smiled softly with joy. Coat. The next morning, Liang Jun got up early, raised the national flag, and then began to inspect the large sled transport vehicle. The carbon fiber anti-drag sled has low resistance, large capacity, and an extra large and long body design. It is not only stable but also capable of transporting large materials. It is simply a container truck on the snow. Liang Jun stroked the smooth body of the drag sled and liked it more and more the more he looked at it, but he was also in a dilemma. He only had a snowmobile, a silly road deer, and 2 furry cubs. Where could he find a transport team to pull a sled? Although a snowmobile is an 8-cylinder engine, it cannot pull a large snow truck. It is like asking a Maserati to tow a large airplane. The live broadcast room is open. Netizens have been waiting in front of the live broadcast room with great interest. Good morning, Anchor Brother. Today is also a day full of energy. The host looks very upset. If you have any problem, please speak it out and make us happy. The fans woke up early and made jokes, which made Liang Jun angry and amused. My friends, it's a relief that you are still my fans. You are happy when I am unhappy? Am I your entertainment? Fans learned that Liang Jun was also in trouble because he had no way to start the truck that transported the sled. With such a vast expanse of snow, where can we find a large enough engine to pull a sled? Moreover, this sled truck was empty on the way there, but it will definitely be fully loaded on the return trip, with a heavier weight, just like a container truck on the Arctic ice field. This towing is too difficult. Liang Jun was sitting in front of the hoof trimmer shop, feeling troubled, and netizens were also in a dilemma. Liang Jun was worried while playing with a long double-ended file in his hand, hitting the ice and making a tapping sound. After a while, not far from the ice field, a curious big guy poked his head out and showed his round head. Liang Jun and the big guy looked at each other. An idea flashed in Liang Jun's mind, and he stood up in surprise. Moose! The big guy was the moose that came yesterday. The satellite positioning collar on its neck was put on by Liang Jun himself. The moose walked forward affectionately, and rubbed Liang Jun's forehead with its huge rhinoceros-like head. Ding! The moose is very grateful for your hoof trimming service yesterday and felt very happy. He has asked the system to ask you if he can continue to provide service today. A familiar voice popped up in Liang Jun's mind, and he couldn't help laughing. This big guy is obsessed with pedicure? Want to be a returning customer? This is just like some people are obsessed with ear cleaning services or foot baths. What Liang Jun didn't expect was that more and more big heads popped out from not far away, with caution and expectation. A moose. A red deer. Another moose and another red deer. The 2 largest deer species on the frozen soil of the Arctic ice sheet are moose and red deer. They are tall and strong, and are known as the northern rhinoceros and red wild horse. They have strong endurance, strong stability, and fast footsteps. Ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta-ta. More and more returning customers came trotting over from afar, put their cheeks close to Liang Jun's, and raised their clean hooves with anticipation on their faces. I really want to experience the pedicure service again. It feels so good and so intoxicating. Only then did netizens believe that a deer that had its hooves trimmed would not feel pain in its feet. If it hurt, the deer would run away and would not stick its head out to come back as a customer. Liang Jun generously spread out the hoof trimming tools in the hoof trimming shop. Wow! The densely packed hoof trimming tools are very professional, and Liang Jun shouted proudly. Okay, let's get started. But after the work is done, you have to stay and pull the sled for me and do the work. More than 20 elk were so surprised that their eyes sparkled, and they excitedly raised their clean hooves. Make a deal! Chapter 48. The super-large deer sled shocked the world. Liang Jun simply used a file to gently massage the soles of everyone's feet, and immediately received enthusiastic responses from the group of big guys. The moose feels very happy +1 +1 +1. Like you +100, and asked the system to convey, try hard, put as many ropes as you can. Ma Lu feels that the service is very good +1 +1 +1. I express my love for you +200, and ask the system to ask you carefully, I will come to pull the sled again tomorrow, can I experience a pedicure again? The container truck sled has not been pulled yet, but the 20 or so deer are already considering long-term work. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pulled a long enough hemp rope and fastened the front end of the rope to the silly road deer's strap. First in order, silly road deer. Netizens were very puzzled and confused. Host, moose and red deer are both bigger than road deer, why did you let the Arctic dwarf deer be the first? Liang Jun explained. The formation of the Arctic sled is very particular. Generally, the formations we often see are 2-2-2-2, 1-7, trapezoidal 2-6, and in case of danger and need to pull the sled out of the ice hole, fan-shaped distribution, 8. The silly road deer has followed me the longest. He is familiar with the conditions of the ice field near our base, so we asked him to lead the way and be the first in the group. Then we will feed him the most delicious carrots in front of the herd of deer. We put the 2 strongest moose in the second and third positions and let the moose chase the silly road deer. As Liang Jun finished speaking, netizens became more and more confused. When deer are pulling a sled, do they have to feed carrots to the leading deer in the front row? Do you have to feed them in front of the deer? This is why. Liang Jun laughed. Artificially distance the leading deer from the rest of the herd by lengthening the hemp rope of the leading deer. The second row of the leading deer is the strongest position to exert force. In this way, we can rely on the jealousy of the second and third rows of deer, allowing them to exert a stronger physique. The barrage area is quiet. Leaning on the jealousy of a deer? But some netizens exclaimed. I understand. Let the moose and red deer behind the stupid road deer be jealous of it. Let them chew its butt. But the moose and red deer are some distance away from the road deer. Even if they have the hope of chewing the road deer's butt, they can never chew the road deer. This way, the sled can go so fast that it can fly. Wow, the host is really good at playing with animal psychology. Swindler the anchor is really a swindler. Fans suddenly realized that there were so many things to consider when pulling a sled. Liang Jun burst out laughing. The rules of the sled team formation are the experience left by the Arctic Eskimos, and he was just referring to them. The Liang army put the truck sleds into formation. The leading deer is a silly road deer, the second row is 2 super large moose, the third row is 2 large red deer, and the other single deer are in the back. A large truck sled transport convoy consisting of more than 20 remaining deer is completed. Liang Jun held the reins of the sled transport vehicle tightly. He sat on the spacious carbon fiber-resistant sled. The little white bear hugged his left thigh and the snow wolf cub hugged his right thigh. A team of 28 deer transporting sled trucks set off in a mighty procession. Wow! The Liang army whipped the empty whip in the air. The 28 deer roared with excitement and worked together to run forward like arrows. The drone hovered in the sky, capturing the magnificent northern scenery. The Arctic is frozen and snow is falling. The northern lights hang far in the sky, casting a variety of colors that flicker. A strange transport sled spans the entire frozen tundra. On the sled are moose, red deer, and Arctic dwarf deer. A young man is holding a little polar bear in one hand and a snow wolf cub in the other. He looks energetic and majestic. Hey! Under the hearty shouts of the young people, the reindeer sleds moved forward in a mighty manner, creating the most beautiful and vast scenery in the Arctic Circle, speeding all the way north. The pictures are grand and shocking, with great visual impact. Netizens were stunned and stood up in amazement, applauding loudly. It's so beautiful! The pictures are healing and very stress-relieving. It's like Santa's reindeer sleigh. No, even Santa Claus doesn't have that much fanfare. Look at the host sleigh, which is full of tall and mighty moose and nimble red deer. They look just like rhinos and red rabbits. So cool! Our eastern sleighs are so different. Ha ha ha, the oriental sleigh car is really good. It beats the Santa Claus car completely. In the majestic and shocking picture, the deer sleds are moving rapidly in a mighty force, like indomitable warriors charging forward on the frozen soil of the Arctic, heading towards the Yellow River Station of the Arctic Scientific Research. When the herd of deer approached the Yellow River Terminal, the frozen soil of the Yellow River Scientific Research Station was shaking and the earth was trembling. 5 members of the scientific expedition team were conducting a morning inspection. They lowered their heads in confusion, looking at the frozen ground shaking wildly beneath their feet, their brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Finally, Captain Lao Kuei exclaimed, "Is this an earthquake? Hurry up and check the geocentric detection equipment." The equipment at the Yellow River Terminal is very complete and robust. Various sets of climate and geological testing instruments are running at high speed, frantically recording the latest test data. The data made Lao Kuei frown. There's nothing wrong with the data. There are no earthquakes and the geological fluctuations at the Earth's core are very stable. So why is the frozen ground shaking? The 5 scientific expedition team members at the Yellow River General Station had puzzled and bewildered expressions. They stared at the frozen ground that was shaking more and more, until a young man's enthusiastic greetings were heard in the vast expanse of white not far away. The voice arrives before the person appears. Liang Jun waved and shouted enthusiastically, "Good morning, Captain Kuei!" The 5 members of the Yellow River Station saw a vague outline appearing in the distance, which was a deer head. Soon after, more and more deer heads appeared one after another, and the deer heads became larger and larger. Extremely rare Arctic moose, Arctic red deer, and densely packed Arctic dwarf deer. A huge herd of deer pulling transport sleds appeared in front of the Yellow River Station team members. The 5 members of the Yellow River Station team were so shocked that their eyes widened and their pupils trembled. These are all. Liang Jun jumped off the transport sled with ease and exchanged punches with Lao Kuei. "Team Kuei! Xiao Liang?" The Yellow River team was shocked and surprised. They looked at Liang Jun's super-large deer transport sled with great envy, so much so that tears were about to flow from the corners of their mouths. Be good. These are the Arctic moose and red deer, which are extremely rare in the north. The news just reported that a domestic scientific expedition team captured high-definition images of wild Arctic moose for the first time, recording the most precious moment. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, the Liang army was driving moose and red deer to pull sleds. The leap from shooting precious high-definition images to using moose and elk to pull a sled is really huge. Liang Jun's operation is very cool. Lao Kuei from the Yellow River team was stunned for a long time. It was only after the snow wolf cub bit Lao Kuei's trouser leg hard that Lao Kuei was pulled back. "Xiao Liang, come here, hurry up and sit inside." The Yellow River General Station treated the interns from the branch station as if they were its own brothers, and gave Liang Jun the best food, clothing and other necessities. Anti-static and anti-freezing overalls, durable inland snow boots, wood, anthracite, firewood. Generator sets, oxygen production equipment, boiler heating equipment. Scientific observation equipment, satellite communication high-performance equipment, signal amplifiers. Various equipments cover all aspects of life. There is nothing Liang Jun cannot see, only what he cannot imagine. Harvest a large amount of supplies $9.99. Cool. Chapter 49, Early Promotion. This is his proud medal. The supplies even include toothpaste, toothbrushes, toilet paper, towels, and shampoo powder. These ordinary household cleaning products cheered up Liang Jun and made his eyes light up. Wow, the resources at the Yellow River Terminal are much richer than those at other stations, even including toothpaste, toilet paper, and shampoo powder. The oily strands on his hair could be seen as seaweed, and he was worried about how to wash his hair. From now on, he no longer uses the primitive method of scraping dirt with the scraper when taking a bath. He just applies dry cleaning powder and is done. Liang Jun excitedly held the cleaning powder, toothpaste and toothbrush, holding them tightly and refusing to let go. "Thank you, Captain Kuei! I love it so much!" The 5 members of the scientific expedition team at the Yellow River headquarters smiled with empathy, and their smiles were very kind. Netizens felt extremely warmed by watching this. These are the most common household items. They have so many of them at home that they can't stockpile them all. Unexpectedly, these ordinary household items become rare and popular items in the Arctic. Fans felt both distressed and amused when seeing Liang Jun finding joy in the midst of adversity. Only those who endure hardships can become successful. The host's satisfied smile, while holding the shampoo and cleansing powder, is so healing. Lao Kuei and 4 other men helped Liang Jun transport batches of supplies onto the vehicles. Xiao Liang, just mention whatever you like and move it up directly. Is the snowmobile you got last time enough to deal with all these wild deer? If not, we can give you 2 more. Liang Jun quickly declined. Enough, I'm guarding a small base by myself. Why would I need so many snowmobiles? When the regular team arrives, I'll ask Captain Kuei to borrow a motorcycle. After Liang Jun finished speaking, all 5 members of the Yellow River team smiled. The air is quiet. The 5 members of the Yellow River team just smiled and said nothing. Now Liang Jun was a little depressed. Brother, what did I say wrong just now? Is there anything wrong with waiting for the regular team members to arrive before borrowing a motorcycle? While Liang Jun was puzzled, the members of the Yellow River team laughed heartily. Lao Kuei turned around and respectfully took out a stack of items from the drawer, then handed them to Liang Jun with a serious expression. Liang Jun was full of doubts. So thick? What are these? He opened the heavy object and found that it was a navy blue uniform. This navy blue uniform looked similar to the uniform of the commander of the headquarters, but its functions were completely different, and the badge on the shoulder was also different. The young female commander's uniform has 3 red star badges on the shoulders, but this uniform should be a windproof and warm-down uniform with a blue star on the shoulder. In addition, there is a bright red badge on the chest of the uniform. There are 2 lines of words engraved on the badge. Liang Jun read with his eyes narrowed. First Class Scientific Expedition Team Member Number 3713. Liang Jun. When he finished reading, memories came flooding back. When he was young, he played in his father's uniform coat. On the uniform was clearly written, Third Class Scientific Expedition Team Member Number 3713. And there were 3 blue star badges. At that time, he asked his father what this meant, and his father smiled and told him. It's an honor. It's the honor of fighting for the motherland. Liang Jun's eyes widened, from surprise to shock. Captain Kuei, what is this? Lao Kuei, the captain of the Yellow River Station, looked solemn and stood at attention, shouting loudly. Liang Jun, member of the First Class Scientific Expedition Team Number 3713, listen to my orders. The Liang army also stood at attention suddenly, and responded seriously. Number 3713, here! Lao Kuei then revealed a gratified smile, personally pinned the bright red badge under Liang Jun's left shoulder, and smoothed his clothes. This is an honor bestowed upon you by your superiors at headquarters. You will be a full-time member of the team from now on. We will have to count on you to teach the new recruits. You must not be as reckless as you were in the past. The 5 members of the scientific expedition team smiled happily at Liang Jun. Liang Jun stared blankly at the red badge that symbolized a regular position. Lao Kuei didn't call him an intern, but called him a first-class scientific expedition team member? He grinned in surprise, the corners of his mouth widened and stretched wildly. His big smile was like a sunflower blooming in the Arctic. Main article. He finished his internship ahead of schedule in 3 weeks and was promoted to a full-time member of the scientific expedition team. Moreover, he had a rank. Although he was the most basic first-class scientific expedition member, he believed that he would be able to be promoted step by step in the future, and become a glorious third-class scientific expedition member like his father. Dad, did you see that? My son didn't bring shame to the family. My son is now a regular member of the scientific expedition team. Liang Jun's eyes were filled with tears, and he hugged the 5 expedition team members one by one with emotion. Liang Jun, welcome to join us. Xiao Liang. From now on, it will be Captain Liang. Captain Liang is the only person stationed at base 1834. Haha, Xiao Liang became Captain Liang, that's a pretty good name. Captain Liang will have lunch with us at noon. Eat his ass. Damn it. I'll open my treasured 1982 Coke. Ha! The expedition team had a lively atmosphere and was full of comradeship. Academicians of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences watched the touching scene through video communication, and their eyes were red. The netizens in front of the screen felt sad and their eyes were inexplicably red. They were happy for Liang Jun. Liang Jun had gone through so much hardship in the Arctic Circle and fought against the harsh environment, and finally got the honor of being a regular member. This is his proud medal. Liang Jun was surrounded by the Yellow River General, who took out the best food to entertain him. Canned frozen meat, canned frozen fish, canned fresh fish, canned pickled fish, and 1982 Coke. The 5 members of the Yellow River team looked at him expectantly. Liang Jun looked at the little white bear, then at the snow wolf cub, and rubbed his hands in surprise. Since you seniors are so generous, I won't be polite. I want to eat them all. Ha! Protein is hard to come by in the Arctic. His mouth is full of the taste of reindeer meat. No one can stand eating just one kind of food. He is looking forward to the fish food in the Arctic Circle. But soon Liang Jun discovered that he had been deceived. When the can of frozen fish was opened, a strange smell spread in the stove room. The team members covered their noses. When the can of fresh fish was opened, a strange smell of rotten eggs spread, and the team members frowned. Liang Jun wondered if the reason these canned foods could be preserved for so long was because none of the team members ate them. He chose the canned pickled fish. Frozen fish and fresh fish go bad and taste weird, but pickled fish should be fine. But Liang Jun found that he was still too young. Click! The can of pickled fish was opened a crack, and Liang Jun was so excited that his eyes rolled back. The little white bear also stared with his round eyes, with the whites of his eyes rolling upwards. The snow wolf cub simply covered its nose with its paws, buried its entire head in its paws, and whimpered. It stinks so much. How can I describe the smell? It's like the unpleasant odor of a fermented manure pit that then exploded, or like someone threw a bomb into the sewer and blew it up. Liang Jun smelled the scent of canned pickled fish, and 2 of his 3 souls flew away. Captain Kui, what kind of pickled fish is this? Lao Kui was so choked that he rolled his eyes and couldn't even move his tongue. Herring. Our homemade canned herring from the Arctic Circle. Chapter 50. Kneading the frozen soil with your hands. Building the foundation of the farm. The method is absolutely authentic. Learn from the Swedes to boil the herring in salt water, sterilize it, and then put it in cans and let it ferment naturally. It can be preserved for a longer time. Authentic canned herring, produced in a private workshop. Liang Jun's expression suddenly became bad. Netizens in the live broadcast room were already laughing their heads off. Ha! I didn't expect the anchor to fall into the trap. I've been professionally trained not to laugh, but the host's expression made me laugh so hard. The famous canned herring. It's a household name. That's why the canned herrings are so salty. It turns out they are boiled in salt water. The 5 members of the scientific expedition team also had interesting expressions. They pretended nothing had happened and even wanted to drink a glass of 1982 Coke. A very strange bottle of retro frozen cola was starting to thaw next to the oven, with the very old-fashioned flavor, 0, written on it. Liang Jun has great expectations for Coke. No matter what, this is also the Fat House's Happy Water Coke. It is rare and is definitely a hard currency in the home. However, Liang Jun suddenly thought of something. Captain Kui, Coke is not easy to heat up. Lao Kui raised his eyes, somewhat surprised. Yes, Coke really can't be heated. Carbon dioxide expands when heated and contracts when cooled, so it can explode. Frozen ice cola is solid and needs to be melted into liquid before it can be drunk. However, now the cola doesn't look very pleasant. Liang Jun pointed his finger stiffly at the electric oven. A bottle of frozen cola was thawing at a very fast speed. The 5 members of the scientific expedition team were slightly shocked, and then their eyes grew wider. Lao Kui suddenly jumped back and growled. Quick! Turn off the oven! Pull the switch! But it was too late. Bang! A loud bang. The super-aged 82-year-old Coke exploded, along with the bottle, and the whole room was covered with bruises. The bubbles were all over the wall. Liang Jun had bruises on his face and looked a little embarrassed. Lao Kuei and the 4 team members looked even more embarrassed, with bubbles spraying all over their faces. Then Lao Kuei licked the 1982 aged Coke on his face, looking very cherishing. Next second. Vomit! The strange smell of the aged wine made his stomach turn upside down. Lao Kuei vomited violently. I can drink Lafite 1982, but not ice Coke. Netizens looked at Lao Kuei retching and put on masks of pain. Oh my God! I didn't expect that the Arctic Circle ice guarding team would be so joyful. In addition to the silly road deer, there was also a group of silly teammates. Fortunately, Liang Jun did not taste the Coke, otherwise he would have to take anti-diarrhea medicine. In the picture, a group of men guarding the ice are having fun in a harsh environment. Their environment is very harsh, but the house is full of silly laughter and brotherhood. The Liang army ran away. He ran away as fast as he could, carrying the little white bear and the snow wolf cub. The Yellow River Terminal is too dangerous, eating a bite of food could be fatal. He drove the moose and red deer sled very fast, fearing that he would be stopped by the enthusiastic teammates of the headquarters behind him. Lao Kuei called out from afar. Xiao Liang! Come and report more often next time! Come and visit us some other day! The 5 members of the scientific expedition team saw him off warmly, and tried their best to urge Liang Jun to come and visit them another day. Liang Jun braved the cold wind and smiled with tears of strength. Next time for sure! Next time for sure! You can go ahead, there won't be a next time. Whoosh, whoosh. The Arctic permafrost is endless, the vast snowfields are covered with snow, and the northern lights hang in the sky, flickering and magnificent. A huge group of reindeer sled transport vehicles, loaded with supplies and equipment, headed towards Base 1834 from the Yellow River Terminal 10 kilometers away. The moose are tall and mighty, the red deer are agile and strong, and the Arctic dwarf deer are moving forward against the north wind. On the sled transport vehicle, a young man is whipping the air, holding a little white bear in his left hand and a snow wolf cub hanging on his right arm, and he is moving forward quickly alone on the boundless ice field. Base number 1834 is always lit with soft lights, and the orange light becomes a beacon in the dark night. Netizens are immersed in the life of guarding ice in the vast Arctic. When Liang Jun laughed, they laughed with him. When Liang Jun drove alone, they followed him in the group's sled. They watched with fascination and fascination. It's beautiful. Although such days are lonely, I look forward to them very much. Me too, I want to quit without any notice. I want to submit my resignation immediately, and I also want to follow the anchor to the Arctic to guard the ice. Although the environment is tough, there are little polar bears, wolf cubs, and good brothers. What pure emotions! The friendship between people is so pure. There is no useless social interaction and no drinking parties. I really envy the life of anchors. The healing and relaxing daily scenes immerse netizens and relieve their stress. When Liang Jun returned to base number 1834, he immediately became energetic and started counting the equipment on the large transport sled and moving it into the storage area. Get anti-static electric freezing coveralls, durable outback snow boots, wood, anthracite, and firewood. Get generator sets, oxygen production equipment, and boiler heating equipment. Get scientific observation equipment, high-performance satellite communication equipment, and signal amplifiers. Get dry cleaning powder and more household supplies. Liang Jun moved the equipment and filled the storage area. He watched the storage area gradually change from empty to full, and he felt very relieved. This is the joy of hoarding for the little hamster. Who can resist the temptation to stockpile supplies? Cool. He opened the Arctic Grassroots gift package and found it was filled with small shrubs such as fairy trees, toothed knots, rhododendrons, and round-leaved willows. The barrage section joked, asking when the host started collecting wild hardy plants. Could it be that the small fruit and vegetable greenhouse cannot meet the host's needs? Liang Jun smiled at the camera. Don't underestimate these grassroots. Under the ice we stepped on was frozen soil, and these grass roots were hidden under the frozen soil. The remaining deer relied on digging these grass roots to survive the cold winter. My friends, what do you think would happen if I laid a large area of grass roots around the base? Netizens are very confused. What will happen? The Liang army has already taken action. He turned on the heating equipment provided by the Yellow River Station and used electricity to melt the frozen soil outside the base. Then he slowly planted the grassroot gift packs into the frozen soil. The area outside base 1834 was originally extremely barren, with nothing but frozen soil. But now, small shrubs such as the fairy tree, the toothed knot, the rhododendron, and the round-leaved willow poke their heads out of the frozen soil, quietly looking at the world with curiosity. Liang Jun laughed. These small shrubs can grow in the dead of winter and require very little water. Tundra is a dry soil, and in addition to small shrubs, mosses and lichens such as sickle moss, true moss, and Iceland moss can also grow. Liang Jun wore windproof goggles and special warm and windproof clothes, and lay on the ground to act as an Arctic farmer. He planted a large circle of cold-resistant plants around the base, then went to the fruit and vegetable greenhouse and input the parameter data into the adjustment and control computer. The computer ran a unified calculation and adjusted the nutrient solution suitable for the cold-resistant shrubs. The full nutrient solution is ready. Liang Jun carried a large bucket of nutrient solution and used a spray bottle to spray the special nutrient solution into the frozen soil. The originally withered cold-resistant small shrubs and lichens gradually turned green, and from a distance, the permafrost layer could actually be seen with faint traces of green. Chapter 51. Going to the horizon for a romantic herring feast. Base 1834 is no longer an abandoned small base station on the lonely frozen land. Now, the land where Base 1834 is located is like an oasis in the lonely ice field, a rich place full of hope. The fans stood up in shock. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! They had never seen anyone rubbing green plants with their hands, especially in the extremely harsh and difficult Arctic Circle. Now, the silly road deer no longer stares at the carrots in the fruit and vegetable greenhouse every day, but instead lies on the low bushes, rolling around and rubbing its back. Herds of moose and elk have become the most familiar visitors to the base. Every day there are moose peeking out the door. The elk even made their home in front of the hoof repair shop. The small base number 1834 has a few big regular visitors. The originally lonely and deserted base has gradually become lively. Liang Jun's small animal farm is taking shape. He was looking forward to seeing how many wild Pokemon would move in after the base was upgraded. Would Base 1834 become famous among the migrating animals? Would its reputation spread? He is very much looking forward to it. Little White Bear had never seen so many cold-resistant shrubs. The little guy excitedly ran around the low bushes with the snow wolf cub. But the snow wolf cub was 5 months old, and the white bear cub was only 2 months old. The white bear cub couldn't run faster, and was so anxious that he fell headfirst and fell flat on his butt. Liang Jun was both angry and amused. He picked up the little polar bear, checked it over and over to see if it was injured, and then educated the snow wolf cub in a serious tone. Wolf cub, Xiaobai is younger than you. He is your younger brother. It's okay if you chase it, but it's wrong to bite its tail hard. Liang Jun's serious tone confused the snow wolf cub. The little guy lowered his ears and hummed with some grievance. The fans couldn't stand it and spoke up. Anchor, you have to be fair. It's just that, Anchor, you adopted 2 little guys, which means you raised 2 children. You must treat them equally, otherwise we won't agree with you. Please become a master of keeping balance. Liang Jun looked at the barrage and felt depressed. A master of keeping balance? How to serve this? Liang Jun racked his brains and thought about it, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He walked into the storage area, took out the Arctic Wild Fishing Gift Pack, and then pointed to the ICC at the end of the Svalbard Islands and shouted loudly. Would you like to eat some fresh herring? The little white bear pricked up his round ears excitedly. The snow wolf cub also became alert and pricked up its pointed ears. Let's run towards the ICC. Whoever reaches the coast first will be rewarded with a bucket full of fresh herrings. The temptation of delicious food. Although the little white bear didn't know what herring was, it thought it was a good thing, and excitedly ran towards the coast of the ICC. The snow wolf cub didn't know what herring was, but if Xiaobai liked it, it must be a good thing, so he just grabbed it. The wolf cub stuck out its tongue, excitedly gathering the strength of a wolf cub king, and chased the little white bear far away. The two little guys gathered their energy and ran away full of energy, and Liang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled at the camera. Is it fair? With just one sentence, he consumed the two little guys' vigorous energy, and netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Powerful. Master of keeping balance. The anchor is still the best at fooling the little guy. Wait until the two little guys grow up and become the overlords, and then try to trick them again? They can bite your legs off. Liang Jun had suffered from the poisoning of canned herring at the Yellow River Station, and he wanted to taste what real fresh herring tasted like. He wants to go fishing in the wild. He wants to restore the reputation of herring. Polar night in December is the season when deer shed their horns and the season when Arctic herring return. The herrings swim to the shore to spawn, and then disperse after spawning. Female fish lay eggs and male fish release sperm. The coast in December is a jubilant blind date scene for herring. Liang Jun picked up the full Arctic wild fishing gift pack, rode on the Super 8-cylinder snowmobile, and chased the two little guys away. Boom, boom! The roar of the snowmobile engine is full of momentum, and it speeds up to a very fast speed, which is very exciting. Netizens watched with great anticipation. The anchor is finally going to go fishing in the wild. They had been looking forward to the host's wild fishing for 3 full weeks. Svalbard coastline. Liang Jun drove a snowmobile and made a beautiful drift on the frozen soil of the coast. The snowmobile body was cool, and the Arctic windproof goggles were cool. The young man got off the snowmobile. He was tall and opened the Arctic wild fishing gift bag. When the Arctic wild fishing gift package appeared, all wild fishing enthusiasts on the internet were collectively shocked. Breathtaking. Carbon cloth explosion-proof ring, non-slip handle, double hook line set, carbon fiber fishing rod, Antarctic shrimp and sea intestine bait. The highly professional sea fishing equipment will make the wild fishing enthusiasts' eyes light up. Too extravagant. Inhumane. Isn't it said to be a simple and austere practice? Why do I envy and hate such luxurious fishing gear? As a veteran Air Force veteran, I am so jealous that I am about to bite my tongue off. Sea fishing enthusiasts are divided into different levels, including professional anglers, enthusiasts, Buddhist anglers, and the unlucky ones who work hard but come back empty-handed every day. Netizens originally thought that Liang Jun should be at the bottom of the fishing community, and he would never get anything. Unexpectedly, Liang Jun showed off his sea fishing equipment, which was able to crush them by several dimensions. They thought that the Liang army was on the first floor, but they didn't expect that the Liang army's equipment was on the 3rd floor. I'm so scared. Liang Jun stood on the coast. It was high tide, not a good time for sea fishing, but it did not prevent him from observing the sea level. The coastline is rough and countless herrings are swimming in dense groups. The scene is magnificent and spectacular. The running of fish creates a large splash of seawater, and large flocks of seabirds circle and chirp in the sky, enjoying this grand feast. The herring schools are extremely dense, swimming in waters about 8 meters deep near the coast, and are very vigilant in entering shallow waters covered with seaweed to reproduce. Herring eggs are sticky eggs. The fertilized eggs stick to the seaweed and the male fish ejaculates on the eggs. A new life begins. Liang Jun observed for a moment, and explained to the camera. My friends, do you see the heads and backs of the fish in the upper layer sticking out of the water? Because the herring spawning grounds are only about 1 meter deep, the fish are too dense. These water birds got so excited that they started fighting. Haha. Large flocks of seabirds chirped excitedly in the sky, and dived into the school of fish one after another, bravely attending this herring feast. The waves of the rising tide were fierce, one after another. Many water birds suffered losses and flapped their wings angrily and flew into the sky, circling, waiting for the next opportunity. Netizens watched with great fascination. They had never seen such a magnificent and beautiful coastal scenery. Liang Jun rubbed the little white bear's furry head and pointed at the strangeness on the sea in the distance. My friends, do you know why shallow seawater turns into white gelatin? One question stumped nearly 1 million fans. White gel? Why? Netizens showed expressions of deep thought. Liang Jun laughed and said, There's a prize for the quiz. If you answer correctly, the anchor will date you offline. In an instant, netizens were excited and their spirits were high. As long as they answer the host's questions correctly, they can meet up offline, which is the wonderful thing they have been dreaming of. What are you waiting for? Check it out on Baidu. Chapter 52: The Magnificent Scenery of Icy Rock Fishing. Netizens eagerly searched on Baidu, copied and pasted frantically, and tried their best to be the first to answer Liang Jun. They want to meet in person. They are crazy about having sex with the anchor offline. Who wouldn't love to meet the new anchor with the greatest influence on the entire platform? Netizens typed into Baidu, "What is the white gelatinous substance in shallow sea water when the herrings return?" I know! That's beep beep dash. I also found the anchor. That's... Fuck! Why can't I type? Platform mom, don't ban me! Many netizens have found out what it is, but they just can't type those two words. The fans were so anxious that they scratched their heads and cheeks and even pulled their hair out. Liang Jun laughed out loud and winked at the camera with a sly look in his eyes. If you answer correctly, you can meet me offline. Guys, try your best to answer the questions. Netizens typed out a line of with all their might, and they found that even the pinyin was beep beep the platform's review. Amazing. No one answered correctly, which was within Liang Jun's expectations. Liang Jun picked up the little white bear, waved its short legs, and imitated how the little white bear spoke. Ayo daddy yun, mommy yun, the white gelatinous substance in the shallow sea is a large amount of discharge from male fish. Did you get it right? The little white bear excitedly waved to the camera, grinning with its pink little mouth, as if asking for a New Year's red envelope. Netizens were surprised. Look! I got it right! I got it right too, ha ha ha! If you don't understand, just ask, what exactly is the beep you're talking about? I'm an elementary school student. I'm totally confused. What on earth is this? The high tide ended and the sea returned to calm. After Liang Jun and his netizens had finished joking around, they found a reef to step on and prepared for rock fishing. A fan asked Liang Jun why he didn't go to the glaciers in the east. The glaciers are like cliffs, high and vertical on the sea of ice, with a larger area and more fish to fish. Liang Jun burst out laughing. My friends, you are trying to harm me. I didn't buy personal accident insurance. The glaciers in the Arctic are not like what you imagine. They move forward like waves, pushing forward row by row until the cliff in front can no longer bear it, and collapses into the sea, forming floating ice. Look at that one. That glacier is about to collapse. The drone hovered over the sea and captured the nearest glacier. The glacier was pushing forward slowly at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The ice cliff in the front could not bear it, and actually fell into the sea. Boom! The roar of the huge glacier falling made everyone's eyelids jump in shock. The falling ice floe knocked out a group of agitated returning herrings. A large group of herrings were knocked unconscious, their eyes wide open, and they slowly turned up their white bellies and floated up. This is a good deal for seabirds. The seabirds, who were already unable to contain their tempers, flew in flocks. Thousands of them swooped into the sea and effortlessly caught the fainted herrings. The mighty seabirds flapped their wings, chirped in surprise, and swooped into the sea to enjoy a feast. The scene was extremely grand and magnificent, with a shocking visual impact and a magnificent picture. It was full of northern style. The extremely beautiful natural scenery left netizens stunned. Beautiful! So beautiful! Woohoo! This is the most beautiful scenery I have ever seen! The netizens in front of the screen lit up their eyes in shock, reluctant to even blink, feeling the most magnificent natural and wild scenery of the north. Liang Jun also felt that this scene was extremely shocking. He took out his camera with a telephoto wide-angle lens and took pictures of the stunning scenery before him. Snap! A magnificent coastline scene was recorded. Liang Jun looked through the photos and found that the two little guys were also in the photo. The little white bear and the snow wolf cub were curiously watching the flock of birds hunting. The close-up of the picture showed the furry profiles of the two little guys, and the distant view was the magnificent ocean. By chance, the composition is extremely beautiful. Nice. Liang Jun was very satisfied with the photos. He put his SLR into his backpack, stepped back onto the reef and started rock fishing. My friends, the tide just rose, and many fish in the ocean were washed to the shallow sea. The reef under my feet extends into the sea, and there are countless deep and shallow reefs on the seabed. What can we catch among the rocks? Let's see. Carbon fiber rock fishing rod, carbon cloth explosion-proof ring, non-slip handle, double hook line set, and most importantly, Antarctic shrimp and sea intestine bait. Liang Jun used a sea cucumber to spin on the sea surface, then swung the rock fishing rod suddenly, throwing the double hook line towards the shallow sea reefs. Netizens all widened their eyes and were very much looking forward to it. What can the anchor catch? They are looking forward to it. Rock fishing requires patience. Liang Jun's carbon cloth explosion-proof ring can stabilize the rock fishing rod. His hands are extremely steady, and his eyes are fixed on the sea level. No disturbance can escape his eyes. Suddenly, his hand tightened. Something. Pull the line. Netizens stared at the screen, staring at the fishing line in Liang Jun's hand. There's a fish, it's about to be hooked. Wow! A streamlined silver fish was jumping and flicking its tail vigorously. It was 30 centimeters long. The glaciers reflect the northern lights, which makes the silver fish shine brightly, which is very beautiful. Liang Jun whispered. It's herring. There was a lot of surprise in the barrage area. Liang Jun was able to catch fish as soon as he cast the hook, which was even faster than their own fishing. Liang Jun took the herring off the hook and put it into the bucket. The red bucket now contained a herring. The little white bear curiously dug into the bucket, buried his face in it and sniffed, drooling as he did so. Too greedy. What a rare treasure this is. The little white bear is a polar bear, so it is normal for him to be greedy for fish, but the snow wolf cub actually imitated the little white bear and drooled over the herring. Liang Jun was both angry and amused. Wolf cub, do you eat fish? The snow wolf cub tilted its head. It didn't know whether the little white bear would eat the fish or not, but anything the little white bear wanted to eat must be good stuff, so it would just grab it. The two little guys actually fought for their lives over a herring and got into a fight over a bucket. The little polar bear protected the water bucket and began to protect the food. The snow wolf cub was throwing a tantrum, baring its teeth and trying to eat the bucket all by itself, and was even more protective of its food. Netizens watched with a smile, wondering what Liang Jun would do when faced with two cubs guarding their food. Would he still be a master at keeping things balanced? Liang Jun picked up the bucket and moved it from in front of the two little guys to his feet. The little white bear and the snow wolf cub just looked at Liang Jun with a wrong look on their faces as he took the bucket away. Liang Jun tapped the two little guys on the forehead and taught them a lesson seriously. I hunt and catch fish, so you have to listen to me and decide how to divide them. The little white bear squatted down really well. The wolf cub was not convinced, but he lay down obediently and waited quietly for Liang Jun to catch another one. The two little guys are sensible and well-behaved, and netizens are extremely excited. Their son Yun Yanghao is so sensible. Liang Jun did not disappoint the two little guys. The rock fishing rod is thrown out, and the hook is put in. The fishing line is taut, a fish is hooked, and it is pulled up quickly. Wow! A silver herring. Wow! Another silvery herring. Wow, wow, wow! The silver herrings continue to bite. In just 10 minutes, Liang Jun filled the bucket. The entire network was shocked. Chapter 53, The Joy of Fishing. Anyone who fishes will understand. The bucket was full and heavy with fresh herrings jumping around in it. 2 herrings jumped high and jumped out of the bucket, falling right in front of the little white bear and the snow wolf cub. The air is quiet. Little white bear freezes. The snow wolf cub also froze, tilting its head to look at the herring that appeared out of thin air in front of it. The fans laughed. My Yunyang is so big, he will definitely swallow the herring in 1 bite. I guess my cloud-fed polar bear can eat a herring in 2 bites. My handsome wolf king will definitely eat it all up. Ha! Everyone in the barrage section thought that the little white bear and the snow wolf cub had been craving for fish for so long, they would definitely open their mouths and eat to satisfy their cravings. But what they didn't expect was that the little white bear stared at the herring in front of him, drooling with greed, but still did not move. The snow wolf cub became even more greedy. It stared at the herring, pretending to be tense like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, and then pounced on it. Oh ah! The snow wolf cub held the herring in its mouth. The herring vibrated hard in its mouth, like a vibrating electric motor. The wolf cub's entire mouth was numb from the vibration. It grimaced, and its chin trembled constantly. Puff! Liang Jun couldn't help but spit out saliva. The dark history of the future Arctic Wolf King's childhood is very funny. Even so, the snow wolf cub did not eat alone. The little fellow respectfully brought the herring to Liang Jun, then carefully put the herring into Liang Jun's palm, and then squatted down obediently. The barrage area is quiet. The little white bear also picked up the vibrating motor herring and carefully put it into Liang Jun's hand. Then he took 2 steps back, tilted his face, and looked at Liang Jun eagerly. Netizens were quiet, their hearts melted. Liang Jun was also very moved and explained. Wild animals generally guard their food, and the wilder they are, the more they guard their food. This is their survival instinct. But in wild animals living in packs, food is distributed by the alpha wolf. So, when the little guys give me their food, it means they trust me. Liang Jun spoke in a low voice, but the fans were also very moved and had tears in their eyes. Trust. The little white bear and the snow wolf cub trusted Liang Jun immensely. Although the little white bear is naughty, whenever the little guy encounters danger, he will immediately run into Liang Jun's arms. Liang Jun means safety and trust, and Xiao Bai trusts Liang Jun unconditionally. Although the snow wolf cub was not convinced and kept cursing, it acted in accordance with its words. It stood up when faced with danger and was the first to hand over any delicious food to Liang Jun, who would then distribute it. Liang Jun gained the most sincere trust of the wild little guy. The fans were so moved that their hearts melted and they smiled like kind aunties. 3 weeks. Liang Jun lived and ate with the 2 little guys for 3 weeks and gained their full trust. It was really touching. Liang Jun rubbed the round heads of the 2 little guys and shared all the herrings in the bucket with them. 2, 4, 6, a total of 12. The little polar bear bared his milk teeth excitedly, and called by his wild instincts, he started to gnaw on the herring. Woohoo! The snow wolf cub ate the raw herring with even greater enthusiasm. Although it was a wolf, it lived like a polar bear. In the distance, the seabirds looked at Xiao Bai and the wolf cub with envy. There were also some bold seabirds that wanted to get closer, but they were all shouted away by the Liang army. The seabirds were even more envious, for they could get delicious food by following the 2-legged beasts. They flapped their wings in envy and spread the news far and wide. All over the ocean, seabirds are singing, using their unique way of communication to convey messages. 2 legs, there's something delicious. Follow the 2-legged beast, and you will get fish to eat. 2-legged beast, awesome. Liang Jun didn't know that he was being discussed by the seabirds, nor did he know that his reputation had spread among the seabirds. The seabirds circled over the sea, flew high over the ground, and the majestic and magnificent seabird flocks were magnificent, with a unique northern style. The northern lights hung in the sky, flickering and colorful. Flocks of seabirds flew under the aurora, circling and chirping, with a magnificent momentum. Liang Jun took out a telephoto SLR camera from his backpack, pointed the wide-angle lens at the sky and pressed the shutter. Click! Just take a photo, and it will be a blockbuster. The photo results are stunning. The fans' eyes lit up. Wow! Wow! What a blockbuster effect! The Arctic is so beautiful. I didn't expect the ICC to be so beautiful. The picture is relaxing and healing. I just got off work and saw the extremely beautiful scenery in the live broadcast room. It seemed like all the stress in my body was relaxed. It was so relaxing. The fans were thrilled. Liang Jun put away the camera and found that all the herrings on the ground had been eaten. The little white bear looked at him innocently and smacked his lips. The snow wolf cub was still not satisfied and began to comb its fur, licking its paws happily. Liang Jun was both angry and amused. He stretched out his fingers and tapped the foreheads of the 2 little guys. You ate all the fish and didn't leave any for me. The little polar bear opened his mouth blankly. The snow wolf cub was also stunned and confused. The 2 little guys looked at the bucket at the same time. There should have been a herring there, which they had left behind. But now, the herring was gone. It's really that none of the 8 mouths can make a clear excuse. Some netizens shouted. Host, please watch the drone replay. We can clearly see that it was taken away by a seabird. Yes, don't blame Xiaobai and the wolf cub. They really left it for you. In the drone playback, there really was a bold flat-feathered seabird that stood next to the bucket with a guilty look on its face, looked around guiltily, and while Liang Jun was not paying attention, it quickly snatched the herring away. Liang Jun watched the replay and cursed with laughter. Flat-haired little thief! Don't let me catch you next time. Netizens smiled knowingly. The fish that I caught were snatched away by seabirds. The flat-haired bird is very cunning. I wonder if the anchor can meet this flat-haired bird again next time. The Liang army had no fish left and could only continue fishing on the rocks. The sea is calm, it's a good time for rock fishing. He swung the rod patiently, found the target, and reeled in the line quickly. Harvest herring +1. Harvest herring +1+1. Harvest herring +1+1+1+1. The shallow sea is full of herrings, which are like free fish. You only need 1 fishing rod to catch the fish. Liang Jun picked up the herrings with great ease. He felt happy and refreshed, so satisfied that his mouth was grinning. So cool! Herring are a gift from the Arctic Ocean. Suddenly, Liang Jun felt a heaviness in his hand. The fishing line was stretched straight, and its weight was several degrees heavier than before. Liang Jun's expression tightened and his brows furrowed. Anchor, what's wrong? Host, did you catch some worn-out boots? Ha ha ha, it was the same when I went fishing in the game. I didn't catch any fish, but I did catch a lot of worn-out boots and ocean trash. Netizens also looked nervous and curious. They wanted to see what could make Liang Jun so nervous. What did Liang Jun catch this time? Liang Jun focused on the fishing line in his hand and quickly reeled it in. This fish is very big, it's probably not a herring. It's also extremely heavy and very powerful, especially the strength to break free from the hook. Before the fishing line was completely reeled in, the sea surface had been turned upside down by a huge fish, with white splashes and waves on the water surface. Wow! Crash! There's a big guy struggling frantically under the sea. Netizens' hearts were beating in their throats, and they were extremely curious and expectant. What good stuff did you catch? What did you catch this time? Chapter 54, Salmon Vibrating Motor. Little White Bear shouted. Liang Jun held the fishing line tightly, and the fishing rod became a curved bow due to the high strength. This time the big guy is back. Liang Jun became more and more excited. He simply gripped the fishing line tightly and struggled with the big fish with his arm's strength. He used all his strength, and his arm muscles bulged and stretched high. High! High! The atmosphere was extremely tense, and netizens were so anxious that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, fearing that the fishing line would break. Their palms were clenched with cold sweat, and they were more anxious than Liang Jun. Liang Jun pulled the fishing line with all his might, baring his teeth, with wrinkles on his facial features. His biceps bulged high as he continued to struggle with the brave sea fish. Netizens also put on masks of pain, and their facial features were all strained. Pull! Keep pulling! Come on, host, you are the best. Finally. Wow! The fishing line was lifted high, and a giant fish that was 1 meter and 2 meters long was thrown into the air. The northern lights are magnificent, casting a silver glow on the big fish. A 1.2 meter long big fish with tiny scales and shiny lateral scales is swinging its tail vigorously in the air. Wild and alive. Liang Jun let out a long roar of excitement. Woohoo! It's Arctic salmon! Netizens didn't know what Arctic salmon was, but they were more excited than Liang Jun when he caught the fish. Yo-ho! Long live! Wola! Liang Jun clenched the hook and quickly dragged the big fish away from the sea. He was panting, and the long and exhausting struggle made him gasp for air, but he smiled happily and gave the camera a thumbs up. Guys, we are really lucky. Arctic salmon live in deep waters and rarely appear in shallow waters. This salmon was not only in shallow waters, but also entered the reefs due to high tides, which is why we found it. By the way, Arctic salmon is the scientific name. You guys should be more familiar with its other name. Salmon. In an instant, the barrage area became quiet. Netizens opened their mouths in shock, and their mouths expanded into O shapes. Salmon. Is it the famous wild salmon? They were so surprised that the corners of their mouths curled up wildly, and their mouths were stretched to their ears. Their smiles were even bigger than Liang Jun's. Fuck! 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 They thought that Liang Jun was just fishing for herrings, or picking up some other marine fish. But unexpectedly, Liang Jun came up with a big surprise. He picked up a wild Arctic salmon for free, and it was such a big salmon. Liang Jun was not polite either. He took out his outdoor backpack, set up his foldable Arctic windproof tent, and used a hammer to fix the tent to the frozen ground on the far side of the reef. Then he picked up the giant salmon, which was still jumping around, and dragged it towards the windbreak tent. As he was dragging the fish, Salmon turned on the vibrating electric motor and whipped his entire body, making his ears snap. The Liang army was stunned by the fish's tail. He had just been laughing at the snow wolf cub being slapped in the face by the herring electric motor and his chin shaking, but now, he was the one being slapped in the face. The snow wolf cub tilted his head thoughtfully, looking at Liang Jun in confusion as he was slapped in the face by Salmon. The little polar bear suddenly jumped high up and wrestled with the salmon with his tiny body. Cub! Fight with me for 300 rounds! Netizens are already laughing to death. Liang Jun just laughed at the herring and slapped the two little guys in the face, and now he was slapped in the face by the giant salmon. It's true that things change every 30 years, so no one should laugh at anyone else. There is a lot of joy in the Sand Sculpture live broadcast room. The number of fans in the live broadcast room soared rapidly. 85W. 91W. 95W. The number of fans in the live broadcast room remains at 980,000, just one step away from 1 million fans. Liang Jun dragged the giant salmon, which was 1 meter and 2 meters long, into the windproof tent. He felt his pocket but found no suitable utensil. He fell into deep thought, wondering if he should eat the salmon raw. The little white bear came running over. Ding! The little white bear expressed his concern for you. He felt sorry for you getting slapped by the young fish. Heartache +1+1+1. Affinity +50. The little white bear rubs against you to comfort you. It doesn't hurt. And entrusts the system to give you a warrior-level physical fitness skill and an Arctic fish knife gift pack. Please specify the location to store the gift pack. A mechanical sound rang in Liang Jun's head. He was slightly stunned, and then huge changes occurred in his body. An unprecedented powerful force poured into the whole body, passive skills, warrior-level physical fitness. He stepped on the ice and the ice shook. He punched and the wind broke the snowstorm. Liang Jun was extremely surprised and hugged the little white bear tightly with joy. Xiao Bai, thank you. You are really my sweet little cotton padded jacket. So heartwarming. The little white bear cuddled up to Liang Jun affectionately, rubbing his furry face and making long, soft sounds of satisfaction. Coat. Netizens felt warm in their hearts and envious to the point of wanting to cry when watching the little white bear interacting with the anchor. I really want to form a group to steal polar bears. What color sack does this cute and soft polar bear like? It's urgent. Waiting online. Liang Jun responded in his mind. Store it in my outdoor backpack. He opened his windproof and waterproof outdoor backpack, and sure enough, he saw a box of knives lying inside. Open the toolbox. Willow blade knives, boning knives, skinning knives, scaling knives, and other exquisite and professional Arctic fish knives are all available. You can find everything you can't think of. The Liang army was overjoyed. He hugged the little white bear and kissed him hard, and the little white bear kissed him back in the same affectionate way. This made netizens even more jealous. They were so jealous that they wanted to pick up the 7-colored sacks and go to the Arctic to catch polar bears. Liang Jun cleaned the wild salmon in the windproof tent. Outside the tent, a bonfire was lit. The bright flames jumped and licked the tiles on the bonfire rack. The tiles were brought by Liang Jun from the base. In the wild, tiles are very useful. For example, now. Liang Jun sliced the salmon, cut off the meat, and put it on the tile, using the tile as a bowl. He then put the herring on the tile, added a campfire rack, heated it up and boiled it, using the tile as a teppanyaki. Gurgle gurgle. The fresh and fragrant grilled herring exudes an aromatic scent, and the hot oil sizzles in it, making your stomach growl at the smell. Liang Jun took a big bite of the crispy and fragrant grilled herring. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When he bit it, the fish juice wrapped around his mouth. It was so delicious that he wanted to swallow it with his tongue. Cool! After eating the grilled herring, he sliced the freshest salmon belly. The smooth and fresh salmon sashimi melts in your mouth and leaves a sweet aftertaste. The salmon slices that are usually served in top Japanese restaurants are now available in a buffet style. The full plate of salmon sashimi is all for Liang Jun. Netizens were so envious that tears streamed down their faces. They swallowed hard and shed tears of envy. I'm so envious. It's really impossible to brush it during the day, and impossible to avoid it at night. The Arctic outdoor anchor is spreading poison online. I cried with greed. Me too. I'm a young girl, drooling over the anchor. Is that normal? I'm middle-aged, with elderly parents and young children, but I drool at the anchor, it's normal. Liang Jun laughed out loud when he saw the barrage. He cut a large piece of salmon tail and gave it to the little white bear, gave a few slices of grilled herring to the snow wolf cub, and then packed the remaining salmon to take back. My friends, smoked salmon is a real Arctic delicacy. These salmon are too big to eat all of them. We can smoke them and eat them slowly every day. Netizens are even more envious. In the Arctic, you can have salmon sashimi and smoked salmon freely. The Arctic, the place they long for. Suddenly, Liang Jun found something wrong. He packed the salmon into his windproof outdoor backpack, then looked up and found that something was wrong with the sea level. Quiet. It's too quiet. The large herrings that had stirred up chaos in the shallow sea gradually calmed down. Even the flocks of seabirds that had been heading to the Yaotai feast chose to rest on the glacier reefs. The seabirds do not sing, and the herrings do not stir the shallow seas. What happened in the sea? Chapter 55, A Shocking Fight. The turtles' request for help. Liang Jun quickly ran to the reef and looked at the sea. No, it's too dark. It was the polar night, and it was evening, so nothing could be seen except the dark sea and the waves. General Liang Jun used a drone to wirelessly remotely sense the sea surface and let the drone's wide-angle lens shoot downwards from a distance. In the live broadcast, the boundless Arctic Ocean exudes a terrifying icy atmosphere. The sea is unfathomable, the waves are surging, the majestic waves are hitting hard, again and again, carrying with them the strong and overbearing breath of death. Boom, boom! The powerful waves were unstoppable. The screen began to shake faster and faster. Many netizens are feeling suffocated from the pain. Deep-sea phobia. Even if they don't have thalassemia, they will be frightened into developing phobia by the dangerous deep sea in the Arctic night. In the face of any unknown fear, human beings' sense of security is torn apart, and they become extremely panicked. Netizens were too afraid to watch, but Liang Jun stared at the image transmitted by the drone and found a small moving dot. Here, there's a little guy running for his life. In the picture, the fast-moving dot struggled violently in the strong wind and huge waves. The dot was sometimes blown up by the strong wind and huge waves, and sometimes fell heavily and submerged in the waves, but this little guy never gave up, and paddled hard against the sea water, using all his strength to rush to the coastline. Run! Run! Liang Jun remotely controlled the military drone to fly at low altitude, risking the great danger of being hit by huge waves. Boom! The waves were so high that the water even hit the propellers of the drone. Netizens exclaimed and screamed, their faces wrinkled with nervousness, and they were extremely anxious. Drone, don't let the waves knock you down. Liang Jun was also very nervous. He frowned and carefully controlled the drone to fly low, low, and low. He wanted to see what kind of giant beast in the sea was chasing this little guy. Finally, the drone descended to the extreme height, and a triangular pointed fin emerged from the water like a flag. Triangular tip fin. Netizens stared at the screen nervously and began to wonder what kind of marine animal would have triangular pointed fins. Next second, a mouth full of sharp teeth popped out from the sea and suddenly opened its bloody mouth towards the drone camera. Boom! The sudden bloody mouth is filled with countless ferocious sharp teeth. The extremely close-up shot allows you to even see the wrinkles inside the mouth. The powerful visual impact and shocking images made people feel like they were there. Netizens gasped in fear and put on masks of pain. Hiss! It's a shark! They followed the camera closely, and the people who were eaten by the shark were them. Fuck! 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 The barrage section was filled with shocking comments. Netizens' scalps felt numb and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. It was as if they had been swallowed by a shark. Liang Junpo cursed, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he suddenly raised the military drone by wireless remote control. Wow! The remote control of the military drone was extremely sensitive. He pulled up the joystick in his hand, and the drone immediately rose into the sky at a tricky angle, escaping the shark's huge mouth. Netizens breathed a sigh of relief as if they were exhausted. It was so immersive, as if they were in the same ocean danger. The crisis of drones has been resolved, but the crisis of small dots in the sea has not been resolved. Liang Jun determined what was happening through aerial footage. A large Greenland sleeper shark chases a sea turtle. The turtle was paddling towards the coastline at a crazy speed, but the Greenland shark was so stubborn that it showed no intention of stopping even though it was a deep-sea shark. When a deep-sea shark chases a turtle in shallow water, there can only be one outcome. A sea turtle was eaten as a snack, and then a deep-sea shark was stranded on a rocky reef and died of serious injuries. One corpse, two lives. No one can benefit from it. Liang Jun lit up the flashlight on his cell phone and placed it on the rocky beach. Then he began to lengthen the rocky fishing rod more and more. Professional foldable ocean rock fishing rod, 13 meters long when fully unfolded. Liang Jun hung a fluorescent bait ball on the hook, and then used the weight of the fluorescent bait ball to throw the stretched fishing line out hard. Cast the rod. On the extremely terrifying dark sea, the waves were beating violently, and a fluorescent ball was extremely bright on the sea. The green bait ball is like the brightest hope in the dark sea at night. The bait ball was 20 meters away from the escaping turtle. The sea turtle paddled desperately, with the Greenland shark chasing closely behind it. The bait ball was 16 meters away from the escaping turtle. The turtle used all its strength to escape, and the Greenland shark was getting closer. 14 meters. 12 meters. Liang Jun frowned and cursed. Be smart, little one, and swim hard. At this time, no one else can save the turtle, so the turtle can only save itself. Netizens were as nervous as Liang Jun. They stared at the screen, not daring to blink, as they watched the thrilling scene. Little guy, make sure to bite the bait ball. Bite it. In the picture, the little guy is trying his best, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that the turtle can't paddle anymore. The turtle's limbs gradually slowed down, just like a middle school student exhausted from long-distance running. However, the Greenland shark behind it was not tired at all, but chased it more and more fiercely, extremely excited. Seabirds are startled and fly away. Greenland sleeper sharks invade the shallow waters of the Arctic and are the absolute overlords. Arctic sea eagles and puffins all retreated in panic. Just as the turtle was gradually becoming exhausted, Liang Jun rushed into the reef and shouted loudly, "Run!" As Liang Jun strode forward, the fishing rod also stretched forward a long distance. The fluorescent bait ball, due to inertia, suddenly jumped out of the sea and flew a long distance forward. The turtle is also smart. It stretched its head as far as it could and grabbed the fluorescent bait ball floating in front of it. Hold it in your mouth. Bit it. The Greenland shark's mouth has opened, and its fins are as powerful as a broken bamboo, riding the wind and waves, rushing straight towards the turtle. At the critical moment, Liang Jun turned off the automatic wire-reeling electric switch. Professional ocean automatic rock fishing rod starts to reel in. The Greenland shark's big mouth is fast, but the electric reel in Liang Jun's hand is even faster. Just as the shark's huge mouth opened, Liang Jun suddenly reeled in the fishing rod, and the fluorescent bait ball pulled the turtle out of the sea and threw it high into the air. Due to the inertia of predation, the Greenland shark also followed the turtle and jumped out of the sea. Wow! In the deep sea, there were raging waves. A fleeing sea turtle was thrown high into the air. A giant deep-sea shark, which was chasing it, opened its sharp teeth and big mouth, opened its bloody mouth, and then jumped out of the sea. The pictures are extremely visually shocking, majestic, and full of danger. The intensely stimulating visual effects make people hold their breath, and their heartbeats rise to their throats. At this moment, Liang Jun focused his eyes and shouted in a deep voice. Go! Chapter 56. Solving the Turtle's Major Crisis. Warrior-level physical fitness is passively activated. Liang Jun's arm muscles bulged high, his arm veins were twisted and tangled, and he contained a strong and domineering power. Arm strength suddenly exploded. Rise! He turned the 13-meter-long fishing rod toward the shore, and the fishing rod made a violent drift arc in the air and was thrown 180 degrees onto the shore. The fishing line, carrying the fluorescent bait ball, and the turtle holding the bait ball tightly, were thrown onto the shore together. It happened at lightning speed, in a flash, and saved the turtle that was trying hard to escape. Netizens were shocked. What the hell? The turtle was thrown ashore. The Greenland shark swam in the shallow water angrily, with resentment and depression. Finally, the Greenland shark seemed to realize the danger of the shallow water. After swimming back and forth for the 8th time, it finally gave up and dived back to the deep sea area against the waves. The Greenland shark has left. Giant shark crisis resolved. The seabirds on the coast finally chirped softly, as if testing the water. Then, after the danger was over, the seabirds became excited again and dived to catch herrings. Liang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Netizens also breathed a sigh of relief. They had held their breath for too long, and finally they could breathe in fresh air, which made their turbid lungs feel refreshed. Long live! Woohoo! The anchor is cheating. I finally saw the anchor rescue the little turtle to the shore. Really, if it was 10 seconds later, I would have died of suffocation at home. Ha! Me too. I was so nervous just now that I held my breath. Tomorrow the media will report that a certain internet celebrity's fans all suffocated to death at home during their live broadcast. Was it man-made? Or a horror movie? Ha! Netizens breathed a sigh of relief and started to chat and joke. Liang Jun was also in a very happy mood. While saving the turtle, he also saved a not-so-smart Greenland shark. If the shark had moved another 3 meters toward the shallow reef beach, it would have been seriously injured in the abdomen and stranded. Netizens asked Liang Jun, who is the overlord of the sea in the Arctic Ocean? Is the Greenland shark the dominant species in the Arctic Ocean? This question made Liang Jun think for a long time. Liang Jun said, The Greenland shark is a shark that lives in the Arctic Ocean, but when it comes to the overlords of the ocean, sharks are not even on the list. Netizens became even more curious. The big villain in the movie, the giant shark of the deep sea, is not considered the overlord of the sea, then who else can be the overlord of the sea? Liang Jun looked at the rough and dark sea, his eyes looking into the distance, and said slowly, The undisputed overlord of the ocean is probably a highly intelligent animal that scares even deep-sea sharks. It weighs nearly 10 times as much as a deep-sea shark. Even a great white shark is just a tiny little brother when it swims next to the overlord of the ocean. This highly intelligent animal weighs nearly 10 times that of a deep-sea shark. It absolutely crushes the shark in terms of size and IQ. Netizens took a deep breath and were deeply shocked. Who will be the overlord of the ocean? Can it scare deep-sea sharks? Damn it! The anchor is still keeping us in suspense. Tuh! How shameless! Liang Jun happily kept the secret, then trotted to the shore and rescued the poor dying turtle. The turtle was so tired that it had no strength left, but it still held on to the bait ball tightly, as if it was holding on to its life. Liang Jun carefully removed the fishhook and began to check the unlucky guy's entire body. As the camera moved closer, netizens saw that what they thought was a small dot was actually a giant creature with a head diameter of up to 1.5 meters. A sea turtle with a diameter of 1.5 meters weighs at least as much as an adult man. However, Liang Jun was able to use his strong arm strength to throw a giant turtle weighing 80 kilograms onto the shore? How much physical strength does this require? Hiss! Fans gasped. The barrage section exploded. Some sharp-eyed netizens discovered several big verses with gold certification on the platform. Bear Grylls, oh my god, in terms of strength, I am not as good as the young survivalists in the East. Hungry oh my god. I have been hungry for 9 meals in 3 days, and the Orientals have already thrown away a turtle weighing more than 100 kilograms? Wildlife cameraman Amos, in terms of endurance and explosiveness, I am not as good as the Oriental anchor, but in terms of shooting skills, I crush the entire Oriental. Many foreign certified celebrities have flocked into the live broadcast room of the Arctic white bear. Many survival fans exclaimed excitedly, "It's Bear Grylls! Bear Grylls YYDS! I didn't expect Bear Grylls would watch the Arctic live room, ha ha ha! Did Bear Grylls eat the cameraman? Is he considering going to the Arctic to eat explosive bugs? My god! Please give me a weird smile once. Amos! The best photographer on Earth. There is no wild animal that he cannot capture." Foreign anchors with millions of fans, including Bear Grylls, Darren Williams, and Imus, all entered Liang Jun's live broadcast room at the same time and became Liang Jun's fans. This has never happened on the TikTok platform. Liang Jun only has 980,000 followers, but he has attracted internationally renowned celebrities, which has attracted the attention of platform executives. In the spacious executive office at the TikTok headquarters, 3 subordinates are reporting respectfully. A woman with a slightly bored look on her face, wearing a professional suit, bent her slender fingers and tapped them lightly on the table. "Leader, the Arctic live broadcast room on the new rookie list has recently attracted many million-dollar celebrities from home and abroad. Bai Yi and De Yi have also become his fans." The female executive stopped tapping her fingers, her expression of slight boredom disappeared, and the corners of her mouth curved up in a rare expression of interest. "Is it the newly signed platinum anchor Liang Jun? It's the leader! It's him!" The female executive leaned lazily on the back of her chair, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of her lips. "Secretary Chin, please move all the important work meetings in the past month forward and give me 2 weeks of vacation time." The secretary was shocked. "Leader, do you want to take a long rest?" The female executive's red lips curved up. Not only does she want to take a long break, she also plans to go to the Arctic Svalbard Islands to personally meet the platinum anchor she signed, Liang Jun. Liang Jun didn't know that his daily life of guarding the ice had aroused the interest of such a well-known expert, nor did he know that a female executive of the platform was applying for a visa in order to see his unique live broadcast life. Now Liang Jun focused on the big turtle in his hand. "You solved the major crisis of the sea turtle, and the century-old sea turtle expressed its gratitude to you +1+1+1, and commissioned the system to give you a pair of carbon fiber split flippers." Liang Jun was slightly stunned, then smiled and rubbed the sea turtle's head. What a grateful turtle. This life was not saved in vain. The carbon fiber split fins were a high-tech diving device that he had seen on the design drawings of the Yellow River General Station. But even the captain of the Yellow River General Station did not have this pair of fins. Now he has it. Cool. The little white bear had never seen a big turtle before, and excitedly circled around it sniffing it, but the big turtle suddenly stretched out its head and opened its mouth to attack. Ha! The century-old sea turtle was alert and hostile, and attacked the little polar bear. The snow wolf cub wanted to watch the fun, but it didn't end up well. After threatening to attack the little white bear, the big turtle stretched out its strong and powerful limbs and rushed straight towards the snow wolf cub who was watching the fun. The snow wolf cub was joining in the fun when he was suddenly startled by a huge turtle that rushed in front of him. Ha! The 100-year-old sea turtle opened its mouth wide and bit the snow wolf cub as well. Wild sea turtles have sharp teeth, and being bitten is no joke. In the mouth of a deep-sea shark, a sea turtle is crunchy. But when a sea turtle faces a white bear cub and a snow wolf cub, it is the white bear and the wolf cub that are the ones that are crunchy. Netizens were shocked by the sudden turtle attack. Too wild. It's really a century-old turtle. Its vigilance is really scary. I suddenly feel worried for the anchor. I heard that sea turtles will not let go until they bite someone. If the anchor gets bitten, her fingers and arms may be broken. Hiss! How terrible! Netizens are all anxious and nervous for Liang Jun. However, an unexpected scene occurred to them. After the wild sea turtle had been ferocious to the two little guys, it actually crawled in front of Liang Jun very obediently, gently extended its glands, and rubbed Liang Jun's trouser legs affectionately. The turtle's softest limbs were stretched out, completely defenseless. Trust, full level. Chapter 57. This barnacle was not picked in vain. Good news for obsessive-compulsive disorder. Liang Jun was also slightly stunned. He looked down at the turtle rubbing against his trouser leg. Intimate and affectionate. Passionate turtle head. Is it really that extremely ferocious sea turtle just now? Liang Jun thought that on the one hand, he saved it, and another reason was probably its affinity. His animal affinity value continued to soar, and even the wild 100-year-old turtles were not afraid of him. In order to confirm his guess, Liang Jun picked up the heavy sea turtle and turned it upside down. Various doubts arose in the barrage area. Liang Jun explained with a smile. Look guys, this turtle is really not afraid of me. Usually, when a turtle is turned over, it will either retract its limbs into its shell or try to turn over on its head. But this turtle was lying limply, as if basking in the sun. The big turtle revealed its white and tender belly shell with its limbs stretched out. It did not struggle or move around. It just lay flat on the ground, looking at Liang Jun with a dizzy look. The huge gland's head would rub against Liang Jun's trouser leg from time to time. Netizens were happy. Liang Jun also laughed in silence. What a big guy who knows how to act like a spoiled child. Liang Jun turned the turtle over, but the turtle still refused to leave and kept rubbing its head against Liang Jun. Rub it once, rub it twice. Liang Jun pushed the remaining herring in front of the big turtle, but the turtle refused to eat it and continued to rub its head. Rub 3 times, rub 4 times. This confused Liang Jun. My charm and affinity are so high. It's even higher than herring? Netizens laughed so hard that they almost fainted. Anchor, this century-old turtle is relying on you. The little white bear is relying on the anchor, the snow wolf is also relying on the anchor, now even the turtle can't escape, ha ha. Anchor, look back at Xiao Bai's expression of wanting to eat someone. I discovered that the wolf cub's expression can also be said to be murderous, hiss. Liang Jun looked back and really saw 2 little guys with their fur standing on end. The little white bear and the snow wolf cub were very united, and they all arched their backs, their fur stood on end, their bodies tense, and looked at the big turtle with vigilance and hostility. Liang Jun rubbed the 2 furry heads soothingly. It's okay. It's just playing with me. But the next second, Liang Jun felt something was wrong. His trouser leg was rubbed by a sharp hard object, tearing a big hole. Although the trouser leg was still a trouser leg, it was still quite painful to be hit by a hard object. The turtle rubbed something hard against his trouser leg. Liang Jun turned on the searchlight and examined the turtle's jaw. Only then did he discover something was wrong. He moved the camera upwards so that netizens could see it clearly. My friends, you always say that I release poison late at night. Now I'll show you someone who has no appetite. The camera was placed towards the area illuminated by the searchlight, and a large, dense patch of hard barnacles appeared on the screen. The turtle's entire shell, head and jaw, and the underside of its limbs are covered with dense barnacles. The barnacles are covered with lime and are like patches on the shell. Some barnacles are piled together, while others are tangled together in a mess. The sea turtle tried to retract its limbs into its shell, but the thick barnacles stuck its limbs and prevented it from retracting into the shell. Netizens were so frightened that their scalps went numb, and their hair stood on end. Fuck! 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 Previously, fans with thalassophobia screamed, and now fans with trypophobia continued to scream. Liang Jun simply turned the sea turtle over and pointed the searchlight under the turtle's shell to allow the camera to capture a clearer picture. The bottom of the tortoise shell is covered with layers of barnacles, which appear grayish-white under the searchlight and are shaped like a ripe persimmon. They are large and full, with many small holes in the middle. Oh! Aya! My scalp is tingling! There's no need for you to shoot such a high-definition picture. Really? This is the first time I hate it. Why is the host's camera so high definition? Why is my screen resolution so high? Barnacles are a huge health hazard. They absorb and compete for nutrients, reduce the turtle's appetite, and prevent the turtle from retracting its limbs into its shell. The turtle rubbed Liang Jun's trouser leg hard, trying to rub the barnacles off. But for creatures like barnacles, the greater the external force, the tighter they stick. Liang Jun used a knife to pick at it for a long time, picking and prying at the same time, and finally picked out a barnacle. Bite. A barnacle fell to the ground. Only then did the netizens breathe a sigh of relief and feel a little relieved. Finally one fell off, which relieved some stress and was very effective in curing my intensive phobia and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Ding! The big turtle likes you +1, affinity +1. Liang Jun was happy. This turtle is really polite. Every barnacle he picks is worthwhile. There were so many barnacles that Liang Jun simply took the big turtle back to the base first. Snowmobile engines roared. Liang Jun put away the windproof tent, put the big turtle on the front seat, and held the two little guys in his arms. He started the snowmobile and sped all the way from the coastline back to base 1834. At base 1834, the orange light is soft. Liang Jun carried the big turtle back to the bedroom and turned on all the lights that could be turned on. He sat in front of the wooden table, turned the big turtle over and placed it on the table, then calmly used a knife to pry out the barnacles under the light. Click! Pry off barnacles +1. Big turtle likes you +1. Affinity +1. Click! Pry off barnacles +2. Big turtle likes you +1. Affinity +1. One by one barnacles fell off the turtle, and the fallen parts turned grayish-white. The turtle's shell became smooth and flat again, returning to its original appearance. Good news for OCD. Liang Jun quietly buried his head in picking barnacles, while the little white bear lay at his feet, warming himself in the small solar stove, and fell asleep comfortably. The snow wolf cub yawned on the warm Kong, rolled over in sleep, and turned over his white belly. The scene was peaceful and healing. The barrage area also became quiet. It's not that there are fewer fans, but the fans are still watching quietly. Warm and loving pictures, perfect for relieving stress. Liang Jun placed the barnacles that had been pried off in a wooden basin and turned the turtle's shell over and placed it close to the camera. My friends, we spent an hour picking barnacles off the turtle's shell. Now we need to speed up and pick the barnacles off the turtle's jaw and limbs. It will be more difficult. Fans thought that Liang Jun was just talking when he said it was difficult. But when the knife was pried into the barnacles deep in the turtle's jaw, fans realized how difficult it was. The barnacles grow in clusters on the turtle's lower jaw. After years of attachment, the barnacle's cirri and segmented mouthparts have all penetrated into the turtle's flesh, getting deeper and deeper, and becoming one with the skin and flesh. It is impossible to rub it off by rubbing alone, and it can only be removed violently. Liang Jun gathered his strength and pried up the barnacle that was deeply embedded in the turtle's jaw. Ding! The barnacle fell down, but a bloody hole appeared at the same time. Liang Jun worked hard and pried off the barnacles on the turtle's jaw and limbs, leaving bloody holes one after another, densely packed and stacked. The fans were so shocked that their scalps exploded again. Chapter 58. Barnacles go well with wine, the world is mine. Would ye? What the hell? Rivo! They thought that seeing barnacles was disgusting enough, but they didn't expect that seeing the bloody holes left by the segmented mouthparts of the barnacles was even more terrifying. They got goosebumps all over their bodies and wanted to whip Liang Jun to scratch him faster. Barnacle 1. Turtle loves you +1 and entrusts the system to give you a weight belt. Barnacle 1. Turtle loves you +1 and entrusts the system to give you a scuba suit. Barnacles 111. The turtle loves you +1 and entrusts the system to give you a spear gun. Liang Jun bared his teeth and pried the barnacles hard. Finally, the turtle's limbs, jaws, and shell were all clean. The barnacles filled 3 large wooden basins. It can weigh dozens of kilograms. Liang Jun was exhausted, but he felt extremely happy. Hi! He picked barnacles off the turtle, and the turtle gave him a complete set of advanced diving equipment. The big turtle was so polite. But he likes it. Cool. In the camera, all the barnacles on the sea turtle disappeared, its body became extremely light, and its appetite increased. Liang Jun fed the sea turtle some herrings and then turned the turtle's shell over to show it to netizens. My friends, it's all cleaned up. If you can find another one, I lose. The sea turtle was very clean, with a smooth shell, clean limbs and jaws. The sea turtle was very excited, and it was a rare experience of lightness and relaxation. The big turtle happily paddled its limbs back and forth, and even crawled around twice in the brick house. Excited. Happy. Too easy. Netizens smiled knowingly and felt extremely happy. They watched the turtles recover and the barnacles fall off one by one, and it was a great relief to relieve their obsessive-compulsive disorder. Barnacles are really annoying. Yes, I used to think mosquitoes were the most annoying animals, but now I would like to call barnacles the strongest. Barnacles, I'm bald, and I'm stronger. I'm a young girl who likes to watch the anchor pick barnacles at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Is that normal? I watch the anchor pick barnacles from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Am I normal? It would make me feel better if I could teach these barnacles a lesson. The barrage area is filled with messages. Liang Jun looked at the stupid comments from netizens and couldn't help laughing. He picked up 3 large wooden basins of barnacles, set up a stove and burned anthracite, and said generously, "Family, let's teach barnacle a lesson. A little lesson in green onion, ginger and garlic." Netizens' eyes lit up in surprise and they looked at the screen with great anticipation. In the video, Liang Jun first went to the vegetable and fruit greenhouse, picked fresh garlic and ginger, and cut some onions. Then he started to heat the oil in a wok. Wow! Stir-fry minced garlic, shredded ginger, and chopped green onion. All of a sudden, the smell of stir-fry came up. Wash off the barnacles and get inside. Thaw the soy sauce and add it inside. Add thawed aged vinegar and rice wine. Add some snow water, cover the pot and simmer. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Fresh and fragrant bubbles rose in the pot, filling the room with a layer of steam. Finally, Liang Jun added starch water to thicken the sauce. It was very particular. Open the lid of the pot. Wow! The fresh and rich smell of authentic seafood hits you in the face. The hot steam is wrapped with the unique flavor of Arctic Ocean cuisine. Liang Jun took a deep breath. It was delicious. Fresh. Refreshing. He couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and suck the fragrant seafood sauce of the stir-fried barnacles, slurping them one by one, just like sucking snail meat. Delicious! Netizens in front of the screen were stunned. They thought that today was not a late-night poison release, but a late-night blessing for obsessive-compulsive disorder, but they didn't expect that everything could be put into the pot. The Liang army did not pry the barnacles away in vain as they were all put into the pot and became a unique seafood delicacy in the north. What the hell? Abuse! I was actually crying again because of the poison released late at night. The barnacles, which look scary, turn out to be a unique seafood delicacy when stir-fried. Liang Jun eats a bite of stir-fried barnacles and a sip of heated rice wine. With seafood to go with the wine, the world is mine. Belch. So refreshing. Liang Jun ate his fill and fed the sea turtle some herrings before he got back on the warm kong. He sat cross-legged on the warm kong, wrapped in a thick quilt, and began to record the day's diary under the light. There was snow and wind outside the window, and the north wind was howling. The brick and tile cottage was softly lit, like a bright lamp in the boundless ice field. Liang Jun's profile was reflected in the light, a peaceful silhouette. He was concentrating and recording his diary, and the house was quiet. The little white bear curled up into a ball, and the snow wolf cub also fell asleep on the warm kong. The atmosphere of peace and tranquility is wonderful. Netizens' facial features were relaxed, their moods were relaxed, and they felt the tranquility and warmth in their hearts. The picture is extremely healing. The next morning, Liang Jun opened the live broadcast room as usual and prepared to raise the flag. As soon as he pushed the door open, he suddenly realized an important problem. The door was opened. The wind and snow poured into the house. No wonder he felt so cold last night. The little white bear nestled in his arms, and even the snow wolf cub rarely got wrapped in his sleeping bag. What about turtles? The big turtle is gone. Liang Jun searched the house and the courtyard but could not find any trace of the turtle. However, he found the direction the turtle was heading from the traces of trampled low bushes. Back to the west coast. He rode his snowmobile towards the coast, following the traces of moss left on the frozen soil. He drifted to a stop along the coastline, and a large turtle appeared at the other end of the rocky beach. The big turtle looked at Liang Jun from afar, as if waiting for him to say a final farewell. The big turtle stretched out its neck and looked at him from afar. Liang Jun stood on the coastline and also looked at the big turtle. There is a silent understanding between the man and the animal, which is extremely moving. The picture froze and many netizens shed sad tears. Is the big turtle about to leave? They love the big turtle and are reluctant to let this big guy go. But they know that wild animals will eventually leave. This is the law of nature, and the most perfect way for humans and nature to coexist. Liang Jun faced the moist sea breeze, looked at the big turtle from afar and waved. Goodbye, big guy. He comforted the netizens in front of the camera, and was also comforting himself. All partings will lead to reunions in another form. The big turtle blinked its eyes slowly, glanced at Liang Jun, then without looking back it scraped across the rocky beach and swam into the icy sea. The icy sea is surging and majestic, the fish are abundant, the seabirds are singing in the sky, and everything looks free. The giant turtle rode the waves, swam upstream, and eventually left the drone's view. The picture is so beautiful that netizens are reluctant to leave. Liang Jun rubbed the furry head of the little white bear in his arms and smiled at the camera. My friends, why are you crying when everything is fine? The barrage area is very quiet, but there are a lot of people. This situation happens frequently, and netizens usually either watch quietly or sob silently. Fans cried and typed on their keyboards. I was watching an animal live broadcast and I cried all over my sleeves. It was supposed to be a live broadcast from the Arctic wilderness. Why is it so touching? Help! I'm a rough old man. I was drooling while watching the live stream last night, and I cried like a dog this morning. Is this normal? Liang Jun laughed and comforted the netizens. All partings will lead to reunions in another form. There will be a day when we will meet again in life. In the picture, the Arctic Ocean coastline is magnificent and beautiful, seabirds are singing in the sky, and fish are lively in the sea. Everything is the most beautiful form of nature. Liang Jun was holding a white bear, standing beside the reefs hit by the waves. At that moment, his figure was extremely tall, like a guardian of freedom and wildness, stumbling forward in the lonely night. The drone flew high in the sky, and the picture was extremely broad, directly reaching the deep sea. A huge dark-shadowed creature slowly passed by in the corner of the camera. Chapter 59. This anchor is so naughty! Shocked fans for 10,000 years. Just as netizens continued to feel sad, Liang Jun turned on his mobile phone, connected to the satellite communication signal, and opened a software map. On the map, there were several red dots moving slowly, and the nearest one was circling around him at a slow speed. Liang Jun explained with a smile. Don't be sad, my friends. The big turtle didn't run far away. It was just wandering around the coastline. I don't know what it was wandering around for. The fans were so moved that their tears stopped flowing in an instant. They thought that this farewell to the big turtle would be a farewell forever, but they forgot that the anchor was a technology hack. He actually pressed the satellite high-definition imaging circle under the giant turtle's shell. It's a cheat. Liang Jun couldn't help laughing so hard that he cried. Sorry guys. It was a bit late last night after I turned off the live stream. I just remembered to test the blood sample of the turtle. I took blood samples and installed the satellite positioning device after the live broadcast was closed. In the future, we can use the software to detect the health and location of the turtles. Yeah, it's very convenient. On his mobile phone, he opened the satellite positioning map of the turtle and the blood sample genetic monitoring data of the turtle. Genetic Atlas analysis completed. Get +1 Arctic Animal Atlas sample. Unlocks leatherback sea turtle. Get +1 for leatherback sea turtle satellite positioning HD animal image. Liang Jun turned on the satellite high-definition animal images, Blu-ray quality, an extremely smooth real-time video, and could clearly see the leatherback turtles swimming on the sea. Sometimes it teases the schools of fish, sometimes it chases other turtles, it is so happy. Liang Jun turned off the video and smiled apologetically to the camera. It's a waste of everyone's tears. The fans were so angry that they wanted to hit someone. They were finally moved along with the live broadcast, their eyes welling up with tears, but the host was able to stop their tears with just one sentence. "What do you mean never see you again? You see me every day." Received a rotten tomatoes plus 10. Get reward of rotten eggs plus 10. The top guy on the list threw some rewards at me and left a message. "You are so treacherous. Give me back my tears." Liang Jun laughed so hard that his back teeth were showing. He must be the anchor who received the most rotten tomatoes on all platforms. Liang Jun rode a snowmobile back to the base. Along the way, he wore a wireless headset and chatted with netizens. Although the birds on the beach may be noisy, they are an important part of maintaining the Arctic ecology. Guano can nourish barren land, allowing grasslands and tundra to grow. The tundra attracts reindeer, and seabirds attract Arctic foxes, eventually forming a complete ecosystem. When he talked about the highlights, he stopped his snowmobile and scraped away the ice and snow on the cliff. He moved the camera closer. The Arctic has a lot of landforms. Don't think this is just an ordinary rock. From this stone we can see the movement of glaciers tens of millions of years ago. Occasionally we can also see fossils. There is no ice or vegetation near these shallows, but there are a lot of reefs, which is an ideal habitat for seals and walruses. Netizens became even more excited and asked Liang Jun if he could encounter a seal. Liang Jun laughed. "It takes luck to meet a seal, but it's easy to meet a walrus." Although it is easy to encounter walruses, don't get too excited and lose control when you see them. Especially when photographing walruses, you should approach them slowly, stay for a while, let them get used to your presence, and then quickly press the shutter. He paused and gave a freakish grin. If you are brave enough, you can also try to take a close-up shot. The barrage area is quiet. Netizens all felt that the anchor was tricking them again. Not to mention slowly approaching to take pictures of the walruses. They would definitely be scared and run away when they saw the big tusks of the wild walruses. Liang Jun changed the subject. "There are so many species of wild animals in the Arctic. New friends, please follow my live broadcast room. We will encounter them slowly in the future. Let's keep it simple. We can encounter a new species every 3 days. After a month or so, we will be able to recognize all the species." The big versus in the live broadcast room could no longer sit still and were shocked. International Animal Protection Association, I suspect this young man from the East is just arguing. No matter how many species of wild animals there are in the Arctic, they will hide and not come out. Our association has sent a team to the Arctic for 3 years, and we have only encountered a few animals from a distance, and they ran away. Endangered Animal Photography Club, the anchor must be making it up, what can he say? Most of the animals in the Arctic are endangered species, how can you keep seeing them? Wildlife Photographer Amos, I have the most say in this matter. I have been photographing wild big guys for more than 40 years and I am the only man on Earth who has traveled with wild polar bears. Arctic animals are very vigilant. This anchor is bragging. The name of the well-known Gold Certification Association appeared, causing an uproar in the live broadcast room. Fans shouted in surprise. They didn't expect that they could watch the live broadcast with so many well-known associations. What an honor! Fans spoke up for Liang Jun. The anchor really does encounter a new animal every 3 days. I can testify to that. I can testify to that too. Countless fans testified for Liang Jun and flooded the screen with messages like crazy. This made the well-known Golden V agency that questioned Liang Jun very embarrassed. But they still didn't believe it. How could someone come across an Arctic animal in just a few days? This is in the Arctic. Moreover, they are extremely vigilant wild animals. Wildlife Photographer Amos, host, I am a serious person. I am now looking through your past live broadcast videos. If you can encounter a new animal in a few days, I will immediately give you a super rocket. The super rocket is worth 2,000 yuan each, which is the highest gift on the platform and can also attract traffic on the platform's public frequency. Wildlife Photographer Amos added, and there are 99 super rockets. In an instant, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. The fans were all excited. This bet was awesome. They started to help Liang Jun count the animals in the video. However, Liang Jun just pushed up his windproof goggles and smiled. No need to bother. Then he stretched out his hand, squatted down facing the snow, and whistled from a distance. The sharp and high-pitched whistle echoed far away. After a while, the snow began to move. Netizens stared at the screen with their eyes wide open, not daring to blink. Wildlife cameraman Amos also stared with his blue eyes wide open and his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. In the picture, a snow rabbit was jumping and running towards us. The snow rabbit was snow white all over, with its long ears erected in curiosity. It was alert and hesitant, then ran towards Liang Jun's palm without hesitation. To be close and intimate. The barrage area was dead silent. I have never seen a wild snow rabbit. The wild rabbit was in the host's hands and was as well behaved as a hand-raised rabbit. This. How is it possible? Netizens were shocked. Cameraman Amos was shocked. Liang Jun smiled and rubbed the little guy. It should be the affinity that came into play. He obtained the animal affinity and favorability collected by the system. Now, to wild animals, he was like a piece of delicious ice cream, and everyone who saw him wanted to have a bite. Liang Jun drove away the snow rabbit, and then the second wild little guy came. It was a fat grouse. Liang Jun wiped his saliva vigorously, suppressed the urge to eat the roasted grouse, and quickly drove the grouse away. Then there are the Arctic puffins. Arctic seagull. Arctic mallard. Liang Jun wiped his saliva several times before he made up his mind to drive all the little guys away. His tone was full of regret, and he sighed heavily. This is a test of my foodie determination. Spicy rabbit heads, roasted chicken, roasted bird meat, all flew away. Netizens were so shocked that they stood up with their jaws opened in an O shape. Chapter 60. The little polar bear is going to the water. The cub's adventure. Fuck! They thought that it was luck and a miracle that Liang Jun could encounter a new species every few days. But they didn't see that Liang Jun just stretched out his hand and blew a whistle, and so many wild animals came to him? It's like a magnet for wild animals. Hiss! Netizens gasped and were numbed by the show. The most shocked people were the certified gold verses from major associations. Wildlife cameraman Amos was so shocked that he stood there with his mouth wide open, unable to utter a word. There were no words that could describe his shock at the moment. He and the association questioned whether Liang Jun was bragging, but unexpectedly, Liang Jun was wrong. Liang Jun said that he could only encounter new species in 3 days, but the fact is that he could encounter 5 new species in 5 minutes. Exaggerate. So shocking. One after another, super rockets rose from the ground, dragging out bright and cool special effects, soaring into the sky on the screen. At the same time, one after another giant special effect rockets flew up from the public channel, attracting crazy traffic, and ribbon special effects filled the public channel. Cameraman Amos gave a Super Rocket 99 as a reward and left a message: I accept defeat. The live broadcast room is boiling. Liang Jun's live broadcast room continued to attract traffic on the platform's public frequency. No one had ever seen so many super rockets, a total of 99. The platform was a sensation. The live broadcast room was a sensation. Liang Jun's anchor title also began to upgrade from LV2 to LV5, squeezing into the dark horse list of the most profitable anchors. Liang Jun looked at the new LV5 that appeared in front of his title and slowly raised the corners of his lips. The corners of his mouth grew wider and wider, and he couldn't stop smiling. I hope there will be more idiots who would bet with him in the future. The more the better. Cool. Liang Jun chatted with netizens using a headset while riding a snowmobile back to the base. After he finished raising the flag, he sat down against the flagpole and began to look through the information of the cameraman Amos. He knew that the photographer Amos was a very famous photographer of large wild animals. Amos once walked out of the iron cage to shoot a great white shark and was chased by a polar bear to 23 meters underwater. This 62-year-old wildlife photographer has been photographing wild beasts at close range for 40 years. His famous saying is, "All beasts on earth have their gentle and beautiful side, and I want to use photos to change people's prejudices." Liang Jun whistled in appreciation. His profile says he is the only man in the world to have swum with wild polar bears. He didn't know whether the information was credible, but anyone who could travel with wild polar bears must have tremendous courage. When he came to the Arctic, he had never even been in the sea, let alone swam with polar bears. The little white bear lay on Liang Jun's trouser leg, with his face tilted, staring at his cell phone and then at his face with his round eyes. Liang Jun rubbed the little white bear's furry head and smiled. Why? Xiaobai still wants to swim with me? Hey, come to think of it, Xiaobai, you are also a wild polar bear, right? An internationally renowned videographer has claimed that he is the only person to have traveled with wild polar bears. Liang Jun has a ready-made wild polar bear. As long as he goes into the water with the little white bear, he can easily break the myth of cameraman Amos. Netizens were extremely excited and shouted for the host and the little white bear to go together. Cameraman Amos was slightly stunned, his face frozen, revealing an extremely complicated expression. It seems that his myth can be broken. Moreover, this anchor could easily break the mythical miracle he created in 40 years. This. After Liang Jun teased the netizens, he changed the subject, pinched the little white bear's round face and laughed. So hot, just teasing you. Our little Bai is only 2 months old and doesn't even know how to go into the water. After saying that, Liang Jun hummed a tune very easily and went back to the house to debug the testing equipment. But what he didn't know was that the little white bear was in high spirits and was chirping excitedly to the sky. Coat. The Lun family is going to get into the water. Luanjia wants to go swimming with Daddy. Liang Jun worked diligently in front of the equipment the entire morning. He summarized the recent ice core monitoring data and uploaded it to the headquarters. He also received climate data charts sent by the Yellow River Station, filled in the data from the branch stations into the report, and uploaded them together. At noon, Liang Jun stretched comfortably, feeling extremely relaxed, and prepared to cook a bowl of white noodles. But when he stood up, he found that his legs were empty. The little white bear is missing. Where's Xiaobai? My friends, has anyone seen Xiaobai? Netizens also filled the screen with question marks. Anchor, isn't the little white bear holding onto your trouser leg the whole time? Yeah, just like the leg pendants and elbow pendants. Xiaobai ran away? Did Xiaobai smell his mother's scent? By the way, the anchor said that they wanted to find the mother of the little polar bear. 3 weeks have passed, and there is no trace of adult polar bears near the base. Where is the mother of the little polar bear? Maybe Xiaobai was extremely disappointed with the anchor, and went to look for his mother alone. Liang Jun looked at the barrage and felt increasingly depressed. He quickly turned on the drone surveillance, and there was no sign of any animals in the wide-angle footage taken by the drone. He quickly turned on the satellite positioning monitoring. But because the polar bear cubs and the snow wolf cubs are too small to wear positioning collars, so either of the two little guys have collars. Liang Jun thought of the snow wolf cub. Maybe the little white bear was playing mischief with the snow wolf cub. He shouted at the top of his voice in the courtyard of the base. Wolf cub! Woo! Wolf cub, come out, woo! The snow wolf cub came out alive and kicking, tilting its head and looking at Liang Jun as if he were an idiot. Wolf cub, where's Xiaobai? The snow wolf cub continued to look at him with caring eyes for the mentally retarded, then skipped back to the bedroom, lay back on the warm Kong, and looked at Liang Jun. Liang Jun. He didn't understand. He had just been typing on the computer in the bedroom. The snow wolf cub also lay on the warm Kong behind him. Why did the little white bear disappear? He frowned and began to search for traces in the courtyard, at the entrance of the base, and on the frozen soil. He even caught roe deer and moose as witnesses. But the deer were at a loss and continued to gnaw on the grass roots, completely unaware. Liang Jun. Such a white ball of fur just disappeared out of thin air. If a cat is lost in China, you can contact the cat-finding team. But if this polar bear is lost, who should he contact? Liang Jun was a little at a loss. He sat at the door, thinking carefully about his most recent interaction with the white bear. Animals are actually very smart. The IQ of a wolf is equivalent to that of a 6-year-old child. Bears are also very smart. Among the bears, the smartest bear is the polar bear. There was once a documentary that said polar bears are incredibly intelligent, and know how to use ice to hit unsuspecting walruses to hunt them. What was the last thing he said to Little White Bear? Liang Jun suddenly remembered. he and Little White Bear said as they sat under the flagpole. Xiaobai still wants to swim with me? Liang Jun jumped up suddenly, feeling extremely shocked. Xiaobai went swimming? The little polar bear went to learn swimming alone. Went swimming? Chapter 61 Little White Bear's Gift. High-end Arctic ice fishing. Liang Jun was so shocked that he was shocked. How old is the little polar bear? It's only 2 months old. It can't even chew meat properly, and it wants to go to the Arctic Ocean in one step? Look at what this kid is capable of. Why can't he fly to the sky? Liang Jun was so angry that he almost jumped out of his car and rode his snowmobile towards the ice sea. But he calmed down. The drone had been hovering high above the base to film the exterior, which was like a probe. But in the drone footage, there was no sign that the little white bear had left the base. To the west of base 1834 is the Arctic Ocean coastline, to the east is the ice field and glacier, and to the south is frozen soil. It is not easy for the little guy to find a place to go into the water. Is there a possibility that the little polar bear did not leave the base, but was looking for a place to go into the water inside the base? Liang Jun's live video watch was still on the table. He was in such a hurry that he forgot to put on his watch. The camera of the video watch was facing the kitchen. Netizens saw a strange veil in the kitchen, which was shaking slowly. Liang Jun didn't care about that. The first thing he thought of was the fruit and vegetable cultivation greenhouse. He rushed into the second floor of the fruit and vegetable cultivation greenhouse and checked all the hydroponic nutrient solutions. Tomato nutrient solution complete. The nutrient solution of lettuce is complete. Even the nutrient solution for cultivating permafrost grass roots is very complete. There is no fallen white hair in the fruit and vegetable greenhouse. He quickly went down to the first floor to check the snow hamster breeding room. The number of snow hamsters had increased. There were originally only 5 snow hamsters, but 2 of them were pregnant, and 1 gave birth to 3 snow hamster pups. The red snow hamster pups looked cute. Liang Jun even took the water bowls used by snow squirrels. No! Xiaobai has never been in a breeding greenhouse. He hurried to the storage room and opened the footbath bucket. The footbath was clean and there were no marks on it. Liang Jun was completely depressed. The little polar bear didn't leave the base, didn't enter the vegetable and fruit cultivation greenhouse, and didn't go to the storage room. Where else could he go? The only room left in the row was his bedroom. At this time, the barrage area exploded. Anchor, let's say there is a possibility that Xiaobai did not leave the bedroom. Is there a possibility? I mean a possibility. Xiaobai has never even left the room. This is just my guess and it may not be correct. Anchor, I am guessing that when you were looking for Xiaobai, Xiaobai was also looking at you eagerly? And his eyes were full of sympathy. Anchor is so young, but he is blind, ha ha. Netizens were making fun of it crazily, grinning with joy. Because they can clearly see the little white bear through the camera. Not only did the little white bear not leave the bedroom, but its eyes were always following the host, and it was waiting proudly for the host to find it. Liang Jun was still circling around base 1834, and finally, the snow wolf cub couldn't stand it anymore. The wolf cub took the video watch and put it into Liang Jun's hand. Only then did Liang Jun see the ridicule flooding the barrage section. The screen is full of funny emoticons, mixed with a few dog head emoticons. Liang Jun. He followed the direction pointed by the netizen suspiciously, walked to the kitchen, and then stared at the only big pot even more suspiciously. Put the white noodles into the big pot. Wow! The cauldron was opened. A little furry white ball was staring with surprise, his black eyes wide open, looking extremely excited. It seems to be saying, "Surprise!" Liang Jun was so shocked that he opened his mouth blankly, and stared blankly at the big pot where the little white bear was hiding. This big iron pot was his treasure that he brought all the way from his hometown to the North Pole. He had just cooked white noodles for breakfast that morning. Now, the water at the bottom of the pot has not frozen yet, and is slightly warm. But the little polar bear actually treated the pot of water below as a pool and soaked most of his body in it to swim? Absolutely. Absolutely. Liang Jun's expression remained stunned. The little white bear excitedly twisted his body into a small motor, as if waiting to be praised. The water below, gurgled, and overflowed. Ding! The little white bear thinks it's super cool to swim, and he loves you super +1 +1 +1. Affinity +50. The little white bear thanks you for preparing the hot spring pool, and entrusts the system to give you a high-end Arctic icebreaker fishing boat. A mechanical sound rang in Liang Jun's head and he laughed in silence. The little polar bear actually mistook the boiling water he used to cook noodles this morning as a swimming pool. And it's a cold swimming pool? He really wanted to pinch the little guy's neck to see how he thought of swimming. But when he looked into the little white bear's innocent, watery round eyes, he sighed, feeling helpless and at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I was defeated by you. The clue of high-end Arctic icebreaker fishing vessel has been sent. Please follow the yellow virtual arrow to collect it in time. A virtual yellow arrow appeared in front of Liang Jun's eyes, extending all the way to the far west of the base. He was pleasantly surprised. High-end Arctic icebreaker fishing vessel? This is luxurious equipment that even the Yellow River Terminal cannot get. It was a pleasant surprise to have a fishing boat at the Arctic base, but I didn't expect it to be an icebreaker fishing boat. Now he can really go into the sea to fish, and he can also test and explore the samples on the seabed. Cool. Liang Jun took the wet little white bear out of the pot and gave it a big kiss. Xiao Bai. You are my lucky bear! The little white bear was also surprised and clingy, chirping happily. Coat. When netizens watched the interaction between Liang Jun and the little white bear, they felt warm and their hearts melted. Both Mr. and Mrs. Yun smiled knowingly. The anchor just mentioned that he wanted to swim with the polar bear, but the little white bear immediately went to learn how to swim. And he actually learned it. The little white bear swam in the warm water of a large iron pot. It was truly the first polar bear cub in the world to learn how to swim. So sweet. I want to steal Xiao Bai. I really want to steal Xiao Bai. I've asked several times what color sack little white bear likes. Oh my God! The little white bear is so sensible and cute. If the little white bear grows up and gets hungry, please don't hesitate to feed him with my meat. Hiss! The ruthless guy upstairs. Liang Jun wiped the little white bear dry and used 3 small solar heaters to heat it, wiping its fur and drying it at the same time. The fragrant polar bear tastes like noodle soup. The little white bear raised his head proudly. He was very proud of being a polar bear who could make noodles taste like water. Luanjia must be the only bear in the world that tastes like noodle water. After Liang Jun dried the little polar bear, he took the 2 little guys on a snowmobile and set off. He is going to receive the gift from the little white bear. High-end Arctic icebreaker fishing vessel. A virtual yellow arrow appeared in front of him, just like the one in the game. He drove along the virtual yellow arrow, braving the howling northern blizzard, and with a beautiful instant drift, he stopped at the Arctic coastline. In the drone footage, the Svalbard Islands are surrounded by the icy sea, full of northern charm, with vast icy fields and endless coastlines. On the rocky mudflats, countless lingering seabirds circle and sing, and schools of shallow sea herrings rejoice, all participating in a romantic feast. An extremely magnificent icebreaker fishing boat, with smooth lines, sails hoisted high, anchored firmly on the reef beach, rising and falling with the waves. The northern lights flickered and cast a gorgeous halo, enveloping the lower layer of golden light, making the icebreaker fishing boat shine brightly. Magnificent. Liang Jun stood in front of the icebreaker fishing boat, looking at the magnificent and beautiful icebreaker fishing boat, and was so surprised that he forgot to breathe. Chapter 62, Icebreaker Fishing Boat. Let's go! The icebreaking fishing boat is 10 meters long, which is not big, but it has all the necessary facilities. Liang Jun was pleasantly surprised to board the icebreaker fishing boat to check, and found that this thing was actually a small steel cylinder with super high horsepower. My friends, it's a diesel icebreaker fishing boat with over 32 horsepower, and it's made entirely of steel alloy. I just call it a little steel cylinder. The system has stored the key at the host's designated location. The icebreaker fishing boat's registration manual, driver's license, and annual inspection certificate are all complete, and there will be no real disputes. Please rest assured. A mechanical sound rang in Liang Jun's mind. He was pleasantly surprised. The system was really reliable. It sent a fishing boat, a registration card, a driver's license, and an annual inspection. Liang Jun checked the icebreaker fishing boat several times, rubbed his hands vigorously with joy, took out the key given by the system from his pocket, inserted it into the icebreaker fishing boat, and started it. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of a huge horsepower engine starting up startled the netizens. They thought it was someone else's fishing boat, but they didn't expect it to be the host's own fishing boat. Immediately afterwards, the screen was filled with surprise emoticons. In the picture, Liang Jun is wearing protective gloves and steering the boat steadily. He is like the tallest captain in the northern ICC, looking ahead with a resolute gaze, raising the anchor, taking the helm and setting sail. The little polar bear hugged his trouser legs excitedly, and looked at the vast ice sea curiously. The snow wolf cub had never been on a ship, or in the sea. The little guy clung to Liang Jun's trouser legs, excited and timid. The Liang army set sail. There are a lot of floating ice in the North Sea, and fishing boats usually have to carefully avoid the floating ice, for fear of hitting the hull and being damaged and sinking. But now, Liang Jun has no such concerns. Small steel cylinder icebreaking fishing boat. Let's go! Boom, boom, boom. The icebreaker breaks ice in a vertical direction. Liang Jun's instrument monitoring panel shows that the thickness of the nearby ice layer is within 1.5 meters. The small steel cylinder can break ice by continuous impact and move forward. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The crystal ice flew everywhere under the impact of the solid bow, shining with crystal luster under the northern lights. The icebreaker was like a sword that could cut through iron like mud, invincible. Wherever it goes, the ice disintegrates and breaks into ice cubes and powder. The small steel cylinder rushes out of the ice valley and rushes out of the waterway. The scene is extremely spectacular, the visual impact explodes, and it is extremely shocking. Netizens were stunned. Fuck! 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 The barrage area is full of surprises. The essence of human beings is to repeat themselves. Liang Jun stood tall at the front of the small steel cylinder and steered the ship. The north wind was howling, but he stood firm. The icebreaker fishing boats dug a channel through the ice, and the floating ice was reflected in the scene. It was magnificent. Incomparable. In the picture, Liang Jun was very happy and he shouted loudly. Woohoo! The boundless Arctic Ocean with its surging waves also responded with the sound of waves. Boom, boom! The natural beauty of man and nature is the most beautiful scenery in the north. Netizens were extremely excited and moved to tears. So beautiful. They were equally thrilled and intoxicated by the show. Liang Jun noticed that there were a lot of floating ice in the Arctic Ocean, and there were also many big guys on the ice. My friends, look to the east, that's the big piece of ice. Did you see a seal? It should be a harbor seal. This piece of ice to the west is also very large. It is a family of walruses. We continued to move forward. Wow! This sea lion has beautiful features and is a beauty. Fans watched excitedly, following the camera, as if they were visiting an Arctic zoo in the clouds, and they didn't dare to blink. Ha ha ha! The anchor has been alone for so long that even a sea lion looks handsome to him. Although I don't know whether the sea lion is female or male, I think the anchor should find a partner, ha ha ha. I never thought there would be so many animals in the North Sea. And it's free to visit, and it's a close-up zoo. I'm so excited. Upstairs, you wouldn't say that if your icebreaker fishing boat broke down. Believe it or not, you are not enough to fill your teeth with these wild animals. Netizens couldn't help but be amused by Liang Jun. Suddenly, Liang Jun's eyes lit up with excitement, and he quickly took out a windproof telescope from his backpack. Through the telescope, he looked at a piece of solid ice in the distance, and was extremely surprised. My friends, I seem to have seen the white bear's mother. Netizens were shocked, surprised, and their eyes were shining. Little white bear's mother? The host's journey with the baby to find his mother was really difficult. Finally, an adult polar bear was found. Liang Jun steered the boat steadily, carefully heading for the farthest floating ice. He lifted the little white bear up high and couldn't help but kiss the little guy on his chubby face. Xiao Bai, take a good look, is it your mother? The ice floe was getting closer. A large, adult polar bear can be clearly seen in the picture. The polar bear saw the strange fishing boat and put down his hands, staring blankly at the approaching fishing boat. The big guy opened his mouth blankly, with an innocent and confused look on his face. Netizens liked it and smiled like an auntie. The big polar bear is cute too. The little ones are cute, and the big ones are silly, it really hits their cute spots. Liang Jun observed carefully for a while, then said, "My friends, don't be so quick to say polar bears are cute." Liang Jun drove the icebreaker fishing boat straight forward, turning back and forth in a direction not too far or too close, in order to observe the polar bears clearly from all angles without disturbing them. The polar bear shook out its thick white fur and began to hunt. The big guys chase floating ice floes, jump onto thinner ice layers, and wait on the ice surface. Excessively thick sea ice will hinder polar bears from catching seals. Every now and then, a hapless walrus appears from beneath the ice floe and uses its sharp tusks to break through the thinner ice, creating a breathing hole to breathe. At this time, the polar bear was extremely excited. Its originally dull and confused expression disappeared, revealing the most wild side of the beast at the top of the food chain. Roar! The polar bear showed its powerful teeth and strong claws, and bit the adult walrus. The scene was extremely chaotic and bloody. Netizens were so shocked that they held their breath. How could this cute creature kill a walrus alone? This walrus looks even bigger than a polar bear. Liang Jun quickly took out a recording device and recorded this very rare scene. An adult polar bear kills an adult walrus alone. This is an extremely rare thing. The average weight of a male walrus is 2 to 3 times that of an adult male polar bear. Most people think that polar bears dare not bother adult walruses because the thick skin and fat of walruses can resist the bites of polar bears. However, the high-definition video he shot broke this statement. Polar bears can kill adult walruses alone. After just 10 minutes, the walrus gave up resistance, and the entire ice floe was stained with blood. The polar bear bit the bloody walrus like an ancient giant beast, and stepped on the ice floe and roared as a winner. Roar! Polar bears, the overlords at the top of the food chain in the north. The one and only strongest Arctic predator. Netizens felt their scalps tingle and a chill ran down their backs in shock. Chapter 63, A Wonderful Encounter. The polar bear, the king of the food chain. Oh my god, I just saw this polar bear, and I actually wanted to use a sack to take it away. I want to beat myself up. Polar bears look so cute, but they can actually tear open a walrus as thick as an elephant with their teeth? Isn't eating me like eating dessert? That's so scary. 55-55. I actually had the thought of touching a polar bear just now. Me too. I actually wanted to give the anchor a gift and ask him to pet the polar bear. Now I'm slapping myself. The fans can't wait to slap themselves one by one. They also think polar bears are cute, but when polar bears show their power and prey on them, they only want to do one thing: run away. Liang Jun laughed heartily at what he saw. My friends, you are the best at slapping people in the face. I was just thinking that this polar bear shouldn't be Xiaobai's mother. Because female polar bears are only 2/3 the size of male polar bears and only half the weight. They definitely don't have the courage to kill a walrus alone. But this polar bear was able to kill an adult male walrus twice its weight, which means it is very confident and in its prime. Besides, look at Xiaobai's reaction. The little white bear was terrified and nestled in Liang Jun's arms, clinging to Liang Jun's arms tightly and refusing to get off the ground. He looked terrified. Adult male polar bears are the dominant species in the Arctic. They can prey on all animals they see and can even eat strange polar bear cubs in one bite to gain the favor of a female polar bear for another courtship. The little white bear whimpered in fear and buried its face in Liang Jun's armpits. The snow wolf cub, on the other hand, looked ignorant of the immensity of the world and roared threateningly at the polar bear in the distance. Woohoo! Oh! The polar bear was enjoying his meal when a sudden provocative roar attracted its attention. This overlord at the top of the northern food chain actually landed on the ice very comfortably, temporarily left the food behind, and swam leisurely towards the icebreaker fishing boat. The polar bear swam incredibly fast, with a cute and leisurely expression, and fresh walrus blood hanging from the corner of its mouth. It seemed to be saying, "Don't go, buddy. Come and chat with me." The polar bear grinned innocently, with a lazy and relaxed expression, but it moved forward incredibly fast. After a short while, it showed the rapid speed of a northern beast and quickly dived to the side of the icebreaker fishing boat, as if it was looking at how to bite off this huge piece of steel. Then, the sharp bare claws tentatively scratched the steel alloy hull. Sizzle! The high-pitched and sharp claws rubbed against the hull with unstoppable force. Netizens gasped. This polar bear is really brave when provoked. It really means business. The fans are scared. The snow wolf cub is even more cowardly. The snow wolf cub quickly moved to Liang Jun's trouser leg, his calves trembling. Instead, the little white bear rushed out. The little white bear was still scared just now, but when it saw that Liang Jun was in danger, it bared its milk teeth in a fierce and ferocious manner, and had the courage to say, "Cub! Fight Grandpa for 300 rounds." Liang Jun couldn't help laughing. He threw a fresh herring into the icy sea to divert the polar bear's attention. Then the icebreaker fishing boat continued to move forward, breaking the ice with the roar of its engine, and soon left the polar bear's ice floe. Only then did netizens breathe a sigh of relief. I feel relieved. They were filled with remorse. How could they have thought that? Adult polar bears are honest and docile, and seem okay to be touched. When the adult polar bear got serious, it leisurely ran up to them and stretched out its sharp claws. Only then did they realize something was wrong. They wanted to eat the polar bears, but the polar bears actually ate them. Liang Jun continued to drive the icebreaker fishing boat. He glanced at the barrage and smiled. My friends, if you want to put a sack on Xiaobai, just keep talking nonsense. When Xiaobai grows up, it will be too late for you to escape. The little white bear was a male cub. After a month of feeding by Liang Jun, his body continued to become rounder, and his growth rate was amazing. He tripled in weight. When the white bear cub grows up, its size will be almost the same as that of the adult polar bear, only more, not less. The overlord at the top of the Arctic food chain, an existence that the entire northern country fears. The future overlord of the north, now still a little cutie. Liang Jun is looking forward to the day when the little polar bear grows up. Liang Jun gave the snow wolf cub a good name. It's normal for the wolf cub to be scared just now. The Arctic wolf king is a bully at the top of the food chain of land-based groups, while the polar bear is a bully in a one-on-one fight. It's just like whether you play in a team or in the jungle. Besides, the wolf cubs haven't developed well yet, so we can't discuss them together. Yeah, wolf cub. Liang Jun found a way out for the snow wolf cub, and netizens smiled knowingly. The host is gentle and knows how to comfort the little ones. He has a really good temper. Who doesn't love a gentle and patient ice keeper? The snow wolf cub shook its thick white fur and howled. The Arctic wolf king cub gave you a thumbs up, expressing his love for you +1+1+1. Affinity +60. The Arctic wolf king cub thinks you are very loyal and entrusts the system to give you a legal NPI fishing license, which can be used to catch bluefin tuna. Liang Jun heard a mechanical sound in his mind and couldn't help laughing, rubbing the snow wolf cub's head. Little guy. Isn't it in vain to praise you? That's very kind of you, and you even give me something as a gift. But I like it. In the north, fishing requires a fishing license. Liang Jun only has the most common license, which does not allow him to dive or salvage high-value deep-sea fish. However, with a legal NPI fishing license, things are different. Not only bluefin tuna, but even king crabs can be caught. Liang Jun rubbed his hands expectantly. He found an area of sea with little floating ice, away from the fighting seals and walruses, and then carried the 3 buckets of herrings he had caught yesterday onto the deck. 3 buckets of fresh herring. In the picture, Liang Jun set up the fishing rod, then carried the herring bucket and used the mincemeat to make bait around the icebreaker fishing boat. The meaning of making a nest is to release bait on a large scale to attract the surrounding fish, and then fishing will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Netizens are looking forward to it. Yesterday, the anchor caught herring and salmon. What good things can the anchor catch today? Liang Jun turned off the engine of the icebreaker fishing boat and kept it quiet, then he hooked the herring and cast the fishing rod. Wow! Start fishing in the Arctic Ocean. The whistling sea breeze wiped my cheeks like a sharp blade. The sea breeze of the Arctic Ocean is more fierce and merciless than the north wind on land. Liang Jun covered his face tightly with a face cap, replaced his goggles with high-end windproof goggles, and changed his gloves to windproof and warm gloves. He looked down at the little white bear and the snow wolf cub, then took out 2 other face hats, folded them twice, and put them on the 2 little guys. On the deck, a young man was wearing a full set of protective gear. The little white ball on his left foot was also wearing a big felt hat and small goggles. The white wolf on his right foot was squatting obediently, very patiently, with the same felt hat and goggles on his face as Liang Jun. On the small icebreaker fishing boat, 1 man and 2 little guys are fully equipped. The wind from the Arctic Ocean was fierce, and the sea breeze blew mercilessly like a knife. Although it was cold on the deck of the icebreaker, the atmosphere was warm. Liang Jun wrapped himself up warmly, and waited patiently for the fish to bite. In his arms, the little white bear and the snow wolf cub had curled up into 2 balls of white fur, quietly wrapped in their felt hats and sleeping, their bellies rising and falling. The picture is peaceful and healing. Netizens watched quietly, no one spoke, and their mouths curled up unconsciously, revealing a smile. No one broke such a healing scene. Beautiful and relaxing. Chapter 64. The International Animal Association was stunned. While Liang Jun was patiently waiting for the fish to bite, the image he captured of a large polar bear preying on a walrus had already attracted the attention of the International Animal Association. At the International Animal Association, a group of animal research experts frowned as they stared in amazement at the high-definition wildlife images. Polar bears can actually eat walruses? A bull walrus in its prime that is twice the size of an adult? I didn't expect that. The polar bears recorded by our association mainly eat ringed seals, harbor seals, sea lions, birds, fish, seaweed and berries, but we have never seen them preying on adult bull walruses. This video is of great help to our zoological research. Why would polar bears risk getting hurt to hunt walruses? Walruses have thick skin and sharp horns, which are very aggressive. This shows that the marine environment is deteriorating. This shows that the glaciers are gradually melting and the food available for polar bears to hunt is becoming increasingly scarce. I have a suggestion. We should continue to pay attention to the videos of this young man from the East. Perhaps we can get more answers. Inside the conference hall of the International Animal Association, more than a dozen experts had serious expressions. Speaking for the leader, they simultaneously pressed the follow button of Arctic Little White Bear Live on their work computers. Focus on. The internationally renowned Animal Association Committee has collectively become fans of Liang Jun's live broadcast room. Liang Jun didn't know that his accidental encounter with a live broadcast would actually bring him more than a dozen expert-level postdoctoral fans. While he was patiently waiting for the fish to take the bait, he also glanced at the barrage on his visual watch. Why do polar bears hunt walruses? Is it because the glaciers are melting? Do polar bears have nothing else to eat? They can only eat walruses at their own risk? Liang Jun was stunned by the sudden question. Immediately afterwards, the barrage area sparked widespread discussion. Netizens were bored waiting for the fish anyway, so they just started chatting. Liang Jun looked at the netizens who were very serious, and couldn't help laughing. He casually picked out a piece of candy and gave it to the little white bear. The little white bear smelled the fragrance of milk in his dream and ate it with his mouth smacking. Liang Jun peeled another piece of beef jerky in his arms. The little white bear was having a sweet dream. He was blowing bubbles from his nostrils and eating with his mouth smacking. The fans were stunned. Then, Liang Jun thought about it and took out a piece of compressed biscuit from his arms, which the little white bear would never eat under normal circumstances. The little white bear was having a sweet dream, and his 4 short legs were kicking in the air even in his dream, as if he smelled something delicious and trotted over. Ababa ababa ababa. The little white bear ate again. Netizens were silent. The International Animal Association's expert group was equally silent. Liang Jun said, I said, is there a possibility? I just said it's possible. Polar bears are not picky about food. They just sit there and wait on the ice and eat whatever comes. There were sea lions and seals on the ice floe next to us, but a walrus came down from the ice. It bit the walrus's nose, not knowing it was a walrus. It bit the beast it had bitten, so it had to finish eating it even if it cried. The vivid pictures and the teasing and relaxed tone made netizens stunned for a moment, and then they all smiled. The expert group of the International Animal Association was also shocked, and then they all shut up. Their experts study this and that, and they are trying their best to come up with animal behavior. But unexpectedly, the truth is so simple. The polar bear will bite whatever iceberg comes down, but unfortunately it bit the nose of a walrus. It is in a dilemma and can only do what it wants. Doctor of Zoology. Doctoral Supervisor, Animal Behavior Expert. The International Animal Federation was collectively silent, with long faces and interesting expressions. The fans were delighted. The person I was asking just now was a gold-certified celebrity. I didn't expect that the anchor's words would confuse the International Certification Agency. Ha! Even internationally certified experts can turn pale. It's so embarrassing, but I'm so happy, ha ha. Liang Jun chatted and laughed with his friends, and he pulled the fishing line. The line was still loose, and no prey was hooked. He checked the bait, and could only continue to wait patiently. He saw a fan asking, "Is there anything that polar bears don't eat?" Liang Jun thought about it carefully, and realized that there was nothing that the little white bear didn't eat normally. It seems like it really is a bit of everything, a very diverse range of foods. It seems that there is only one animal that Xiaobai doesn't eat. Netizens were very curious and were looking forward to it. What is it? The greedy Xiaobai still has something to eat? That thing must be very unpalatable. It must be. Liang Jun laughed. Little White doesn't eat penguins. Netizens were confused. Why? Don't polar bears eat fish, meat, and seaweed berries? Why don't they eat penguins? Because Xiaobai is at the North Pole and Penguin is at the South Pole. After Liang Jun finished speaking, he saw the screen full of ellipsis marks in the barrage area and couldn't help but burst out laughing, his back teeth showing. It's so much fun to tease this group of netizens. But Liang Jun changed the subject. But there were penguins in the Arctic before. Before the 19th century, there were giant penguins in the Arctic. But they later became extinct. If you want to see penguins in the Arctic, a miracle has to happen. Liang Jun just said it casually out of boredom, but countless netizens are already looking forward to it. They believe in the light. They expect miracles. They are very much looking forward to the giant Arctic penguins, which have been extinct due to archaeological evidence, to reappear in the Arctic. At this time, the fishing line in Liang Jun's hand moved. The fishing line is taut. Liang Jun excitedly tightened the fishing line in his hand, flexed his muscles, and quickly lifted the fishing line up. Crash! A 35-centimeter long Arctic cod struggled and flapped its tail, jumping around on the hook. Liang Jun was surprised. Big guy! Netizens' eyes lit up in surprise. Wow! Dinner! Fresh cod! And it's free! I'm so jealous! Before Liang Jun could unhook the Arctic cod, the cod had already broken free and was jumping on the deck, banging its tail against the deck like a drum. Crash! Crash! The snow wolf cub and the white bear woke up with a sudden turnover, and in surprise they stepped on the cod with one paw, holding their heads high as if declaring victory in the hunt. Liang Jun was both angry and amused. You two assistants are always joking around and sleeping. I caught this fish, and you two little brats are trying to take credit for it? The little white bear and the snow wolf cub don't care. The two little guys are just short of having spoiled and spoiled written on their foreheads. Liang Jun could only let them play in the cabin and continue fishing. Hey guys, do you think I can catch a bluefin tuna today? I can't let my NPI fishing license go to waste. Netizens all laughed. It depends on luck what kind of fish you catch. It depends on the host's luck. The Liang army simply shouted loudly into the air. Family, I must catch a bluefin tuna today. If I don't bring back any bluefin tuna today, I will live stream my ice swim. Live ice swimming. Ice swimming. The air is quiet. The live broadcast room was dead silent. After a full 3 seconds, the netizens have recovered and are in high spirits and excited. Ice swimming! Ice swimming! Ice swimming! Chapter 65, Global Sensation. Extremely rare ninja lantern shark. They wanted very much to watch the anchor live broadcast the ice swimming. There is winter swimming in China, but in the polar night of the Arctic Circle, winter swimming cannot be called winter swimming, but rather the tougher and more difficult ice swimming. Although it is called ice swimming, in fact, few people can swim in the sea water below 0 degrees, so everyone jumps in and gets out of the water immediately. But this is exciting enough. They have never seen Arctic scientific researchers swimming in the sea ice, and they hope that Liang Jun can live broadcast the ice swimming in a safe manner. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was ignited. Netizens were in high spirits, each one more excited than the other, hoping that Liang Jun would not catch any fish today. However, Liang Jun smiled for the camera. "Sorry guys, I disappoint you. Because something is biting again." Liang Jun was pleasantly surprised and quickly pulled the taut fishing line, which was heavy and straightened by a big fish. A big one was caught. Netizens didn't even dare to blink and stared at the screen. Could it really be a bluefin tuna? Wow! Liang Jun swung the fishing line upwards vigorously, and a 30-centimeter-long black fish emitting a faint glow was lifted out of the water, causing large splashes of crystal water. The picture is spectacular and beautiful. Glowing black fish. So beautiful. The fans' breath was taken away. Until they saw the shape of the fluorescent black fish clearly. "Oh my God, what the hell is this? It's so weird. What kind of ugly fish is this? It's uglier than a sunfish. I heard that there is no light in the deep sea, so the fish can't see each other, so they grow randomly and are extremely ugly." A shark with a pitch-black body was lifted up. But this shark is very special, it looks like a ninja from the old days. The shark's skin glows faintly, and it is very small, only 30 centimeters long. The more Liang Jun looked at the shark, the more it resembled a hand-drawn drawing in Yen Lao's diary. The hand drawings in Mr. Yen's diary include many of the rarest animals in the Arctic Circle, which are also the animals that Mr. Yen has always wanted to photograph. However, the previous scientific expedition team failed. They found only the most mundane of Arctic wildlife. But now, Liang Jun just casually fished and actually caught a rare shark? Liang Jun looked solemn as he read out the academic name carefully. Ninja Lantern Shark. Ninja Lantern Shark. When the academic title came out, ordinary netizens had not yet reacted, but all the academic research institutions in the live broadcast room were shocked. International Society for the Protection of Animals. It's a ninja lantern shark. Editor-in-Chief of National Geographic magazine, it is the rarest shark in the world. Our magazine has never included an image of the ninja lantern shark. Discovery Channel recording team, oh my God! It is a Class 1 endangered species in the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. It is the soft gold of the sea. The rarest shark. A major earthquake in the world of natural exploration. Liang Jun's live broadcast is tantamount to dropping a bombshell in the world of natural exploration. As a deep-sea shark, the ninja lantern shark only appears in trenches 1,000 meters deep in the ocean. It was only discovered once by humans in 2010. But now, Liang Jun caught a ninja lantern shark, which is the second time humans have discovered a ninja lantern shark. Moreover, when Liang Jun manually lowered the fishing line, the deepest the hook could go was no more than 5 or 6 meters. The depth is 5 or 6 meters, which is very shallow. Ninja lantern sharks can actually survive on the sea surface for hunting purposes. This discovery shocked the entire internet. News media rushed to report Liang Jun's live video. BBC Media. The Eastern Expedition team discovered the ninja lantern shark living on the surface of the Arctic Ocean for the first time. Is this a coincidence? Reuters. The East is ahead of my country in animal imaging research, which deserves our deep reflection. My country is using taxpayers' money, but is still overtaken by the East? Shame. CFP TV. The public strongly calls for our country to join forces with the Eastern Scientific Expedition Team in order to obtain strong alliance support. Liang Jun brought the rare ninja lantern shark to the world's public. The world's media focuses on the Eastern Scientific Expedition Team. The West is alert and terrified. The Eastern Scientific Expedition Team started late, but unexpectedly, they surpassed them in animal imaging? This makes the West deeply worried and anxious. Liang Jun didn't know that his unintentional action would spark discussion and attention from all over the world. He smiled at the camera. My friends, this one should be on the endangered list, the ninja lantern shark. This shark is not suitable for fishing. I put a waterproof and pressure-resistant satellite high-definition positioning device on it, and I will try to wear it for a while longer and take more high-definition videos of the seabed. It helps us understand this rare species of ninja lantern shark. You see, this shark is fluorescent all over, very beautiful, like a small lantern. But this is also its hunting method. In front of its prey, these fluorescent colors can keep it invisible. Liang Jun was very interested in the ninja lantern shark, but no matter how interested he was, he couldn't eat it. He took a lot of photos of the ninja lantern shark with the SLR, gently scraped off a few pieces of skin tissue with a knife, went back to the biological monitoring station to collect samples, then patted the ninja lantern shark's head and released it back into the sea. Little guy, this head is quite round and elastic. Smooth, elastic, big and round, duang. The netizens were originally very serious, but they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Anchor, I suspect you were driving, but I have no evidence. My face was flattened by the wheels of the car. Am I the only one who thinks it's wrong? So the anchor isn't someone who has been single for 20 years. The anchor is pretty knowledgeable, ha ha ha. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and sighed. You bunch of bastards, you can drive a car in front of a shark. Come on, give them a good beating. Liang Jun held the ninja lantern shark and gestured twice to the camera before releasing the shark back into the sea. The ninja lantern shark opened its mouth wide, baring its sharp teeth. In the picture, it looked like a bloody mouth. This scared the netizens. When Liang Jun saw that netizens were terrified, he burst into laughter and patted the ninja lantern shark's round head. Go back quickly, and don't bring me any gifts. He didn't expect the shark to bring him any gifts. Sure enough, the ninja lantern shark didn't give any gifts. It fled as if in a hurry, swung its tail, and dived into the deep sea. Escaped, slipped away. The two-legged beast is so scary that I even thought about eating it. It scared the baby. The ninja lantern shark quickly shared today's terrifying experience with his companions, and spread the news of this terrifying two-legged beast on the sea. Gurgle. You know, there is a terrible piece of meat on the sea that can talk and wants to eat me. More and more ninja lantern sharks came to express their condolences. So pitiful. It's really scary. What are you waiting for? Run to the deep sea. You can't go to the surface. Wait, don't you think there is a ready-made herring here? It looks very delicious. Come here. Don't eat it. That's not it. Woohoo! Liang Jun let the ninja lantern shark go, shook the fishing line with great anticipation, rebaited the fish and put the hook into the water. Looking forward to the bluefin tuna. I really want to eat tuna sashimi. It makes me feel so happy just thinking about it. Liang Jun had a smile on his face and began to look forward to today's prey. Netizens stared at the screen. Chapter 66, Old Versailles. Experts are so envious that they want to cry. Netizens stared at the screen and shouted loudly. Air Force! Air Force! Except for that Arctic cod, the host must have nothing. I also want to see the host ice swimming. The anchor just caught a rare ninja shark. He must have used up all his luck for the day. So he won't be able to catch any fish from now on. Right. Ninja shark, is it something that an ordinary person can catch? The anchor must have used up all his luck this year. He must be empty-handed. Netizens were becoming more and more excited. They seemed to have seen Liang Jun stripping off all his clothes and jumping into the sea ice to swim. Ice swimming. They wanted to see Liang Jun ice swimming very much. Ice swimming requires stripping naked. Liang Jun didn't broadcast live the last time he took a shower. Now they want to see Liang Jun take off all his clothes and expose his shirtless upper body. I don't know whether the scientific expedition team has big muscles and is strong. The female fans showed LSP's obscene smile. The male fans were all very excited and shouted that Liang Jun's clothes were bursting. Liang Jun laughed and scolded this group of LSPs. My dear friends, I am not a beauty anchor, nor a muscle show anchor. I am a serious Arctic outdoor anchor. The more serious he is, the more frivolous his netizens become. The live broadcast room was filled with laughter, and the atmosphere was off track for a while. But suddenly, the fishing line in Liang Jun's hand became tight. The fishing line is highly taut and heavy, and another big fish has taken the bait. Liang Jun had a serious expression on his face. He stood up excitedly, and quickly pulled the fishing line. The little white bear and the snow wolf cub were even more excited and paced back and forth in small steps. Netizens were stunned. No way, they were teasing the host, saying that he had used up all his luck this year by catching a ninja lantern shark and would definitely come back empty-handed today. But unexpectedly, the anchor caught another prey? Fans were shocked and marveled at Liang Jun's good luck. What good luck! As Liang Jun pulled the fishing line quickly and with all his strength, a little creature with a completely black body and a glowing light was brought onto the deck. The netizens' mouths were stretched wider and wider, and becoming more and more O-shaped. It's that ninja lantern shark again. The rare shark that Liang Jun just caught with a year's good luck appeared on the deck again? This. Netizens were shocked. The experts from the International Animal Association laughed. Coincidentally, we have detected that the intelligence of this type of ninja lantern shark is very average. I was caught twice on the same hook. Not very smart. In the conference hall of the International Animal Association, more than a dozen doctoral-level experts were watching Liang Jun's live broadcast while taking scientific research notes and recording the daily lives of rare animals in the Arctic. They were in a very relaxed mood and even smiled at each other. However, in the picture, Liang Jun raised his eyebrows and spoke in an affirmative tone. Hey guys, this is not the same ninja lantern shark that I just caught. The live broadcast room is quiet. The barrage area was completely silent. Liang Jun continued. Look, I put a satellite collar on that ninja lantern shark a while ago, and now on my satellite map, the shark's collar is still moving, which means it's not this one. This one is probably another new ninja lantern shark. The live broadcast room was dead silent. Netizens were so shocked that their mouths were wide open and they were stunned. In the conference hall of the International Zoological Association, one could hear a pin drop, and more than a dozen expert researchers were stunned. What? What did they hear? Scientists only discovered the new species of ninja lantern shark in 2010. Liang Jun's discovery today is the second time in human history that a ninja lantern shark has been discovered. But now, only 10 minutes later, Liang Jun actually discovered the third ninja lantern shark? Hiss. All international animal protection experts did the same thing. They gasped and were shocked to the point of their scalps going numb. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only put a positioning satellite collar on the ninja lantern shark, and then patted the little guy's round head helplessly. Be smart, I don't have many satellite collars today, don't let your companion run into the fish hook again. He fed the ninja lantern shark a herring and then released the little guy back into the sea. Liang Jun scratched the back of his head, feeling very depressed. He spoke with regret and sighed heavily. I'm so unlucky today. I wanted to fish for bluefin tuna, but I didn't expect to catch some rare animals. Am I really going to be empty-handed today? Liang Jun moved his neck and warmed up, looking like he was ready for an ice swim. At this moment, animal experts from all over the world had wonderful expressions and complex eyes. They have spent most of their lives trying to study rare animals in the Arctic, but have never been able to capture any video footage of them. But Liang Jun casually put down a fishing hook and actually caught the rarest shark, and he caught two at once. Even so, he still says he's unlucky? Is this bad luck? The experts sincerely hope that Liang Jun can share this misfortune with them. It's just luck. International experts are so envious that they want to cry. Liang Jun discovered something very strange. He released the second ninja lantern shark and prepared to hook again, but when he stood up, he saw from the drone footage that the entire wave had begun to roll. It seemed as if there were groups of animals swimming straight towards him along the surging waves. Moreover, in the drone footage, a large group of black sharks with fluorescent bodies were swimming in a circle, at a loss, trying to form a group of sharks. Generally, the sight of fish swarming together is spectacular, with a sense of desperate broken beauty, and only occurs when predators come. Fish swarm together to resist fierce predators and survive better. But now, this is a group of sharks. Liang Jun curiously turned on the high beam of the icebreaker fishing boat. Where the high beams shined, a large group of ninja lantern sharks were swimming violently near the sea surface. The ninja lantern sharks glowed like underwater elves with their own lanterns. Sometimes they panicked and scattered, and sometimes they huddled together in fear, clinging to the fishing boats to find a sense of security. Wow! Wow! More and more ninja lantern sharks were startled and jumped out of the sea. Under the shining of the northern lights, groups of ninja lantern sharks shone brightly, like underwater elves in the northern land, leaping high and writing a rare chapter on the beautiful and magnificent sea. 1, 2, 3. There were groups of ninja lantern sharks, and their number reached dozens. This is the rarest shark that has appeared in human vision for the first time since 2010. Many researchers have traveled all over the Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, and deep into the sea, but have been unable to find any traces of sharks. Unexpectedly, Liang Jun encountered a dense school of dozens of giant sharks in the Arctic Ocean. Global sensation. International zoologists were shocked. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Chapter 67, The Rare Tenderness of the Ice Sea, the Fountain of the Big Guy. Schools of ninja lantern sharks leaped high, leaped in front of icebreaker fishing boats one after another, and rushed under the sea. The scene was spectacular and full of visual impact. Liang Jun quickly took out his SLR camera. Click! The northern lights flickered in the sky, the Arctic Ocean was surging, and the broken icebergs were hit hard by the waves, creating a unique and wild beauty of northern scenery. Countless rare sharks are advancing like fish leaping into the Dragon's Gate. This is the most beautiful scenery brought by nature. After taking the photo, Liang Jun's eyes lit up with surprise and he spoke slowly. No one will ever say that the ninja lantern shark is an extremely rare species again. The Arctic Ocean is where these little guys are based. Liang Jun felt happy, and netizens couldn't help but smile. Genetic Atlas analysis completed. Get +1 Arctic Animal Encyclopedia sample. Unlocks Ninja Lantern Shark. Get Ninja Lantern Shark Satellite Positioning HD Animal Images +1+1+1. Cool. But the ocean pursuers soon arrived. Some sharp-eyed netizens noticed something was wrong and said anxiously, Anchor! Something was chasing those small sharks like crazy just now. So, could it be a big guy in the sea? It could also be a great white shark or a tiger shark. It must be a more ferocious carnivorous fish. Anchor, please drive the boat away quickly. It's too late to run away. Just your small fishing boat? It's not even big enough to trap the shark. Fans are very anxious. Although Liang Jun's icebreaker fishing boat is an icebreaker, it is not big, only 10 meters long. If it encounters a group of sharks, it will not be enough to fill the gaps between the shark's teeth. The surging waves soon swept in front of the icebreaker fishing boat. Boom, boom, boom. The high waves were filled with unparalleled domineering momentum, rising high like a slap in the face, and then slamming down hard. Bang! A huge wave hit the icebreaker fishing boat, and it felt like it was hit by a punch. The whole hull was unstable and swayed exaggeratedly with the waves. Liang Jun held the little white bear and the snow wolf cub tightly in his arms, crawled and rolled back to the cabin, and settled the two little guys first. Netizens became even more nervous when they saw such a harsh environment. There are stormy waves in front and terrifying predators behind. Anchor is in danger. Danger! The fans' hearts were beating like crazy and their palms were clenched with cold sweat. The anchor was like fish on a chopping board, being ravaged by the stormy waves. If the waves overturned the fishing boat, it would definitely be fed to the terrifying deep-sea beasts. Fans with poor psychological quality are already crying. Anchor, it's Chiochio. Chiochio, please report it to the Sea Guard Bureau immediately. Anchor, please return home quickly. Do you think the anchor doesn't want to return? The Arctic blizzard came suddenly, and the waves got bigger all of a sudden. His boat is an icebreaker, not a windbreak. The Liang Army's icebreaking fishing boat is now like a small boat on the sea, pitifully being strangled by the raging waves. Sometimes it is lifted up high, and sometimes it is thrown down hard. The waves were like naughty children, venting their anger on the icebreaker fishing boat with a smile of triumph. Boom, boom, boom. Bang! Wow! There was a huge wave, the bow of the ship was lifted high and tilted at an uncontrollable speed. It is extremely scary for a ship to lose balance, as it can easily capsize. Once a ship capsizes in the Arctic Ocean, it is like falling into the deep sea, where the cold and hypothermia can kill people instantly. The little white bear smelled danger and stuck his head out nervously and anxiously. The snow wolf cub howled at the huge waves, but how could the catastrophic Arctic weather, which could change at any time, be afraid of a wolf? Netizens were so frightened that they took a deep breath, held their breath, and dared not speak. It's going to flip over. The small fishing boat is about to capsize. This is going to flip over. Liang Jun put on his diving gear and scuba gear as quickly as possible. He could only ensure that he had more chances to save himself in times of crisis. At this time, someone exclaimed, "The pursuing sea beast has appeared!" The pursuing sea beast surrounded the fishing boat. It was really like one wave after another. The sea beast that was chasing and hunting the lantern sharks slowly emerged beside the icebreaker fishing boat, revealing its hard and rugged shell, firmly holding up the icebreaker fishing boat that was about to capsize from all directions. The moment the picture appeared, everyone was stunned. Even the editor-in-chief of International Geographic magazine was dumbfounded. This is a predatory sea beast? The live broadcast room was quiet and silent. It took several seconds before someone shouted, "This is not a sea monster! It's a super large group of sea turtles!" Hundreds of giant sea turtles slowly emerged from the sea. Each one had a huge body length and diameter, with an average diameter of 2 meters. They are the ultimate overlord sea turtles in the ocean and well-deserved long-lived old turtles. Now, this group of hundreds of long-lived old turtles swam to the bottom of the icebreaker fishing boat in a very tacit understanding, and held the icebreaker fishing boat firmly from the shaking side of the ship, clamping it, just like a whole circle of thick rubber boat, holding up the icebreaker fishing boat. The icebreaker fishing boat's originally violent side swing gradually disappeared and its center of gravity was restored. In the sudden sea storm, the icebreaker fishing boat was surprisingly stable, as if it was sailing in shallow waters. The sudden appearance of the turtle gave the icebreaker fishing boat a shot in the arm. What is even more surprising is that the group of turtles seemed to be organized and actually carried the icebreaker fishing boat slowly towards the shallow sea. Boom, boom, boom. Crash. Clang. Another fierce and powerful wave hit. But this time, the icebreaker did not lose its center of gravity and capsize, but ran steadily and at high speed towards the shallow sea. Let's go! The attacking high-speed fishing boat. The shocking scene was full of visual impact. Everyone in front of the screen stared at the scene with their mouths wide open in shock. Humane Society, oh my God! International Ocean Research Group, oh my God! National Geographic, oh my God! No one would have thought that a storm would suddenly appear on the sea surface, and no one would have thought that the predators chasing the sharks were actually a group of ancient sea turtles. No one could have guessed that these sea turtles actually saved the icebreaker fishing boat in the storm. Liang Jun was wearing a diving suit and holding 2 little ones in the cabin. He could feel the entire fishing boat moving towards the coast at an unstoppable speed. As the waves on the sea subsided, he quickly ran to the deck and saw the true face of the rescuing sea beast. The rescued sea beasts are a group of sea turtles up to 2 meters in diameter, including leatherback turtles, green turtles, hawksbill turtles, loggerhead turtles, and a whole army of Arctic sea turtles. Hundreds of sea turtles were gliding towards the coastline from all directions with unparalleled momentum, supported by the icebreaker fishing boat, as if they had come specially for him. At that moment, Liang Jun's eyes were wet. In the ocean, there are records of dolphins saving people, and there are also records of killer whales saving people. This group of sea turtles is extremely humane, rescuing fishing boats in an organized and orderly manner, and even know how to carry fishing boats to the shallow coast. Liang Jun's eyes were red and he smiled against the sea breeze. Thank you, guys. Netizens in the live broadcast room also shed tears of emotion. It turns out that this group of sea turtles had no intention of hunting lantern sharks. They came from afar just to rescue the fishing boat that was in a precarious situation. A big creature with human nature, a friendly ocean friend of mankind. The icy sea was noisy and violent, but a rare gentleness emerged from it. Hundreds of sea turtles stretched their necks high, blinked their eyes slowly, and raised their heads to spray out seawater. Crash, crash, crash. Gulps of seawater are playfully sprayed out, and under the illumination of the northern lights, the water splashes are colorful and beautiful. This is a rare tenderness in the icy sea, a fountain greeting from a sea turtle. Chapter 68. Turtles repay their gratitude. Tuna is like a tornado. The healing scene brought tears to netizens' eyes. So beautiful. This is the most gentle way of getting along with nature. The icebreaker fishing boat was successfully sent to the coastline. Liang Jun fixed the anchor on the rocky beach and then took the two little guys off. He picked up the last few buckets of herring, wanting to thank the turtles and say goodbye to them. He poured several buckets of freshly chilled herring into the shallow sea and howled into the air. Woohoo! Thank you, everyone! The group of turtles happily ate the gift from Liang Jun, but had no intention of leaving. On the contrary, a brave leatherback sea turtle crawled towards Liang Jun's feet affectionately. Liang Jun was slightly stunned, and then he felt that the leatherback turtle looked familiar. Other turtles have barnacles on their bodies, but this leatherback turtle is very special. Its shell is extremely clean. Not to mention barnacles, even the various debris in the cracks have been picked out cleanly, just like a high-end sauna bath. While Liang Jun was still observing the big guy, the little white bear came running over affectionately, stood on the back of the leatherback turtle, and sat down without any hesitation. Liang Jun scolded. Nonsense, Xiao Bai. But he found that the little white bear blinked at him slowly, and even the leatherback sea turtle looked at him eagerly and blinked slowly. All things have spirits, and slow blinking is a silent communication. Liang Jun felt a huge surprise in his heart. This leatherback turtle, could it be? Could it be the big guy he rescued and released 3 days ago? 3 days ago, he helped a leatherback sea turtle to remove barnacles, prying off 3 full basins, which gave him goosebumps and trypophobia. Now, the leatherback sea turtle thanks him for his help and spreads his good deeds to every corner of the ocean, bringing all the turtle brothers here? Bring it to him? Liang Jun, a 2-legged beast, can pick barnacles and is very good at prying them apart. His reputation has spread across the vast Arctic Ocean. Hundreds of sea turtles, including leatherback turtles, green turtles, hawksbill turtles and loggerhead turtles, were troubled by barnacles and came to Liang Jun for help. Liang Jun's expression was slightly stunned. Netizens smiled knowingly. The Anchor's barnacle prying shop is well known. The host's hoof repair shop was already very popular, and now the barnacle prying shop has just opened, and business is booming. Congratulations to the host for opening a shop in the Arctic. The fans were amused and joking, and Liang Jun was also smiling inside. He looked at so many turtles and couldn't help laughing. Okay. Leave all the barnacles on your bodies to me. Line up one by one. Liang Jun simply stayed on the ice-breaking fishing boat for the time being. He slept in the cabin at night, lit a dim kerosene lamp, and continued to light a lamp during the day, prying barnacles day and night. Tired of prying the barnacles, he fried a few plates of barnacles as a side dish, then made a can of goat milk powder he carried with him and fed the 2 little ones basins of milk. The little polar bear was very happy to drink the bowl of milk, but the snow wolf cub was not happy. The snow wolf cub has grown up and doesn't want to drink milk anymore. It wants to eat meat. Liang Jun patted the snow wolf cub's head and comforted it. I don't have any reindeer meat with me, so I'll have to make do with some fish. The snow wolf cub was unhappy. It didn't like barnacle meat, and it disliked the fishy herring meat even more. Liang Jun laughed and scolded. You're quite a picky eater. What do you want to eat? The snow wolf cub gulped twice, obviously thinking of something delicious and feeling greedy. Liang Jun also sighed with great emotion. It's a pity that I didn't catch bluefin tuna. Otherwise, this tuna sashimi is red, refreshing and sweet, and melts in your mouth just like salmon. It's so delicious. Liang Jun swallowed after he finished speaking. He really wanted to eat tuna sashimi. The little white bear couldn't help himself, his round eyes were sparkling, and he was greedy for kumamon. The snow wolf cub was deeply bewitched by the man and the bear and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Ha! Is tuna sashimi really that good? I kind of want to eat it. The conversation between the two little guys made the group of turtles stick their heads out. Soon, one of the turtles in the queue turned its head and dived into the sea water, paddling away. More and more turtles lined up paddling away and disappearing on the sea. Liang Jun was busy prying the barnacles off while joking around with netizens. Family, I'm really invincible this time. Once I finish prying the barnacles off, I will live stream my eyes swimming. I mean what I say. Netizens were excited, their eyes widened in excitement, and they typed frantically on their keyboards. Ice swimming! Ice swimming! Ice swimming! Oh my god, I really want to see the host shirtless, hee hee. I'm a young girl, and I want to watch the anchor strip and swim on the ice every day. Is this normal? The average LSP per person in the live broadcast room. You guys want to watch ice swimming? I don't even have the heart to expose you. If you want to see the host shirtless, just say so, ha ha ha. The fans were so excited that they stood up and stared at the screen, wishing that Liang Jun would broadcast the ice swimming live right now. Liang Jun didn't catch any bluefin tuna, so he made a big promise and accepted the defeat. He couldn't escape the live broadcast of the ice swimming. Wow! Liang Jun was busy prying barnacles, one by one, using a knife to pick them out, until he was sweating all over. Basin after basin of barnacles were collected in the wooden basin. 1 pot, 2 pots, 3 pots. The leatherback turtle enjoys your barnacle picking service and expresses his love for you +1 +1 +1. Affinity +50. The leatherback turtle felt extremely comfortable, with all the barnacles on its body clean, and it commissioned the system to give it a bluefin tuna. A mechanical sound suddenly appeared in Liang Jun's mind, stunning him. Pick up barnacles and get bluefin tuna as a gift? Liang Jun couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, which stretched to his ears. This barnacle is really not for nothing. These big guys are really too polite. Green turtle enjoys your barnacle picking service, like +1. The entrustment system will give you a bluefin tuna. Hawksbill turtle enjoys your barnacle picking service, like +1. The entrustment system will give you a bluefin tuna. The loggerhead sea turtle enjoys your barnacle picking service, like +1. The commission system will give you a bluefin tuna. As more and more sea turtles presented loving gifts, Liang Jun's smile grew wider. You are so welcome, guests. I dare not accept the gift you gave me. Then, there was a huge noise coming from the sea. From the low-altitude aerial footage taken by a drone, we can see that hundreds of large sea turtles are attacking from all directions and forcefully driving a large school of fish onto the beach. Crash! The dense schools of fish huddled together in fear, like a fish tornado, full of rich protein. A bluefin tuna jumped ashore. Another bluefin tuna jumped ashore. More and more bluefin tuna jumped onto the shore. Large schools of tuna seemed to have walked into a trap and were driven out to sea by the turtles, where they frantically swung their tails and jumped along the coastline. Liang Jun was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. Fans all over the internet were so shocked that they opened their mouths into an O shape and couldn't recover for a long time. The incomparable magnificent scene made countless experts helpless and shed tears. It's so unnatural. They couldn't even explain why a group of turtles could drive a large number of bluefin tuna ashore? Is this reasonable? Is it reasonable? Chapter 69 You Are Indeed My Friend. A large collection of genetic atlases. Liang Jun couldn't help laughing so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He looked at the beach full of bluefin tuna, which was like owning a whole house of treasures. The barnacles on these turtles are really well deserved. You're so kind. You even asked the system to deliver so many bluefin tuna. How can I accept so much? Then, I'll take it. Netizens in the live broadcast room were very nervous. The turtles suddenly crushed so many fish onto the shore. Is there going to be an ocean earthquake? The anchor must be very worried. Of course the anchor is worried. Look, she is so worried that she is crying. She is crying with her head buried in her hands. I also saw the anchor covering her face and crying. It was so sad. Something must be wrong. It could be a snowstorm or an undersea earthquake, or even a tsunami. A glacier avalanche. Hiss. So miserable. Wait. Look, the host has revealed his face. He's smiling so happily. In the picture, Liang Jun covered his face and tried to hide it at first, but when he thought of the system-commissioned gift from Turtle Coast, he couldn't control his excitement, and couldn't help laughing out loud. He laughed so happily that he cried. In front of the screen, the netizens who were still worried about him suddenly froze in expression. Good job. They thought the host was crying, but it turned out that he was laughing heartily, with his back teeth showing. The turtle's shell becomes clean and smooth. Liang Jun gradually became more skilled at prying barnacles, and his movements became faster. The barnacles fell down one by one like falling fruits. A turtle recovers. Another turtle recovered. The shells, limbs, and jaws of dozens of turtles were finally cleaned, and even the grayish-white marks on the skin were removed. Liang Jun blew hard on the shell of the last turtle. Call! The gray and white marks are also clean. Readily! The recovered turtle gently clapped its claws on the edge of the boat, and slowly opened its mouth, as if expressing its gratitude to Liang Jun in this way. Liang Jun looked at this scene in surprise, and then he understood what it meant that all things have spirits. One after another, the turtles stopped on the deck of the ship and refused to leave. Liang Jun also sat quietly on the deck, quietly accompanying the turtles. The waves hit the beach, and the sea breeze blew on my face. The originally fierce sea breeze has now become gentle. The northern lights hanging in the distance flickered, illuminating the deck of the ship with an extremely gentle light. Netizens watched this scene quietly, and no one spoke. They just watched quietly, just like Liang Jun, quietly enjoying the rare tranquility in the north. The peaceful and gentle scene has healed countless people. Netizens just looked at the pictures and felt cleansed and relaxed in their hearts, and were moved. I was deeply moved. The turtle rubbed Liang Jun's palm gently, then flipped over and jumped into the sea. One turtle after another rubbed Liang Jun's palm affectionately, then turned over without hesitation, jumped into the sea, and said goodbye to Liang Jun from afar. Liang Jun braved the sea breeze, waved his hands vigorously, and shouted at the distant icy sea. Next time your back itches, remember to come to my base. I'll pick the barnacles off for you for free. What responded to him were the layers of waves on the sea surface, and the turtle elves rising and falling in the waves. Goodbye, big guy from the deep sea. Thank you for your gift. Liang Jun took a deep breath, picked up a large bucket, and picked up all the bluefin tuna from the coastline into the bucket. Although they had only been together for a short day, these sea turtles were like old friends who had been with them for a long time. Now that this group of old friends have left his life, perhaps life has become deserted again. In front of the screen, netizens were already in tears. I am so touched. I'm a grown man, but I cried while watching the live broadcast? Don't mention it. I'm a 30-year-old boy. I watched the live broadcast for 2 weeks and cried for 1 week. Wait, I am touched. But is it possible that bluefin tuna is very aggressive? Bluefin tuna, turtle, you are so great and noble, why are you using me as a favor? When I thought about it this way, I actually laughed out loud in an unkind way. Ha ha! Liang Jun was still sitting in front of the camera, silently flipping through his phone. The little white bear looked at him cautiously, its round eyes showing a bit of caution. Fans thought Liang Jun was still sad and didn't know how to comfort him, so they could only encourage him to eat more tuna. They were quite disappointed, but Liang Jun finally caught the bluefin tuna. This time the live broadcast of ice swimming failed. No ice swimming. There are no shirtless anchors either. But they were also happy for Liang Jun. With so many bluefin tuna, they wouldn't even dare to dream of doing so. So delicious. The most popular comment is, "Don't be sad, anchor. We'll definitely watch you ice swimming next time we have a chance. Even though the turtles ran away, they live in your heart." Netizens really didn't know what to say to comfort the anchor. Liang Jun raised his face slightly, his expression serious and focused, while holding a pen and paper and taking notes on the mobile phone app. The notes were densely packed and looked like a scientific expedition record book. Netizens were confused. They thought the anchor was crying, but they didn't expect that the anchor was actually working hard on his phone. What was he working on? Liang Jun said. Green turtles are gathering south, and hawksbill turtles are heading east. Leatherback and loggerhead sea turtles are mostly staying in the Arctic Ocean and not migrating. He is comparing high-definition satellite positioning images with biological data of sea turtles in the Arctic Circle. Dozens of small dots flashed and moved, slowly advancing on the software map. The live broadcast room is quiet. Netizens. Animal Protection Association. National Geographic Magazine. Their moved expressions froze and they fell silent. After everyone reacted, the live broadcast room screen was filled with comments. As expected of you. As expected of you. They should have thought about it. Why would Liang Jun be sad about the farewell? He had already arranged the satellite positioning collar clearly. Genetic Atlas analysis completed. Get +1 Arctic Animal Encyclopedia sample. Unlocks loggerhead turtle, hawksbill turtle, green turtle. Get satellite located high-definition animal images of loggerhead sea turtles, hawksbill sea turtles and green sea turtles +1+1+1. Cool. When the headquarters of the Academy of Social Sciences received the report, the commander of the headquarters couldn't help but smile. Since Liang Jun was stationed at Base 1834, he has obtained more and more high-definition image illustrations of Arctic animals for the headquarters. This is definitely a huge credit. Even the higher-level authorities expressed their feelings. Are there more Arctic animals these days? Has the ecological environment improved? The headquarters command post reported seriously. Report to the leader. The total number has not changed. However, the commander who reported smiled. However, we have team member number 3713 who is hardworking and responsible for his work. He has set up positioning images for all the Arctic animals that are difficult to locate. Number 3713. The superior nodded slowly and expressed great appreciation. Good seedlings must be cultivated with emphasis. Take good care of it. Yes. Leader. Chapter 70. Little White Bear's Social Death. Liang Jun didn't know yet that the results of his overseas trip had caused a sensation at the headquarters. It is a very gratifying result that we can obtain high-definition ecological satellite images and genetic blood sample data of ninja lantern sharks, loggerhead sea turtle, hawksbill sea turtle, green sea turtle and leatherback sea turtle in a single sea trip. He is now facing a beach full of bluefin tuna and is very worried. Many. Too many. Each sea turtle entrusted the system to give it a tuna, so for these hundreds of sea turtles, hundreds of bluefin tunas were given. Although they are gifts automatically generated by the system, to outsiders, these are real tunas that were driven ashore from the sea. The tuna all over the coast were jumping around and swinging their tails, attracting excited seabirds. Liang Jun tried hard to lift a bluefin tuna, but he found it too difficult. My friends, I just boasted. Arctic bluefin tuna can reach up to 3 meters in length and weigh up to 450 kilograms. Although these tunas are not big, but medium-sized, one is 2 meters long and weighs 150 kilograms. I can't do that. Liang Jun looked a little worried. So worried. Where can I put so many lively tunas? If you eat it in one go, it will not be finished, and it will spoil if you keep it for a long time, and it will really become a poisonous and terrible canned herring. He did not want to taste the canned herring at the Yellow River Terminal for the second time. In the picture, Liang Jun looks confused and worried, which shows real sadness. How can you not be sad when you see a coast full of soft gold that you can see and eat endlessly? The whole network was in an uproar, and all the major certified gold verses couldn't hold back. Number 1 Japanese sashimi chain in Shanghai, Bluefin Tuna. The king of sashimi. Michelin restaurant East Asia. Bluefin tuna is one of the fastest fish. It is very difficult to catch and cannot be farmed, so it is rare and precious, and is the top sashimi. ASE Gyojing Japanese food, bluefin tuna ranks first in the sashimi world. No other fish dares to claim second place. Our store is willing to pay a high price to introduce bluefin tuna sashimi. Please sell it to our store. I will pay 2,500 yuan per kilogram. A fish weighs 150 kilograms, that is. Some netizens press the calculator hard. One is 375,000. Fuck. 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 Hiss. Netizens are extremely excited, and the major sashimi restaurants that have been certified with the Gold V certificate are even more excited. In their opinion, Liang Jun possessed the highest level of Weibao, and any fresh frozen bluefin tuna would cause a huge sensation in the Japanese food industry. They are willing to spend all costs and hire fishing boats to go to the Arctic Circle to bring Liang Jun's tuna back to the country. Liang Jun sighed heavily again and said with great regret, "Then every time I eat one bite, I'm chewing thousands of dollars. But I can't finish so much, what a pity." The major sashimi Japanese food restaurant giants are extremely anxious. They would rather gamble a huge sum of money to buy Liang Jun's tuna, but Liang Jun actually wanted to eat it himself? Moreover, he sighed and was worried. It's old Versailles. The major Japanese food restaurant giants are so envious that they are crying, wishing they were the ones holding hundreds of tunas right now. Liang Jun was indeed very troubled. He knew that these bluefin tuna were not wild tuna. Instead, they were gifts from the turtle entrustment system. The hundreds of tuna in front of him were not big, not yet fully grown, and looked weak and stupid. It was obvious that they were not normal wild fish. If these system fish fall into the hands of people who know the business, the trick will definitely be discovered. Besides, they are in the Arctic, and what they want are supplies. What's the use of asking for money? In an environment where materials are extremely scarce, the value of money cannot be reflected and people will barter with each other. Liang Jun went to the cabin and took out a super large fishing net. He first circled this group of lively bluefin tuna into the shallow sea, kept them temporarily, and then slowly thought of a solution. Liang Jun sat on the deck and worried. "Xiao Bai, is there any way to preserve this group of fish for a long time? More and more birds are being attracted to the schools of bluefin tuna." Tens of thousands of seabirds fluttered their wings, circled excitedly, and chirped loudly on the coast. Pieces of bird droppings fell like raindrops, froze in the air, and formed lumps of ice. Oh! There are also brave seagulls that try to break through the defense line of the icebreaker fishing boat and rush into the shallow sea fishing nets. Liang Jun lay flat on the deck, with the noisy waves hitting his ears one after another. The powerful sound of waves crashing makes it impossible to concentrate and think. The noisy seagulls rushed into the sea excitedly, got drenched with water by the waves, and did not forget to peck each other in the face. Very noisy. Liang Jun covered his ears with his hands and turned over with his back to the ground. Ah! Fed up. It's so noisy! Just when Liang Jun couldn't bear it anymore, the little white bear looked at the painful Liang Jun, then shook his thick white fur, and his little face looked serious and solemn, and he moved his round body up to the deck step by step. Little white bear looked down at the bluefin tuna nets and tens of millions of seagulls below the deck. The little white bear twisted its round butt twice, carefully raised its butt, took 2 small steps back, and exposed its butt outside the deck. Then, beep! An indescribable object fell vertically and hit a piece of ice on the sea. A big yellow mass, followed by more liquid beep. The picture is so perfect it's indescribable. The flock of seagulls that were flying around stopped fighting. Netizens also stopped typing on their keyboards, they were stunned. What is the little white bear doing? The polar bear cub was actually sticking its butt up high, facing a piece of ice on the sea, making an indescribable scene? Ah, this. What a clean bear! He knows how to find the toilet. After being stunned for a moment, netizens all smiled with relief. They thought that the little polar bear must be naturally clean and didn't want to poop in the cabin or on the deck. They were very pleased. Yun's father and mother said that their eldest son had a promising future, much more promising than their British short-hair husky. The little white bear stuck his round butt high and carefully took care of his urgent needs on the ice floes outside the deck. After finishing, he shyly kicked his legs, trying to dispel the lingering smell. Liang Jun turned his head and looked at it in surprise. The little white bear lowered its head shyly, covered its face with its furry paws, buried itself in the deck, and then carefully raised its round eyes to peek at Liang Jun. Social death. Netizens smiled. The little guy is going to die if he poops. Okay, Anchor, don't blame Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai is still a child. Everyone has 3 urgent needs, and bears can help it sometimes. Pooping to death, Xiao Bai is so cute, ha ha ha. Both Mr. and Mrs. Yun are very tolerant of Little White Bear. Even though Little White is a socially awkward person, he is still a clean and shy bear. But Liang Jun noticed something different. The indescribable smell of the little white bear fell on the ice floe, and the unique smell of the polar bear spread on the ice floe. A bubble of strong smell can spread to a radius of 3 kilometers, and the smell molecules spread on the ice field and continued to spread. Chapter 71. The little white bear thinks you are weak, so he gives you the inner bay. The smell of the overlord at the top of the food chain terrified all the beasts. Within a 3-kilometer radius, no other beast dared to approach. The flock of seagulls was slightly stunned, and then began to hesitate. As the scent of the overlord at the top of the food chain wafted along the coastline, a pheromone spread throughout the air. This place is dangerous, polar bears are roaming around. All animals are forbidden to enter. The flock of seagulls panicked, the leading seabird flew away in fright, and the seagulls scattered and fled, flapping their wings and flying away in fright, landing on the ice cliffs in the distance. The Arctic overlord emerges. All the beasts retreat. The gods are forbidden. The little polar bear shook its thick white fur and stood in front of Liang Jun with great energy. It raised its round face high in pride and then let out a wild roar into the sky, which was unique to the overlord of the Arctic. A shrill, soft sound slowly floated out. Oh-ay-oh! The air is quiet. The live broadcast room is quiet. Netizens' expressions froze. Fans all over the internet stared at this scene with their mouths wide open in disbelief. Something is wrong. But they couldn't tell what was wrong. Why does the cry of the overlord at the top of the Arctic food chain have some cracks in its voice? Ah, this. Liang Jun's expression was equally frozen. He felt that he should be the one to die socially. Liang Jun picked up the Arctic overlord beside him, put it on his lap and rubbed its face for a while, and couldn't stop laughing. Massage the feet of our Arctic king. Arctic overlord, you have been howling hard. These flat-feathered birds are afraid to come down. Liang Jun diligently massaged the little white bear's paw pads to reward the little guy for his hard work. The little white bear had a thin voice to begin with, and this roar almost broke his voice. It was a bit of a waste of his voice, and also of his bear. The little white bear stretched out its short paws comfortably, enjoying the honor that belonged to it very much. The paw pads are furry and soft, and if you gently pinch the paw pads, 4 fingers can stretch out a pink plum blossom. While Liang Jun was pinching the little white bear's paw pad, he watched the white furry paw pad begin to bloom. Wow! A plum blossom. Wow! 2 4-finger plum blossoms. Wow! The little white bear was so comfortable that he simply squinted his eyes, enjoying himself while stepping on the air. His 4 furry paws all blossomed into flesh-pink plum blossoms. The dads and moms in the barrage area screamed excitedly. So cute! I can argue this Arctic overlord like crazy. Give me a sip quickly, the child is crying for it. I'll prepare the pink sack right away. Xiao Bai, wait for me. Ding! The little white bear feels your love and says he loves you too. +1 +1 +1 +1 affinity +60. Little white bear thinks your farm is too weak. The entrustment system gives you a natural ecological inner bay. Please set the location of the natural ecological inner bay. A mechanical sound suddenly appeared in Liang Jun's mind. He was slightly startled and saw the little white bear in his arms grinning at him. The little white bear rubbed his head affectionately, nibbled the back of his hand with his tongue, and looked at him cautiously with his round eyes, as if to say, "You must like the gift given by the Loon family." To say I like it. The future overlord of the Arctic is still a little cutie now. Who doesn't like this cute and domineering little guy? Liang Jun sucked the little guy hard and buried his face in its soft, furry belly. It feels so good. Liang Jun didn't know what a natural ecological inner bay was, and the gift setting prompted by the system popped up in his mind. A deep pit surrounded by frozen soil on all sides. The pit is very deep, but it is not connected to the sea. It is an inland sea embedded in the continental plate. It is not very big, about the size of a small hot spring pool. But very deep. After sinking, it has an extremely strong seawater pressure, which can fully accommodate hundreds of bluefin tuna. The natural ecological environment has seaweed, ecological fish, and Arctic shrimp. Liang Jun was ecstatic. This is simply the best gift. He buried his face hard into the little white bear's soft belly and took another deep breath. Cool. Along the coast of the Arctic Ocean, the waves are surging, the fish are active, and the flickering northern lights make the sea's surface sparkle, magnificent and beautiful. A fishing boat along the coast rose and fell with the waves. On the deck, a young man was massaging the feet of the little one in his arms. While massaging the feet, he sucked on them. They also put their faces close to each other and whispered to each other. The picture is beautiful and relaxing. The loving scene made netizens watch it quietly and couldn't help but smile. The tranquility of this coastline is so beautiful. More and more fans flock to the Arctic Live broadcast room, enjoying this moment of tranquility and resting their hearts after busy and complicated social work. Liang Jun set up the natural ecological inner bay to the west of base 1834. The inner bay is not far from the Arctic Ocean and not far from base 1834, right in between the two. Liang Jun planned to build the area around base 1834 into frozen soil covered with shrubs and mosses in order to welcome the arrival of Polar Day. When the Polar Day comes, his base will be full of ecological vitality and attract thousands of animals migrating north to settle in. By then, the base will really become an animal farm. Extremely prosperous. The base will become a self-sufficient ecological resource replenishment destination, and will also attract scientific expedition teams from various countries to come and ask for supplies. He responded in his head. Set the natural ecological inner bay 5 kilometers due west of base 1834. A natural ecological inner bay has been set for the host. Please follow the yellow virtual arrow to activate it. A virtual yellow arrow appeared in front of Liang Jun's eyes. He drove a snowmobile with a polar bear cub and a snow wolf cub on it, speeding across the ice field against the fierce north wind. Whoosh, whoosh. The north wind is so fierce that it hurts like grinding bones when it blows on the skin. A young man was driving a snowmobile at full speed, making crooked zigzags around the endless ice field. He looked like a drunk man driving aimlessly. Netizens were all worried for Liang Jun. What happened to the anchor? Injured? Or snow blindness? Why does the anchor look like he's lost? In the picture, Liang Jun was driving a snowmobile slowly and leisurely. His route was completely aimless, and he was moving in random curves. This scene was reported to the headquarters of the Academy of Social Sciences by the operator. The headquarters command post attached great importance to it. Calling base 1834. Calling personnel stationed at base 1834, number 3713. Comrade Liang Jun! Comrade Liang Jun! Can you hear the satellite equipment paging? All satellite equipment failed to contact Liang Jun. The communication equipment was at the base and Liang Jun was outdoors. The commanders at the headquarters command post were all anxious. What happened to Xiao Liang? An accident? Still wandering around the Arctic Circle? Taking it as an outing? The whole network is anxious. But what they didn't know was that Liang Jun was not wandering around aimlessly. A virtual yellow arrow appeared in front of him, pointing to the natural ecological inner bay in the distance. And he was following the best route, heading towards the natural ecological inner bay. Chapter 72, Top Inner Bay. Liang Jun's name is a sensation on the internet. Liang Jun drove the snowmobile, quickly dodging across the ice field, drifting beautifully, and then suddenly stopped. Netizens widened their eyes in curiosity, looking forward to what Liang Jun was going to do. Liang Jun got off the snowmobile, walked to a vast ice field, and stepped on the ice with his feet. The ice was so thick that the ice sheet showed no reaction. He pressed hard with his right foot again, but the ice still didn't respond. He simply took out a shovel from his outdoor backpack and started prying at the ice, complaining in a depressed tone. So hard? It shouldn't be like this. Liang Jun was complaining. Netizens all laughed. Anchor, you didn't bring any equipment when you took the ice core, so you just say you didn't bring any equipment. It's too much to complain about the thickness of the ice sheet. Ha ha ha, am I the only one who thinks the anchor is cute? The anchor wants to get an ice core, but has to hide the fact that he doesn't have the equipment, so he can only complain cutely. This is embarrassing. What is the anchor doing digging the ground so hard? Are you trying to dig a hole in the ground? Dig a hole in the ice? Want to dig out a sea? That requires the spirit of Yugong moving mountains. The Arctic version of Yugong moving mountains. Fans joked with glee. In their opinion, Liang Jun's shovel digging holes in the ground was a complete waste of effort. The ice field was covered with ice, reflecting the faint light. No one knew how thick the underground ice was. Even if they dug it open, it would only be ordinary frozen soil. However, the Liang army became more and more enthusiastic in digging. He faced the north wind, swung the shovel high, and dug again and again. Feeling that the equipment was not suitable, he simply changed to a huge pickaxe and continued digging. Bang, bang! Wow! Liang Jun felt hot, so he took off his windproof coat and hung it on the snowmobile, shaking off the sweat on his face. He was wearing camouflage clothes, showing the strong physical fitness of the scientific expedition team members, and exuding perseverance and masculinity. This is the wild masculinity that internet users in big cities yearn for. This resolute masculinity is free of effeminacy, cosmetics and affectation, and is full of the unique physical charm of men. Liang Jun's arms had smooth and strong lines. He swung the pickaxe high up and hammered into the ice field again and again, making violent impact sounds. Duang! Duang! The ice gradually cracked, making tiny, terrifying ice screams and splashing ice chips. Wow! One time. Wow! Again. Bang, bang, bang. Liang Jun flexed his arm muscles and swung his pickaxe hard at the ice field. With his continuous efforts, a huge crack appeared on the ice field. The crack was 15 meters long from south to north, like a giant watermelon being hit by a watermelon knife. Then, boom! There was a loud noise on the ice sheet, and an extremely exaggerated crack burst open. It penetrated the 15-meter ice sheet, and the crack became bigger and bigger, and the more it cracked, the more it could not stop. Netizens were so shocked that they slammed the table and stood up. The whole network is shocked. International Journal of Geographical Exploration, oh my god. National Geographic Editor-in-Chief, oh my god. Arctic Permafrost Research Bureau, oh my god. Everyone's eyes lit up in shock, not daring to blink, staring at the scene in front of them in utter shock. What did they see? On the screen, Liang Jun was fighting fiercely against the ice field with an iron pickaxe. With only an iron pickaxe, he actually dug a huge crack in the ice field, and the crack had a tendency to continue to crack and spread. It's like someone carved out the Great Rift Valley in East Africa with bare hands. The relics of God. What surprised them even more was that Liang Jun shook his head and sighed deeply with great regret. Then, Liang Jun tied the pickaxe under the rear tire of the snowmobile. He pressed the pickaxe hard into the crack to compact it, got on the snowmobile, looked forward with a focused and determined look, and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The snowmobile was like an ancient beast, with its Super 8-cylinder engine revving and the body of the vehicle revving like crazy to produce the ultimate horsepower. The body of the vehicle drove the pickaxe, which was stuck in the crack. The pickaxe used its unrivaled momentum and the motorcycle's super horsepower to pry up the entire cracked ice layer. As the snowmobile sped along, the entire cracked ice layer shattered explosively, and the spider web-like ice fragments completely cracked. Bang! The ice floes broke apart, and after falling, they floated on the water, forming pieces of broken ice. The northern lights hung in the sky, flickering, and the northern lights shrouded the ice floes, making them look mottled and beautiful. An inland bay of unparalleled beauty. The live broadcast room is quiet. Time stands still. Fans all over the internet were stunned with their mouths wide open. International Journal of Geographical Exploration, shocking. National Geographic Editor-in-Chief, shocked. Arctic Permafrost Research Bureau, shocked. There are no words that can describe how they feel at this moment. They were watching the host cutting the ice and laughing at him for moving the mountain like a fool. They didn't expect that the next second, the host actually cut out a beautiful inner bay. Ah, this. The entire network burst into screams. Fuck! 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 The inner bay in front of Liang Jun is full of strange things. Under the northern lights, you can see schools of fish swimming below the bay and swaying seaweed. This is an all-natural ecological inland sea. Inland seas are waters that go deep into the interior of a continent, are surrounded by continents, and communicate with the ocean or other seas only through narrow straits. Its marine hydrological characteristics are significantly influenced by the continent, and have strong individuality. But Liang Jun knew that this natural ecological inner bay was not connected to the strait. It was an inland sea that belonged exclusively to base 1834. Liang Jun panted heavily from exhaustion, smiled and said to the camera, "Old fellows, I'll carve out a breeding sea for the base. That school of bluefin tuna, I just accepted it." He drove an ice-breaking fishing boat and chose a water area covered by ice. The ice-breaking fishing boat broke through the ice with force and transported a boat of bluefin tuna to the inner bay. He then hauled buckets of tuna and transported them back and forth on a snowmobile. Wow! A bluefin tuna enters the inland sea. Wow! 2 bluefin tuna enter the inland sea. Crash! Liang Jun finished delivering all the bluefin tuna, and it was already evening. He was so tired that he was sweating and said, "I can't do it anymore." Then sat down on the shore of the inner bay and gasped for breath. The inner bay, with a diameter of about 15 meters, is not very big. It is even very narrow, more like a large inland crack. But there are many natural ecological elves in the inner bay. The drone hovered high in the sky and took pictures of a bluefin tuna diving deep into the seabed, stirring up a rich school of fish. There is plenty of food, a natural cycle of ecology, plenty of seaweed, and an astonishing number of shellfish and shrimp. It is simply an ecological aquaculture inland sea. RD experts around the world are visibly envious. Liang Jun's name became an international hot search and was on the hot search list of well-known media such as YouTube, America TW, Westk, etc. Miracle! The Eastern Scientific Expedition Team discovered an inland sea in the Arctic Circle. Shock! The Svalbard Islands in the Arctic, which have been silent for tens of millions of years, have an inner bay. The discovery of the Oriental Scientific Expedition Team caused a sensation in the scientific expedition community. The hot search fermented and brewed, sweeping the world overnight. The name of Liang Jun has caused a sensation on the entire internet. Chapter 73: Hot Pickled Fish Pot. But at the same time, some Western media could no longer sit still, and the discordant voices were filled with greed and desire. BBC TV: We support the opinion of the United States that the Eastern Scientific Expedition Team must share the inner bay. The U.S. Academy of Social Sciences: The Arctic belongs to the world. The East must share the resources of the inland bay with my country. The United States Arctic Expedition Team: We must share. The East must share. The news that Liang Jun discovered the inner bay instantly topped the international hot search list and was reprinted by media from all over the world. But the United States shamelessly stated, it must be shared. The greedy faces of the West have made fans across the internet extremely angry. Why do we need so much? This is something our country discovered independently. Why should we share it with you? This was discovered by our Eastern Expedition Team. That's right, shameless. The entire internet was in an uproar, with people from all walks of life starting to argue, which attracted great attention from senior management. The media in Beijing launched an attack on international hot searches. The Svalbard Treaty appeared at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs regular press conference. According to the Svalbard Treaty, treaty countries have the right to exploit resources on the island on the premise of abiding by local laws. Citizens of treaty countries can come here to engage in business, production, scientific research, and other activities, and enjoy the right of permanent residence. According to the division of our country's scientific research station, the inland bay discovered by our scientific research personnel this time is located within the scope of the Oriental Scientific Expedition Team's base number 1834. Therefore, our country has the right to use the inland sea resources on the island and enjoy the permanent right of use. Some people in the West may not be bad at math, but they have bad intentions. It claims to be a beacon of freedom around the world, but this beacon doesn't seem to be shining as brightly anymore. At the press conference, the comments were blunt and sharp, and netizens were extremely pleased to hear them. That's how it is. Push hard, it feels great. The Western media were stunned and blushed, unable to utter a word. The Svalbard Treaty, signed as early as 1925, has a history of nearly 100 years. Today, this treaty still protects the Eastern Scientific Expedition Team. The inner bay discovered by Liang Jun is located within the scope of the Oriental Scientific Research Base, and other countries have no right to interfere. At this moment, the whole country cheered. Netizens across the country were so excited that they stood up and applauded loudly. Fans across the country, stay awake tonight. Liang Jun returned to base 1834 carrying a tuna. He originally wanted to set up a campfire tent by the inner bay, but a blizzard arose at night, so he had to quicken his pace and return to base 1834. The base is brightly lit, and the orange electric lights make the brick courtyard look extremely warm. Liang Jun dragged the heavy bluefin tuna back to the house, took off his heavy equipment jacket, and then let out a long sigh of joy. I am Hu Han-san. I am back again. Haha. The base is still comfortable. The heated kong, the small solar electric stove, and my favorite kitchen and big pot. Liang Jun lay down comfortably on the warm kong and didn't want to move. The anthracite is burning vigorously under the hot kong, and the warmth of the kong makes people stretch their whole body and wash away the fatigue of the whole day. Liang Jun turned over and hugged a furry little creature, a little white bear. He turned over again and hugged another weird little creature, a snow wolf cub. Liang Jun laughed loudly, holding a group of little guys in one hand and rubbing the two cubs hard in his arms. Raise a cub for 1,000 days, use it for a moment. Come on, give me a sip. Pull out the hair and rub it hard. Liang Jun buried his face deep into the white bear's soft belly and took a deep breath of the bear's breath. Ah, it smells so good. Then he picked up the snow wolf cub's resisting big face and kissed it twice. How can the little wolf king not give me a kiss? When a wolf king is young, he must be kissed. Only by kissing can he grow up. Polar bears also need to be kissed when they are young. The more they kiss, the taller they grow. The snow wolf cub widened his eyes in shock, with a look of doubt and disbelief on his face. Is there such a thing? Is this true or false? The little white bear has become accustomed to it. It intimately puts its face against Liang Jun's and rubs his palms to act coquettishly. Netizens are already delighted. Every time the anchor feels tired, he will take a puff of the furry little guy to relieve his fatigue. But why does he keep saying "Pue"? Liang Jun held the confused little head of the snow wolf cub, coaxing it and tempting it with a weird uncle's tone. If the little wolf king doesn't get kissed, he won't grow tall. He needs to be sucked in order to grow strong. Since you don't resist, I won't be polite. Liang Jun smiled and slowly moved closer. The snow wolf cub had a confused and bewildered look on his face. He wanted to struggle but had to think hard. Do you need kissing to grow taller? This wolf wants to become taller and stronger, but it seems this two-legged beast is the only one I can rely on. Mua! 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 Liang Jun buried his face in the snow wolf cub's soft belly and sucked hard. The snow wolf cub turned its head and looked at the camera blankly, with an awkward expression and a resistant look, and then the light in its eyes gradually disappeared and it lay down and acted like a wreck. The barrage area was flooded with comments like crazy, and netizens were laughing so hard that they fainted. It's the first time I see the wolf cub start to play badly. There's no light in the kid's eyes. Ha! But why am I so excited? Both the perverted and the non-perverted are silent. I'm so excited when it's over. Immersively sucking the future Arctic Wolf King, immersively sucking the future Arctic Overlord. The host is so perverted, I love it. I tried to suck on my cat. No more talking. I'm going to get a tetanus shot on my face. I tried to suck my husky, okay, now I have to go to the hospital to get stitches in my nose. Liang Jun took a final deep breath and then heaved a long sigh of relief. Cool. The feeling of fatigue disappears. Raise a cub for 1,000 days and use it for a moment. The cub that can be sucked is extremely healing. Netizens were so excited that their eyes turned red and they cheered and shouted loudly. Take another breath. The anchor takes another breath. Watch the immersive sucking of the Wolf King and the Polar Bear King on the cloud, it's really addictive. Liang Jun comfortably sucked the two little guys and finally recovered some strength. He went to the kitchen and saw that under the earthenware jar in the kitchen, there was still some pickled sauerkraut left by Old Yen. The pickled cabbage has frozen into a lump. It is the last vegetable left by the previous expedition team. In the Arctic, fresh vegetables are difficult to preserve, so the previous expedition team can only eat pickled cabbage to maintain basic vitamins and prevent scurvy. Liang Jun originally didn't like pickled vegetables, but now, he needs them. Liang Jun processed the giant bluefin tuna and sliced it. One plate is used as fresh tuna sashimi, and the other plate is used as hot pickled fish fillets. Gurgle gurgle. The sauerkraut fish soup is bubbling with steam, boiling with the fresh and rich fish flavor. A pot of fresh fish soup, with sauerkraut, is the most luxurious and ultimate delicacy in the Arctic. Liang Jun picked up the fresh tuna sashimi with chopsticks. The soft and smooth sashimi melted in his mouth, leaving a sweet aftertaste in his throat. It was fresh, tender and smooth, and so delicious that he couldn't stop eating it. Smells good. Xiaobai, wolf cub, eat as much as you can. It was the first time for the little polar bear and the snow wolf cub to eat tuna sashimi. They were so stimulated by the sweet and fresh fish flavor that they gobbled it up voraciously. It was so delicious that their ears tilted back and they almost swallowed their tongues. Ababa ababa ababa. Carefree. Liang Jun picked up a pot of freshly cooked sauerkraut fish soup, blew on it twice, then picked up a large pot of sauerkraut fish soup and poured it into his mouth. Gulp. 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 The fresh and fragrant tuna meat is tender, smooth and sweet, and paired with a large piece of sauerkraut, it has a unique flavor, fresh and refreshing, and is simply the ultimate delicacy in the north. Liang Jun held his head high and drank the pickled fish soup pot happily. Netizens were so greedy that they stared with their mouths wide open, tears streaming from the corners of their mouths, and watched Liang Jun drink up the whole pot of sauerkraut fish soup. Belch. Burp, feel refreshed. Chapter 74. The central media liked it, and the heat shocked the whole network. The best rotating sashimi cuisine in Shanghai, he actually ate it all? Michelin Japanese restaurant, one piece, we can't even finish it. Hokkaido sashimi chain store headquarters, this is the top-grade bluefin tuna known as the king. He actually shared it with 2 animals? And he even shared it all? Netizens in the live broadcast room watched Liang Jun eat, but Liang Jun actually finished it all and didn't leave any for them through the screen. The most difficult thing in the world is that there was a piece of extremely delicious food placed in front of me through the screen, but I didn't cherish it, and it was finally eaten up by someone else. Netizens were envious to tears. Chefs from top restaurants shed tears. Liang Jun really couldn't eat any more. He smokes the leftover bluefin tuna and makes smoked tuna, which he stores in the refrigerator along with the smoked salmon. Someone asked him why he kept it refrigerated in the Arctic? Isn't the Arctic very cold? Liang Jun laughed. I'm not keeping it cold, I'm keeping it warm. I need to eat it for the next meal. It's frozen into a lump of ice. If I thaw it, the meat won't be firm. Putting a refrigerator in the Arctic is not for keeping food cold, but for keeping food warm. The fans were all in disarray. It's both heartbreaking and funny. Liang Jun began to sit at the wooden table and, as usual, record the Arctic scientific expedition log before going to bed. With a focused expression, he quietly picked up his pen and began to record his diary. Half of the thick diary had been filled out. The corners of Liang Jun's mouth couldn't help but rise up with a faint smile. Old Master Yan had told him that as long as he finished writing in the entire log book, it would be 3 months before supplies were delivered. In 3 months, the Shuilong research vessel would deliver supplies. He was looking forward to the supply from the Shuilong research vessel. That huge ship was a regular military icebreaker and much more stylish than his small icebreaker fishing boat. He really wanted to have the opportunity to board the Shuilong icebreaker again, touch the deck, touch the frozen side, and quietly look at the majestic rudder. Liang Jun raised the corner of his mouth, feeling extremely hopeful. The Shuilong will arrive in another month and a half. I really want to get supplies. Liang Jun stretched lazily, closed the scientific expedition log book he had just finished writing, and was looking forward to the scientific expedition supplies he would receive. Supplies, what will it be? Liang Jun lay down on the warm kong, leaned against the warm hard pillow, opened his mobile phone and started reading the news. He hadn't read the news for a long time. Outdoors in the north wind, wearing thick windproof gloves, if you are not careful, your phone can fall into the ice hole, which is very dangerous. Now, he is lying peacefully on the warm kong, finally able to relax and browse his phone. Click on domestic news. Liang Jun clicked on the domestic news trending search and saw a familiar word. Shocked. The most touching natural scenery in the Arctic. Liang Jun clicked on it curiously and found that it was a video clip. In the video, a young man is conscientiously prying barnacles off the turtle's shell, and then putting them one by one into a wooden basin. The recovered turtle gently clapped its claws on the edge of the boat and slowly opened its mouth, as if expressing its gratitude to the young people in this way. One turtle after another landed on the deck of the ship and refused to leave. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of sea turtles rushed into the waves again. After a long time, the sea turtles actually drove a large group of tuna close to the coastline and drove the large group of tuna ashore. The turtle and the young man saluted, then turned around and jumped into the sea. The waves hit the beach, and the sea breeze blew on my face. The originally fierce sea breeze has now become gentle. The northern lights hanging in the distance flickered, illuminating the deck of the ship with an extremely gentle light. The video ends here. Liang Jun scrolled down to the comment section, which was filled with moving comments. I cried. I am so touched. The turtle returns the favor. Am I the only one who thinks the tuna is miserable? But please give me a bunch of turtles like this. There were tens of thousands of likes in the comments section. The hot search video was even liked and forwarded by the Central Media. Central Media liked and commented. A strong youth means a strong country. The following comments were flooded with comments. Is it easy to apply for science-related majors in the college entrance examination? I want to apply for geology, biology, and polar exploration. Tens of thousands of young people followed suit and wanted to sign up for majors related to polar scientific expeditions. All because of one person. Liang Jun's daily life in the polar regions. Liang Jun lay on his side on the heated Kong, with the small solar heater beside him turning its head to emit heat. He felt unreal while looking at his phone. He was watching the news on his phone, and then he saw his daily life. Moreover, under the video clip, there are comments from netizens, all of whom are commenting and liking him. This feels a bit weird. But not bad. Liang Jun smiled and liked his own trending video. He then selected a few videos that praised him and liked them as well. Then he went to read foreign news. Soon, he discovered that his account was flooded with private messages, reaching 999 plus in just 2 minutes. This scared the Liang army. He quickly opened the private message and saw countless excited comments lying in his mailbox. The anchor liked my repost. Wow! I was liked by the anchor. I'm so lucky. This is too exciting. I can't sleep tonight. Ha! He just casually liked a few netizens who gave positive comments, but this unintentional action actually triggered a tsunami-like wave of enthusiasm across the entire internet. The whole network is shocked. North Pole anchor personally gave me a thumbs up. How can I thank him? It's urgent, waiting online. Please give me a bunch of such enthusiastic and unpretentious anchors. I also want to give a good review, and I also want the host to like it personally. So lucky. Enthusiastic netizens pushed up one topic post after another, and soon the entire internet was filled with Liang Jun's name. Liang Jun was surprised. He had never enjoyed such high popularity of the topic before. This is more talked about than the hottest traffic stars and young handsome guys, and the popularity is overwhelming. Le Xiaohua Entertainment Agency. We are crying. The trending searches we bought have been covered up again. Demimi Studio. We shouldn't buy hot searches when the North Pole anchor is in the spotlight. All the hot searches are about the North Pole. What a loss. Singer surnamed W. Can I release the song now? Not yet? I will ask again next month. Late at night, the icy north is covered with ice and snow, and the north wind is as sharp as a bone-grinding knife. The brick and tile courtyard is lit up with soft orange light, like a beacon of hope in the darkness, guiding lost people back home. Inside the brick hut, Liang Jun was sleeping soundly on the warm Kong with a mobile phone in his hand. The small solar heater turned its head, and the warm light shone on his profile, casting a firm jawline. Everything is so beautiful and peaceful. Netizens watched quietly, with smiles on their faces, enjoying the healing scene where the host forgot to go off the air. In the hustle and bustle of the city, This peaceful scene heals the hearts of urbanites and brings them a moment of relaxation and comfort. It is very stress-relieving. Until netizens discovered that there was a gap in the refrigerator in the house. A white, fluffy little creature poked its head into the refrigerator, sniffed it hard, and then couldn't help but put it in its mouth. Chapter 75. Little White Bear Makes Trouble. Snow Wolf Cub Chews Frozen Iron. The next morning, Liang Jun stretched comfortably, then rolled off the warm Kong. He quickly rubbed his sore back, feeling extremely lucky that he hadn't opened the live broadcast room yet. But everyone in the live broadcast room was already laughing. He completely forgot to end the live broadcast last night, and the scene of him falling was seen clearly. Liang Jun raised his hand and saw the barrage of comments on his visual watch, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "My friends, you are all living gods, don't you need to sleep?" He got a reply that went viral. "I don't sleep until the moon does, we are all bald little babies." Liang Jun couldn't help laughing, and the pain on his back didn't seem so severe anymore. The netizens this time are so good, they even know how to make him happy. But what Liang Jun didn't know was that the netizens were not trying to make him happy at all, but were trying to divert his attention, fearing that Liang Jun would turn around and look at the refrigerator. "Oh, that hurts. The Kong is too narrow, and sleeping on it every day makes me get irritated and have nosebleeds several times." Liang Jun wiped his nose and 2 lines of blood really flowed out, which scared him. He sighed heavily. It would be great if the temperature of base 1834 could be controlled at a constant 25 degrees. The entire brick courtyard is kept at a constant temperature of 25 degrees. You can take off your coat as soon as you enter the house. It is a world of ice and snow indoors and outdoors. How cool! Liang Jun began to dream of transforming the base, but this wish was a little difficult to achieve as it required sophisticated high-tech equipment and large-scale electricity. Liang Jun temporarily put aside the idea of transformation. He turned around and found that the 2 little guys were gone. "Where are Xiaobai and the wolf cub? Going out for fun again?" There was no white bear cub or snow wolf cub on the warm Kong. Liang Jun's first thought was that the white bear cub would go swimming with the snow wolf cub in the pot, so he walked to the kitchen and opened the big iron pot. Wow! The lid of the iron pot was opened, and there was nothing inside. Netizens were laughing so hard that they almost fainted. The anchor was dominated by the shadow of the little white bear swimming and thought that the little white bear went to swim in the pot. Liang Jun looked around the house again, scratched the back of his head in confusion, and saw the messy open refrigerator. "Who touched my incubator?" He quickly turned the refrigerator around, stuck his head inside, and found a bear with a bloody face lying motionless in the corner behind the refrigerator. The ground was covered in blood. The little polar bear's face, body, and claws were covered in blood. It looked like a murder scene. Liang Jun's face was stiff. His heart sank. The first thing he thought of was a fight between the white bear cub and the wolf cub. The wolf cub was already 6 months old, while the white bear cub was only 3 months old at most. How could a 3-month-old cub be a match for a 6-month-old cub? Liang Jun's face darkened, he was angry and anxious, his tone became more sharp, and his voice suddenly rose. "Snow wolf cub!" At the door, there was a burst of begging screams with the tail between legs, and then ran away like a dog whose tail was stepped on. Liang Jun, feeling heartbroken and scared, walked around the refrigerator, knelt on the ground, and looked at the little white bear with blood all over its face in shock. The blood on the little white bear's body had already solidified, the blood on his face and the corners of his mouth had merged into one, his body was limp, and his paws drooped limply as soon as he touched them. A sense of fear spread in Liang Jun's heart. He kicked the refrigerator away carefully and fearfully. Bang! There was a loud noise that sounded like anger, but more like venting the anger in his heart. Netizens were shocked. The anchor was really angry. "Are you really angry? What should we do? Will Xiaobai be beaten up?" Liang Jun carefully and cautiously picked up the little white bear, as if he was holding the most precious treasure, and slowly buried his face in the cold blood. "Sorry." The tough guy sobbed silently, tears dripping on the little white bear's face. He blamed himself for sleeping so soundly and not hearing the fight between the 2 little guys. He should have thought that it was normal for cubs to fight each other, and they would fight without restraint. How could a little white bear be a match for a 6-month-old snow wolf? I'm sorry. Liang Jun's lips were trembling and his expression was extremely painful. He gently hugged the little white bear with blood on its face into his arms, coaxing it like a child, and buried his face deeply in the little white bear's bright red blood. New netizens were all frightened by the scene. What happened? I just took a nap and when I woke up, Xiaobai was dead? Xiaobai died. The host was so sad. It made me sad too. I cried too. I've known Xiaobai for a month and a half. The little guy is smart and warm-hearted, and brings us a lot of joy. How sad must the anchor be? The new netizens followed Liang Jun and cried, recalling every detail of the little white bear. But netizens who stayed up late can no longer sit still. It's over! They shouted in their hearts, Xiaobai, you must not wake up, otherwise the host will beat you to death. But the next second, the little white bear woke up. The little white bear was wet with tears, and the tears froze into ice, making it feel very uncomfortable. So, the little white bear stretched its short legs, turned over, and squatted down obediently. The little fellow widened his black eyes, looking clever and happy, drooling, and twisting his round butt hard, rubbing it hard against Liang Jun's face. Ding! Little white bear says good morning to you. Today is also a day of loving you +1+1+1. And I entrusted the system to convey the message. I am a little full, I can't drink the milk this morning. Liang Jun's arms felt empty, his face felt hot, and there was a wet smell of blood, and then a mechanical sound appeared in his head. He was slightly stunned, and raised his head in surprise, only to see a furry, red face. The little white bear's mouth and face were all covered in blood, but he was smacking his lips and sticking out his tongue proudly, as if he was still savoring the taste of the dish, and twisting his fat butt excitedly. Liang Jun was so shocked that he slowly reached out and opened the refrigerator door. The tuna that was just smoked last night was missing 2 big pieces. Even the salmon tails and the freshly frozen tuna tails disappeared without a trace. There were some fishtail bone fragments on the ground. Liang Jun was stunned. Liang Jun was stunned again. The little white bear felt a little guilty, lowered his head cautiously, and looked at Liang Jun with his little eyes. The little guy knew he was wrong, but he didn't change, and he would dare to do it again next time. The round white buttocks twisted hard and rubbed against Liang Jun enthusiastically. Finally, Liang Jun couldn't bear it anymore. He pinched the back of the white bear's neck angrily and lifted Xiaobai up. "Nu! You stole the whole tuna tail and the salmon tail! And you didn't even spit out the bones!" The entire brick courtyard erupted in a roar of great anger. The 1834 base earthquake was a triple shock. Netizen speakers and headsets were shaking and they shrank their necks in fear. It's over. I knew Xiaobai was cheating and he's pretending to be dead. After eating secretly, he fell asleep with a full stomach, and he didn't even wipe the blood off his face. He slept in a pool of blood, which scared the anchor to death. The anchor is angry. I guess Xiaobai will have to eat a good bamboo shoot barbecue. Maybe I'll be weaned off for a day. Fans were gloating over his misfortune and enjoying the fun, speculating on how Liang Jun would punish the little guy. Chapter 76. So cute. This snow wolf cub is so brave. Liang Jun pinched the back of the little white bear's neck. The little white bear buried his head guiltily and whimpered pitifully. Wolf cub! Wolf cub, come out too! Did you two collude? No wonder there was no movement in the middle of the night. Liang Jun pinched the little white bear's neck and searched the courtyard for the snow wolf cub. The snow wolf cub was terrified. It had just heard Liang Jun's angry roar, and its voice suddenly rose. It quickly slipped out of the door with its tail between its legs and ran under the flagpole. Now Liang Jun came up to question it again, and the snow wolf cub instantly became a coward. Under the flagpole, the ropes and the metal flagpole were frozen hard by ice and snow, and layer upon layer of frost covered the flagpole. The snow wolf cub buried his head guiltily, leaned his head against the flagpole and screamed and whimpered as if he was stepping on his tail. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Two-legged beast, stop being so mean to me. You are scarier than my father, the Wolf King. The guilty look in the snow wolf cub's eyes made netizens laugh. But Liang Jun did not give in at all, and his bottom line was very firm. He reprimanded him sternly in a deep voice. "Wolf cub, turn your face around. Don't play dumb, I know you understand." The little guy had been around people for a long time, so he could understand some simple things, especially when faced with such a serious theft. The snow wolf cub carefully turned his face to the plate. Sure enough, the little mouth, the blood stains on the fat face, the claws, and the blood clots on the chest hair were exactly the same as on the little white bear's face. They are all tuna tail blood and salmon tail blood. The culprits who stole the raw fish from the refrigerator were these two little fugitives. Netizens were both angry and amused, and laughed out loud. When Liang Jun saw the dejected face of the snow wolf cub, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but he held it back and his expression remained very tough. Today, he has to teach the two little ones a lesson, not to sneak into the refrigerator to eat. What if the refrigerator door is closed and they get stuck in the refrigerator and suffocate? This is a life-threatening matter. Liang Jun's tone was still sharp. "Wolf cub! What's in your mouth? Why is there a piece of fish?" The snow wolf cub whimpered twice, and immediately felt guilty. It blinked hard, its ice blue pupils rolling hard, as if it was looking around for a solution. Suddenly, a good idea came to my mind. The snow wolf cub was startled. This wolf didn't eat the fish, this wolf was chewing the flagpole. The snow wolf cub slowly turned its face, carefully looked at Liang Jun's expression, and slowly and carefully extended its pink tongue to lick the frozen metal flagpole. Slurp. The snow wolf cub licked the frozen metal flagpole with its tongue as if it was tasting a delicacy. The picture freezes. Time stands still. The live broadcast room was dead silent. Netizens were so surprised that their mouths opened wide into an O shape. Arctic licking iron? The ice at -3 degrees in northeast China can freeze your tongue, not to mention the ice at -40 degrees in the Arctic. It's a fierce wolf. Very brave. Liang Jun's expression also froze, and he took a step forward in surprise. The snow wolf cub didn't know what was going on and happily wanted to continue tasting the flagpole, but the little guy soon discovered something sad. The tongue can't be retracted. Struggle. Pull your tongue back. Turn your head. Struggle hard and continue to retract your tongue. The little fellow whimpered miserably, tears streaming down his face, and he shook his head wildly and stuck out his tongue. The snow wolf cub licked the iron in the Arctic, struggling with the frozen metal flagpole. His eyes were filled with tears and he was about to cry with grief. Oh! Oh oh oh! The snow wolf cub's tongue was firmly stuck to the frozen metal flagpole, and no matter how the little guy cried or shook his head, it was of no use. Sad and funny. Liang Jun quickly stopped them. "Stop moving! Your tongue is bleeding!" The little white bear was a clever one. When the little fellow saw the snow wolf cub being humiliated by the flagpole, he did not dare to go forward, but hurried back to the house to fetch the water bottle and handed it to Liang Jun. Liang Jun swirled the water in the kettle. "No, it's still too cold. Go boil a pot of hot water." The snow wolf cub now realized that he was wrong, and his dejected expression made people hate and love him at the same time, and it was impossible to get angry at him. Liang Jun boiled a pot of hot water and slowly poured it over the part where the snow wolf cub's tongue was stuck to the iron rod, allowing the ice and snow at the root of the tongue to slowly melt. A large pot of hot water was poured over it, and it finally saved the snow wolf cub's tongue. There was laughter and joy in the barrage area. "I said this snow wolf cub is very brave. He will become a great man in the future. The wolf cub who dares to face his Arctic buddy will definitely be the future wolf king. It's just that this future wolf king doesn't seem very smart, ha ha. If you are not active in eating, there's something wrong with your thinking." The snow wolf cub was in a low mood and looked aggrieved. Liang Jun could only hold the little white bear in one hand and the snow wolf cub in the other, and reluctantly returned to the warm bed. Then he rubbed the two red little guys in hot water and dried them. He originally wanted to give these two future overlords of the Arctic a good scolding, so that they would know what they can and cannot do, so as to avoid suffering losses in the future. However, the two little guys were exhausted after rubbing them in hot water and drying them, and they were frightened in the morning, so they curled up into two balls of fur and fell asleep soundly on his lap. Snore! Snore, snore, snore. The little white bear's belly rose and fell evenly, and he was smacking his lips in his dream. I wonder what delicious food he was dreaming about. The snow wolf cub subconsciously slept with its tongue sticking out, but the next second it quickly retracted its tongue and covered its face with its paws, making a sound. Liang Jun felt both angry and amused. You know you're at a disadvantage, but you won't change. You'll dare to do it again next time. It makes me want to curse, alas. Liang Jun lovingly grabbed 2 handfuls of Tuanzi's fur, held them on both sides and rubbed them hard, and the anxiety and depression in his heart disappeared. While rubbing the 2 furry little guys, he compared their sizes. The little polar bear has grown a lot in the past month and a half and now weighs 8 kilograms. Snow wolf cubs grow even faster and weigh twice as much as white bear cubs. The polar bear cub is small, the snow wolf cub is big. But he knew in his heart that the snow wolf cub would soon be surpassed by the white bear cub in size. When the 2 little guys grew up to be the overlords of the ice field, the size of the polar bear and the snow wolf would be completely reversed. He was looking forward to seeing how interesting it would be to see the contrasting heights of the 2 little ones when they grew up. In the picture, although Liang Jun was very angry, his expression was gentle. Even when he was scolding, his tone was anxious but gentle. This made the fans feel warm inside. The anchor they chose is indeed extraordinary. This man is so gentle. Ding! The little white bear dreamed of you and expressed his love for you in the Dream +1+1+1 and commissioned the system to upgrade the live broadcast equipment, waterproof and pressure-proof visual watch. Ding! The snow wolf cub dreamed of you and expressed his gratitude to you in the Dream +1+1+1 love +1+1+1 and commissioned the system to upgrade the live broadcast equipment, super performance mini graphene material drone. The battery life is up to 7 days and can operate underwater. A mechanical sound suddenly rang in Liang Jun's mind, and he was slightly stunned. Chapter 77, The Deep Blue Sea. The Magnificent Undersea World. Liang Jun was slightly stunned. Did the little fellow bring him another treasure? Even in his dreams? Liang Jun's mouth corners lifted unconsciously. He glanced at the 2 little guys gently, then got up and went to the storage room to check the new equipment. His visual watch has been modified and upgraded to be waterproof and pressure-proof. A high-performance watch that can be submerged in water. His military drone has been modified and upgraded to a super-performance mini graphene drone. It has a flight time of up to 7 days and can operate underwater. Liang Jun checked the upgraded drone over and over again. He first found a basin of water to test it, and then changed to a large foot-washing bucket for testing. No water ingress. Moreover, the propeller of the drone can be modified to become an underwater engine, making it easier to operate. He controls the drone the same way he usually does. Liang Jun was extremely surprised and said to the camera, "My friends, our tidal log is going to be useful. The tide is about to rise. Let's take advantage of the high tide to do some seabed exploration." Netizens were extremely surprised. They have been watching the Arctic live broadcast room for a month and a half, and have never seen underwater scenes. It is so new. Taking advantage of the high tide, Liang Jun took the 2 little ones on a snowmobile and headed for the coastline west of the base. "Get on board! Weigh anchor!" With Liang Jun's high spirits and shouts, the small ice-breaking fishing boat broke through the ice and set sail in the tidal waves. The rising tide waves rise high, and wave after wave hits the rocky coastal reefs. Boom! Boom! The little white bear and the snow wolf cub were still asleep, yawning with their tender pink mouths, and lying on Liang Jun's thighs in a sleepy state. But soon, the roar of the rising tide in their ears made the 2 little guys shiver and suddenly wake up. The waves are too big. The rising tide was so big that it was deafening. The small ice-breaking fishing boat was like a small boat drifting in the sea, letting the waves roll over and over, sometimes being pushed to the top of the waves, and sometimes falling heavily into the sea. Bang! The expressions of netizens were extremely excited and terrified. When they set out just now, they were very excited and wanted to follow the anchor to explore the seabed. But before they followed the camera into the seabed, their knees were already shaking with fear. "Anchor, why don't we just not go? These waves are too scary. The weather is bad today. Let's go on a sunny day. That's right, I don't want to experience the terrifying moment of the boat capsizing again. The barrage section was filled with trembling voices begging for mercy. Liang Jun looked at the barrage on his visual watch and laughed. My friends, is the weather still bad today? Look, there is no strong wind, no blizzard, not even a single snowflake. And the bright northern lights are hanging high in the sky, just like an incandescent sun. It's definitely a beautiful sunny day. Liang Jun faced the sea breeze, steered the boat steadily, and smiled brightly with an expression of great joy. The sky is vast and the sea is boundless, and the young man has a youthful smile like the rising sun, as if, at this moment, he is the master of this sea. Netizens were stunned. What? The host called the weather in the Arctic sunny and windy? There is no snowstorm and the sky is bright and sunny. Can this be called a sunny day? The extremely cruel and severe cold weather, in Liang Jun's opinion, is excellent weather as long as there is no snowstorm, suitable for going out for a picnic and relaxing. Netizens felt indescribable emotions in their hearts. The host's cheerfulness in finding joy in adversity made them feel distressed and moved. Upgraded military drones hover over the Arctic Ocean. The wide-angle lens overlooks the ice sea, and below is an endless huge ice sheet. The vast and boundless Arctic ice sea is magnificent, and the icebergs that have stood for tens of millions of years have never melted. It makes people feel as if they are a tiny dragonfly flying, and for the first time they feel their own insignificance. The incredibly magnificent drone footage amazed netizens. Then, Liang Jun spoke slowly into the headset. Now we are ready to follow the drone into the sea. Netizens haven't reacted yet. What? What? What into the sea? The next moment, the upgraded military drone hovering in the air dived down at a speed straight into the sea. Dive into the sea. Dive. Rush. Netizens' hearts were beating so high in their throats, as if they were sitting on the drone and following it into the sea. Are you crazy? Is the anchor crazy? How can a drone enter the sea? This is a crash into the sea. The next moment, the drone fell straight into the sea, and the camera image changed dramatically in an instant. Blue. A vast expanse of boundless blue came over, covering the entire screen with an overwhelming deep blue. Plop. The deep blue of the seabed fills the entire screen. The breathing of all the netizens in the live broadcast room stagnated, as if they had plunged into the sea. They couldn't help but hold their breath, their eyes were filled with horror, but soon, their pupils trembled, and they were shocked and amazed. The underwater scene suddenly became clear. The deep-sea world of the Arctic Ocean, the magnificent deep blue occupies the entire screen. The blue light flickers on the seabed, which is a school of fish swimming freely on the seabed. The boundless seabed reefs and corals are like dazzling black diamonds, embellishing the deep sea with brilliant light. Netizens' pupils dilated and they couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Whoa! It's so beautiful! I relaxed all of a sudden. My breathing slowed down too. It was very relaxing. The seabed is like another wonderful world. The deep blue fills the entire picture. It is incredible and wonderful. The vast underwater scenes make people relax and relieve stress. Liang Jun sat on the deck and controlled the drone to dive. He was also amazed at the underwater images on the screen. My friends, welcome to the live broadcast room of the deep sea phobia where you can't see it even if you want to, and can't avoid it even if you want to. Friendly advice, friends who are claustrophobic or afraid of the deep sea should avoid it for the time being. The fans were in tears. Anchor, you are too late. There are fans with fear of the deep sea and claustrophobia. They have been led into the trap. Now their curiosity is greater than their fear. They can only watch it with gritted teeth, wanting to know what discoveries the host can make on the seabed. Anchor, as long as you tell me the model of the drone, I won't sue you. Ha ha, the Anchor's drone is so powerful. It can take off and go into the sea. It has high-definition underwater images and is pressure-resistant. Anchor, what brand of drone are you using? Tell me quickly. Liang Jun laughed. I modified it. If you have the ability, go and modify one yourself. After joking around with netizens, he began to monitor the conditions of the seabed waters near the Arctic Ocean through underwater drone images. While remotely controlling the drone to move forward on the seabed, he typed on the laptop keyboard to collect test data with a serious and focused expression. The aurora area on the seabed is divided into 5 levels. According to the terrain photographed, the area includes the outer layer, upslope, downslope, midslope, and deep seabed. The middle slope is covered with a thick layer of fine-grained sediments, where sea cucumbers, starfish, clams, and hairy sea worms were found. Also blind shrimps, sea anemones, marine worms, and bivalves. Liang Jun is very serious in recording the tests, and people dare not disturb him. In order to carefully observe the species of underwater creatures, he moved the drone camera close to the coral reef. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise. "My friends! I have made a major discovery!" The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was ignited. Chapter 78. Open the map. The huge creature on the seabed. Liang Jun said in surprise. "Goodness! This sea worm has a butt here, a butt there, and a butt everywhere." Liang Jun was very surprised by this discovery. He quickly took more high-definition pictures to become part of the scientific research detection images. Netizens' faces were twisted and wrinkled, finding it unacceptable. They could try to overcome their claustrophobia of the deep sea, but they could not understand Liang Jun's love for deep-sea worms. Liang Jun spoke to the camera excitedly, as if he had discovered a new continent. "My friends, this is a major discovery! How many butts is too many? For most animals, one is enough. But look at this marine worm, whose body splits from one head in dozens of different directions, and each branch ends in a butt. When marine worms are ready to reproduce, they grow eyes and brains out of their butts. Isn't that amazing? It's amazing, ha ha ha!" Liang Jun would dance with joy over a detection discovery. But netizens' expressions were brilliant, and their eyes were extremely complex. It is not easy to do polar scientific research. Even such disgusting deep-sea worms can make the anchor smile. It is hard. The conditions are difficult, and the environment is harsh, but the anchor still faces life with a smile every day. Netizens expressed even more respect and sympathy for Liang Jun. The Liang army was not satisfied with this sea area. He checked the drone's underwater power consumption and decided to continue moving further and deeper into the sea. Liang Jun faced the sea breeze and smiled brightly in the north wind, full of youthful vigor. "My friends! Today we have completed the exploration of the Aurora region on the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. Keep going! Continue exploring the Trioshnikov area!" Some netizens didn't understand, but some knowledgeable adventure enthusiasts gave them reminders. "Host, the sea area of our Eastern Scientific Expedition team is limited to the Aurora area. If you go to the Trioshnikov area, you will have to get close to the scientific expedition base of the Bear Country. According to the Svalbard Treaty, each country's scientific expedition team has strict territorial divisions and cannot cross the border, otherwise it will cause unnecessary conflicts." Liang Jun studied the map carefully and then drew a boundary line. "There is a 5,000-meter deep trench between the Aurora region where we are and the Trioshnikov region. We only operate along this border line and do not cross the trench." Only then did netizens feel relieved. At the same time, they are also looking forward to it. There have been so many mysterious discoveries in this area of the Eastern Expedition Sea. If they go to the border area and enter a new sea area, will there be greater discoveries and surprises? They are looking forward to it. The Liang army began to expand the map. He first carefully studied the map of the Arctic Ocean, and then marked Base 1834. On such a large map, Base 1834 occupies only a small dot. He calls the base the main city. Then he marked the permafrost and low shrub breeding area around Base 1834 and drew 2 long circles. This is the supply area outside the base. The inner bay is located in the southwest of the base, in a more peripheral circle. He found that his range of activities gradually expanded from the small dot of the base to the Arctic Ocean. Wow! Liang Jun drew a big circle in the center of the map. This was the deep-sea area of the Arctic Ocean that he had not yet set foot on. It was also the destination of his scientific expedition. Liang Jun took the helm, pushing the icebreaker fishing boat steadily towards the southern waters and heading towards the boundless depths of the Arctic Ocean. He laughed out loud. "My friends! Let's go open the map!" In the past month and a half, The detection area he has opened up has occupied 1/20th of the map. Now, he is heading towards the mysterious area that he has never set foot on and get the achievement of opening the map. Netizens were excited and their hearts were burning with excitement. Open the map. Charge. The border between the Aurora and Tryoshnikov regions of the Arctic Ocean. Liang Jun drove a small icebreaking fishing boat to the border of the area, and then stopped steadily according to the satellite positioning map. He looked at the surrounding sea. It was a freezing polar night, so he couldn't keep the icebreaker for too long, or else the sea ice would freeze hard, with a thickness of more than 15 centimeters, and it would be difficult for his icebreaker to move forward. Liang Jun set the icebreaker to automatically circle. The icebreaker began to circle steadily on the sea in the same direction. The Liang army saw what seemed to be a ship in the distance. He was a little confused and bewildered, then he quickly took out his telescope and looked in the direction of the ship. Someone! He rarely sees people in the Arctic. The last time he saw the Yellow River team, he was excited for a long time. Now, there is a fishing boat in the Arctic Ocean, it must be the local Nun fishermen. What made him even more excited was that the people on the other ship also saw him, and were waving to him. Liang Jun also waved excitedly towards the distance. Why? Hello everyone! After Liang Jun waved his hand to greet others, he found that the other party waved his hand faster and more intensely. He laughed. My friends, these local fishermen are quite lonely. They are so enthusiastic to see me. How can I be so embarrassed? Liang Jun also waved his hands vigorously, waving his arms high up, making a rustling sound. As if that was not enough, he simply took out the national flag from the cabin, placed it high on the deck, and then clamped his arms around the flagpole and waved it vigorously. Why? Hello to you too. You're welcome. Just do what you need to do. After Liang Jun had given his orders, he ignored the other side. Because the other side is on the other half of the sea boundary, which is not within the scope of Eastern Scientific Expedition. At the same time, in the sea 1.2 kilometers away from the Liang Army, a Xiong country scientific research vessel was stagnant, facing the Liang Army across the border trench. The two members of the Bear Country Scientific Expedition team, both in uniform, looked worried. Captain, it seems to be someone from the Eastern Expedition team. He also spotted us and waved. Great! Now we are frozen in the 20-centimeter thick ice. We have no way to wait for rescue from our own country. We can only ask for external assistance from the Eastern Expedition team. Only the Eastern Expedition team, which is closest to us, can help us. Yes, Captain! However, their faces were sad and their eyes showed infinite despair and collapse. Liang Jun did see them, but he also seemed not to see them. Because, after Liang Jun greeted them enthusiastically, he actually started to operate the remote controller towards the sea surface, as if he was fishing on the seabed. What to do, Captain? What should I do? I can only keep asking for help. The two members of the Bear Country Scientific Expedition team were so desperate that they could only wave their hands higher and more violently. From Liang Jun's perspective, he was operating the drone into the sea for underwater operations while smiling at the camera. My friends, I always feel there's a big guy near me. Look, the snow wolf cub keeps barking at the sea. Even Xiaobai, who is usually a well-behaved boy, has been looking at the sea surface. Is there a big creature on the seabed? The reactions of the snow wolf cub and the white bear were very abnormal. In the past, as long as Liang Jun was doing serious scientific research, the two little guys would lie down at his feet obediently, and would not disturb him too much. But now, the snow wolf cub was restless, and the little white bear was circling around the deck, extremely anxious. Chapter 79: The European Emperor's Treasure Box Shocks the World. Sea Lily Fossils. Liang Jun had no choice but to give up the idea of diving the drone and let the drone dive around the icebreaker fishing boat underwater. But nothing was found. The camera image is clean and tidy. Besides the azure blue of the deep sea that fills the entire screen, there are also the extremely beautiful glittering deep-sea corals and dense schools of fish. The fish were not agitated, indicating that there were no large predators. Liang Jun felt that he should observe for a while and that he needed to be patient when doing scientific research and testing. Liang Jun raised his head and glanced at the telescope, curiously. Family members, do you think that the local fishermen over there are a little too enthusiastic? He looked through the telescope and saw that the ship, which was 1.2 kilometers away from him, did not move. The two foreigners on the deck pointed at the side of the ship and waved their hands vigorously, as if they were telling him something important. Liang Jun grinned brightly, waved his hands vigorously, and shouted in the local Eskimo dialect. Eskimo! Hello? Tweakasrivk! I'll be careful. Then Liang Jun continued to concentrate on the drone in his hand. Across the trench, the two members of the Bear Country Scientific Expedition team were completely discouraged. Captain, what did he say? I don't understand. It may be Oriental slang. It's over. Our ship is going to sink. Young people in the East will also get into trouble. Because the big guy on the bottom of the sea will definitely hit his ship as well. Captain, we and the Eastern Expedition team will all be held responsible here. The two teammates from the Xiong country gave up completely, with worried looks on their faces. They were gesticulating with the Liang army, but the language was not smooth. They were attacked in the ice sea, and the instigator had not left yet. The Liang army's fishing boats would definitely encounter the same trouble. Liang Jun continued to control the drone to dive. In the drone footage, the Arctic king crab is waving its huge claws, trying to drive away the strange intruder. Liang Jun laughed. This meat claw looks juicy and plump. When you take a bite of the baked meat, your mouth is full of gravy, the texture is springy and chewy, and the taste is absolutely delicious. Netizens were all amused. Follow the anchor's scientific expedition, and everything you see is wild food. The anchor cooked pickled fish, which made me so hungry that I ordered some skewers in the middle of the night. My dad found out and almost broke his leg. I have to say, the host's plate of fresh salmon sashimi almost made me swallow my tongue. Ha ha ha! There was a lot of laughter and conversation in the barrage area, and the atmosphere was great. Suddenly, Liang Jun's eyes lit up, his whole body tensed with vigilance. My friends, I suddenly discovered something. Two scientific researchers from Xiongwa were observing Liang Jun with a military ultra-high-definition telescope, and they could clearly see Liang Jun's vigilant expression. Xiongwa was surprised. Captain? It's bad. The Eastern Expedition team was also attacked. His expression changed. In the Xiongwa telescope image, Liang Jun's expression suddenly changed from relaxed and comfortable to alert and nervous, with his whole body tense. This was definitely something that made him nervous. The Xiongwa scientific expedition team had cold sweats in their palms, and they were worried and anxious about Liang Jun. The only ship that can save them must not be destroyed. At this moment, Liang Jun's body was tense, his eyes were bright, his expression was alert and excited, and then he couldn't help laughing, letting out an excited laugh. My friends! I have made a major discovery! Look, I found something great! Liang Jun's expression was extremely excited, his body was hunched and tense, like a bow ready to be launched. He stared at the real-time image transmitted by the drone, and a limestone formation on the seabed appeared in the high-definition image. An underwater limestone formation. The surface is rugged and seems to have mottled marks. Netizens were confused and had no idea what it was. Isn't it just an ordinary piece of undersea fault rock? What's so surprising? Liang Jun's voice trembled with excitement, and he quickly enlarged the high-definition image. Magnify 4 times. Magnify 10 times. Magnify 50 times. Liang Jun said excitedly with a trembling voice. Family, congratulations on discovering a hidden treasure chest on the sea floor. We have achieved the status of the King of Luck. This rock from the seafloor fault is a sea lily fossil. Sea lily fossils can be traced back to 500 million years ago. They are antiques from the Ordovician and Silurian periods, and record the most ancient secrets of the Earth. Priceless. At an international Western European auction in 2001, a sea lily fossil dating back 230 million years was sold at a top price of $82.3 billion. There is only one complete crinid fossil of archaeological value preserved in China, which is the treasure of the museum of the China Geosciences University Yifu Museum. It is priceless. This is enough to show the rarity of sea lily fossils. Netizens in the live broadcast room were so shocked that they stood up, and the major certified gold versus were so excited that they slammed the table. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" Sijia Chenquan Capital Auction, host. Please allow us to chat privately. Our president is willing to bid 11 figures to negotiate this living fossil. International Capital Archaeology Association. It is a complete living fossil. Our association is willing to buy it at a price 10 times higher than the market price. Professional Archaeological Association, host. Please keep the fossil intact. Wait for us to negotiate the price. The major archaeological and auction gold versus flocked into Liang Jun's live broadcast room like crazy. In just a few minutes, Liang Jun's live broadcast room became very popular. Various gifts were poured in like crazy. Congratulations on getting Rocket 999. Congratulations on receiving Super Rocket 21. Congratulations on receiving Spaceship 23. The screen is full of gifts. Liang Jun's private message mailbox exploded, with 999 plus private messages, and the private chats were also capped at 999 plus. The short-term sensation in the live broadcast room attracted the attention of the platform's senior management. The video clip was even uploaded to the media, causing a sensation in the archaeological community across the internet. Liang Jun carefully observed the 28-meter-high and 37-meter-wide sea lily fossil through the real-time images transmitted back by the drone. Sea lily fossils are exquisite and beautiful, blooming with an irresistible ancient mysterious beauty. The calyx and arms of the crown are the main parts of the sea lily, just like the calyx and petals of a beautiful flower. The calyx is the main part of the sea lily, which is composed of calcareous bone plates. It is often spherical or cup-shaped, and is composed of several circles of calcareous bone plates arranged in an alternating pattern. It is beautiful and magnificent, like the most exquisite living work of art in the world. Liang Jun couldn't help but be fascinated by this and took a deep breath with emotion. It's so beautiful. The archaeological value is immeasurable. With this complete sea lily fossil, we can study the ecological structure of the Arctic Ocean and the forms of seafloor organisms dating back 500 million years. He transmitted the high-definition images to headquarters via a freeze-proof notebook. Soon he received a satellite communication response from headquarters. Calling Team 3713 at Base 1834. Please keep the sea surface safe and the crinoid fossils intact. We will urgently deploy 2 nearby scientific research base headquarters, dispatch professional seabed operators, professional diving equipment, and diving chambers to conduct diving operations to salvage fossils. The voice from headquarters paused and switched to a calm and attractive female voice that Liang Jun was very familiar with. The female commander spoke slowly with a serious tone. Team member 3713 Liang, our headquarters kindly asked you to give the headquarters 18 hours to deploy while ensuring your own safety. Within 18 hours, 13 experts from headquarters will come to support you. Chapter 80. The True Face of the Huge Shadow in the Deep Sea. When Liang Jun heard the familiar female voice, he grinned and agreed readily. Yes, Commander. The ocean currents in the Arctic Ocean are extremely fast. After Liang Jun recorded the coordinates, he transmitted the coordinates of the sea lily fossil to the headquarters, then stood leisurely on the deck and looked out at the open sea. He knew that this discovery was too significant. The complete sea lily fossil, which is 28 meters high and 37 meters wide, dates back to the Ordovician and Silurian periods 500 million years ago. Who wouldn't be envious? The icebreaker was on autopilot, circling in a large circle to avoid being frozen by floating ice. Liang Jun checked the icebreaker's fuel, then sat in the cabin and began to calculate diesel consumption with a calculator. He rubbed the little white bear's round head, calculated the diesel consumption, and sighed. Xiao Bai, what have you found outside? You and the wolf cub have been calling out until now, but there's really nothing. Our diesel can barely last another 24 hours. Add in the time it takes to wait for the expert team from the scientific expedition headquarters and return, and it's just enough. Our icebreaker is too small, and the diesel storage tank is also small. We have 2 large barrels of diesel on our fishing boat. We have to manually add diesel to the tank with a pump midway, otherwise there will not be enough diesel. Icebreaker fishing vessels consume diesel. Liang Jun always kept 3 barrels of spare diesel on the icebreaker, just to be prepared. The base didn't have enough diesel, so he usually used it sparingly. If it wasn't for the ocean exploration, he wouldn't have sailed so far. Liang Jun lay on the hard bed in the cabin, swaying up and down with the cabin, and sighed. This boat is too small. The base diesel is not enough. It would be great if we could expand the ship and get more diesel. The little white bear pricked up his round black eyes and listened. The snow wolf cub also erected its furry triangular ears and whimpered. It was very quiet in the cabin. Liang Jun held the little white bear in his left hand and the snow wolf cub in his right hand, and was too sleepy to open his eyes in the swaying cabin. The sea was shaking so rhythmically, left and right, up and down, just like hypnosis. Finally, Liang Jun couldn't stand the hypnotic shaking anymore and fell into a deep sleep along with the waves. In the quiet cabin, a kerosene lamp flickered, casting a gentle orange light inside. Liang Jun was sleeping on the hard bed with his clothes on, with 2 furry little guys curled up beside him. Outside the cabin, the sea was rough and the sea breeze was howling, but inside the cabin, it was quiet and the atmosphere was warm. Although it was a hard bed that hurt his bones, Liang Jun slept very soundly. This scene made the fans feel calm. They looked at the healing scenes, couldn't help but smile, and quietly appreciated the rare comfort and relaxation. Thanks for your hard work. The scientific expedition team members who are stationed in the Arctic with great difficulty. Thank you for your hard work, lonely ice keeper. Liang Jun didn't know how long he had slept when he suddenly heard a loud noise in his head. Because the cabin was shaking violently, his entire forehead hit the cabin. Boom! The collision caused Liang Jun to have such severe pain that his nose started to water and his ears started to buzz. A big hard bump instantly appeared on his forehead. Fuck! The Titanic hit an iceberg? Liang Jun rolled out of the cabin and rushed to the deck to see what was going on. The little white bear was also hit so hard that he saw stars and rolled on his face. Liang Jun rushed onto the deck, staring at the sea level with eagle eyes. He saw a huge shadow on the seabed passing slowly in the distance. He immediately mobilized military drones. Start. Liftoff. Family, I was attacked by an unknown underwater object. It was a big one. We can now see from the drone footage that this giant creature has dived to the bottom of the ocean and is running away like a hit-and-run criminal. Liang Jun's tone was sad and angry, and a little aggrieved. Which big guy mistook his icebreaker for a fish? Bad eyesight or something? 1.2 kilometers away from him, 2 scientific researchers from the Xiong country waved and jumped vigorously, trying to attract Liang Jun's attention. Finally, after the Bear Nation had roared with all their might to no avail, they turned to the high-tech PA speakers. A strange Mandarin accent came from far away. Mr. Dongfang! You! Drive the boat away quickly! By the way, take us with you too! Our scientific expedition team was also attacked by a sea beast. 2 members of the Xiong country scientific expedition team took off their uniforms, waved the Xiong country flag and uniforms vigorously in their hands, which aroused Liang Jun's idea. Liang Jun operated the drone into the sky and then into the sea. After confirming that the big guy on the seabed had temporarily left, he responded to the Bear Country team in the distance. What beast? He originally thought that the people on the other side were local fishermen, but he didn't expect that they were scientific expedition members from the Bear Country. Netizens were both shocked and amused by the scene. So, the fishermen that the anchor kept waving to just now were not real Eskimos, but members of the Bear Country scientific expedition team wearing thick coats and hats? The Bear Country is so miserable, haha. They really just kept waving their hands, waving desperately. They waved for 2 hours. One was trying hard to get help, while the other thought the other person was friendly and welcoming. I shed a handful of sad tears for the Xiong kingdom, ha ha ha. This was a sad misunderstanding. The Xiongwa scientific expedition team waved in the icy sea breeze for 2 hours just to wait for Liang Jun's rescue. But now, the Liang army can hardly protect itself. As soon as he took back the drone, the Xiongwa scientific expedition team was so shocked that they shouted loudly into the loudspeaker. Here it comes! Here it comes! 3 o'clock! Sir, from the east! Coming towards you! The poor Mandarin was hard to understand, but Liang Jun's body was tense and bent straight because of vigilance. He stood on the deck high up in the wind, his eyes glaring, staring coldly at the huge shadow rushing in the distance. The huge shadow is 9 meters long and weighs 5.5 tons. From the drone's bird's eye view, the fish is completely black, with obvious sexual dimorphism in the size of its fins and the height of its dorsal fin. The Bear Country Scientific Expedition team shouted loudly. "Shark! Giant shark! It's the largest black shark in the Arctic Ocean!" The two foreigners were about to shout their throats out. Liang Jun frowned, his eyes fixed on the huge waves roaring up from the sea. He held the harpoon gun tightly in his hand. The whole body of the harpoon gun shone with metallic color. As long as the shark dared to attack the icebreaker, he would let the shark know what it meant to be not to be messed with. Emergency avoidance. The snow wolf cub rushed to the deck and, right next to Liang Jun, let out an angry roar like a ferocious beast towards the sea. Although the little white bear was small, it had a great momentum. The polar bear's facial features were tightly wrinkled, his teeth were bared, and his eyes were bulging, and he roared with the fierce momentum of a big polar bear. A long, thin sound. Jacket! Liang Jun was originally preparing to fire his harpoon gun to repel the underwater predator in the most direct way, but he was startled by the white bear's beast scream, and couldn't help but lose his momentum. At this moment, the huge beast on the seabed rushed straight to the lower hull of the icebreaker, then turned over on its belly very comfortably, and hit the hull violently. Bang! Bang! Boom! The beast's striking movements were unambiguous. Moreover, it is large in size and heavy in tonnage, and can easily overturn an icebreaker fishing boat with just one move. Netizens were so frightened that their breathing stopped, and they held their breath. The scientific expedition team members from the Bear Country in the distance were so frightened that their scalps exploded, and they screamed. "That's it!" Liang Jun narrowed his eyes, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. The beast turned over on its belly, and its fins slapped against its soft belly. It turned out to be a snow-white belly? This is not a fishing boat predator black shark. Chapter 81, Touching and Shocking. The Romantic Song of Ocean Whales. Liang Jun stared at the giant sea beast that was so close to him, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The back is jet black and the belly is snow-white. The dorsal fin of the adult male is upright and can reach 1.0 to 1.8 meters in height. This big guy is clearly the king of the sea, the killer whale. Liang Jun almost lost his harpoon gun. He cried out as he clung to the deck railing. "Guys, it's a killer whale!" The live broadcast room caused a huge sensation. Netizens stared at the screen in shock, their eyes exactly the same as Liang Jun's. Killer whale? Oh my God! So big? If you encounter a shark in the deep sea, and it is a man-eating shark that has eaten humans, you must take emergency shelter. But now, the one facing you is a killer whale that is friendly to humans? So far, there has never been a record of wild killer whales injuring people in the world, only the record of captive killer whales killing people in zoos. In the eyes of wild killer whales, human two-legged animals look as cute as dogs and cats, and they can't help but want to get close to take a bite. Liang Jun hesitated. Netizens are even more confused. Why are there wild killer whales, which have no record of attacking humans on the entire internet, attacking the icebreaker where Liang Jun is now? Moreover, according to the angry reminder of the Bear Country researchers on the other side of the trench, this killer whale also attacked their research vessel, causing the engine to be unable to start and being trapped in thick ice. A string of question marks appeared in the entire barrage. Why? Killer Whale Lovers Association. We held a meeting to study and discuss the issue and concluded that this killer whale had been attacked by humans before, so it was particularly brutal. Ocean Park Animal Trainer Training School. It is very likely that these are elderly performing killer whales released into the wild in our park. Captive killer whales hate humans. Animal behavior expert. I saw anger, rage, and dissatisfaction in the eyes of this killer whale. A group of certified gold versus spoke freely and discussed the behavior of this killer whale in a scientific spirit. Liang Jun held on to the deck tightly, holding the harpoon gun high in his right hand, and staring at the killer whale in front of him that was trying to overturn the icebreaker fishing boat. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and he lowered his face to think, falling into deep contemplation. Why did this killer whale ram his fishing boat? And why did it turn over and ram him, exposing its softest white belly to his harpoon gun? Suddenly, Liang Jun's eyes lit up and he suddenly realized. The cabin was still shaking violently from side to side as the killer whales charged at it, like a shaky boat in a torrent. The little white bear was unsteady on his feet, and the snow wolf cub tumbled back into the cabin, howling anxiously. Liang Jun didn't care about the violently shaking deck. He rushed back to the cabin and started changing into a diving suit. Arctic gift pack, special warm diving suit, start wearing it. The shaky cabin was shaking more and more violently from side to side. Liang Jun ignored the killer whale under the cabin and went back to the cabin to put on his diving suit. This made netizens express their confusion. Why did Liang Jun wear diving equipment instead of using a harpoon gun to repel the killer whale? The special warm diving suit produced by the system gift package is extremely close-fitting. The non-fluid warm diving suit made of microfiber is so tight that Liang Jun can't pull it up even if he pulls hard. It's too close to the body, too tight. Liang Jun could only get wet and pull himself up with gritted teeth, and then he managed to put on a complete diving suit. He put on his scuba gear, bit the breathing mask, and decisively ran to the deck, first lowered the escalator, and then jumped into the icy sea. Plop! Liang Jun jumped high, slid in an arc under the light, then leaped into the sea firmly, and rushed straight towards the killer whale's flipped fin along the rapids. The air is quiet. The live broadcast room is still. All netizens were shocked. The expert group was confused. The two scientific expedition members of the Bear Country were dumbfounded at the same time. They had never expected that. They had originally prayed for Liang Jun to help them escape the killer whale attack, but they had never expected that Liang Jun would actually fall into their trap. Isn't this just throwing it into a killer whale's mouth? Are you afraid of dying? Liang Jun jumped into the sea, and the cold sea water immediately irritated his entire face and body. Although he was protected by a special warm diving suit, he still shivered all over. But he knew that he could not escape this ice swim. He had to face this killer whale with strange behavior. Liang Jun clung tightly to the flapping fins of the killer whale, followed the direction of its rubbing, and dived into the icy sea to find the direction. He wanted to find out the reason why the killer whale hit the icebreaker. In the picture, Liang Jun not only did not stay away from the killer whale, but instead came to the door like a small dessert. He also boldly dived through the killer whale's fin and went around the big guy's back. Netizens gasped, and their scalps went numb. Hiss! The scientific expedition team members from the Bear Country were so frightened that they pounded the deck and roared. It's crazy! It's really crazy! Major animal behaviorists were shocked. There is anger in this head's eyes. This orca is jealous and hates humans, and has a violent temper. It must be here to seek revenge. But Liang Jun actually fell into the trap? The bloody scene that was about to happen made all the major zoologists dare not watch or think about it. The air was tense, and the atmosphere was critical. But at this moment, Liang Jun's visual watch was transmitting the picture in real time. Liang Jun dived along the back of the killer whale, diving deeper and deeper, until he found the part where the killer whale hit the cabin. Instead of attacking Liang Jun, the killer whale twisted its huge black and white body, rubbed Liang Jun affectionately with its broad forehead, and made friendly calls. The sound of whales is like a song, with a vast echo effect, echoing softly on the sea surface. The surface of the Arctic Ocean resounds with the romantic sound of the ocean, and the deep, magnetic whale song spread out, filling the entire sea surface. The ups and downs of the whale's roar are soul-stirring, like a call from ancient times, summoning the original intention of nature. Liang Jun was not attacked by the killer whales, but instead listened to free romantic whale songs. This scene made netizens' scalps tingle with amazement. The barrage area was completely silent. Netizens turned up the speaker effects to the maximum. They were shocked and intoxicated by the vast and romantic ocean whale songs. They couldn't recover for a long time and were moved to tears. They don't know why they are crying. The echoing whale roar was too shocking, and the deep and long sound of the ancient ocean moved them so much that they couldn't help but shed tears. So touching. No one typed a single extra word. They quietly enjoyed the rare ocean whale song, immersed in an unprecedented and long-lasting emotion. The whale's song sounded melodious, as if it was a call from ancient times. At this moment, everyone was listening quietly, with smiles on their faces unconsciously. In the distance, the Bear Country scientific expedition team was stunned. Their ears were filled with the endless whale songs of the vast ocean, and they were shocked to the point of standing still. What? The giant killer whale didn't attack Liang Jun? Instead, it showed its friendliness? How is this possible? The killer whale rubbed Liang Jun affectionately, then turned over carefully, as if afraid of hurting Liang Jun. It was cautious and careful, then turned over its soft white belly and hit the cabin with the other side of its head. Boom! 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 Hit again and again. Liang Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's this? This guy just showed kindness to him, and then turned around and destroyed his car? It's like a naughty child who knows he is wrong, but he doesn't change and will dare to do it again next time. Liang Jun could only carefully feel the killer whale's skin. He slowly felt along the epidermis, and after checking the killer whale's entire epidermis, he suddenly realized. He quickly surfaced and climbed up the ladder to the deck. Shivering with cold, he still went into the cabin to get out the toolbox. He was so cold that his whole body was shaking, and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. It took him half a minute to open the toolbox, which should have taken him a few seconds, and he even dropped it on the deck. Old friends. I know. This killer whale didn't mean to bite my boat. You wouldn't expect the reason why this big guy hit my boat. Chapter 82, Tickle a Wild Killer Whale. The first one. Netizens were so anxious that they cried. Host, you are so cold that your skin is red and your voice is trembling. Why don't you just speak up? Why are you still keeping us in suspense? Liang Jun was really cold to the point of shivering all over, his tongue was trembling, and his jaw and teeth were shaking uncontrollably. Scratch, 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 scratch. Netizens were so anxious that they cried, scratching their heads out of curiosity, and their eyes widened. Finally, Liang Jun took out a pair of pliers from the toolbox, and then went down the escalator into the sea again. At the moment of going into the sea, he finally said the last two words. Tickle. The live broadcast room is quiet. Netizens were silent. All the major Gold V certified experts screamed collectively. Impossible! Killer whale hit ship just to scratch itself? The expert group just spent a lot of effort to discuss and collectively figure out the reason why this killer whale attacked. It was ferocious, violent, manic, and had a past hatred for humans. But I didn't expect that the answer Liang Jun came up with through personal practice would be so simple. Is it just that the killer whale's skin is itchy and it wants to find something of the right hardness and size to scratch it? Liang Jun held the pliers and dived into the ice sea again. He knew that if he didn't solve the killer whale problem today, he and the icebreaker would not be able to leave this sea area. The overlord of the sea, the killer whale, is friendly to humans, but the overlord will never give up when he wants to do something. The overlord of the sea was so stubborn that he wanted to rub against the ship, and Liang Jun's icebreaker was sunk and could not leave. The cold sea water submerged Liang Jun from all sides. He bit his scuba gear and immersed himself in the overwhelming deep blue, causing many netizens to suffer from deep-sea phobia. Liang Jun waved his hand apologetically, then with a focused expression he climbed up to the pit where the killer whale had scratched his itch and examined it carefully with an underwater flashlight. Gurgle. 2 bubbles appeared and Liang Jun quickly bit his scuba gear tighter. His hair standing upside down in the sea, he carefully tickled the orca's pitted skin with a vice. Wow! Wow! Liang Jun swung the pliers and scratched them very hard, fearing that the power of the pliers was not strong enough. The killer whale turned over on its belly comfortably, and cooperated very well with Liang Jun's tickling and massage service. A man and a killer whale pressed their bodies tightly together on the seabed, their skin entangled, performing a visually shocking dance between man and whale. Netizens covered their mouths in amazement, and were amazed. Evan, editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine, oh my God! This is the most moving picture of man and nature I have ever seen. Please ask the owner of this picture for permission. I want to publish it on the front page of the International Nature section. Wildlife photographer Amos. I can't believe it! I was proud to swim with wild polar bears, and now this killer whale is 3 times longer than a polar bear. I would like to say that Orientals are the strongest. Marine Park Animal Training Association. Oh my god. Yes, yes. Ah, yes. What we have been pursuing is people dancing with killer whales. This is it. This is the ultimate picture we want to show. Liang Jun and the killer whale intertwined in the deep blue sea, close to each other. Liang Jun was very considerate and scratched the killer whale's whale lice. There aren't many barnacles on killer whales, because killer whales can remove 80% of the barnacles by swimming at high speed and then slamming down to the sea surface. But whale lice live with killer whales, and they are usually inconspicuous and won't cause trouble, but sometimes they get really itchy. Liang Jun used pliers to find the area where whale lice were most densely covered, and then used the pliers to push and scratch it, just like using a lao tulu to scratch the back of a killer whale. The killer whale can even squint its eyes in comfort, and its expression looks so relaxed and happy. That's it. Scratch it hard a little further to the left. Good job, my friend. Go up a little bit more. Yes, it's right here. It feels so good. The killer whale enjoyed Liang Jun's pliers tickling service very much, and its broad and elastic forehead was pressed against Liang Jun's chin. Liang Jun bit his scuba gear and was so cold that his whole body was shaking like a sieve. He could only smile bitterly. This killer whale brother really doesn't treat us as outsiders. But the sea is cold. I can hardly stand the cold. Liang Jun gritted his teeth, bit the scuba gear hard, calculated the time, and used pliers to scratch the killer whale dozens of times more. Swish. Swish, swish. Just like brushing a horse's, but you have to rub it hard. You are not afraid of too much force, but too little force. The body of a killer whale is not strong enough to be scratched with a steel boat, so you have to rub it hard. The killer whale's expression was so comfortable that it immediately reached in climax. Its eyes lit up in surprise, and its fins happily flapped against its snow-white belly. The countdown ended, and Liang Jun's body's resistance to freezing had reached its limit. Although his Arctic-specific warm diving suit could help him withstand the extreme cold, it could only keep him at the bottom of the icy sea for a few more minutes. Liang Jun's body flushed, and his skin gradually turned light purple. He felt very hot. He felt so hot all over that he wanted to take off his diving suit to cool down. When netizens saw Liang Jun trying to zip up and take off his diving suit, they were very confused and puzzled. International Diving Club. Oh no! The anchor has lost temperature. Outdoor Everest Climbing Club. This is a sign of hypothermia in the wild. Hypothermia will make people feel hot, and must be restored to normal within 3 minutes, otherwise there will be a risk of life. Netizens were so anxious that their foreheads were covered in sweat, and they hated themselves for not being by Liang Jun's side. Anchor! Don't die! I like watching your live broadcast room. Host! Our whole family waits in front of the live studio every day. We are so happy to see you! Please don't die! Anchor, hold on! Everyone in the barrage section burst into tears. The snow wolf cub paced anxiously on the deck, almost wanting to jump into the icy sea. But the little white bear had already jumped down. Wow! The waves splashed huge white water, and the little white bear's figure was smeared with snow white, like a shot put hitting the water, making a loud, plop sound. Before netizens finished worrying about Liang Jun, they started worrying about the little white bear. Sky! Sky! Oh my god! Xiaobai can't swim! Xiaobai is only 3 months old and can only splash around in the warm water for washing pots. Woo woo woo, Xiaobai can't swim, but he is willing to risk his life to run to the anchor. This is a two-way rush. Tears flowed like a river in the barrage section, and netizens were sobbing. The little white bear hit the water like a weight, creating a huge splash. The little guy jumped into the ice sea for the first time with an anxious mind, but this time, the little white bear was confused. Can't swim. The little white bear swam in the pot washing water once, but the icy sea was not warmer than the pot washing water. The strong and stimulating icy sea covered the little white bear in an instant, and the icy sea water submerged the little white bear's mouth and nose. A fierce wave hit and knocked the little white bear to the bottom of the sea. Fans in the live broadcast room were stunned. The snow wolf cub stepped on the deck and whimpered in fear, but it did not have the courage to go into the icy sea. The platform's top executives covered their faces in pain. Tragedy! What an unprecedented tragedy! Hurry up and give personal accident insurance to the 7,184 outdoor anchors who have signed contracts with our platform. Everyone thought that Liang Jun was doomed to die from hypothermia. The little white bear couldn't swim, let alone the icy water of the ice sea. The man and the bear would surely die in the deep blue sea. At this moment, everyone looked at the overwhelming dark blue in the picture and felt a sense of fear. Deep sea phobia. The deep blue sea is so enclosed, and the blue is so boundless. This is not romance, but the most cruel and wild beauty of nature. This icy sea has existed for billions of years, and has experienced many changes, covering countless natural creatures and eras. Humans seem so small, so weak and helpless in the deep sea. Everyone was filled with fear of the deep sea, and the most primitive awe of the wilderness of nature.